time doing this because we have been through this thousands of times with you guys.
Okay.
And we've watched thousands of you Google what you already believe, which is very weird. To be honest,
you know what? In this case, then let's say what exactly are you guys providing for? I guess the future of flat earthers. Like, are you guys? Is it just going to be like this sort of skepticism?
Just pointing out that there's
what are you gonna do in the future?
Skepticism.
It is skepticism. But what are you going to do?
Going outside and taking reality as it presents itself is skepticism.
You guys are cynics.
Really?
No, you guys are what's called cynics.
No, it's what's outside. Look, there's a fucking ocean. How is it cynic to say, yes, that's what it is? Oh, I see that because it's there. I don't make up some idea in my head about some magic of why the ball failed and why that's there.
I can explain to you why it's physics.
None of that shit is skeptical within the definition, and it's also not cynical.
It is because
it's just being empiricist. That's it.
No, it's not empiricist because if you were using empiricism, If you were using empiricism, what would end up happening is that you would have a model in order to push on to other flat earthers in order to figure out the ends
That is the most ridiculous stupidity I've ever heard.
So
Empiricism is the antithesis of a fucking model,
Are you going to go to the end of the fucking world? Are you going to go to the ice block? What are you going to do? Are you like being entrapped?
Look, a model is the antithesis of empiricism.
I'm just saying, what are you going to do? Like, what are you doing? I would love to know.
Watching the golden spiral, bro.
Did you not hear what I just said? A model is the antithesis of empiricism. Empiricism is actually a direct experience.
A model is the antithesis of empiricism
because a model is an abstraction.
Well, it has to be.
Yes. So when you say it's not empiricism unless you use a model, that is an oxymoron.
Hold on. Know how to have a conversation. Be nice to people. Use your words, etc., etc. These are all models that are abstract. They're not literal or physical. They have to be modeled. That's why you're able to use the English language, and me and you both understand this language and this structure.
Epsilon, what does empirical mean?
What the fuck, dude?
Empirical is
another red herring. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean a red herring? What does red herring even mean?
Because it has nothing to do with what the fuck I just said. That's why it's a red herring. Now you're talking about fucking language again.
Because you don't understand, because you're saying that models are the antithesis of
empiricism. Yes, they are. They're the antithesis of empiricism. Go look up the definition of empiricism.
I know.
Yeah, it sounds like you need to look up the definition. Also,
I know what empiricism
how do we get from reality, which we agreed is flat and motionless, to the globe? How do we go from reality to the globe? How do we get there? Help us.
Through many models, which you guys doubt. So I don't know how.
What does that mean? Through many models. What does that mean?
Through many mathematic models. That's how we got to here.
So it's just maths?
Yep, a bunch of maths, yeah.
Right, so not reality, just maths.
So what are you, what are you, let's say you guys, what are you going to do for the future of flat Earth? Like, how does that look?
What are you talking about?
You guys believe that the Earth is a
reality?
plane. Okay, if the Earth is a plane, isn't that a model?
Reality is reality, regardless of what we do, okay? The beach is still going to look the same for you, bro.
Okay, what would you, is there any discovery that you guys will make? What's going on within the flat Earth community? I would like to know, what discoveries are you guys coming to?
We stop with the sociology. It's really fucking boring.
No, I'm genuinely curious. No, I'm genuinely
curious. Nobody cares about sociology and human psychology, what our motive is, how successful flat Earth is, what our goal is, what our mission is. Are we going to fucking recruit people? Who gives a fuck? Stick to the goddamn topic.
When you recruit people, what are you doing?
We've already...
Who's recruiting people?
That's why you guys have a YouTube channel. You guys have
No, we want to see... Listen, we have a YouTube channel so that people can see the buffoonery like yours. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, so what's the plan? What's the plan, though? What's the plan? Like, are we going to get to the end of the circle? Or the... whatever it is, like what do we do? How do we?
We're giving information. We're giving information. What you do with it is up to you.
Are you interested, Epsilon? Are you up for the Antarctic
I'm
expedition?
genuinely interested. I'm genuinely interested.
Okay, have you got warm clothes?
I have warm clothes, yes.
Antarctica is really cold, yeah? Have
It
you
is
got a
cold.
boat?
Okay. Have I got a boat? Okay.
Yeah.
I can get one.
All right, okay, let us know when you've got that. And when you've got approval under the Antarctic Treaty for exploration, that let us know, yeah?
Okay, so you're saying that there's now entities that are saying that you cannot go and travel to these places.
Oh no, bro! You can. There's nothing stopping you traveling wherever you want. Go to the airport. Just tell them you want to go to, I don't know,
Antarctica.
Antarctica on a plane. Yeah, they'll let you go. They'll fire a plane
Why
straight
would
up
you
for you.
want to go to Antarctica, though?
You tell me. You want to explore, don't you? So
Your
I
we're
don't want to
birthday
go
for
to
your ship
Antarctica
is
because
named
I don't think
Hollywood.
I'd be able to survive over there. But I'm saying, why? Like, what are you saying? Is there is there something beyond?
you sound like you're bored. You're looking for something to do. I'm just giving you some suggestions.
Okay,
So we're debunking heliocentrism and the globe. That's what we're doing. What are you doing?
not debunking heliocentrism. I'm living under the world
You're
that
just doing nothing then.
I've been living
You're just
under
denying
the world.
reality for no reason.
I'm denying reality for no reason.
Yeah, because remember,
All
reality,
right,
the
you guys
beach,
got
makes
it.
no
You
mental
guys got it.
return.
I'm sorry. I don't, I'm not as I guess intellectual as you guys are.
Well, Epsilon,
No.
think about what you have in front of you, right? On one hand, you have the experience of reality, and on the other hand, you have strangers saying, "We're very smart. That reality you've experienced, that's not actually reality. Actual reality is something else that you can't perceive. But trust us, we went to a place where you can perceive it because we got magic penises that fire flies out of the back of. And we fly to this magical vacuum where you drop things and they don't fall. And we've seen this true reality, but you can't see it.
The thing
This
is
is
that
literally what you're being. This is
no,
literally what you're being told. Literally.
I can see how you would can say that. I agree, but what I would also say to you is that those same people that are telling you things also have not. They don't experience the true reality as well. They're just they like let's say there's some entity like feeding you stuff or telling you lies or whatever it is. They do not understand the truth neither. They're just it's nobody can in your experience.
Well,
It's
of
primitive.
course, nobody knows all truth, like all the truth, right?
Yeah.
Nobody. That's not even possible.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what I'm yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we can know parts of it.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is that coming into like collectives as well, like saying like for example, you use the example of standing at the beach and then everybody having the same experience. What ends up happening, like if you all come into a collective and you say that we experience the same thing, so we're making this thing, that becomes something else now. And then that is able to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form as well. So there can never really be truly a like true sense of reality because in every sense it's manipulation or it's some sense of the word.
And now reality doesn't even exist, even though you were talking about reality earlier.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think it does exist, but people attribute that to things like God, right?
No, we're just talking about what you experience in reality.
Yeah.
What is the ultimate arbiter of what reality is? People or nature?
I would say nature.
Okay. So in nature, if you throw out, you're the only person on Earth. There's nobody else. Everybody's dead. You're just born. You don't know anything. Good. Unfortunately, your mother died in childbirth, and somehow magically you can crawl. So you crawl and you see the beach, and it looks flat, and you're not like, oh shit, I'm spinning because it's all motionless. Why isn't it that what it is? Why is it something else?
I don't think that if you were an individual, you'd be able to come to that conclusion. You would think like what you guys are saying right now.
So what should you think? You should think
That
that
the Earth
when
is
I
flat.
look out
Yeah, it's
there,
like a
that's
flat plane.
actually, that might not be true. That could just be a delusion. And
Yeah.
like when I look at the horizon, that could just be, I'm just deluded.
No. I'm
So,
saying like
how do you
if you were
function in
by
the world
yourself.
then?
No, if you were by yourself and there was nothing else there, you would think that the Earth is flat. I agree. Yes.
And
Yeah.
if you had a
But,
TV,
go ahead.
no, but then if you have a TV, anything is possible. Hence the globe. Not very good evidence, though.
Well, it's more complex than that. What it would be is that there's someone else somewhere else in the world that is observing the same things that you're observing, and they're trying to figure out why things are moving in this way, and they take that data and they put it together, and then they come to some conclusion, and then they test this conclusion in order to validate like what may or may not be going on, and we call this like scientific phenomena. And then
Right,
that's
but how do we
we're
both
able to like.
how do we both go from both experiencing no curve or motion to curve and motion?
It takes starting from cavemen, like learning what fire is, which was like the
Right,
greatest.
so how do we
invention
go
ever.
from we all experience no curve and no motion to we have curve and motion? What are the in-between steps there?
What ended up happening was from cavemen, right? We went very far off, and then we learned that the sun was moving in a certain way, and we didn't know
Mm-hmm.
why exactly. We didn't know why the sun was moving in this way, and then
So we noticed
other
that the
people.
sun moves. Okay.
Hold on. And then other people tested this same thing and noticed that the sun was moving in
Also
off.
moving in the sky.
Yeah, also moving,
Yeah.
but moving differently, right? And then
Right.
they came together and then they said,
Right.
well, because of this, that means that in these different places, there's something going on with our movement, not necessarily the sun's movement. So we are not moving, or we are moving, the sun is stationary.
So they looked at the sun moving and then decided that the sun was stationary.
The sun is stationary, yes.
So
Yeah,
they
that's
looked
what
at the
they came
sun
to. Yeah.
moving. So they looked at the sun moving and then decided the sun was stationary.
In different places, yes.
Why would they do that when they're seeing the sun moving?
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't answer that.
They're observing the sun moving
Yes.
and they're concluding it's not moving.
They because we are moving relative to the sun.
So they're concluding that the sun is not moving
Yes.
when they're observing it moving.
Yes, because of the rotation of the Earth. Yes.
Why are they concluding that?
Because of how because if the sun was moving, it would be like, let's say we are the center, right? What ends up happening is that if we are the center and the sun is moving around us, the same phenomena would happen regardless everywhere, right? But
We're just talking about the sun moving at all.
yeah, but I'm trying to explain.
That's
I'm trying to
incorrect.
explain. That is correct, actually.
No, that's incorrect.
So, okay, do you believe?
You know the Ptolemaic model, there's something called the Ptolemaic model. It's an epipsychic model. It's geocentric.
What is
Yeah,
this like?
the Earth is not moving. The sun, everything in the sky is moving. Well, it's a different geometric model, right? And it works just as well, actually better than Kepler's laws of planetary motion. And then Tycho Brahe had a model where the sun orbited the Earth, but the planets orbited the sun, and that one works. So
Wait, so is that model saying that the sun is moving and we are stationary?
yes, it's called geocentric. You never heard of
Well, that's what
geocentrism?
you said they all experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So I understand that, that's fair, but this was made from a group of people that lived under some circumstance. So it was some culture that did this, meaning that they didn't have perspective from other cultures or other, like there was no relationship in order to gauge if this was true or not.
Right, but
And
none of the cultures have a different experience as it relates to a flat motion.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, and you are correct. But the thing is that when you now equate the two, what happens is that there's a difference which causes a problem. So now this difference.
Well, no problem in terms of the basic facts that everyone can still agree on. It's not a problem that the surface is flat and motionless.
Sure.
It's not a problem that the sun is moving. That's not a problem. However it's moving is not a problem. How it's moving above the observably flat motionless surface. So basically what you're saying is
I
they
understand.
observed a flat motionless surface with the sun moving, but they assumed the opposite of that.
No.
Why did they assume the opposite of that?
Well, because this is what I'm talking about and trying to bridge this relationship. So what happened is if you're going to use that model, right, the geocentric model that he was talking about in India, this was made from one culture, and then when another culture came,
It was Western civilization, dude. It's the same culture.
yeah, fine. When was it? Do you know exactly?
So the reason they abandoned the Ptolemaic model is because they didn't like the idea of the Copernican principle that the Earth has a unique position in the universe. So it was abandoned on philosophical grounds. It wasn't abandoned because it didn't work.
Yeah, but that's why philosophy is like, we need philosophy. So that's what philosophy probably illuminated. Philosophy probably. Hold on, philosophy probably.
You need philosophy so that you can make up stuff and throw people off.
No, actually.
Listen, if we're saying that the globe is now philosophy, then you've proven our point.
No, you needed philosophical principles in order to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, if it's reality, you don't need philosophy, you can demonstrate reality.
So what I'm saying is I understand your version of reality, but that's your version
It's not
of reality.
my version, bro.
Okay,
it's everyone's version.
No, I understand, and you're correct. You're correct. But what happens is that if I am a human being experiencing, let's say, night and day differently than you are experiencing night and day, what happens is there's a bridge between this relationship.
We experience night and day basically the same way.
We do, yes, but there's a difference in how we're experiencing it because now we have a time dilation between the two concepts.
No.
So
there's no difference in how we're experiencing it. There's a difference in how you're interpreting
so then why do we have time?
Huh?
Okay. I don't know how to explain.
The sun moves.
If it's right now, I have family on the other side of the world and they're sleeping, right? Why is that the case? Is what I'm saying. Why are they sleeping right now?
They're tired.
It's nighttime.
Why?
You could call and ask them.
It's daytime, but it's daytime for me.
So what?
You wind up shots in NyQuil? How would we know why they're sleeping?
Yeah, we're not a disc floating in. We're not a disc in space with one sun over
why
us.
is my wife tired?
Okay, so is the sun just over me right now?
The sun's only obviously illuminating a portion of the Earth as it moves around it. Yeah. And when it's not in that area, it's dark, and your family can sleep. Nice. It's a good system.
You can sleep
how is it so perfectly?
If it's still sun too.
Is it like
how is a watch so good at keeping time?
How is a watch so good? We set it to be that way. It's mechanical. Well, it depends on the type of watch. You might have a digital one. I don't know. But it's set.
What was your question? How is the sun?
Yeah, so the sun. So if the sun is moving, let's say all the countries that we know right now, the sun is moving in a way on this flat plane to illuminate, I guess, a part of the Earth. And then it moves, and then it illuminates more and more, and it's going under this. How is it perfectly doing that to where we're not able to realize?
Not perfect. It's not perfect. So you have civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight. So it's not perfect.
It depends what you mean by perfect. Like if you're saying it's like perfect 50-50 light and dark, yeah, that's not the case. But it depends what you mean by perfect, I suppose.
So, are you saying that the sun is illuminating us just like how much of the world is?
Well, we know it's not illuminating the whole Earth, bro, or we'd all be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So what is it illuminating? That's what I'm asking. So what if it's? I know it's not illuminating the whole Earth. That's why I use the example of my family across the world sleeping right now, and it's dark. So how specifically, like how much zone is it illuminating, and how is it perfectly able to, I guess, just illuminate a small bit?
Well, that's just what it is, right? I mean, it's however much it's illuminating is how much it's illuminating, because it's a light above us, traveling over us.
But wouldn't that cause problems? Wouldn't it be daytime in places where it shouldn't be daytime?
Well, obviously, fucking.
It's like, for example, let's say it's daytime in Australia and it's flat. Is it also daytime in Indonesia or like
it's only daytime where it's
Asia?
daytime. It's only daytime where it's daytime, and it's nighttime where it's nighttime. Don't try to think, well, shouldn't it be like this and shouldn't it be like that? It is how it is. It's like you've never seen one light.
Sundial works, right? And like shadows at noon.
Right, so
everybody's noon would be at noon when the sun is at its highest, and it's just a big clock, essentially. With
2 seconds, turquoise, because Jedi was in the middle. Can you hear Jedi speaking?
It's alright, turquoise, man. You finish up, dude.
I'm just making sure he doesn't.
I was just trying to. Sorry, I was just trying to kind of jump in to finish this because it keeps going. Shadows, right? So shadows would signify where the sun is in relation to the land mass. Okay, so when the sun is at its highest and to the south, that's noon, and when even our time zones are not exactly where they should be. You know, just look at the map of the time zones.
So yeah, I mean, okay. Fair enough.
We're not that bad.
Just fine.
I mean, I just feel like on this on a flat plane, you would have places illuminated that should, like what we're saying right now.
I mean, to be honest, no one's actually like tracked like when it's daylight. Even if they have the U.S. Naval Observatory, right? And they have a calculator, and they give out sunrise, solar noon, and sunset times that are calculated. And if you look at their legal thing, because people often like subpoena their records to ask them, like for legal purposes, when was sunrise on such and such a date? It says no one in the United States government is tracking sunrise or sunset times. They're done by calculation. The point being is that, say the sun rose 15 minutes earlier than what was calculated. Who would notice? Who would even know? Is he like you gonna write to the president? Oh, the sun rose fucking 15 minutes too early. Do something. Like no one would even notice, right? We don't know. We don't need to know it to that level of precision. And when they have tried to actually test the predictions versus doing actual observations, there's errors up to 15 minutes, and the precision is something like the average error is something like 4 minutes. So they don't even know when the sun's going to rise within 4 minutes at the 3 places that they tested. These were astronomers testing it, right? And they're testing it. Well, the whole point is like this, like you wouldn't even notice a difference.
I get you. You know what would be interesting though? If let's say the sun is closer than we think, and the sun is actually rotating, and we are heliocentric, right? Why can't we have? And let's say we don't have to go to Antarctica. That's what you guys think, right? We are helios. The sun is.
No, that's what you think.
No.
What are you guys saying?
You're talking about geocentrism.
Yeah. Oh, geocentric. Sorry, I'm uttering your words. So why don't you have like 2 pilots come on, I guess, opposite sides of the map, and then track the sun moving from one to another, right? So kind of like you're closing in on the sun. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing for flat earthers?
What do you think some barriers to performing that feat might be?
Anybody can get a pilot's license. You can get a pilot's license.
So,
it's so easy.
Just get a pilot's license. It's done. It's done.
There's probably some flat earthers that have a pilot's license. Rest in peace to the guy that like tried to see the
how about the airplane? How about the fuel? How about an airplane capable of chasing the sun at 1,000 miles an hour? How about that?
What if it goes through restricted airspace? What are you going to do?
Oh, do you remember the guy that died like shooting himself up in a rocket, and then his fucking like his parachute, like because he wanted to prove the Earth was flat? I thought that was crazy.
No,
that's how he died. That's literally.
Hold on, dude. The guy was not a flat earther. He tried to. No, He was not a flat earther. He was trying to make a steam-powered rocket. But he used flat earthers to try and raise money, so he went to the Flat Earth Convention to try and raise money, because he thought flat earthers were dumb and were going to give him money to prove the earth is flat in his rocket. I'm going to take a rocket, I'll fly up, and I'll prove the earth is flat. And then there was this other guy, his name was Tim Osman. He, I think he gave him $500 or something, but the guy was a freaking shill. So,
you say Tim Osman?
Actually, I do know that. I remember now.
His nickname was Tim Osman, which
like
is, I know it's been, yeah, like Osama bin Laden. Yeah, so if that doesn't tell you he was a shill, I don't know what does. The point is, the guy's name is, I can't remember, Mad Mike or whatever. He was not a flat earther. That was misreported in the media. And that died, says it all. Yeah, but he did die. He died in a steam-powered rocket because his parachute didn't open, but he was not a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
He died.
How do I know that? Because there was interviews of him. He was trying to make a steam-powered rocket.
And that was like the goal, to try to like industrialize it and just make more money.
Yes. Yes. Okay. To get off the chemical rockets, he thought it like he was trying to prove a concept to prove that he could build a steam-powered rocket that had enough thrust to get to a certain altitude. Because obviously you need a pressure vessel, and to make a pressure vessel strong enough to handle that pressure, you need money. So he was trying to make smaller scale so he could get investors to make a better rocket, right? That's how, like, you know, if you're privately funded, right, you get investors to go to one stage and then another, you know, more investors for another stage and build up to, like, you know, a corporation, hopefully.
Do you guys have...
That was him. He was only on stage 2. So he made a rocket, he did that, he didn't die, and then he tried it again and he did that.
Okay, fair. Do you guys have... There must be people who believe in flat Earth, maybe in aviation, right? Like, is there... So do those people come together to where maybe they have the resources or the capability to be able to maybe conduct an experiment like that? Like chase the sun almost?
I mean...
I'm not trying to say this. It sounds funny.
I don't know what the point would be.
Well, just to make sure...
I mean, how would you chase the sun?
I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know. Because I believe in a different model.
You don't even know that the sun's a physical object to chase, so...
Why are we chasing the fucking sun?
To prove to the world that the Earth is a fucking plane.
No, just measure the ground for that, bro.
Yeah. You just measure the floor to do that. You don't need to be chasing the sun around and around. That'd be stupid. Just measure the floor.
So what? Okay. All right. Well,
the odd thing about Clovers is, well, I just want to say the odd thing about Clovers is that's like the last thing they think of is like, oh, just measure the Earth. Who would have thought of that? Like, you guys are always talking about the sky and all these other derivative abstract things. Like, this is a super simple problem. It's not complicated. And I think that's why people hate it. It's like, no, it can't be that simple. No, it really is that simple.
Just do it. I just wonder, for example, like if you're saying that things are that simple, like, and I got almost memed for saying the English language. The English language is pretty complex, right? So I just don't know if things are as simple as, I guess, you're making it seem.
Okay, well, I mean, let's put it this way. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, can it be a ball?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a ball? The surface of the Earth is curving.
Okay, that's not the answer to the question. It was a hypothetical.
Oh yeah. No. The answer would be no.
Okay. So we can automatically rule out ball could be a ball by just measuring the surface. Right there.
No.
Right? You can do this. What?
Okay,
No?
No.
Here, I'll let Angel take over here.
Okay, so what situation could I measure a flat surface on the surface of the Earth and it could still be a ball? What situation is that?
So the issue you're going to have here, right, is that all areas are going to be relatively flat to you from your perspective. As you're measuring it, I mean, presuming you're measuring it across the surface.
Oh, don't bring up scope. They're going to get crazy.
You're gonna have a relativity issue.
The correct word would be scale.
he's talking about measuring across the surface, not just observing it to be flat, which we all know we do.
Yeah, if you measured it across the surface, you'd be going in a giant sphere.
What about, is there curvature over 10 miles?
Not that can be detected. Like, not as far as visually.
So how much is there?
Yeah.
So there you could easily measure the question. You could easily measure the curvature over from New York to Britain, for example. Get a laser, get high up, try to project that across.
Let's see if we need to do that.
10 miles. Answer the question, Angels.
What's up?
10 miles. How much curve in 10 miles?
It depends on what you're again. So provide me a little bit more detail here. So in this context, what are you trying to suggest you're measuring this off of?
Water.
Okay, water 0. Depends on your height though.
0.
Yeah,
zero curvature in 10 miles.
What's the height dependent value? What's the height dependent value?
In 10 miles.
Yeah, he's correct. Yeah.
What's the height dependent value here?
On surface level, between point A and point B over the distance of that arc of a known radius, how much would point B have curved from point A?
As far as I'm understanding, at 0 feet sea level, at that point, you would not be able to see beyond 3 miles or so. Exactly 0 feet.
How much point A to point B?
How much curvature after
over water? Miles? It would not be detectable. Again, water is being contained.
Give us a value.
Sorry, so the globe model predicts that it's not detectable at 10 miles away.
Well, again, if you're trying to use water, right? If you're trying to use water as a medium, water fills
to
an equilibrium.
Okay, so check this out.
It creates a flat surface.
Yeah, the world is at least 70% water on the surface, right? So 70% of a flat surface and then the rest is a globe.
No, so that's where we actually get topographical changes, right? So you can't just measure the Earth in a flat paradigm because at the end of the day there are decreases in
reset, bro. Point A to point B, 10 miles. How much drop between point A and point B?
Are you on actual terrain?
Oh, so let's say a lake, a 10-mile lake.
Yeah. So the closest to this would be the FE-core experiment, in which case you experienced 1.7 meters in drop.
Over 10 miles?
It was like 7.9, but it's close. It's a close example.
Not bringing up FE-core. We're just asking you a very simple question to check your knowledge. How much curvature should there be over 10 miles between point A and point B?
Again, it depends on the elevation. Give me an elevation, and we'll go ahead and adjust.
At ground level. It's like you're not listening, Angels. At ground level, on the surface of the Earth.
As ground level at sea level?
Surface level.
Yeah, that surface value can have a lot of values assigned to it, Jedi.
Okay, so why are you not answering the question?
Because I need to know explicitly, are we talking about sea level, or are we talking about ground level?
Sea level.
Okay, sea level. So at sea level, if you're measuring from exactly 0 feet in the air, and your target distance is 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to see beyond basically 0.
We're not talking about we want a quantification. We want you to quantify it. We want a number in units. You can use meters, feet, millimeters, fucking miles. Just quantify
you know what we're asking for, bro.
1 foot above sea level to make it simple for you.
1 foot above sea level. There you go. Perfect. You're not going to be able to see beyond about a mile. It's a little over a mile.
Asking what you can see. We're not asking what you can see. We're asking what the drop is due to curvature, in feet or meters or fucking millimeters.
I don't know. Topography underwater matters too.
You don't know. It's 66 feet.
No, because again, the Earth isn't uniform.
It's 66 feet. It's 66 feet.
Can't be.
The Earth isn't uniform like that. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that
Even
way.
if you take the oblate spheroid, the difference between the polar or equatorial radius is something like 0.01%. Okay? So if you use 8 inches per mile squared, it's either 3.98 or 3.9 or 8 point or 7.97 or 7.98. per mile squared. Okay?
Again, though, we're trying to measure this in a hypothetical.
No, we want to go prediction.
So like if you want a prediction, the Earth should technically curve away from a flat line at 1/16 of an inch over every 100 feet. That would be like the lowest possible.
So it's linear.
That's the prediction.
So it's a slope.
No.
It's got failed high school math.
You just described the slope.
I mean, again, that's the prediction of over 100 feet.
The Earth is a slope.
No, that's an incorrect.
You said
no,
value per. You said value per distance. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, but you're making an extrapolation beyond what I'd said.
Very wheelchair friendly.
Very wheelchair friendly.
I make an extrapolation of what you said. You said
no, you didn't.
You said drop. You said drop
you did not.
per distance. You said drop per distance, right?
Over 100 feet, you're expecting a derivation from a flat line of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet. That is going to wrap around, right? So at a certain point,
no, that's a slope.
If you continue that line for yes, it absolutely is. But you're referencing only one line. If you take that line and you transmit it across the entirety of the Earth, it's going to slope away from you and then come back. Yes.
What are you talking about? Drawing a whole bunch of 100-foot lines?
Confident about this shit.
Every single time you draw a different line, you're going to have a different reference point. In which case,
see what you're reading from. Where are you reading from?
Let me just pull up Microsoft Paint for you really quick. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah, so you're making a polygon.
Hold on.
So you're making a polygon of a bunch of
Microsoft Paint.
No. Please don't. You're making you can just explain this in words. Okay, so you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. That's what you're doing?
So here you go. This is literally how easy it is.
Why can't you just answer any simple fucking question, dude? No matter how simple it is. No, you're not. You're trying to intentionally avoid questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's what I'm saying. Go ahead and just pay attention to the visual aid in the side here, right? So, at a certain point, this globe that we live on is going to line up with the exact 90-degree angle of this line if you were to draw one down from it. At both sides, you're going to have a slope. Correct. 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet is what the estimation is. At that point, as you start to go to the right, it's going to slope down and away to another 90-degree angle. But at a certain point, it's going to run parallel to that of the line. Again, you could just draw that line from the very center of your
you're making a polygon
through the Earth.
Fantastic.
Well, what's your source with this?
There's no sides on a circle.
Where are you reading? Where are you getting that formula?
I know, but you're using a bunch of straight lines.
This is what's used. This is what's used in determining accuracy of lasers, for example.
Look, I'm trying to be nice, right? So
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because you won't admit that you're making a polygon.
How am I making a polygon? I'm using a circle.
Because you're using a bunch of straight fucking lines.
No, I'm not.
You're not. So where's the curved line in this?
So again, if you draw a straight line in any direction infinitely from Earth, you're going to have curvature away and curvature back into.
Did you just hear yourself? I said you're making a polygon. You said I'm not, and I said you're using a bunch of straight lines.
I'm using a singular straight line.
Pardon me?
I'm using one straight line.
And at the end of the straight line, at the end of that straight line, what do you use?
Nothing. It's not. It's just a reference.
So your one straight line is a circle.
No, the one straight line is the line that I'm projecting from that circle.
So where are you getting a curve, a ball from?
So as you project that straight line infinitely, let's assume you get high enough that there is absolutely no potential obstruction. If you were to take that straight line, you can only measure it up until either parallel, in which case you couldn't see it anymore, so you can't measure it there, right? Or the two 90-degree angles, well, technically three 90-degree angles it's going to create in conjunction to that of the Earth.
Damn, bro.
Does anybody know what this dude is talking about?
Yeah, all this because you don't know how much curve is in 10 miles.
Okay, I'll go ahead and illustrate even further because you guys are not understanding it.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify.
Just go ahead and
clarify. Are you saying that there is
one more circle?
Are you saying that there is
a red herring anyway?
It's not.
Are you saying that there's not? Are you saying that there's not 66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
If that fits the 1/16th over 100 foot, which I believe it actually does. I believe it actually does.
So you're saying, okay, so you're saying there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles. The one that you said was undetectable. Okay, no, there's not 66 foot of curve over 10 miles.
I didn't say anything. I'm making lines on a circle with a fucking platform.
Do you think there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles? Yes or no?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking.
Like, yes.
So,
that is the way that it works.
Why did you say that would be undetectable?
Because the way that Earth's topography works, it's not uniform. It is not a uniform Earth. There is topography. You cannot account for that within that mathematical model.
That's why we said water.
Water also doesn't matter because water is going to create a flat plane because it's contained by that of gravity here on Earth.
Holy crap.
You said it again, dude.
Water in this case is not a good metric to try and determine Earth curvature unless you're using the exact same model I just fucking drew in.
So let me get this straight. The water's flat, but the land is curving, and it's a ball.
So too is the water. The water's also curving, but it's not a good reference point. Because it moves. Because it moves. You don't have it. So if you look out beyond the ocean, you don't have a reference point behind the ocean in most cases, like from New York to Europe. You don't have a reference point that's visible.
Yeah, you do. I can look across the English Channel and see northwestern Europe. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
Show me. Go take a picture outside your window of the English Channel.
Vlad, please post your picture you took.
Quite easy. Quite simple, dude. You can go to a body of water. This is why we brought up lakes earlier.
That's a secondary reference point, though. How wide is the English Channel?
23 miles.
Okay. At that point,
from Dover to Calais, if I go to Folkestone, it's 35 miles.
You cannot see the very bottom of any of those buildings.
I shouldn't be able to see any of them.
It's the cliffs of Dover. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not to say you shouldn't be able to see any of them.
You can see the whole fucking thing. And in actual fact, there should be over 200 foot of curvature between Calais.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because you're not taking into consideration relative height, i.e., how high is the water rising up upon the actual decline of the Earth?
Excuse me, I will be at 6 foot above sea level. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said the decline of the Earth, dude. That's hilarious, man. This dude thinks we live on a fucking slope, man.
It's weird as fuck.
So the English Channel is at an altitude of 1,240 meters, 4,070 feet.
Son, before you wig out, the picture posted in there is those lights across that lake are 30 miles away, and he's standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. Mm-hmm. He's still 4,000 feet above sea level.
What does that matter?
Because it's going to change the relative topography that you're observing.
So being above sea level changes topography. I need a citation for that. Yeah, I need a citation.
That's what topography is. You're 4,000 feet above what is considered the relative flat.
Bumpiness. No, topography is the bumpiness relative to being smooth. So I need a citation that says
yes, and the ocean would be what you would
elevation above sea level change the topography, because the people in Chile are going to wonder why that they live on a giant desert fucking plain that's 4,000 feet above sea level.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait.
Is anybody arguing that?
Yeah, you just said changes in elevation change topography. That's nonsense.
Well, no, just changes in elevation are representative of topography. The fuck?
Yeah, localized changes, but not absolute changes. He's looking across water, okay? That lake is about 500 feet above sea level. That doesn't change that it's a lake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that lake is 500 feet above sea level. Roughly.
The picture that was just posted is 4,000 feet above sea level.
How can it be if Lake Erie is 600 or 500 feet above sea level and that's Lake Ontario or something?
Wait, hold on. Are we referring to a different photo?
You're just all fucked up, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to figure out which photo we're referring to here.
The one that was just posted with the lights way at 30 miles away, and he's standing there taking the picture.
So this goes to like your level of honesty, right? You didn't look at the photo, but you said.
No, I thought we were still in reference
the photo
to the
was wrong.
English Channel.
What we
So apologies,
dude. That's even worse, dude. It's the English Channel. That's even worse because that is at sea level.
No, it's not. You fucking potato.
The English Channel's not at sea level. What?
The English Channel sea level. Sorry, my friend, you probably need a geography lesson. The English Channel. Excuse me.
You're calling it a PETA because of that.
English
That's so
Channel.
nonsense.
The English Channel at an altitude of 4,070 feet.
The English Channel.
You do understand what the North Sea is, right? And the English Channel separates the North Sea from the Atlantic between the north coast of France and the south coast of Great Britain.
Look up the English Channel's elevation, please.
I fucking live there. I live here. What are you talking about?
What's the English Channel's elevation?
Sea level.
Is it?
Yes, it's a sea.
Yes, moron.
It seems to be that there's an altitude of 1,240 meters for the English Channel.
Are you an idiot? The River Thames flows into it.
Yeah, and rivers must flow down, correct?
Yes, and fucking London's about 2 meters above sea level, you plum.
No.
Yes. Do you know where Holland is? Stupid. Do you know where Holland is?
Yes,
you're really bad
roughly speaking.
So you understand that Holland was reclaimed from the sea, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Receding seas and dikes.
So you understand that that's where those little windmills come from. The windmills pumped out the water. They then built dams and dikes to keep the North Sea out. This is the North Sea. The English Channel goes into the North Sea. It separates Britain and France. It's a sea. It's not 150,000 miles up in the fucking air, you idiot. It's sea level. Do you know where mean sea level comes from? Comes from a little bolt on a dike in Holland, separating the North Sea.
Yeah, what about Sir Francis Drake? Like, how did he defeat, like, the Spanish fucking Armada? Like, what the fuck?
Where did you get the information that
they were 4,000 feet above sea level in Spanish galleons?
Hey, check out the diameter he made the ball by adding 4,000 per side to the radius. So radius of 39, he added 4,000. So he has 79.59 mile radius ball now when he added that 4,000 feet.
No, that's not correct.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Let me pull the exact quote for you.
Where are you getting the information that it was 4,000 feet above sea level?
I'm pulling the direct quote. I'm just going to find it inside the article.
Yeah, the AI was wrong.
I don't use AI for stuff like this.
You know the islands of Great Britain, they sit in a sea. You know that.
I've never said this before, but you probably should.
Angels, the Isles of Great Britain.
Can you give me a moment, please? Can you give me a moment, please?
No,
yes.
I want you to.
Yes, I can absolutely have a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and here. I'll do that.
You won't mute me.
Does he possibly think
why are we talking
uphill?
Seriously,
he thinks oceans go uphill.
He's a fucking idiot.
Everyone does understand, though, that lakes have a higher elevation, so that would change the calculation. So, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the North Sea.
Yeah, no, I just get that. Yeah, no, that's sea level.
Let's all wait for Angels to come back and not be honest and lie again.
I'm just curious where he got the information from.
Pulled out of a fucking Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, he just made it up and now he's trying to backpedal.
Americans are not allowed to have Kinder Surprise. Apparently they choke on the toys.
Oh yeah, that is true. I would suggest that Angels never owned a passport either and never gone anywhere else.
But happy Thanksgiving to my American friends.
Happy Turkey Day.
Like Holland, a lot of New Orleans is under sea level as well.
Let's celebrate taking over the land from everybody.
At least he is muting himself, so we don't need to listen to his cognitive dissonance and spiral.
He doesn't want to hear any talking from us. He's plugging his ears.
Yeah, let's be happy for once, man. Imagine listening to him spiral.
Well, imagine how much easier the channel would have been to make if the channel was 4,000 feet above. Just a straight shot through.
Yeah, you just build a little tube into the water there, straight out. You don't even have to do anything. You just straight and straight through. Like a mountain.
So, did they have like climbing gear on D-Day?
Yeah. We had to scale the mountain of the English Channel. Attacking the northern beaches where we just slid down the other side. It was fine.
How do you sail uphill? I want.
We built it on purpose.
Well, all of the planes, when they were, dropping the paratroopers were just jumping out of the plane right onto the land. So
hey,
jumped out with water skis.
Surfed it down.
Jedi.
Surfed the hump.
Jedi, don't tell this globe about the technology that Germans have used with beacons of a radar to get these unmanned bombs to London. Don't tell him about this. That there was a straight line of radar signal possible by the Germans.
I'm not going to tell him anything until he apologises or concedes that he was incorrect.
Oh, you will never concede. He's a special one.
My neighbor might be joining in soon. I was
that's
smoking
cool.
outside with him and was like, yo, just listen to what I listen to. Check it out. And started flat smacking him. He's like, wow, this is interesting.
There we go. I was able to figure out exactly where it was. I was getting confused. There was a bad reference point inside of an article. Got it. Okay. So back to the question at hand, because that was really, really fucking stupid. So your reference point across the English Channel. Why can you not see if the Earth is flat? The entirety of all of the buildings on the opposite side.
Definitely of you. Yes, you were definitely stupid, and yes, you can.
No, I know that was entirely a mistake on my part. The information I was reading was incorrect.
Yes,
so,
it was.
Why can you not see the totality of all of the buildings on the opposite side? Please explain.
Like the port of Calais, and watch the ferries sail into the port of Calais. You're saying you can't see that?
I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
What buildings? Have you
on the opposite side of the English Channel?
Have you ever been to Dover?
No, I'm literally looking at your picture right now at the English Channel. I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
You've got a real issue. That's not my picture. That's a different argument over a lake. A lake isn't the English Channel. The fuck?
No, Jedi is an old dude.
You shouldn't see all the way to the bottom anyway, dude. Because if you had a 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away, it would block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters, 100 kilometers away. That's just a 1 meter wave.
Dover from Calais?
Yeah.
Anywhere.
No, I'm just trying. I'm going through the photos on the right hand side here.
Don't you have to, for that 1 meter, 10 meter, doesn't the photo have to be taken from the ground though?
1.2 times the root of the observer's height in feet.
Yep.
And in which case the Earth actually blocks off most of the actual curvature in terms of
the physical Earth curve. The physical Earth curve.
What? Yes. So what you're looking for here is horizon reference points. You need to be able to see past the horizon, and the only way to do that would be to increase the FOV, and in which case, or well, technically decrease and focus on a central point. At that point, though, regardless, you're changing the perspective of the horizon because you're literally able to see farther with higher magnitude optics.
Okay, so if I was 3.25,
your reference point changes.
If I was 3.25 feet off the surface of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.21 miles away, correct?
Let's take a look-see here. 3.25?
Yeah.
Feet?
Yep.
Yeah, 2.2. That should be the rough point in which case things start to fade away.
So you see the image that I posted of the bottom of 6 wind turbines.
Yep.
The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8.4 miles away. The one on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles away. In reference to the distance markers, where's the horizon? Is it in front of it or is it behind it?
You're seeing the first one at 8.4 miles the most. The one at the farthest you're seeing less of. You can literally tell based on the black marks.
I'm asking you where the horizon is in reference to the distance markers. Where's the horizon? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them?
It's in front of them. You're not seeing the full. You're not seeing the full picture in any of those cases.
I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm seeing the horizon beyond. I'm seeing the horizon clearly.
Refraction.
Beyond.
Yes, you're seeing refraction, but at the end of the day, that's creating a excuse me. Can I finish a statement?
No,
can I finish a statement? I'm not.
You are.
I'm literally not. This is why where you flat earthers you cannot follow a copacetic point. So you're seeing a portion of each of those windmills, a portion of the bottom. You're seeing a portion of it, but you can visibly see as at even half a mile or just shy of half a mile in discrepancy distance, you can visibly see the black markers at the bottom of these otherwise yellow posts fading away.
That's showing. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's smaller with distance.
You said earlier, sorry, Turquoise, you said earlier, I can't see the bottom of fucking the White Cliffs of Dover because the physical Earth curve was in the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you said earlier.
It's very gradual. This isn't something that's going to immediately occur. It's not going to just drop off, especially over water.
Specifically. And you said, yes, Earth curvature. Paraphrasing
physical.
That's why
well, if you're paraphrasing me, that's not what I said, right?
So why can't I see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover then? Tell me again.
So show me a photo. Let's examine it.
We did earlier. You've already looked at it.
Would you mind tagging me in the photo?
No. Scroll up.
Is it Dover from Calais?
My goodness me. What the fuck do you think we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes? Are you just using this as a tactic so you've got time to think?
No, not at all.
Right then, so you said that I can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover because the Earth curve is in the way. I then give you this observation where the horizon is obviously well beyond its geometric limits.
The White Cliffs of Dover will rise above that of the water level, creating a part of the image that you're expecting to see. A part of it. Again, you have this weird construction that the Earth curvature is going to drop off exponentially when there is no evidence to suggest that, nor have I ever made that claim. You're using your own math as a placeholder here. The water is the ocean level is the best metric to try and determine what relative Earth curvature is going to be. At that point, anytime you have a differentiation in topography from sea level, from 0 feet above sea level, you are going to change these numbers. It does not matter where. If it's 1 foot above sea level, you are changing how far away you can see an object. If that object on the opposite side is 1 foot above sea level, it is technically going to be capable of being viewed from a different distance other than its original from sea level. If you're looking at an object from at 10 miles above sea level...
I don't care, now this is just turning into word salad.
No, it's not. I'm speaking completely logically right now. Go ahead and steelman what I just said, if you would, please.
No, I want to answer this question. Where should the horizon be for a 3.25 observer?
How high is the object above sea level?
No, we're talking about where should the horizon be?
Again, how high is said object above sea level? And that'll give us a reference.
3.25.
I just want to know where the horizon is.
That's how high. It's observer
No,
height.
that would be the observer height. How high is the observer?
I've just told you how high is the observer. I've just told you that 5
camera,
times.
Bro. The camera's the observer.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's at 5.5 feet. Just the average height of a human being.
3.25 feet.
No, 3.25.
3.25 feet, fine. Okay.
Yeah, we agreed this earlier, and you gave me the answer
You're
then.
You're going to have a flat...
Angel, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm answering your question at this point.
I haven't answered it. I haven't asked it yet, you fucking idiot. You answered this question. You answered this question earlier. You said yes, it should be at 2.21 miles. But as soon as I bring you an observation from this observer height, where the horizon isn't at 2.21 miles and is clearly beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of 12 miles, you scream refraction, making the horizon non-physical. Correct?
That's not true. An image can be put together based on the reflections of said object associated to the image that you're seeing in front of you. In this particular case, the horizon will start to drop off items, whether you want to talk about millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet, doesn't really matter, over time as your sight line continues forward. That's why the black measurable surface that we can visibly see on said windmills gets smaller. That's why it happens.
You do understand that there's a distance between about 3 to 4 miles between the platforms, right? You do understand that things get smaller with distance, correct? You do
Yes, of course they get smaller, at least with reference to that one point of reference.
Good, so they're getting further away.
That doesn't make their physical dimensions change. Even your famed black swan photo doesn't change the dimensions of the actual oil wells.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just a word salading.
What?
It doesn't physically make the objects any smaller. It's your observation point, your reference point.
Exactly.
What are you talking?
That's what he's been talking about for 15
minutes. Dude, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just asks you, guy, what is the observer's height? And then you say what the observer height is. And then he says, yeah, but at what height is the observer? I mean, you can't make this up, dude.
So look at actually, Doctor just posted a fantastic video to try and prove what it is that I'm talking about. It's very easily seen. As your reference point changes, i.e. zoom, you can see more and more of an object because your reference point is changing. The reference point at that zoomed level is not the same as it would be if you were just looking at it from your eyes. It's not. However, because that reference point's changing, it's not giving you a clear picture as to what is actually in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
None of that means anything with reference to this argument, though.
Look at
yes, this is quite literally. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the photo of what was shown.
It's the video.
No. So I assume you're talking about the black swan, right? So it's not even
No. We're beyond that. There's a video in which case there's a large-scale zooming effect, in which case that zoom changes the perspective of the individual.
Shush. Crypto, it's the one with 6 wind turbines. I know you're not looking at it, but that's the one that's in reference in the moment. And the video that's associated with it, where the horizon is clear.
Right?
Sorry?
The argument's the same, though.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to at least know what picture we're talking about.
Yeah, fair play. So, I mean, look, man, the point is that you're essentially making the argument that the horizon refracts and the objects don't.
No, so those objects disappear from the initial base perspective, right? From the initial reference point, those objects disappear. You cannot see them.
What would you expect on a flat surface?
I would be able to see the entirety of the objects at effectively any distance.
Well, then you're wrong.
They would be the same height.
Yeah, but why would it be so on a flat Earth? Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Why would you not see the?
Haha, fascist joke.
No. I'm actually siding with Angel.
King Harambe, King Harambe, you have a world-class username. That's what I was laughing at.
Sorry. I'm actually siding with Angel.
Well, I mean, that's a mistake, but I can give you the answer that you seek. I would say that Angels isn't a guy you want to... if he's on your side, you should probably rethink your side. But regardless, why... So, okay, here's a question. I think this is where you guys are getting this wrong. You're just...
Why would it blur? So...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to give you a mindset change, because I think what you're assuming is that on a flat surface you would see forever. And so therefore anything that doesn't conform to that must therefore confirm a sphere, right? Is that your line of thinking?
No, not intrinsically.
I'm asking King Harambe, not you.
Oh.
Not really.
So then why do you think that if something disappears from the bottom up, that is evidence for a sphere, if that's not the reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if...
you don't know.
If what?
That's fine. Look, bro, I'm not... Don't take it personally. I just don't think you've thought this through, right? If your line of reasoning is that you must see forever on a flat surface, then it makes sense that if you don't see the whole object, it must be because the Earth's curving. However, you've just told me that's not your line of reasoning. So therefore, I don't understand why you have a problem with this idea that objects can disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I don't know what your line of reasoning is.
Okay, so I'm just very interested to know why would the objects be covering down?
I don't... Say again?
Like, for example, if you go up to what Amb posted, like if you go a bit up, it's like on the sea, and then there's a large matrix of like steel fences. If you go up a bit.
So
yeah, but why does it curve downwards?
How much past the hour?
Sorry?
What, so is it 39 past the hour? 40 past the hour? What am I looking at?
Wait. Here. Okay.
40, I think.
So I'm just curious of what you think.
39 after
the hour. Doesn't matter what I think, but I see what you're saying. Like, so this one here, 41 past, yeah?
Red rhetoric.
But why would it? Yeah, but why would it go down?
What's going down?
The fence.
I don't even know what you're
whatever
asking.
It is. Bridge? No.
This here, hold on. This photo. I'll tag it.
Red rhetoric power lines.
Yeah, and I posted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's been taken by other people, and the quote-unquote curvature that you find in this photo doesn't exist. So you can only really assume that in this specific
but what's the illusion causing it to do it?
I didn't finish, bro. I definitely didn't finish.
Sorry.
So the only explanation that I can give for this, when you compare it to Doctors, which is the same power lines in the same place at the same elevation, is that there's some sort of compression happening either in the lens or some other effect that he's applied to the photograph afterwards, right? So that would be how you explain this, because it's not present when other people have tried to repeat it, okay?
Yeah, but what do you mean compression?
Well, compression of the photo, compression of the lens. It could be done either physically or through, dude, do you know what compression is?
Something of press.
Right. Okay. So compression would create distortion in the image, right?
Like if there's anyone that is, if you shake your camera, it might be a bit distorted. Like you mean like that?
No, convergence of an image from one file size to another is typically the best example of compression.
Well, that's a different type of compression.
Yeah,
that could also affect it. The point is that this hasn't been reproduced. What he captured hasn't been reproduced, so some fuckery has taken place. The end. When it comes to why would things disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk over me? Cool. So why would things disappear bottom up on a Are you okay, dude? Do you want me to continue, or do you want to say something?
Sorry if I'm making any sounds. I'm just, looking over some pictures.
Okay.
We have 35 milliliter. Is like this. Wait, let me just post it. Like this. Is it like this type of compression?
Possibly,
but
I mean, there's lots
you
of
have to be
different types of
identified
compression.
what type of compression it would be.
It's just an inferior mirage. That's all it is.
Yeah, dude,
Sorry.
I don't know exactly what he did in order to fake that curve. But when people have gone back to that place at that point, the curve isn't there. In addition, you shouldn't see curve according to that model at that height anyway. So we know that not only did he fake it, but it's impossible for the curve to be like that from that location.
Okay.
Where is that picture taken from to begin with?
It's Lake Pontchartrain.
I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry. Real quick, just look at the image I put in the text. It's an inferior mirage. This effect happens over distance when the surface of the water or the ground is heated, and then the air above it gives that distortion. Can you please watch what I just posted at 48 minutes past the hour? For God's sakes, you're driving me nuts. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening to the railing on the side as the camera angle lowers down to the ground. Can you please look at the railing? And then look at the image as red rhetoric image. Look at what the power lines are doing, and look at the side of the railing.
Yeah.
That's it. One and done. We're done. That's it. That's what's happening. Inferior mirage. That is the answer. That's all that's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a really good direct answer to what I was saying. But what I was trying to address with these guys with the actual mindset, like if your mindset is that this effect can only happen on a curved surface, then you're thinking about the problem wrong. And so you're always going to come back to, therefore, the Earth is a ball, right? But if you actually understand what's going on, not only with the faked evidence that Red's rhetoric provided, but also just in a general sense about how these photos and videos are taken, then you understand that this is perfectly possible on a flat surface or on a ball, and making one or two observations doesn't really prove a ball. Okay, good.
Yeah. I was just curious of what you guys think. I'm just, going around asking what people think.
Well, I'm trying to address it at the most basic level I can, because there's a lot more to this, right? But it's like if you're already in the mindset that anything disappearing from the bottom up proves a ball, then we can't really have a discussion.
I'm not really claiming that. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's some people just reassert that over and over again, and it just becomes really dull. Because then you can't really get into the meat of the discussion. You're just talking about, if it disappears bottom up, it's a ball, right? And then you keep going back to that incorrect assertion. And I just wanted to get rid of that before we actually talked about stuff that mattered.
What of that particular photo? I just tagged Effie in it.
Oh, that one.
Which one?
Yeah, the one of the that skyscraper in Sweden. What of that?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about it?
If there's a photo taken, the turning torso, kind of an interesting building too. If your photo is taken here 28 kilometers away over the waterline, where's the rest of the building? It's still a zoomed photo, so this is more than you could actually see just from standing on the other surface.
The temperature of the water and the temperature of the air that day.
Yeah, Harambe, do you remember when I said...
Good question. I mean, kind of irrelevant, but good question.
No, it's not.
Harambe,
it's going to have... what I mean to say is it's going to have an effect on the photo itself, of course. But again...
It's not irrelevant, so...
Cool. So Harambe, just wanted to talk to you about this. Do you remember when I said, not even 30 seconds ago, if you make the assertion that a building missing any of the bottom part must therefore be a curve is wrong? And have you noticed how Angels has literally just done that? And that's why I addressed it.
Well, no, there's very clearly,
right?
Whenever you take a photo away from something, only the tallest portions of that object are going to be visible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning I've just been addressing that you've just completely avoided. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's, but here's the problem: is I'm not saying that it's a static. That for example, these objects just shouldn't appear. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand angular resolution.
I think that I just warned. Yeah, one sec. You're literally making the assertion that I just warned against at length and not realizing it. It's actually very...
No, I am realizing it, but the problem is this is how it pans out in reality.
No, you're not. Stop saying you're realizing when we can clearly hear that you're not realizing it.
This is how it's panning out.
Angel, it is angular resolution. These things have been discussed in spades in this chat many times. You're just not a part of it when you're here. And you quickly want to look at something else, another image, and you're not listening. Okay, you're hearing us, but you're not listening to us. So once again, it's angular resolution. So when you lower something to the ground, the bottom of the thing in the far distance will be cut off. That's what happens at a distance, and then so on for it getting farther away from you. This is what's going to happen to anything at a distance. You can actually test for this. My God, like I can't believe you're still putting up images after. Okay, what did I just say? Okay, well, repeat what I just said. What is causing that bottom-up disappearance? What is it?
I mean, putting your...
What is it that's causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Again,
what is it that's causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Putting your perspective closer to the bottom.
Fucking hell. I'm going to ask you once again, I just gave you the answer. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
You viewing it.
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
I'm trying to tell...
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance? You better fucking repeat what I just said.
I'm literally trying...
No, you're not literally. Say it. I want you to fucking say it. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Alpha, your mom and dad are fucking faggots. Fuck you.
Quiet, Borgs. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
I'm trying to...
You're not saying it. Just say it.
Every time you unmute him, he's like, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to obfuscate, but you won't let me.
Just say it. What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Changing the camera.
What is causing the bottom-up disappearance?
Say angular resolution, and if you don't when he unmutes the mic, then you're out too.
Angular resolution? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
No, that's what you need to say. That's what the fuck is going on.
Putting the camera closer to the bottom. That's what I was saying the entire time.
Yeah.
You fucking artard.
Wow.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
I was literally just trying to repeat that to him.
No, now you did.
No, I was trying to. I just didn't say angular resolution beforehand.
Right.
Well, maybe that's what you should have.
I was literally just trying to say that
maybe
you changing the perspective to the bottom of a particular angle is going to change it. Yes.
All right, then.
Of course.
Then why the fuck are we talking about this if it's already settled?
Because it doesn't work out that way all the time.
It doesn't work out that way. Let's fucking see, shall we? Why can't we put it to the test, Angel?
So the ocean is...
No, we're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. Let's put it to the test. Now, there's many different depictions, and you will be shown by every flat Earth person that's in here. I want you to pay attention. All right. Fuck. I don't give a fuck if you leave. When you come back, I'll be here. All you can do is run.
I was trying to tell you that. I swear.
No, you weren't.
I want to be a real boy.
No.
Miggy missed it. He was trying to tell us the English Channel was 4,000 feet above sea level.
No way, dude.
Oh, how did we laugh? Yep. Oh, yes. About 5 minutes before you came in, mate. Yep.
Brilliant. Yeah, that Angels guy is such a clown.
Do they have to bring mountain climbers?
Really?
You need mountain climbing gear on D-Day to climb the hill of water across the English Channel.
We got Triple D Dan over there chirping in the text chat. Go ahead and use your voice. Go ahead and chime in, DDD Dan.
Guys, I have a question.
No, we want to listen to DDD Dan. Go ahead, Dan. You're in the text chat acting like you're all hard and whatnot. Why do you keep posting that image of that boat? What do you think it is? It's Earth curvature? Go on, tell us
post the video so we can see the mirage.
Go ahead and tell us the distance to that boat disappearing. What's the distance there? Give us some data.
Yikes.
In this original video, if you watch it, there's a mirage. Like, you can see that the whole bottom of this boat, in between the water line and the bottom of the boat, it's mirrored.
Put your big boy pants on and get on the fucking mic. Or are you just going to sit... You know what? If you're not going to speak up, dude, you're going to kick rocks out of this channel. We don't need your fucking chirping in the text chat.
Yeah, no chat skanking.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Happy Turkey Day to everybody, though.
Happy Turkey Day.
How does Turkey Day work on a flat Earth?
Very carefully.
Well, basically, I know how it works on a globe. You have to put the basically you have to put the turkey in. You have to work out where you are. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you have to put the turkey to the right of the oven, so that when the Coriolis effect comes in, it cooks evenly.
Oh my god!
And if you're in the southern hemisphere, then you have to put it on the left of the oven.
Doesn't that mean that everybody has like one of those convection ovens? Because the Coriolis effect just automatically would be circulating the air.
Exactly.
Well, I guess I got ripped off when I bought one.
I just picture.
Did you not get Coriolis insurance with your air fryer?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the air fryer. It's not even doesn't even need power. That's just the tricks they can charge you more.
I think that's one of my favorite, dumb, clever Glober arguments, and you'll see what I mean when I say this. So the Coriolis effect causes the patterns within hurricanes, because they'll say that it's an apparent effect, but then it's an actual effect that's apparent, and so it's like they get themselves caught up in all these knots, and they don't even understand how they even got there.
By the way, do you guys have the Discord server for the Flat Earth?
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep.
Biggest one there is.
Can I join it?
Yeah.
Look at my profile. Click on it. It's in my profile.
I think as well, just to add to what I just said as well, when it comes to say the apparent versus actual deflection, it would be much better. Sorry, better? Maybe not better. It would be easier, or at least more elegant, to make like a toroidal electric universe kind of explanation for the shape of hurricanes than the Earth is spinning, bro, right? But they just discount that. They just say the Earth is spinning, bro. It's like, don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, who said who has it on the profile?
Doctor.
Discord.gg/flat Earth.
To doctor, won't you
it's in the
give me
game.
The news? I got a bad case of loving you.
Doctor, man. It's like we just call him Triple D, man.
Triple D.
It's Doctor.
Triple D. What up?
24/7 Flat Earth. It's in the game.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that one. Wait.
All right, next. Thank you. Next.
It's expired. For me, it's expired.
The last two people have been just complete and utter just mishmash of word salad. It's pretty horrifying.
It's just the appetizer before turkey. That's all.
Why can't anyone bring an experiment
Delicious
to prove a globe Earth? I've never seen that yet.
You never will, my friend. You're gonna turn into bones before you see that.
Well, what's interesting is that some exist, but no one ever brings them up.
Yeah, and if you do know the answer, don't let them know it. Just keep it to what? Yeah.
Someone else did it. That's why.
What
Somebody
do you mean
else.
that they exist? Which ones? Why don't you bring them forth?
They exist mentally, right? So somebody else did the experiment. They're sure that they know they exist somewhere out there. They're not sure exactly where, but if you Google it for them, you'll find it.
Oh, Google Earthers?
Yeah, let's put out the.
They're not Google Earthers. They're Google for me Earthers.
Let's put out the information. See if anybody wants to take a bite. Is anybody out there, or can anybody bring some scientific evidence for the Earth being
Okay, so get a ball, right?
No,
Like, so
you
if
get a
you're an
ball.
ant
Bitch.
on a
I'm not
ball,
getting shit.
right?
I'm not getting anything. This is your claim, fucktard. You're the
Yeah,
one
okay,
that
okay. So
about
I mean, so,
horizontal
so
spheres.
if you have like a really large spear,
Are you
right,
shut
and
the
you're
fuck
on
up
the
and
large
telling me?
spear, things
Are
appear
you
flat,
retarded,
right?
motherfucker?
The way you would be able to tell that it wasn't flat is over long distances. So if I
Just
like
fucking
went in a straight line on a spear, I would eventually end back at the
There
same
are no
point,
straight
right? But
lines
it
on the
appears
sphere, you
locally
ignorant
flat,
bitch.
right?
You ignorant bitch. There are no straight lines on a sphere, you fucking
Well,
retard.
there are. If I walk in a straight line,
No,
you can go
retard. Go
outside
get a cue
and walk in a
ball.
straight line,
Go
right?
get a cue ball, bitch. We're not talking about walking in lines, you dumb cunt. You're supposed to point out the horizontal parts of a sphere, you dumb fuck. So go get a cue ball or a crystal ball. Show us where it's horizontal. Show us the small horizontal parts on it, you dumb bitch.
I don't see. So,
Stupid
like,
bitch.
if you're on a large
You
spear
claim to do
and
this
you
or
walk
not,
in a straight line, you
motherfucker.
end back at the
You
starting
will be
point
a
that you were
sphere.
because it's a spear.
Stupid
It's
bitch.
over long distances.
That on a flat piece of paper too, retarded fuck. We can draw any design on paper. Circles, loop-de-loops, giraffes. You could walk at a giraffe on that paper and come back, you dumb cunt. You're a retard.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could do the same thing on a piece of paper. If you like
Fucking
scroll a piece of
retard.
paper into a cylinder, you can draw a line, you can draw a straight line on that cylinder, and it goes back to the beginning. Exactly the same principle
How'd
with
you
like
get to be
a
such a
large
dumb
spear.
bitch? So do you have the sphere yet in your hand, you fucking retard? Where you're
Well, get
pointing
a
out
piece of paper,
horizontals.
like scroll it up into
You
like a sphere,
retarded
get a
bitch.
pencil,
You have
draw a
a
straight
sphere.
line. Notice it goes back to the beginning,
You have
right?
a sphere. Do you have a sphere to show us all the fucking horizontals, you dumb loser fuck?
Well, I'm showing it to you. Like, if you get like a
No,
piece of
you're not,
paper,
you
you
stupid fucking
make it into a
loser.
cylinder, get a
No,
pencil, draw
loser.
a line
Eat
around
your
it,
dick.
right?
Hey,
It
fucking
goes back to the
loser.
beginning.
Hey,
That's how you
fucking
know you're
loser.
on a cylinder, is because you start from the beginning again when you draw the thing round. It's a circle.
Retarded loser bitch. We're looking for a sphere in your hand. Show and circle the horizontal parts, you fucking dumb cunt. We're
So,
waiting.
as I pointed out to you, like the fact that you get back to the
Go
beginning
get
on a
the
spear,
sphere.
the same point
Go
when you
get
travel in a
the
straight
sphere.
line, shows it's a spear.
Go
That wouldn't
get
happen
the
on a
sphere.
flat world. You just go infinitely in one distance and never get back to the same point again.
No, you're gonna go get a sphere, you fucking hallucinating dumb cunt retardo, and fucking show us the horizontal parts on it, you stupid bitch. We're waiting, retard fuck. Story time. Narnia. Fucking retardo. Dumb
I
cunt.
don't know. Like I already explained it. Like
Stupid
the
bitch.
horizontal part comes to the fact that you come back to the
A
same point
sphere
if you
will
travel in a
explain
straight line.
itself.
Do you not get
We
that
don't need
part?
a low IQ retard fuck like you to explain
Well, I
anything
know
low
you're a low
IQ.
IQ retard yourself,
Hey,
but
low
like
IQ
you're not
retard
understanding what I'm
bitch.
saying.
Hey, retard bitch, a sphere talks for itself, retard. Get a sphere out. It'll be
Okay,
itself,
yeah, get a
bitch.
spear. Okay, if I'm on a spear,
It'll be
right?
itself. It'll be no, you're not on one. Get one in your hand, cunt, so you can see
Okay,
what
yeah.
one
I
is.
get one in your hand. Get one
You
in your
don't
hand.
know
Yeah,
what
like
one
get a
is.
spear in your hand, then
No,
trace
you.
out
No,
a
that's
straight
what you're
line on
gonna
it.
do.
What
And you're
happens
gonna
to it?
circle the
Your
horizontal
finger
parts,
goes
bitch.
into a circle, goes back to the beginning.
Fucking
That's
retarded
the
cunt.
horizontal part. That's how you
Retarded
know,
hoe.
like it's
Retarded hoe. You're gonna circle the fucking horizontal part of the fucking arc, bitch. We're waiting.
okay. So
We're
on a
waiting for
spear,
you.
in order to like
You've
get back
done
to the beginning
nothing so
again,
far.
you have to
And you've
go.
done nothing. And you're doing nothing. We need the sphere in your hand, you dumb bitch, and then a flat surface. Show us where they're the same, you stupid cunt.
You can do the same thing with a circle.
Go
Like you
get
have a
a
circle, you
fucking
trace the
sphere. The
circle, it
thing
goes
you're
back to the
supposed to
beginning
be
again,
hacking is a
right?
sphere. Why are you afraid of spheres, bitch?
Well,
Kennedy
like
Glover
because you're
touch a
basically doing the same
sphere?
thing. Look at a
Will any
circle.
Glover touch a sphere? Will a
Well, look at a
Glover ever
circle. You have
touch
like
a
a really
sphere?
large circle, like
Will
let's say
a
the size
Glover
of
ever
Earth,
go get a
and you
sphere?
trace your finger
How
around
does
it,
he
you'll end up
even
back
know
at the
what a
beginning
sphere
again.
is? How do you know what a sphere is without a sphere in your hand, bitch? We don't know what sphere you're talking about. You need to present one and show
Well,
us what you're
spheres are
talking about.
mathematical objects, but
No, it's a fucking cue ball. It's a crystal ball, you fucking whore.
well, it's just a ball. You
That's
see
a
like spheres
physical
every day
thing.
in your life. It's a ball.
You
Yeah,
dumb
there you go.
loser ass bitch. Mathematical products aren't real. You can't
Well,
touch them,
they
cunt.
are real, but everything's real.
You
But
can't touch math, stupid ass fat bitch.
well, you can. It's called touching a piece of paper. But I
Touch
digress.
1259. Touch my 1259 I got right here. How would you touch it?
Let him talk. He's like not even letting me talk. What are you on about?
What's my 1259 way?
What are you referring to?
What's this? What's the shape of 125? Math, you fucking loser, low IQ bitch. You said
it's a material, physical
what's
thing.
1259? What's the shape, you fucking retard cunt?
Do you speak like in civilized tongue, or do you just speak in insults?
Bitch.
Like, you know.
Everything you bring up, now you want to run from it. Math. 5296.
Math. Maybe you should apply math to working out the world as a globe. Like, you know, it'd be very good.
5296, the math. Do you understand, bitch? The shape of 5296. You fucking retard, low IQ cunt.
What is 5296?
It's math. You can touch it.
What object are you referring to?
Apparently, you don't know nothing about math now. It's nothing.
Because you're being arbitrary and vague in what you're referring to.
I said math. Now you're lost. Now you can't refer to
anything. Is this like such a low IQ argument? Like, sure. Like,
prove everything to you. 5296 doesn't prove it all to you, you fucking retarded bitch.
Okay, like 529. You have a problem with numbers, like, you know.
You have a problem with math now. So now you don't believe in math.
I believe in math. Do you believe in math?
They don't believe a horizontal line's horizontal.
They
don't believe
do. What are you talking about?
They won't touch a sphere, and then they won't do math, and they don't know anything about numbers.
Of course they do. That's like mathematics. Like, Jesus Christ.
5296. What does it stand for, math bitch?
2, 5. What are you just saying? A series of numbers? Unless you refer to something, I don't really know how that is.
5296. You can't even keep a 3-number fucking dude. You're a fucking
5296. Like, yeah. Well, I can say arbitrary numbers as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Like,
what do they mean, bitch? Why are they arbitrary?
Well, are you referring to some kind of physical measurement, a radius, diameter, circumference? Like, what are you referring to?
Radius from where to where, cunt? Where are you touching?
Jesus Christ.
Where are you touching from where to where, bitch? Point A, point B, ho. How do you have a radius?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, you don't get a radius by you standing there looking and you only be in point A, bitch. I don't know who taught you how to measure, you fucking loser whore. You got to be at both ends of the stick, bitch. Both ends of the motherfucking tape measure, dumbass bitch. End A.
I have no idea what you're talking about. We're talking about the nature of spheres and how
form to the dimensions that you need it to. You then retreat to our position of optical horizon.
No. I'm using the clear picture. You are not. You were trying to use a blurry picture. So, I'm not using your picture. I'm using the picture that's more clear to determine a physical horizon going over the thing. Because, the sailboat picture, you can see in the sailboat picture, there's no blurry horizon. It's very clear, straight, watery line. And so it's much more accurate to use a clearer picture than a blurry picture and then point at the blurry part and say that it disproves the more clear picture, which doesn't have all the stuff. How come the right picture doesn't have all that weird, all those weird second, 2, and 3 horizons? Why is that?
What's funny is that all of this detail that you're providing backs up my point and eviscerates your point. Because you are saying, no, you're going to let me finish because I let you finish.
No, because you're not even
addressing. You're going to let me finish because I let you finish. Now, the problem you have is that if the horizon is moving, then you can only have one of 2 explanations for that. One, that the Earth is physically moving. 2, that there's an optical phenomena affecting the horizon. If you think it's 1, you're stupid. If you think it's 2, then you admit that the horizon is optical and not physical Earth curve. Which is it?
So again, you're using an optical illusion to say that a physical horizon exists. That's your problem. That's your claim. Your claim is that the physical horizon is your optical illusion.
No, we don't care about physical Earth curve because we don't think it's there. That was your.
Well, that's a problem when there's pictures in front of you that show it. So it's kind of like your problem again. I know it's hard.
You're just affirming the consequent at that point. We're trying to actually talk about the arguments, right? Now, your argument was that the horizon is physical Earth curve, and so when the horizon changes from day to day, you have an issue because either the Earth has physically changed size, which would be stupid, or there's an optical effect happening, which means you agree with us. So are you stupid or do you agree with us? There's your options.
No. I'm saying there's an optical illusion in the left picture, the one that you're trying to use to disprove my point. I don't agree with you because you're not even understanding what my argument is.
No, I do. I very much understand.
So is water physical?
I know the chronology of this argument. Right, okay, you're going to just stop talking through me. I know the chronology of this argument. Everyone in this room knows the chronology of this argument. The issue is that you guys have actually regressed to one of two positions. Either the Earth is physically changing size on a daily basis, or there's optical effect happening to the horizon. You can't have another position. This is a true dichotomy. If you think it's 2, that's fine, then you agree with us. If you think it's 1, then you are stupid. Which one?
See, that's called a Hobson's choice. You're trying to force me to pick from two choices.
No, it's a true dichotomy.
Those are not the only choices. I'm still talking. You're talking over me. And so, secondly, I'm going to again reiterate my actual point. And that is that a physical horizon can have optical illusions on it, whether or not you see optical illusions on the physical horizon doesn't determine whether or not the horizon is physical, which it objectively is.
You're just saying that. That's just an assertion, but there's no way
you just agreed that the water in the fucking picture is physical. That creates a horizon. How do you have a horizon without water?
Numbnuts. Everyone knows that water is physical, but what we're trying to establish is whether that line that you see is because of physical Earth curve, which isn't actually confirmed by that. Because the horizon changes every single day, as you admitted, which means that we know that there's an optical effect and therefore isn't the physical leading edge of a sphere. You don't get that. That's fine. Everyone else with a brain cell does get it. We can move on.
When you look at a blurry picture, there are no optical illusions in the more accurate picture. So you're not even addressing the fact that there's no optical illusions in the right picture. You're missing that point completely. You're just going right over it like it's not even there. You want to argue with something that's not there.
Optics are involved in every single photo that you see.
Please don't. And so why is there a straight line on the right picture? So why is the right picture so clear and accurate?
There are photos that you see that don't have
horizon.
Bro, you're going to ask a question and then just talk over my answer? Don't do that. You know that optics are involved in every single photo you see, correct?
Yeah. My point.
So then, why are you trying to assign optics to some photos and not to others?
I am assigning optics to both photos. It's just that one photo is blurry, and so it creates optical illusions, which is what you were trying to use to say that a physical horizon, which is actually an optical illusion in a blurry picture, is the physical horizon. So you're wrong. I'm not, because I'm using the different picture that doesn't have optical illusions in it. It has a clear view of the physical horizon, which then shows the oil rigs and the sailboats going over the curve. So that's it. You're done. You got fucked.
Unlucky. You just literally fucked yourself up the arse with that argument, because the problem is that you've well, you did. So you've got two different photos there, right? Both of them don't actually conform to your Earth curve that you claim anyway. You understand that, right? And the issue is that they're not the same curve either. Because if you were to calculate the one on the right-hand side, it wouldn't conform to your radius that you need anyway. And the one on the left-hand side also doesn't. And because they're different, you know that optics are involved. Otherwise, you would have to think. Otherwise, you would have to believe that the Earth physically changed size between those 2 days, right? So you don't have the physical leading edge of a sphere evidence in any of these photos. Therefore, it must be optical. Therefore, you have to agree with us, or you're stupid. It really is that simple.
Okay, so which in those two pictures, which picture shows the more accurate and clear view of an oil rig?
We're talking about the horizon, right? We're talking about the oil rig
now. Hey, come on now, stay on topic. We're talking about the oil rig.
No, I don't care about the curvature of oil rigs.
Weird.
We're talking about the horizon.
So let's wait a minute. So again, we're talking about optical illusions there, dude. So if you want to just actually address what I'm talking about,
you agree it's optical?
So you can't tell. So are you saying that you can't tell which of those pictures is the more accurate picture of the oil rig? Which one do you think it is, left or right?
You agree it's optical then?
Please answer.
You agree it's optical?
Which one is more optically? Which one has a higher optical resolution, and which one is blurrier? Is it the left one or the right?
So you agree the horizon's optical?
I'm asking you a direct question. Which one of those pictures is more clear? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I think that both of those horizons are optical. Yeah.
Okay, so so do you see that so you're saying that in the left picture, even though these are supposedly identical pictures, the left picture with the black shadowy oil rig, which is clearly like taller. If you superimpose the oil rig from the left picture onto the right picture, do you think that they would match exactly?
They're not. No, you just made that assertion that those pictures are the same. They're not the same. What are you talking about?
They're the same oil rigs. They're just taken at different times. The right one is taken when it's a more clear view of the horizon. So you're getting a more accurate identifier, a verification of the Earth curve, because you can clearly see that the rig is over the horizon. But in the left one, where you've got a ton of optical illusions and it's all blurry, and the oil rigs are all warped, they're not even like the normal shape. You can see you can even see how like one of the cranes is actually bent and like it's actually crooked. So if you think that like all that weird twisty crane, even though on the right picture it's nice and straight, so which crane is more accurate? The one that's got that weird little artifact in it that's clearly showing how blurry the picture is, or the one that's crystal clear and you can see the physical horizon?
Oh, the physical horizon. Damn. The physical horizon that doesn't exist because they're both optical, which is our point in the first.
Well, I mean, water is physical, right? Is water physical? I mean, you're really saying stupid. Like saying that the horizon isn't physical is just retarded because you can see the fucking water, dude.
Yeah,
like
water's physical, bro.
You're just making people dumber, dude.
Yeah, dude. I don't think it's possible for me to make you dumber. Like that would be like negative IQ at that point.
You have no clue how optical illusion works. You just caught yourself out, mate.
So
who the fuck are you?
Yes,
I'm the one who actually knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, you don't. So, if we could, so your basic claim is you can't do this on a flat Earth. You can't have a horizon cut off an object on a flat surface. Is that your claim? That can't happen.
I'm saying that does not show a flat surface in any.
Okay. Can you get this visual effect on a flat surface?
No, you wouldn't see the. You wouldn't
yes
see
or no?
a oil
Can
rig
you
over the
or
horizon.
can't you?
Said no. Listen.
No, I've never seen a flat Earth before, so I don't know.
On a flat anything. On a flat anything, can I make it look like the horizon on something flat cut something off?
No, you wouldn't be able to do that in like a gym or a football field. No, you wouldn't be able to do that. No, you need
really? It's actually been done. And not in a gym or on a football field, on water. Been done many times, actually.
There, show proof. That's a claim.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show it. It's fucking simple, man. Dude, I always bring the receipts, bro. Always.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well. Don't test Indio, bro. You're not prepared.
You picked a wrong profession.
You don't have to be prepared, actually. It's so easy.
This man has receipts.
Well, probably can't pay him.
So he's the Karen. He's the Karen.
What I highly recommend for Globers, please get at the drawing board, get a piece of paper and start understanding what perspective does, how it works, how it affects our daily life. I swear, then you will really understand how reality actually is the way it is.
Yes, and we're living in the Matrix as well.
Thing is, though, he wasn't even understanding the basic argument, which is what really gets me, right? Is that the chronology of this discussion, and I'm actually only saying this for Delmite and a couple of the others who are kind of on the fence, like interested listeners, is that they started off by saying that the horizon is like a physical Earth curve, right? And then we said, well, actually, we think it's optical because you've got all these different effects, blah, blah, blah. And then when we started bringing out photos that show that the horizon, which is optical, isn't conforming to the dimensions of the sphere they claim to be on, they then start retreating to it being optical but physical at the same time, right? So then you've got this kind of unfalsifiable position of it's physical, bro, but anytime it's not conforming, then it's physical and optical at the same time, right? So this is unfalsifiable garbage.
So basically, crypto, they've been reduced. The horizon is apparently physical. Apparently, right?
Right.
He's strawmanning me. That's another. That's the same straw man.
I don't really give a shit about what you have to say because you don't understand the argument.
I guess water is just
again, I don't really give a shit about what you have to say. I'm talking about the chronology of the argument.
That's a concession, by the way.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute you because I actually wanted to hear from Delmite if he was listening, what he thinks about that. If not, then Talon can just carry on, like misunderstanding the argument. That's fine too.
Yeah, I want to get. I want to get into this. So, I'll unmute him. So, Talon, before I mute you, I posted 2 videos. So I'm going to tell you what's going on. Okay? So, they have an RC boat. It's on a lake. The lake is 1,000 feet long. They put the camera 2 inches above the water. They drive their little RC boat away, and the RC boat disappears, cut off by the horizon, right? Well, here's the problem. The gold model predicts that the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how do you get cut off by a horizon 2,600 feet away on a lake that's only 1,000 feet long? Please tell us. Inform us.
Oh, sorry, I was reading what Bacon was talking to me in the chat. You said that the boat is on the lake and that it goes over the curve?
No, there is no curve on 1,000-foot lake, dude. It's only 1,000 feet.
Right. Well, obviously that's too short. You wouldn't measure a curve.
But it happens. The boat gets cut off so that you can't see it anymore. How'd that happen?
See the video? Where's the video?
Yeah, I
posted
right here. Scroll up.
Yeah. I see it.
There's a bunch of these. It's about 20 of these. Well, this one's on my channel. One's on. There's like 20 on Sky Breeze channel. They also replicated on.
So what's the point here?
You said that this can't happen on a flat surface, and this is a demonstration of it happening on a flat surface.
You can see the boat. What's the point?
What are you talking about? Why you only see half the boat?
What? Who cares? What is the point of this?
Yeah, why do you only see half the boat?
What do you mean? I see the boat the whole time.
No, why do you only see half the boat? Why is the boat cut off by the horizon?
What? Well, because you're against the fucking ground, dude. You can't see.
What an idiot.
Brilliant.
Like, this doesn't prove anything. You guys think this proves stuff? Man, it's so weak. It's such a weak argument.
Yeah, it's not a refutation, dude. This proves that the visual.
Like, we don't use that.
Well, if you scale this up, this is like 10 miles away, right?
1,000 feet. Yeah.
So like a 50-foot boat, 10 miles away. That's the scale.
You don't. So I know this is really bad for you guys, but we don't use this particular we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. It's just an observation that we're seeing. So regardless of whether or not you guys can recreate,
no, that's you doing it,
lake,
not we. You
irrelevant.
You stop saying we.
Society as a whole is right.
You just say we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. Is that what you just said? What do you use?
No, you guys just come up.
That's silence.
You guys come up with these weak ass arguments, and then we fucking just dismiss them because they're fucking pathetic, and then you get mad.
Projecting now. He's projecting.
Talon's argument was absolutely correct.
They're like a fucking train, man.
That was absolutely correct, though. There was no strong.
Shut up, you fucking cheerleader idiot. You have no fucking argument.
No, I want him to embarrass himself too.
Yeah, man. I've just unmuted him. Hitman Guppy, why is what he's saying fantastic and correct?
It has been scientifically proven.
No, hold on.
Science, the thing you don't believe in?
Hold on.
Scientific research done by multiple universities, done by NASA. And if you really don't take...
You're going to make a statement and then you're going to shut up so I can respond. You don't just talk through the answer and hope that no one notices. So how do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass because you ain't listening?
Brilliant. So I did listen because I heard what your statement was.
Yeah, so you can look at the science, look at the data.
Bro, just answer the question. I don't want you to filibuster. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
Pretty simple. We're going to do it for children. So we send up a rocket to the moon or to
Yeah, that's not scientifically proven geometry. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass, of course, because you're an idiot.
So you know.
Because you deny the data. He made a perfectly sensible.
There are guys who are listening.
It's called math. It's pretty simple. It's basically you have a dildo shoved up your ass.
Why are you so emotional?
It's math. Geometry is math. It's pretty simple.
How do you scientifically?
Why do you have a dildo shoved up your ass? That's the question.
Yeah. So the issue is that you've got a bunch of guys listening who are thinking, "Oh wow, they're thinking, oh, the Earth is definitely a globe. These globers must have really good arguments." And then your argument is shove a dildo up your ass. They're probably listening, going, "Wow, these globers are absolutely retarded." So I'm going to ask you a final time. Oh, is he gone? Is he gone?
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So again, it's like guys like Delmite are probably listening to this going, "Fuck me, these globers have got nothing." These guys have got nothing. Like, shove a dildo up your ass, seriously.
And we had Talon make, like, I don't know, how many different arguments did he make about the horizon? His final one was, we don't even use a geometric horizon, when the conversation started at the horizon is geometric. I literally asked him, and he explicitly said, it's physical, it's geometric, it blocks boats.
Why is actually... Sorry.
Well, I just want to say, by the end, he's disavowing his own claim, throwing it under the fucking bus.
What?
I'll unmute you, Talon. I'll unmute him. Talon, is the horizon physical? Does it have a location?
Yep.
Does it match the gold model?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So, it's 1.22 times the square root of 0 sight in feet, and that's where we're going to find the horizon every time.
Nope. That's arbitrary and useless. We don't use that.
What do you mean that's arbitrary? That's the geometry. What's arbitrary about it?
Because you're just like you have a preconceived notion about the Earth not being a globe, so you're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like all nonsense.
Yeah.
Like
so the globe geometry. So tell me where in the mathematics that I just stated are wrong. What part of it's wrong? Is it the square root part? Is it the 1.22 miles part? Is it the height part? What part?
No, it's all of it. Like, there's no point in any of it. Like, there's no reason to be doing what you're doing.
Oh.
It doesn't matter.
It's a calculation for figuring out where the horizon is relative to your location.
Right, from where you stand. It's just a measurement of a distance from your view.
Not a measurement.
It doesn't have anything, but no one gives a fuck.
It's a calculation.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but
why doesn't it matter?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Because that's what the gold model predicts, and you just said
no. It's not a prediction. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so the image I posted, the 10.10 mile away oil rig, not the Black Swan, right. The image I posted, the one you ignored because you have to.
I mean, you're ignoring the one that I posted. I posted one too.
No, it's been addressed at infinitum.
Sorry, like, there's a lot of Black Swans in the thing, so I'm not sure if these are.
So,
are you talking about the video picture one?
No, yeah, this one. I just posted 10.10
the YouTube
miles.
video.
Picture, yeah, 10.10 miles. What's wrong with this one? Is this clear?
Oh. No,
this is
not at all.
Not clear.
It's a blurry picture. No, it's not clear at all.
That's a blurry picture. How come I can
Yeah, that's a blurry nightmare of a picture.
Can you go get the water underneath the oil rig? Can you see lights reflecting in the water?
Yeah, I can see the water.
Yeah, can you see lights reflecting in the water?
It's dark. It's the sun's not even
light. The light is reflected in the water from the oil rig. There's a light on the oil rig and it's reflecting on the surface of the water. You see that?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that, right?
Okay.
So that surface right there, that's supposed to be on the other side of the horizon physically. How did it reflect?
So what?
Well, there's something called the law of reflection. And it's the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. And if that water right there is tilted away because it's on the other side of the Earth curve, there's no way the light can bounce and reach the camera because you don't have an angle to the camera. So how can we see the reflection in this image?
I don't know. You can. Because it's a blurry ass picture with optical illusions that we would never use. We would never use this to actually like observe an accurate rendition of the horizon. So
But
it's a useless picture.
man. Speak for yourself,
So you guys keep forgetting how useless these fucking pictures are.
Just speak for yourself.
Now they're useless.
You're just pointing at a blurry horizon.
Speak for yourself, because you're the idiot.
I didn't even talk about the horizon. I didn't even talk about the horizon. I talked about the reflection in the water.
But the pictures he posted were...
One second. Let's ask Talon what an optical illusion is. Talon, what is an optical illusion?
Something that appears one way but isn't actually what...
Give us the definition. Post the definition. Citation for what you just said. That horseshit you just said. Post it. Post the citation for what you just said to match up with what the definition of an optical illusion is. Post it. I've unmuted you so that you can actually speak for yourself, but post it. Yeah, post it. It better match up with the horseshit you just... It better match... Stop talking. Post the definition of optical illusion. And it better be what you just said.
Okay.
Go.
Hold on right now. I got to use a division definition.
Words mean things. You can't just say whatever you want.
Something that deceives the eye. Hold on. I got to link it, so it takes longer. Here, I guess I'll just copy and paste. I don't know why you guys just don't do this yourself. It's pretty easy.
Blah, 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 blah. Stop
Something
talking.
that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. So there you go.
Okay, so
all your pictures are blurry bullshit.
What you're seeing, is it something other than it is? Or is it just something distorted?
No, what you're seeing...
Is it something other than it is? Because the thing that it is, it needs to be something other than that. Is it something other than what it is, or is it just distorted?
Right, so like what you...
Is it something other than it is, or is it distorted?
Is what? Appearing other than it is. Distortion is appearing other than it is.
Distortion is...
That's the definition of...
No. Distortion
First of all,
is
the
what
image
it
I
is.
posted isn't distorted at all. What are you talking about? There's nothing
If something is,
distorted in
even if
that
something
image.
is distorted, it's still what it is, just distorted. You can't see it very well.
Right.
But it's not something. It's not something that it's not. Appearing to be something that it's not. It's not appearing to be something that it is not.
So let's walk through.
We already did, and I just told you.
Let's
it is
walk
what it
through.
is, just distorted. It's just distorted. That's all it is. It's not an illusion. Where the fuck do you see something other than an oil rig?
So
is there something other than an oil rig there? That's an illusion of something else being there other than the oil rig. Do you see something other than the oil rig?
Something that deceives the eye.
Is the oil rig deceiving you, saying that it's not an oil rig? Is it a duck? Is it a bowl of spaghetti? What else is it? Is it other than something that it is, or is it what it is, just distorted?
Right. It's a distorted oil rig is looking.
All right. No, it's not other than. It is what it is, just distorted.
Okay.
Okay.
And why is it?
So
Why
it's
is
not,
it distorted?
It's not an optical illusion, like you keep fucking saying.
Look,
You keep
what is
misappropriating
distorted?
the word optical illusion and attributing it to this, and it's not an optical illusion. It's not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just distorted. And in any case, it wouldn't fit that because it's an optical phenomena. If you're saying that there's a mirroring effect or whatever it is, that phenomena has already been discovered and already understood. So it's not an illusion. It is an optical phenomena, and it has been categorized as a whatever it is. Either it's a superior or an inferior mirage. It has been categorized by being able to say within the definition of mirage, it's either towering, stooping, lowering, and so it's categorized. So it does have a definition, and it is already understood. So it's not an illusion. It's a phenomena that occurs, and sometimes there's more or less of it. Just depends. So you've been misappropriating the word optical illusion and just thinking that you know what you're saying, and you're not, because it is not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just being distorted. Do you understand?
Okay. Why is it distorted?
That's not the point. Do you understand what I just said to you? Do you understand what I said to you, Talon?
No, I do not.
Okay, so what, you're going to
Jesus
keep saying
Christ.
optical illusion? Because I'm not going to allow you to keep saying that, because you keep fucking saying optical illusion, and it's just not an optical illusion. It's not.
You're using the word wrong, dude. What don't you understand about that you're using the word wrong?
I'm putting optical illusion from Wikipedia. I mean, a distortion is a kind of
It
optical
is not
illusion, 'cause
something
it's
other
distorting
than
your
what it
view.
is. It is what it is. It's a fucking oil rig. Is it something else? Is there a fucking hat trick that you see that it's not an oil rig?
Edub posted the optical illusion definition there in the
Ever
chat.
go and find distortion right
Have a-
here
have a-
under
have a read
optical
about
illusion,
it.
because distortion is one of those
Look
things.
at what it says. Yeah, look at what it says. Read it. Look at what it says there. Do you want to read it together, Talon? Do you want to read it together? You need to learn
Says
what
the
it means.
in
Words-
visual perception,
Yeah.
an illusion caused by the visual system and characterized by a visual percept that arguably appears to differ
isn't matter. Motion isn't causation isn't knowledge. Motion isn't knowledge. Matter isn't knowledge. Do you get the point?
Yeah. How I'm asking you now, how does bringing up an instance of an arm moving an argument that supports that claim? Go ahead.
It's motion.
It's motion, not knowledge.
Great. But is my theory that arms moving is knowledge, yes or no?
Your theory is that the motion of neurochemicals in your brain is knowledge, which is also erroneous.
Okay. Now you're just claiming that. Now, the principle that you're applying here is that it can't be knowledge because the arm moving is an instance of physical cause and effect.
Nope. Way to distort my argument again.
Yes, it
You're
is.
squirming. You have to distort my argument.
Well, are you trying to say
the argument that I've clearly said and with good diction?
Are you trying to say that this instance of arm moving is brain states and neurons firing? Therefore, if that's not knowledge, then
are you trying to say something you obviously didn't say? The usual shit that you do.
Then you need to answer the question. I'm asking you for the seventh time.
Yeah, I've already answered it.
Why?
So you're just going in circles. We'll try again.
Listen
up, Jeff. Listen up. I'm telling you. Listen up. I'm telling you.
Go away because you're afraid.
Causation isn't knowledge.
I know.
Motion
that's your claim.
Isn't knowledge.
That's your claim.
Matter isn't knowledge. That includes neurons. That includes neurons.
That's your claim.
Interaction and causal relationship between neurons.
That's your claim.
That's not knowledge.
I know that's what you think.
Do you get the point now?
I know that's what you think.
Do you get the point? Yes or no?
Yeah,
I need a clear yes or no.
I know that's what you think.
I need a clear yes or no.
I said yes 4 times. Yes.
Great.
I know that's what you think.
So,
now I'm asking
where's
you,
the confusion, if there is confusion?
I'm telling you right now, I'm asking you why you think that bringing up an instance of matter and motion, the arm moving, is an argument or a way to support the claim that matter is not knowledge. Go ahead.
What you heard was me asking Crit a question about a particular instance that
Why
is
did you bring it up?
demonstrative of the general point. Obviously, the instance of any matter moving, including me moving my arm to close the door, causing the door to swing closed, is not an instance of knowing something.
Yeah. Some instances, most instances of matter causing things is not an instance of knowledge. That's my view doesn't entail that the contrary. Why would you bring up an instance of something I don't think is knowledge?
It's demonstrative, logically demonstrative. Hear me saying it again. It's logically demonstrative of the general principle. Just as moving the door, causing the door to move closed is not an instance of knowledge because motion whatsoever of anything at all is not knowledge. That includes neuron brain.
That's the claim. You haven't.
Hey Jeff, I didn't know you were a flat earther. When did that happen?
Yesterday. So that's not. So that is the claim. I agree.
What was it that convinced you?
Well, I'm not a flat earther. I was just joking. So your claim is that matter can't be knowledge. Matter.
You want to argue about whether you're a flat earther or not, dude?
No.
You sure?
Your claim is that it's a category error to say that matter and motion could be knowledge. Okay. The way that you infer that,
there's some indications that people are tired of this, so you can just put it to rest.
You couldn't run away again. That's like the 7th time today.
No, it's not running away. It's called being a decent human being, right? This isn't the Gregory show. This is the Jeff show.
Yeah, what we could do? How about both you guys make one more closing comment, and then we can move on, open the floor to other things, and if no one has anything to raise, then we could go into. Someone could ask whether you guys base something based on your closing comment.
That's fine. You can go first if you want. I don't care, or I'll go first.
It's already said to close. Motion isn't knowledge.
Yep.
Causation isn't knowledge. Matter isn't knowledge. That includes the matter that is the neurons, the motion of the neurons, and the causal relationship between the neurons. None of that is knowledge. He doesn't have a justification to believe that it is knowledge. It's patently a category error.
Great, you're done. Okay, great. Yeah, I agree. That is the claim you're adducing, but you haven't given a reason to believe it. I gave one argument, at least, called causal closure to believe it's the case, and the only thing he's done is just repeat it over again and said that it's a category error. And I guess the only thing he tried to support this claim of category error is to bring up an example of an arm moving. But that's not going to be evident against my view because I don't think the reflex that occurs in an arm moving or a trampoline or a pool existing in a physical state is going to be an instance of knowledge, right? His guiding principle is that mind can't be matter because, this type of matter isn't mind. That's like saying a pool can't be wet because it's matter, or supposedly allegedly matter, and this trampoline is matter. Well, this trampoline doesn't have the property of being wet, therefore this pool can't be wet. That's his guiding principle. It's actually retarded.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, he's
Crit,
done
can I
now.
jump
He's
in?
repeatedly disrupting. I'm
Crit,
going to
can I
have the
say
last
something
word
quick?
and repudiate
Sorry,
his
Jordan.
flagrant sophistic disruption. So be quiet now.
Yeah, run away, bitch.
Hey, so hey,
Oh,
Crit, can I say something real quick?
Yeah. Let anyone else can jump in now.
I just want to make an observation. So, like, when I was listening to you guys, I was taking the dog for a walk and hearing it. It seemed like Jeff was saying that because there's a physical reading on, like, let's say if you were to hook up your brain to this, this instrument that measures things changing as you're answering questions or as you're thinking. And it seems like he's correlating because you see these things that would, I guess, be described as matter to represent, well, that's knowledge having matter because the person is thinking or coming. But on Greg's side, though, I completely agree with, because Gregory's saying something, and let me give an example. Like, if you see a woman and it excites you, and your knowledge that it's a woman, then your body produces these chemicals or rushes blood to certain areas. Like, you can't say that.
Motion.
Yeah, you can't say that it's knowledge that produced. Knowledge is the matter that made matter start being distributed.
What about voluntary versus involuntary?
Look,
So
I'm not saying that.
voluntary information versus involuntary information.
Well,
So, like,
let me just finish real quick, Demon. Let me just finish real quick, Demon. So like, in other words, so going back to that brain scan that Jeff might have saw and said, "Oh, look, there's knowledge is matter. It's test, like you could measure it, you can see it, through this instrument." But really, what he's seeing is the matter that is being triggered one way or another, or created one way or another, because of knowledge. But knowledge not necessarily was the matter at all. It isn't matter at all. It's just like a concept, if you will. It's not something that you can actually physically see. It's just like it's an invisible trait, if you will. But I don't know why Jeff will not let go of that. But go ahead, Jeff.
I think I see what you're getting at.
Materialist. It's just
So what you're doing here
be
is
deistically devout to this doctrine.
So what you're gesturing at here is what's called the epistemic gap, which actually isn't a bad thought, but we can explain that. That's a completely different argument. What we were talking about here, and I love talking about that. I can go on for hours about it if you want. But what we're talking about here, right, is Greg supporting the idea that there's some kind of category error, which he hasn't done. Okay, all he did.
Yeah,
was
I have done it. He just keeps denying that I've done it.
All he gave was an instance of matter in motion that we all agree isn't mind. So support the idea that mind can't be matter. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So mind,
saying it's ridiculous is not an argument.
Mind meaning thought, like mind meaning like something that's invisible,
yeah,
or
mind,
meaning
mindfulness, the ability to think, concepts, ideas.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So let's just keep it at qualitative states, so mental states, like the sensation of seeing blueness. Okay, I think that is physical. Now, I wouldn't say it's invisible. I understand why you say that, but it's not invisible because, on my view, because it is brain states. You can study the brain states. What I think you're saying, it's invisible because when we study brains from the third person, like when a neuroscientist opens your brain or my brain, or we look at a brain acting on an fMRI, we, as a third person observer, don't experience the blue. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, like for instance, let's say you open up a brain and you're not going to see memories. You're not going to see, the conclusion within that. You're just looking at a brain. You're not going to see like the knowledge that this person had. Like for instance, you're not going to see. Let's say he was like really good with cars. When you open up his brain, that's invisible. You're not going to see that. That is something that's produced in the mind. I think that's where Gregory's trying to come from. Like that mind it's an invisible attribute, if you will. Like you cannot see knowledge. It's just something that you have that would produce the neurons and the synapses to like connect and fire up, but it's that knowledge that invisible that's going to make the visible give off readings and have fluctuations and changes, and some knowledge can make someone have a heart attack because of or have an aneurysm. So like the knowledge is what's going to produce the matter to move and do certain things. Would you agree to that?
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying towards the end there. It's the knowledge that would make you do this? I'm confused.
So yeah. So like knowledge, just the invisible attribute of knowledge is just like it's just the definition of you knowing something, but it's not necessarily something that is a matter. But the knowledge, you knowing something, can produce matter to move and to be manipulated and to have a reading and all that stuff. But knowledge itself isn't what you're actually reading or measuring.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's kind of just like saying my view is false. And it's funny that like you probably don't think about this that much. Gregory argues this all the time, but you actually kind of got down to like a problem that the physicalist needs to explain. And I think it is fully explained, and we can go over that. But it's just funny that you were able to suss it out, but Gregory just says this nonsense. What you're actually gesturing at there is a problem under the argument I gave, right? What argument that substance dualists would need to solve, right? It is the case that under our view, knowledge and mental states would cause physical states. But if mental states cause physical states and the physical... That's neither here nor there.
You cut out for a minute.
Yeah, you phased out into another state.
No, sorry, I went away from my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you said the last thing I heard you say was state, logical state or mental state or something that doesn't, and then you cut out.
Yeah, I was saying that you actually brought up like the actual intuition that dualists argue, which is the epistemic gap, which is like good, and it's funny that Gregory couldn't figure it out himself. So we can respond to that. But what you were gesturing at is that knowledge causes physical things to occur, right? My argument about causal closure shows that that mental thing that causes other physical things to occur can't be different than a physical thing. It must be physical because of causal closure. Otherwise, there would be overdetermination. Okay?
What did I not mention?
Right, stop interrupting, dude. So, like, what you're gesturing at now...
Hey, you little smart-ass Yorkshire. You're the one who invoked him.
No, I wasn't...
You pointed to him on the sideline, so stop yapping like a little Yorkie and listen for a minute.
All right, yeah, see, he has a stinky beard. You can complain about that. That's fine.
Yeah. What did I not mention?
Yeah, you're a stinky beard guy. All right, so anyway, so what you're bringing up now is the epistemic gap.
Hey, Einstein, you tagged him in.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that you can interrupt me every time.
So now let's listen for a moment. He responded. Now you can respond to him. Did you hear him? Or do I need to mute you so you can listen?
I thought you just said to mute me, and he said that.
Okay, you're just gonna yap like a little Yorkie. Now
I'm trying to respond to the other guy.
Perk your ears up.
What are you doing?
Perk your ears up for a moment.
Okay, so am I supposed to respond?
What did I not mention?
What did you not mention? Yeah, so you didn't understand the epistemic gap is what I'm saying.
Explain that. What did I not mention? Explain what I didn't mention.
Yeah, what you didn't mention is the apparent problem that this other guy is adducing now as a reason to not believe in physicalism, which is the idea that when we look at the brain from the third person perspective, right, if that thing, that referent, that thing out in space is supposed to be the qualitative state, then why isn't it the case that when I study the brain as a neuroscientist or a neurosurgeon, that I don't see the qualitative state? I don't see a little bear dancing around or a blue qualitative experience. Why is that?
Okay,
That's
so
called
this
the
is the reply.
epistemic gap.
Okay, so this is the reply. This demonstrates your belligerent ignorance and invincible ignorance yet again. I have said to you repeatedly that you cannot show me the matter that is knowledge, the constituents of knowledge, any and all items of knowledge, which includes a posteriori knowledge, that is to say, empirical data. So I touched the very thing that he just mentioned to you. So I've mentioned that repeatedly before he even came into the room. So I just refuted your canard.
Yeah, anyway, so I don't think you even understand what the epistemic gap is. I want to continue interacting with this other guy because he's not a retard, right? Smart people like David Chalmers.
Smart people don't end every sentence with right.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Calling someone else a retard or an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, those are just insults. They're not ad homs because I'm responding substantively.
Yeah,
so,
those are insults. Smart people don't insult every time they open their mouth.
Okay, let's get back to APOC.
Yeah, so smart people actually do adduce the epistemic gap as a reason to deny my theory, physicalism, okay? But I'm what's called a type B physicalist. I openly embrace the epistemic gap, which is just to say that it's expected under my theory, right, that when we study a brain, we don't see like what the person that's being studied
No, the
thinking,
glaring discrepancy
right?
isn't really a
The
problem.
reason
'cause I said so.
why there is this epistemic gap is because when we experience the thing that is the mental state from a third person, right, we're looking at it from the third person. We're experiencing this mental state in a different way. The person where the theory of physicalism is true of is experiencing it as the mental state, as the physical state, as the brain. That's why when these modes of present, these physical things are represented to the person that is the brain, right, is experiencing these things differently because that's who it is, right? They're not looking at it from the outside. So in the same way that when you look at a table from
It's not a
the underside,
reconciliation
it
of the
looks different,
discrepancy.
and when you
It's
look at a
just describing
table,
the nature of the
when you
case.
look at a table from the top of it, you're still looking at the same reference, the same object in space. It's identical. However, you're looking at it from a different perspective.
And more
One being under the
explanation,
table is
not
like the first person.
reconciliation.
Over top of the table is the third person. So that explains the epistemic gap. And I would like that
Yeah,
other guy
just
to respond after
explaining
this
the
retard.
discrepancy rather than resolving it. So I mentioned this epistemic gap, so-called, earlier before APOC mentioned the call. So you can drop that.
Yeah, you can cry. Yeah, that's fine. Do you understand what I was saying, other guy? Apothecary?
Yeah, no, I hit what you're saying. That's why I chimed in earlier and said I can see Greg's position, what he's saying. You agreed, but we're in disagreement with him, which didn't make sense to me. But I think maybe you're just being more combative towards it, which is fine. It happens in the heat of a discussion. Sometimes you just take someone else to say it for you to hear it, just like with anything. But why, if you don't mind me asking, why do you have a staunch position that knowledge is matter? What are you getting from that? What's the premise?
Right.
Like why do
question.
you why do you have that? What does it do for you? I'll shut up. I'll mute myself.
I don't know how that's relevant. I just want to know things are true. I think this theory better
Just
explains
whistle right
mine.
past that question.
I mean, you could say I'm staunch because of the way I'm arguing now, but I'm totally open to something that would make his theory more
You're so
virtuous.
totally
Asking like your right? Okay, great. Yeah. All I'm saying is that I want to believe things that are true, and I have reason to believe that
It's
this
as
is
open as Fort Knox.
true.
Well,
over
let me say.
what he believes, and I can give more argumentation if you'd like.
Let me say it this way,
You're
Jeff.
breaking up.
So, I'm breaking up. Oh damn.
No, you're fine.
No, you're good now.
Okay.
You're good.
So,
You're good now.
let me say it this way. So the reason why I asked, like, why do you have that position, and like, why are you stuck on that position, and what does it do for you in that position? But maybe a more important question is, how did you get to that position? Like, who did you hear say this? Because clearly you weren't born with this knowledge. You didn't come out the womb with this knowledge. So somebody taught you that, showed you that, you believed it, you took that, you're like, yeah, I agree. So what got you to that point? Maybe the more important question.
I mean, this is just like
someone said right, and he goes right.
Just whistle past that too.
Okay, great. Yeah. So like,
No
I mean, I've thought about it.
This is the lesson.
No
introspection
problem
from Jeff.
It's like a major subdiscipline of philosophy. I've looked into it. I looked at the theories, including idealism, substance dualism, anomalous modalism, reductive physicalism, non-reductive physicalism. I looked at the reasons for and against each view, and I've come to the conclusion that reductive physicalism is most likely the case. Like, what do you mean?
So
yeah, he was asking you, why did you come to this? But you don't
Right.
want
I
to do
already answered
introspection because self-scrutiny is repugnant to someone as prideful as you.
Well, I told you that my motivation is I want to believe things are true. I think this is true. Now, I gave one reason why I think reductive physicalism is true. I gave you one reason why I think reductive physicalism is true, and that's causal closure, right? Another reason I can give you,
Saying that if I think of something, there'll be a physical matter in my head?
I'm sorry?
If I think of something, are you saying there's physical matter in my head?
Yeah, that's true of dualism too. If you think something, you want to say it affects the physical world.
Matter?
I'm sorry?
That's a different premise, Jeff. Way to conflate two different premises.
Oh, are you just asking me if I think mental states are physical states? Yes, of course.
No, I'm saying like if in my head, if I think of something, have I left physical matter in my head after thinking it?
Am I left physical? What is that? I'm confused.
Well, you say knowledge is physical matter.
Uh-huh.
Right. So
The
if I
behavior
think
of physical things,
I
yeah, sure.
know physical matter in my head, or is it
Imagine
something
how
that
big your head would have to be with all that fucking thought process going on, leaving all that matter, eh?
The more I
Oh, do you
think,
think?
then
Do you
more
think
matter
that?
goes through my head.
Oh, I
What's
see.
the width and height of that item of knowledge?
So you think like when you think and some physical things happen, then like new neurons or new like substance is being created? That's not my view.
You just said if you think something, it's matter, right?
Yeah, but what
So every time I
causes?
think something, it creates matter?
No, that's not my view. Of course
Oh,
not.
so what's your view then?
Yeah, do you
Yeah,
have a
what
pile of
knowledge?
bullshit surrounding you at this point?
Look, I never said that like matter comes like gets pops into existence from thinking or something like that. I say that thinking is a physical state. What matter is a physical state or the behavior of such physical state. What I think knowledge is going to be certain arrangements of neurons, right? When the neuroplasticity, like the neurons have this property called neuroplasticity, they move around in specific
We
arrangements.
understand what the thought
That-
process is, dude.
okay, then why'd you
what you
ask?
said
Why'd
is
you
that
ask if you think?
thinking is physical, right? So we're
Yeah, but
applying
that doesn't entail.
we're applying a
that doesn't entail
physical
that new matter
attribute
pops
to it,
into.
dude.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't entail that physical things start like appearing out of the ether when you
Your
think.
internet
Right?
connection is as shit as your arguments.
It's a rearrangement of physical things. It's a computational syntactical structure, right? It's not like when you think a new like physical knowledge like clump of clay like beams into existence. That's
What
not my
happens
view.
when you gain knowledge?
Yeah, again, I just explained it, and you said you understood, and you interrupted me. When you gain knowledge, what that reduces to is the neurons moving around, right, and forming new connections that correspond to a syntactical relation, a logical syntactical relation. That's what knowledge is.
Right, well, that's why I said earlier. I mean, yeah, obviously, when you teach a child and they get it, and we call that learning. It's it's recorded that these synapses that connect, and then they make that connection. Then forever, they're going to know that this is a table, this is a dog, this is a cup, this is a knife, and those synapses that join. So, like, you would assume that, like, let's say if they were to like look at a brain that's like the guy had an IQ like 160 compared to a brain of like a guy that had an IQ of like 40, like you would probably consider like that brain would look different than the other one, right? Yes or no?
Well, if there's a different concept, then necessarily the arrangement of neurons would be different. But that doesn't mean that like you'll be able to like some like layperson could like look at the brain and know which person's smart or not. I mean, like it may be the case that the gyres and the solces are exactly the same between like a genius and a retard, right? That doesn't mean that the neurons are interconnected in the same way.
Well, I think that's where I
Hmm?
think that's where more along the lines of what Gregory is getting at, because we're going back to the very beginning argument of what I thought I jumped into. He's saying knowledge isn't matter. It isn't physical. It isn't something
That's right.
that
He did say that,
is
but he didn't
tangible.
support his claim. He just says it's not and gives no reason to believe so.
Yep.
But no way of saying if I gain
again.
physical matter and there, once I've gained knowledge, is there physical matter in my head after that?
Look, again, no physical matter is being created, right? There's a conservation of
That's
matter.
why I use that example.
Yeah, so listen, the matter is not being created out of the ether. It's a rearrangement of the neurons, which are the syntactical vehicles, right, that instantiate knowledge. That's just what knowledge
Yeah, that's
is.
the synapses connecting. Yeah, they're already there.
Yeah.
They just made a connection.
That's
I know,
right.
but that's
They grow,
why
too.
I brought up. Yeah, that's why I brought up that example, because that is like the principle of it. But again, like I think if you sometimes it just takes someone else to say it. Like I think Gregory did say it. You just didn't hear him saying
I've
it.
talked to him a bunch
Sometimes
of
it just
times.
takes someone else.
Look, all he said is that matter can't be knowledge because, matter isn't knowledge. It's a category error. He didn't specify. I mean, maybe you could like kind of infer that that's what he meant from some of the things he said, but he never said anything about the epistemic gap. Like that's a completely different argument.
But I did.
No,
you don't ever want to give me any credit because you're an asshole.
Yeah, well, you're a stinky beard. Okay. Look, now, did you understand my response, my type B physicalist response to the epistemic gap?
I totally did. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying this is like proof of my theory. I'm just telling you how.
Yeah, just where you come from. I get it. No, trust me. I get what you're saying. But I do want to ask you this, because right now my 19-year-old daughter she's studying. She's taking a psychology class, and she's going hard on it. She's going to get her master's in it because she wants to be like this family, psychologist, whatever. But I mean, is this the stuff that are these the conversations I'm going to end up having with her? Like, because she's going to be in this along this,
There's a real risk. They are
No, this is-
behaviorists. They are materialists usually.
No, this is philosophy. Now, in cognitive science, you get like an integration of psychology, neuroscience, philosophy. So if she gets into cog sci, sure, but not in psychology. No. It doesn't. No.
Okay.
I'm just. Where does repeating right come from? What are the roots of that?
Right.
Of what?
Tell us the causal closure of that shit.
Yeah. What are the roots of you ending every other sentence with right? Not a right. Not a right. Yeah. Not like a right. Are you following along? But a right to try and substantiate your bullshit.
It's just a verbal. It's just a verbal.
You're lucky
When he says right,
physically
every
around you.
predication he says, yeah,
You
that
guys
mental masturbation into the microphone, yeah.
Okay,
anyway,
it's just a Yeah, hold on, cool guy.
check, right?
Let me get something. Yeah, it's just a mannerism. Okay, so I think I've been listening here, and I've been trying to really keep to get a good, like, really direct, poignant question that I think both sides should be able to, like a Venn diagram, if you will. So you got Cool Guy and Gregory, and we could draw inside this topic where you both overlap. And that is when I talk to like an AI chat and tell it to do something, draw a picture, correct my grammar or whatever. So I would say that, Jeff, you see that as a physical thing. There's actually hardware drawing power on silicon chips or whatever, microprocessors, and it's using physics, physical world. There's an actual physical description happening there. And I think Gregory would agree too.
Yeah, we both agree on that.
Okay, now the difference is Jeff would say that same process is mirrored inside the human mind, and Gregory would say no. There's a separation between those two.
Well, I think connectionism is so AI uses connectionism, which is it's like pre-symbolic syntactical relations that bootstrap semantics. Now, I think that generally is the way that our brains work, but I don't think that AI does forms mental states for a bunch of reasons I can get into.
There's no such thing as AI. It's just a computer.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think I have a view that's kind of new. It's a telesemantic view by this guy called Pinashini. He thinks that connectionism is the answer to qualitative states, but it's not such that it's like this AI system working on like a regular GoFi computer, right? For qualitative states to emerge, the syntactical relations, the computational processes that the neurons instantiate have to be embedded and embodied, right? Such that it's getting like this dynamical, real-time information from like the space, visual processing, smelling, and all that so forth. Now, I'm not sure, right, if multiple realization is true, such that if we switched out every neuron for like a circuit or something like that, I'm not sure if a mind would emerge there. I'm kind of agnostic about that, but I'm open to the idea. But I have a strong intuition that there's something more to like the biological structures that allow for mental processes and not in machines. But I can't prove that.
Or something similar enough that the outside observer might not be able to tell the difference.
Well, that's different. That would be like a P-zombie, right? Where
or an Alan Turing test.
Yeah.
Can this AI pull off a full and complete conversation? And the person talking to you either knew it was an AI or didn't know. Or they falsely attributed a real person as AI. And then, that sort of it becomes indistinguishable. The conversation is almost a mere perfect representation of what would happen given the same circumstances.
Yeah, so that's relevant, but like the way that that's talked about in philosophy is the concept of P-zombies. And David Chalmers is famous for using P-zombies to argue against my view. And that's just to say that if you could imagine this exact same physical system, like the brain, in some other world, well, you could imagine that these exact same behaviors and processes and maybe even intentions are occurring But you could also imagine that there's no qualitative states. There's no like imagination. There's no aboutness or thinking, right, in the way that we think.
Mention that also.
So we imagine a globe, therefore it is, right?
No, he's just saying that because we can conceive of these P zombies, well, that must mean that physical states aren't mental states.
Say again, Tanks, you were roboting terribly.
Yeah, that imagining thing, that's an argument against my view. I agree with you that conceivability doesn't entail identity or metaphysical possibility. I don't think it does.
But everything about the globe is an imagination, right?
Well, we don't just imagine the globe to say that the globe is real, and I'm not talking about that. Listen, the argument
you
that
imagine
David
it
Chalmers
spinning,
uses,
you imagine it moving through space, you imagine all kinds of shit. You imagine water wrapping around it.
Look,
imagine
the globe being a globe is
here deny his belief. It's bizarre.
Look.
It's not what we do.
Look, the Turing test thing that Crip brought up and the P zombies that I'm talking about is an a priori argument against physicalism, which is to say that if we can imagine all the physical states being true, but all the qualitative states not existing in this other possible world, then it can't be the case that physical states are qualitative states.
Just as the
that's
a priori argument against your imaginary
That's an argument against. That's the argument against my view. Okay, and we could talk about why I don't think that goes
You
through.
can raise your volume. We got the point already. Know your audience. Pay attention.
Listen,
read the room.
I was responded to like that's like some kind of bad
We
reasoning.
were there, Jeff. Thanks. We don't need to hear you.
Great. So you agree that P zombies? So you agree that P zombies aren't a good argument against physicalism?
We heard you, Jeff. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. It's not like AI.
What's the P stand for in P zombies?
Philosophical zombie.
Oh.
This is like where all the debate happens between the physicalist and the dualist. It's like P zombies and conceivability.
Yeah, in his view, he's not thinking. He's not doing anything voluntarily. It's just matter reacting to other matter. He's not
just imagining.
Thinking, he's not choosing. He's not imagining. He's not doing anything. There's no he, because he is to refer to personality. You can't show me the matter that is personality.
Yeah, great. So the way the argument goes is that if you can conceive of P, with P being all the physical states, or the things we learn in science, right? And then the conjunction of Q, right? Q is the qualitative states. Well, if you can imagine the conjunction of P and not Q, then that entails that P cannot explain Q. That's just to say that if you can conceive this world of P zombies, then it can't be the state that these physical things explain mental states. It's not metaphysically identical.
Hey Jeff, just if you can think of this, like give me a number if you can. Statistically, how many people that think the way you do and argue, on your side, statistically, what's the percentage of them that believe in a creator?
He answered this already. It's independent.
Not high.
Yeah, but it's also independent, right?
Yeah, there are some people like Peter Van Inwagen, who is a big baller, big dick philosopher, who's a Christian, but also is a physicalist. He also believes what I believe, right? I mean, they're a minority, but there are some theists that believe
this. Stupid crass ass shit is that?
He said his silent fantasies out loud.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I just think he's a good philosopher.
Those didn't manifest physically. Jeez.
Look, so I'm just giving you an example of a physicalist who is a theist, right? They're a rare bird, right? But I'm just saying they exist. But I agree with you. Like usually when somebody says they're a physicalist, you can know that they're a naturalist, almost always. But like this is also consistent with other forms of deism, right? There could be an immaterial God out there, but he creates us so physical minds exist, right? There's no contradiction. It just butts heads with the Abrahamic beliefs because you guys believe in an immaterial soul thing, right? So that can't be physicalism. That's substance dualism. I'm not exactly sure how Peter Van Inwagen gets around it. That's the reason.
So you're wrong on that
that's
point.
The reason. That's the reason.
Why do you have to talk to me right now? Like he said a comment. I wanted to say what I wanted to say. Right? He has a false conception of that. So
he's demonstrating an excellent example of soullessness.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, anyway, so I'm just saying that, like, if you know that somebody's a physicalist, you could be pretty sure that they're a naturalist. Or maybe they could be a dualist, and they're much less likely to be a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim.
Yes, I mean, there's still likely to be a theist. Naturalism, like the pagans and stuff, believe the gods existed inside the physical and natural world. They're physical beings with somehow supernatural or powers that manifested in very spectacular ways, like Thor beating his hammer caused thunder. So that's where you're at. You're just at a different version of it that has to deal with everything is explainable through action and reaction, even if that action is unobservable, like the neuron in the mind, or Thor
He's a
beating his hammer.
neo-Epicurean. He's a neo-Epicurean.
Look, I can only argue for one thing at a time. If you want me to argue for naturalism, I would give a different.
Yorkie, am I late to the party, or is it ironic that you want thoughts to be material, yet you want a material being not to have a soul?
Why do you? I just don't think souls exist. It's not that I want it. What are you talking about?
When you said you guys.
Look, I'm just talking about you guys. I just meant like the average Christian, unlike Peter Van Inwagen.
Who do you? Why do you make so much assumptions and try to pigeonhole everyone?
Because I'm talking to Gregory. This is all in the backdrop.
Okay, you guys. I'm sorry. I guess I mixed up with the poll.
Multiple persons all of a sudden.
Yeah, go ahead, they.
Oh my god, dude, that's so cringe.
Your prayers to God are noted, dog.
It's really cringe how you confuse one person with multiple. It's kind of weird.
All right, great. Yeah. So now we have the response to the epistemic gap. I haven't heard a response to causal closure. Can you give an argument why you think
just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean it wasn't said?
Great. Can you give an argument why you think that the mind isn't physical?
I said it several times, and evidently you didn't even hear it, so I'm not going to say it again.
All you said is that's a category.
Let's get back to you denying that. Listen, let's get back to you denying that all you do is just believe and wish and hope for the globe Earth. You just kind of skirted past that.
But you don't think the mind is physical, though, right? You're just talking about the thought processes in the mind, right? That are physical.
No, I think the mind is physical, and by physical I include the behaviors of physical things. Yeah.
So you're saying that the thought processes in the mind are physical.
Yes, that's what physicalism is, and it's the most popular view in philosophy of mind too.
But in other words, you said the mind,
the brain is the mind.
He said the mind
is that matter in your skull, in his view.
Yeah, he said the mind was physical, but meanwhile he's talking about the thought processes inside the mind, right?
Yeah, they're usually not consistent on that point, and they can't be.
What's the inconsistency? What's the inconsistency?
Well, we know that we have a head on our shoulders, and that thing's physical. I get that part, but the thought processes that go on inside, I can't envision that as physical.
Well, that's fine, but that's
my imagination. My imagination is not physical, right?
Neither can he. He can't describe to us the physical properties of thoughts. Can't do that.
Well, okay, I got two things for you, cool guy, Jeff. So the first one is that, this idea of this guy who had water in his brain. I'm not sure if you ever heard about it.
Yeah, hydrocephalus. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. And there was really not a lot of brain material left, but the guy was completely functional. Like he had. So how does that fit in?
Yeah, because that's easy. I mean, this is the neuroplasticity of the brain. Now, you're talking about an adult that developed hydrocephalus, or there's a condition in old people that get it where the cisterns and the ventricles get widened over time, right? Well, the reason for that is because there are structures, right, in there that confer the thinking quality, right? Hydrocephalus usually occurs over a very, very slow process, right, where the neurons are being squished, but they're still there. But you can have forms of hydrocephalus where the person becomes brain dead, and it's just going to depend on like which structures are squished and which ones aren't, and which ones can do what they need to do. Right? It's not like there's no brain in there. There's a brain stem. There's a thalamus. There's a cortex. There's all those structures that are necessary.
Okay, I thought you were going to go into like cellular intelligence or like.
Oh no.
Okay, how about that part? That's kind of where I thought you were going to go. Like how you're like with an injury just automatically forms back. Like if you cut the tip off your finger, it forms back to a tip. Or whatnot. Like is there
your finger doesn't grow back, but your nail does. I mean,
well, I'm saying if you get a chunk of skin cut off, it generally forms back, and then exactly what it looked like, pretty close to what it looked like.
No. So granulation tissue is just local. Like if you lose like a centimeter of your like index finger, what's going to grow over there is just a scar, and that's going to be caused by like the granulation tissue and the keratinization that happens after. You don't like grow back the extra centimeter, and if like you disrupt the nail bed, you won't get a nail back either.
Okay, so then what about like the animals that do that though? That do
Well,
grow.
they just have the genetics that is encoded in their system that grow back a leg or a tail. We just don't have that.
And so is that part what you would call physical?
Oh no.
Okay.
No, so like what you're gesturing at is a theory. It's good. It's called Integrated Informational Theory, IAT, which says that like any amount of computation, even at like the cellular level, is some modicum of mentation. Now, their view is kind of straw man to think that like even like a a gonorrhea cell has some type of mentation because there's computational processes kind of that happen in the cell, but that's not their view. They think at some threshold, right, of interconnectedness, usually in the brain, a mental state will emerge. It's going to be like being pregnant or not pregnant. That's their view, and my view is like that too. But it's not based on IIT. I think IIT is just silly.
All right, and the other thing I had was so people who have like intuition or spidey sense or something like that, like that sort of what people call like psychological or psionic mental states like that, premonition. So I've heard one people say that all that is that your senses moving faster than your thinking process.
I don't know. Like I've heard that before. I don't know enough about that to give like a psychological or neuropsychological explanation. I just don't know.
Well, how would you explain like you're suddenly thinking of somebody and then they call you and they say, "Hey, I was just thinking of you too."
Oh, well,
just by coincidence, or is it like is there some sort of
coincidence? Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of these things are just they've got other explanations. So you wouldn't say a higher brain telepathy or telecommunication.
No,
okay.
I don't think there's any empirical for what happens. I think it just makes sense to call it coincidence in the instance you did it.
It's called a controlling premise, a commitment to materialism.
Okay, yeah. I think that like that's just like people that say like, oh, that's evidence of this premonition are just like excluding all the negative instances where you think of somebody and you don't get a call.
I think Dr. Rupert Sheldrake would disagree with you. He's done some studies on this sort of thing, and I would encourage you to be open-minded and go to his website and see what he has to say. Thanks.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of was Dr. Ray. I think it's Ryan or Ray or whatever, something Stevens. He did lots of experimentation, peer-reviewed papers, reams of it, of going through like small communities and testing for reincarnation and then matching up birthmarks to what they perceived were fatal wounds in past lives.
I mean, the inference or the like methodology to like support that inference seems. I don't even know what he would do. I haven't looked at it though, so maybe this is something really strong and would convince me. I just haven't looked at it.
Yeah, he's got like 80 peer-reviewed papers, and Ian, his name's Ian Stevens, a Canadian physicist.
Ian Stevens. Maybe I'll look into that.
Yeah.
But like my knee-jerk reaction is it just sounds like a just so story.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, there's a lot of people who really put a lot of stock in peer review. I like to drop this because here's Ian Stevens' 80 peer-reviewed papers discussing reincarnation matched by birthmarks of fatal injuries from past lives. And then they kind of get their goose is cooked at that point because like, which one is it? Okay, is peer reviewed like this headshot method and practices that adjudicates balls and strikes, or is it just people going through other people's papers and just kind of giving like, hey, yeah, you did somewhat follow a scientific method here. I don't agree or disagree.
Committee. It's not a logical determination.
Yeah. When people say, well, this is peer reviewed, therefore it's true, is silly, right? I mean, there's good ways to make cakes. There's bad ways to make cakes. Some cooks are shitty. Some cooks are good, right? You need to like have like the way that peer review has any weight is when you're talking about a journal like Nature or something that has like a high standard where the relevant experts are giving a critical look at the papers, right? There are these things called predatory journals that like force you to pay money, right? And some of them even allow you to pick the person who peer reviews like your paper. It just really depends. That's why like each claim, regardless if it's peer reviewed or not, needs to be looked at individually. I don't
Weren't
really
you the
know
ones
a lot
talking
of.
about popular philosophy?
I'm
The
sorry.
PP ideology?
What?
You can
I'm
now
just
throw
saying that,
out
like,
peer
I'm just
reviews.
saying, like, I agree with you that people say, "Well, this is peer review, therefore it's true." That's just not true. Like, you need to look at every
What
paper.
about the peer review paper that says the most peer review is wrong? Is that one correct or
Well,
wrong?
I mean, it depends. So I've read that paper by this Greek guy. I forget his name. What they're referring to there is how these statistical, like especially variance testing in medicine, right? Like how you determine like one intervention has efficacious or is equally efficacious as another, right? The statistical, like
Listen to him support peer review now.
the statistical fishing expeditions that they do, right, warrant a critical look at these papers and reproduction of these papers, right? This is like what the reproduction crisis is based on, or it's similar to that. And I agree with that, right? That's why it's important to not just take, oh, look at this peer review paper, look at that. No, you need to reproduce, right? You need to replicate these things that
How do
have
you
been
know that?
reproduced. Okay, great.
You talking about making photocopies?
Yeah, I'm talking about photocopies. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how you got left holding the bag of this globe idea.
Okay.
Your
Yeah, look, again,
peers.
every claim that's made, whether it's from a peer review journal or it's just from some guy on the internet, needs to be
Well,
looked at
what is it
individually.
in your the way the brain works? What is it in your brain? Like, there's got to be like a defense mechanism. What is it in your brain that's not allowing you to discuss the origins of the globe Earth? That every time
Right.
somebody brings it up,
It just
your
isn't the
intellect
topic.
just
Also,
bounces
It's
right
it just
off.
isn't.
the
It
sting of pride.
isn't for one. Okay, one, it isn't the topic. Second, I just don't know much about it.
Did not
Right, and I just
compute.
don't care to because I think it's a
Not the
crazy view.
topic.
I'm sorry.
Maybe he just played with his balls
Oh.
too much when he was a boy.
Wait, let's
Well, yeah, it
remember.
wasn't the topic that was being discussed,
What
but
the
people
I was
asked
hell,
about
asked.
it.
Poppy?
Let's remember
Nasty
here. I
about it.
was asked by Rebel to come in and talk about evolution because Gregory was talking about evolution in here. Right, that's why I
Oh,
was
okay, I
asked to
wasn't.
come in.
Yeah, that's a fairy
Okay, I
tale as
wasn't here for
well.
that.
Yeah.
So do you
That's
believe in
fiction.
evolution, dude?
Yeah, of course. And I'll
Of
put the
course
argument
he
in chat if you want.
does. Like,
Of
Lord.
course.
Of
Of course I
Just
course.
a
believe in
little
that
like
fiction.
that. Of course.
So let me get this straight. I'll be super quick. You believe in evolution in spite of the studies of epigenetics and genetic expression.
Obviously, yeah.
So you know
Obviously.
that when you're talking about genetic expression, the code is not changing at all. The code is staying the same. It's just there's different markers that are activated, producing all different kinds of expression from the same kind of animal.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
Okay, so do you have any evidence where the code is actually changing and producing different kinds of animals? Because that's the claim of evolution, right?
Yeah, sure. So we know mutations happen. The question is whether or not mutations can explain the diversity of life, specifically between separate kinds like cats and dogs, right? So I had posted an argument in the chat, and you can go through that. That specifically addresses what you're asking for.
Yeah. Premise
Well, I'm
5
at
and
work,
premise 6
so
is wrong. Like I told you, you have no good reason to say that it's statistically impossible for there to be a variety of different species with significantly different genomes deliberately made by the God.
No, I'm not denying God here. I'm not arguing for God or not God, right? This is common ancestry. This is consistent with
I
the God.
know you missed the point. You always do this.
Okay, maybe I
Every
missed
time I speak, you just flagrantly miss the point and persevere to condescend to me. You have two false premises with 5 and 6, and 7, pretty much, because 7 is following from 5 and 6. You don't have any justification to believe that it's statistically impossible, which is just redundant, to say that it's impossible for there to be a multitude of different species of animals with significantly different genomes created by the God.
No, so first off, it's not actual impossible. It's not logical impossibility. It's statistical impossibility. Meaning it's just unlikely, but it's logically possible. Second,
Okay,
the
so
view
then you
isn't.
don't need to call it impossible, then. That's misleading.
No, you got it backwards. What's statistically impossible is that a dog and cat, which are supposedly separately created, right? That they would accumulate, right, the same mutations at the level that we observe them to do. That's the inference. You got it
So
backwards, dude.
so
Why is that
mutate illusion.
impossible? You see,
It's
even if you go with that, either the God made all the various types of beasts with
not
the
about God.
genetic mutations that can happen in their species, or what you just said. You don't have a justification to say
Nope.
either of the two is
Nope.
impossible.
Nope. I'm not saying anything about God. Let's just grant that a God caused Luca, or a God created whatever it is. Okay, let's just get that on the floor. A God exists. He created the world. Okay, fine. Right. What I'm saying is that what we know about how mutations occur, they're probabilistic, they're stochastic. The
Sounds like you
chances that these
consider Darwin to be a god.
no, I don't. That's just cringe. All right. So, well, probability of these stochastic processes occurring, right, in the exact same spot between two separately created individuals, right, happening in the right time and then becoming fixed in the right populations, which means that the right animals have sex with the right animals, is just like pulling. It's like the odds of pulling a single atom out of the entire known universe. It's like those odds.
Yeah, you really need someone to create it that way. Right.
Wait, did you hear what I said? I'm just
So fish
granting that
mutated
God
into a
exists.
You're still doing it again. You're about to disrupt what I'm saying. About to distort what I'm saying. Stop it. This is why you get rebuked. The point is simple. You're trying to sit up here and say you said it's impossible in the argument.
Statistically
Stop treating me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm sick of you doing that shit. It's annoying.
You're
Just
a dumbass.
stop.
Statistically impossible
Stop
is not
talking to me like
equivalent
that.
to impossible, retard.
Enough.
And
Stop talking to me like that.
retard. Yeah, statistically
He just needs to be
impossible.
muted. He just needs to be muted. He's just disrupting everything I'm saying to him. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a justification.
You said I said it was
This is impossible. He's just taking it for granted. So he doesn't have a justification to believe that it's
Look at him run
impossible.
away.
Yes, it's very, very unlikely for it to happen, especially unintentionally. So that does not at all refute that humans don't come from non-humans, dogs from non-dogs, cats from non-cats, frogs from non-frogs, etc., etc. It's not a refutation at all.
Retard. I never said it was impossible. I said it's very unlikely, which is what statistical
Listen to the revisionist calling other people the R word.
Shut up, yeah,
All
and
right,
stop.
so listen to me.
Stop the insult.
Okay, great. I'll stop saying the R word. I'll say stinky beard. That's fine.
Yeah, that's
Sorry
the
about that.
moderator talking to you.
Stop
My
saying
view
that
is
too.
that
Stop insulting me altogether.
Okay, fine. All right, fine.
Yeah, watch your
my
fucking
view
mouth.
is that it's statistically. Yeah, shut up. My view is that it's statistically impossible, which is to say that it's really, 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 really unlikely.
Here he goes. These people.
All you're doing here is straw manning me into saying that I'm saying that it's logically impossible, but that's not what's saying. It's clearly written in the argument.
It's statistically
So now,
impossible, a misleading phrase. It's impossible or
everybody
it's
knows
not
what's
impossible, so it's possible.
gosh.
So you sit up here talking about statistically impossible.
Why are you talking
It's
every time
very
you start
unlikely. That's what you mean. So since you can just substitute statistically impossible with very unlikely, there's that. That does not at all refute that the fact is the different species, humans and all the rest, don't come from a common ancestor. You don't have any good reason to believe that. This argument is trying to refute the premise that we don't have a common ancestor. All the different species don't derive from one single type of animal. They all derive from different types of animals.
Look, what I'm saying is that your view, right, given what we know about mutations, is statistically impossible, which is just really, 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 really unlikely.
Did you hear what Gregory said, though, bro?
Yes, I did. Yeah, what he said
So did
is
everything
that
come from one thing, or did everything come from a bunch of things?
Stop. What he said was that my argument doesn't show.
No, what he said was, did everything come from one thing, or did everything come from a bunch of things?
Yeah, one thing comes from Maluka. Okay, what he's saying is that my argument doesn't show a logical entailment, right? Such that it's statistically or that it's logically impossible for my view to be false. But that's not my argument. I'm saying it's statistically impossible.
What I said to him again every time,
dude.
It's just because it's me, because it's me, because I say what I want to say with strength and with meaning.
Do you agree?
And I puncture his pride. So he just distorts what I say like it's okay.
It's not about what you're saying. He don't wants to reply what you're saying. It's about what he's saying. Just whatever he's saying, he's gonna just flip it around and then whatever he's saying is ridiculous. Just listen to him. That we're gonna learn something by listening to nothing. Go ahead.
Look, what Gregory is
He's
saying
like a
is
Hare
that
Krishna at the airport in the 80s.
We heard what Gregory said, dude.
Right. Yeah. So do you agree with the argument that your view is really, 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 really unlikely? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's very unlikely.
What view,
That's
man?
why you need the world to be made that way.
No, your view of uncommon ancestry. Do you agree
You
with
see how he just whistled past what I just said to him? Like I didn't answer his question?
Okay, so you agree that your view...
You're the one threading the needle, dude.
Dude, you agree that your view is really, 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 really unlikely. Is that the case?
Yeah,
dude, we're talking about your view here, though, right?
No, the argument shows that the view of uncommon
I don't
ancestry.
believe in evolution, man.
Okay, stop. Listen, uncommon ancestry is your view, Gregory's view. Okay, my argument says that that is very, very, very unlikely. Now, do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
Yeah. If I answer this again, are you going to repeat the question again? Because that's fucking annoying.
Yeah, what are you trying to? How badly are you trying to convince us that your ancestor is pond scum?
Yeah, okay, that's
Can I come from a slightly different angle?
Look, the conclusion of the argument is that Gregory's view is
Crypto. Tried to talk some sense to this cool guy.
Yeah, I think probability is actually a meaningless exercise once the event has already occurred. So when you're talking, because your argument is a probability argument, so when you're talking about the probability of something occurring, that's only actually relevant before the event. So if the event has already occurred, whatever that is, it doesn't matter how probable or likely it was. So even if it's statistically very unlikely, if it happened, it happened, right? It would be statistically impossible for me to say roll a 6 on a die 1 million times in a row. But let's say I did it. For you to then say, oh, well, you can't have done it because it's very unlikely, would be silly because it just happened. So we just discuss what
Crypto gets it.
So let's just. So I agree with you that if, okay, I'll respond. I agree with you that if by some miracle you were able to roll 1 million times a 6, and I said, well, that's less likely, I would be false. But what we're trying to do here is look at the data. And the data in your case is the number of rolls of 6, and mine is the mutations, right? What we're trying to do here is give the theory that better explains the data. And the theory that doesn't have to rely on something like rolling 1 million times by chance, right, is going to be worse than the theory that says this is what was expected and predicted and found to be true.
That's actually a fallacy.
What fallacy?
The argument for probability.
What are you talking about? I'm not saying that my theory necessarily is true. I'm saying it is logically possible that your theory is. I'm saying that we view theories that don't have to rely on statistical and possible events to be less virtuous than ones that don't have to rely on statistical and possible events.
It's argument. It's an argument for probability. It doesn't matter how probable it is. If it occurred, it occurred.
Right, but we're determining whether or not it's likely that it occurred in the way that they think it did or the way that I think it did.
But when I came in, that was why I led.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing, Crypto.
The probability. Well, just quickly. The probability of a past event is irrelevant because we're not discussing future events.
It's not irrelevant. This is how. All right. So let's say that
He's
that
focus on this point.
Look, you're confused. Let's say that you know that fixed die, right, unfair die work, that they exist, right? And then you go into a situation, for some reason you have a ton of time, and you see that the die rolls 1 million times, right? What do you think is more likely? That the die just by chance rolled a 6 1 million times, or you've encountered one of those known fixed die? What do you think better explains the data?
Right, so again, you're taking past events and trying to plug into future events.
Look, I asked you a question, man. What better explains the data?
Listen. Let me add this now. He's just going to repeat himself again. I'm going to add this now.
Dodge.
Not relevant.
So, yeah, it's irrelevant
because we're trying to trade theories to
say that his position is more likely. That's what he's trying to sit up here and argue. His unintentional ontological evolutionism is more likely than the God successfully creating what he wants to create.
We agree that
Stop talking to me. Be quiet. Stop talking to me. You've been going in circles 4 times with crypto. Just be quiet. I'm going to ask the room. Stop talking.
You're going to keep chanting, bro. Shut up. Go ahead,
So
Gregory.
again, the room, I'm going to ask a very simple question. They know that their position is very unlikely. That's why they have to childishly exaggerate the length of the eons that elapse in order for their unintentional ontological evolutionism to happen, because it's so unlikely. That's what they say. That's what they've been saying all our lives since we've been going to public school and all this shit here. So they say that. So let me ask you a simple question. Given that they say it's very unlikely, hence why they have to multiply the multitude of years in the eons that this supposed process took place, what's more likely, that all the biodiversity in the world came to existence unintentionally versus the God successfully creating what he wanted to create? Which one is more likely to happen?
It depends. Listen, isn't it funny how you're using my
I didn't ask you, I asked the room.
Dude, I already stipulated that God exists. I'm
I
not
didn't ask
arguing against
you.
God.
Ask the room. That means
Yeah, it's an
other
irrelevant
people
question.
answer me, not you.
Yeah, listen, I asked the question, what
Yeah,
better
not
explains the theory?
you.
Yeah, you're
Just way
dodging.
to disrupt.
You're
Way to
trying
be
to avoid my answer
narcissistic.
now.
Not
Stop
you.
interrupting. Yeah,
Not
listen, I
you.
asked the question and you
Right?
dodged it.
Not you.
Yeah,
This is
because you don't want me
ridiculous.
to answer.
Not you.
All
Do you
right, all
understand that?
right. So an exercise in how to lie with statistics, right?
I'm confused. Was that his entire argument? Just the assertion that one thing is more probable than the other?
That was his point, right? And the hilarity is that he's acting as though, like I just explained, that his doctrine of creation is more likely than mine. That his very unlikely, unintentional ontological evolutionism is more likely than the God successfully creating what he wants to create.
Nope. It has nothing to do with that. This argument says nothing about God existing. We can just stipulate that God exists for the millionth time. Now, I
He's
want
just
this question
deflecting.
answered. What is more likely, the theory that says that the 6 million or the million rolls rolled 6 by chance, or the theory that we've encountered a fixed die that we know exists?
He's
theory?
Both
deflecting again. I'm
answers
going to
are
explain the
equal,
relevance.
brother.
Both
Yeah,
are
he's
equal.
deflecting again. I'm going to explain the relevance. The argument in the open chat is trying to talk about it being it being very unlikely. He used the phrase statistically impossible, which is misleading. He's talking about very, 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 very unlikely.
That's
But
what
he's talking
statistical
about that,
impossible means, you
right?
idiot.
As though the proposition that humans only come from humans and humans don't come from non-humans, and the biodiversity in the world does not come from one type of animal. They come from a variety of different types of animals according to their kinds. He's trying to say that the former is much more likely than the latter. The latter is much less likely than the former. That's what he's trying to sit up here and tell us.
Yeah, what if you don't believe in evolution, dude?
Look, I'm giving an argument for common ancestry, for evolution.
I get it,
right?
but what if I don't believe in evolution?
That's fine. And you're just not interacting with the argument.
Well,
I'm
then
going to
the
ask a question
probability
again.
argument has no fucking merit here, then, right?
Dude, we give arguments to believe things. If you just want to ignore it, then fine. Just stop discussing it with me. I asked what theory better explains it, that these this million die rolled 6 by chance.
Yeah, but you should read the room, Jeff. We're bored with your truism.
Oh, okay, so nobody wants to respond to it. What I did hear one person respond. They said that the theories both equally explain the data, right? Okay, let's see if you guys. Why are you interrupting, dude? Stop
You're
interrupting.
not getting his point.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about it because you don't have a response. I get it. If you want to concede and run away, that's fine.
Not just interact with you, but you're not interacting with him. He's made a point that you've not understood, and then you've just brushed it over, and then you've complained about people doing it to you when you just did it. His point is that your argument relies on the argument being true in the first place. It's circular.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? The argument I'm giving here is that a theory that doesn't rely on a statistical impossibility is better than one that does. That's my inference I'm giving you.
Yeah,
Now,
that undermines your unintentional ontological evolutionism. Given your worldview, it's extremely unlikely. My position is far more likely than yours.
I have a question about this.
Again, that's a two-quote quay. All right, let me respond.
A question, Jeff?
I'm not exchanging criticism for criticism. You have a self-defeating logic sequence there in the open chat. Your position is extremely unlikely, statistically impossible, quote unquote. Not mine.
I have a question for Jeff, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Jeff, when a theist makes the probabilistic argument for God's existence, what an atheist will typically do is say, oh, well, the universe is infinite, and not only that, but there are actually infinite universes, and that's why this just randomly happened the way it did. So why, if a theist makes the probabilistic argument, why can't we just say the same thing to you when you're making a probabilistic argument right now?
You can, but that's a different discussion, and we could talk about that. But I wanted to be clear here that I'm not arguing against theism. I can grant theism is true. Okay, this is an argument for common ancestry. Now
He's completely deflecting every time I say the correction to him.
Dude, you responding, well, you're saying the same thing. It's called a two quo quo, and I can show
It's
you
not two
why.
quo quo. He's just deflecting.
Stop. There is strong asymmetry from what he's saying and what I am saying, and we can talk about that. But this is again just to dodge the inference that I'm giving now. I heard
dodging
one
anything.
Yes, you are,
It's
because I
just
asked
lying.
what is more likely, the fixed die or the 6 million dies, the die rolling 6 by 8.
Analogous, dude.
Yeah, it's not analogous, right? One is statistically more likely than the other because of the way that we weigh theories. Okay. Now, if you want to move to like fine tuning or something, I can show you why there's a disanalogy. They're asymmetric. But again, that's just to concede, which is what Gregory does. It's like the 8th or 9th time today he's done it.
You're not conceding to anything. You're just a fucking liar. You're despicable.
Yeah,
Every time
yeah.
I make a clear point, you just distort it and deflect. So I'm going to say this one last time. I'm going to have the last word on this. Your argument is trying
Go
to talk
ahead.
about something being very, very unlikely, so-called statistically impossible. Your position is the statistically unlikely position. That's why they contrived these multi-billion years in the eons to account and make it seem more credible that things can ontologically evolve from one thing to another without any intentional guide. So your position is the statistically impossible position, not mine. Uncommon ancestry is not statistically impossible. What's more likely, that humans came from non-humans or humans only came from humans? Fucking good grief.
Yeah, again, you're dodging because I'm not talking about naturalism versus theism. What you're doing is saying, well, naturalism is improbable too, therefore your argument doesn't work. That's called a tu quoque. But fine, we can talk about why what you're saying.
I didn't exchange criticism for criticism.
You did.
I didn't. Shut up.
Good. Okay, let's assume that naturalism is false, theism is true. Why do you deny my argument now?
Dude, your argument is trying to say that uncommon ancestry, so-called, is statistically impossible, very unlikely. It doesn't follow. It's patently false. It's a very simple question, like I just said. What's more likely? Humans, non-humans generated humans, or humans generated humans? It's very simple. Everyone with 2 brain cells to rub together knows full well that it's the latter, not the former.
Great. So what's the argument? What's the argument against? Or
what's the argument? Show me a human being generated by a non-human.
Wait, I gave you the argument. Are you going to respond to it? Or
unintentionally.
Are you going to dodge, or are you going to respond to my argument?
Show me a human being generated by a non-human. Go.
I'm happy to talk to anybody else here, but if he's just going to keep dodging my argument,
yeah. Anybody else? You're a deflection expert. He asked you
because I can show you
wait. Okay, fine. We can move on to that. I will answer the question.
Listen, Yorkie, if you're tired about yapping about evolution, maybe back to the topic of the server, whether or not you're on a ball.
Yeah, do you believe you're on a globe, dude?
Earlier, somebody went to say how you refer to all of us as Christians, and you said, I'm speaking to Gregory specifically. Now you want to talk to someone other than Gregory. Interesting.
Stop crying.
Your prayers to God are noted,
listen,
Yorkie.
Stop crying. I'm arguing for common ancestry, not against Christianity.
You hit a dead end. Back to the server topic.
There is, dude.
Like Gregory said, man.
I'm arguing for common ancestry.
Dude, about
I am
fucking
happy. I am happy. Stop interrupting me. You guys are scared. I'm happy to talk about something different.
Interrupting everyone else.
If you want me to continue engaging in good faith, yeah, okay. Are you gonna? I'll wait. I'll just wait.
Endlessly, bro. Use your ears. Perk them up.
All right, everybody, time out.
Are you done?
Let's just stop just for a second. Okay, dude, say what you got to say, and then we're going to end the argument and move on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Yeah, great. I'm happy to move the conversation to something else. I'm happy to drop out.
Yeah, say it.
Okay, so stop. But if you want me to continue engaging in good faith, I need you guys to admit that you're not giving a response to the argument that I wrote up.
You don't need shit.
We're going to agree to disagree, bro.
Those are my conditions. Either respond to it or admit you didn't respond to it.
Or you can leave because you hit a brick wall multiple times because you don't know what the fuck you're talking.
Look,
you want to have a temper tantrum, dude? Go ahead, man.
Conditions.
Hey, listen, my conditions,
like he's dictating
my conditions for answering your question.
It's so
my conditions for answering your question is that you either can
materialize thing now has to have this little safe space.
Like we're locked in escape. Like we were locked. Like we're in an ultimatum from him.
Yeah, what the fuck is up with this guy?
What is he talking about?
Fucking delusional.
He thinks he's a prince.
Knows things.
It's either this or that. Pick one, right?
His Yorkie heritage is seeping out.
These are my conditions.
He's a secret king. He thinks he's like, suing for peace.
So I just don't get this. This is like ridiculous. He's saying your way is less probable, and then Gregory's turning around saying no, actually your way is less probable, and then he's saying it's not answered. But Gregory gives reasons, of course.
Thank you, Stephen.
Exactly what happened.
It's just because it's me saying it. That's why.
So I don't get how that can't be considered an answer. Like,
concede or I won't move on, man.
Got a lot of globe.
Bro, do you live on a globe? Cool guy.
I would like to talk about that.
Disputed, but he said yes.
Well, I'm surprised he wouldn't want to talk about it, because every time that I've heard him engage with Gregory, he always makes it always makes it a point to like under Jeff, always under your breath. You try to
Yeah, I know, because I think it's funny.
Yeah, call me a flat earther as though it's a pejorative.
Try to undermine Gregory's credibility by calling him a flat earther. So if you're not willing to engage in the topic as if you actually think that the globe is true, then anytime you try to throw those little under the breath whistle pass kind of insults, then it doesn't really have any water. Kind of like the globe.
Running away.
Look, I just hear like a bunch of dodging, so I just take it that you guys are in bad faith, right?
This guy's educated, but he's resorting.
And show you why what he is trying to undercut my view on isn't symmetrical to the way that I'm trying to show that
the moderator.
I'm happy to do that, but let's be honest here. What you did was give a two-way.
We're trying to
dude, you're just not. Can I get a concession? Can I get a concession that you didn't respond to my argument?
No.
Well, Jeff, I responded to your little 7 bullet premise conclusion solution thing. Okay, so if you want to take your time to, and that was actually done like an hour or so ago. So
I'm not reading the chat because I'm driving right now. I can't look at my phone. Right.
Okay.
But if you want to talk about it at a further time, I'm actually at my destination anyway. But listen, I'm happy to talk to you guys about literally anything. But I need to see some.
You sound so happy.
Literally, yeah. You missed some real zingers in the chat.
Jeff, there was a legit response, okay? Like, both sides said the other side was less probable. Now, you guys should just give your reasons why, and then the audience will decide.
No, I already gave my reason.
I already did that like 10 times, man.
Definitely did that.
Look, my argument doesn't consist of proving naturalism, okay? Now, I can show you why naturalism is still more likely.
He can't read the chat while he's driving, but he can post in the chat while he's driving.
Thank you, that's what I said.
Yeah, and talk over everybody who's
What are you talking about? I posted that like an hour ago. Are you kidding me?
Excuses.
Bro, can you just relax for a second? Hello? Can you hear me? Cool guy? Listen, you guys have already talked about this. We've already come to the point where we're going to agree to disagree. This discussion is over. We're not conceding to any of your demands because you have no collateral hostages or any reason for us. Like a good argument.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to take that you're in bad faith because you haven't given a response.
All right, brother, you take it and run, man. Take your win and run, buddy. See you later, man. Fuck.
Let him run. Don't let him run.
Thank you for the admission of the win.
Leave the call. Press the
I'm going to write it in my diary. Okay?
Bye, Felicia.
Right?
We're engaging in bad faith because we won't concede to what we don't have any obligation to concede to. This is what you get.
What's up with this guy?
This is what you get. This is what you get with scientism. Pure subjectivism.
I need you to concede now.
I need you to.
Ism. Accept my terms and then concede. Fuck.
It's a real. Not to get on a soapbox or like whine. I'm just giving an observation. That is the usual reply to me from the most aggressive opponents in any of these channels in the server. They just pretend I didn't engage what they said. That like the vast majority of the time I have to keep defying their lies that I didn't answer their question. The vast majority of the time.
We could have just entertained him and just facetiously kind of said, "Oh yeah, we concede," kind of being sarcastic. Because I really want to see how he could defend the globe, especially considering how, like I said before, he always makes it a point to sort of like, there's
Yeah.
breath, kind of call you a flat earther,
Yeah.
to credibility in this sort of condescending kind of way. So that's stress that he knows, or he strongly believes he lives on a spinning globe, and he actually can defend that like he defends his materialistic worldview and evolution, that kind of thing. I would like to see that, but maybe
He couldn't defend the globe, dude. That's why he ran.
Nigger, nigger,
Oh, the
nigger,
coping. Listen to
nigger,
these
nigger.
idiots.
Oh, my feelings
That's the
are
tiger face.
Hey, the globes are winning, right? When they have to resort to these
yeah.
sort of tactics like stultification and trying to shut down
Insult.
servers. It's really interesting, right? These are the educated ones that get $68 million a day to
Yes.
fund their evidence for their globe, yet they're resorting to these tactics and making demands of concession because they need you to give your concession. We can't just have a disagreement on an open forum without,
Exactly.
these demands being placed after these
They,
tactics are being used. Come on,
they've
guys.
evolved.
Do
Yeah, they've
better.
evolved
Do
three
better and
hundred
have the day that you deserve.
300 trillion years of evolution to
Thank
be
you,
so
Barry.
insecure.
Yeah, guys. I can't engage in this server anymore unless you all refer to me as Supreme Lord Crypto. These are my demands, and if you don't meet them, then I guess
SLC.
I guess nothing will.
The Kaisar,
Our Supreme Lord
the
Crypto.
King, the
Our
Emperor.
cult leader's been overthrown by crypto.
Emperor Crypto.
No, we're really in a cult now.
We're gonna need the probability of that, dude.
No, it's statistically impossible.
Evolution.
I need one slice of pizza and one slice of cake to be delivered to my front door every day, or I'm leaving the server.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, just to go back to my stupid ass question, I don't get how an atheist can use a probabilistic argument for anything on a grand scale when their own worldview says that it could just be the result of infinite randomness.
It's the only argument he's got, dude.
Steven, brother Steven. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll say it again. Thank
So
you.
in their infinite randomness, everything is equally probabilistic.
How do you have probability without any regularity? And how do you have regularity without a regulator?
Also, if you noticed, I couldn't really get involved because I was having troubles with my internet connection at the time. But he completely butchered my analogy. My analogy was that I'd rolled a normal die a million times and rolled a 6 each time, and that event had happened in the past. And then he started talking about fixed dies, which weren't part of the example. I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah,
Just
it was only a trillion years ago, right?
and the hilarity is, once you add the fixed die to the analogy, it undermines his argument again, because that's an instance of deliberate, intentional intervention to fix the situation.
It's a really good point. It's basically adding in intelligent design, isn't it? Because you're saying this die has been designed in this way.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the other side of this argument has planets that rain diamonds. I just wanted to share that.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, they're claim somebody in NASA or whatever space exploration shit claimed they found a planet that rains diamonds. Yeah.
Imagination.
But he argued like Britnet, right? Like it's either this or that. Now pick one, right?
While there's all these other options.
Gregory, but what about imagination, right? I can imagine myself maybe going to the store, getting some ribeye, or maybe there's no ribeye, I'll buy fish. I can imagine myself kind of like planning to do that kind of stuff, and it might be, it's okay to do so. But when people start imagining this fantasy side of things that has no relation to reality, that's the issue right there, I think.
Yeah, that's why the world is the way it is, dude. Boys and girls and fucking dogs and cats and everything else, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
interrupt.
racist and
But even
transphobic.
my bad.
My
Even
bad.
the people that believe they're dogs and cats, even they find themselves in reality. They
Hey,
can just custom themselves into
yeah.
clown-looking personas, but they're still in reality.
What's her
One of the
name at NASA? Not
one
only
of
are there
the
furries, I guess there's Rockies now, right? I'm a complicated rock.
one of the recent things I came across from the other side of this argument was that the Earth's core is stopping. And about 8 months ago, there was a claim that it was changing the direction of its spin, and that the direction of its spin changes every like few decades. It's disecadal or something like this, they said. But now they're claiming that the Earth's core is stopping.
Yeah, I seen that.
Doesn't that have like cataclysmic consequences in their doctrine?
I would think so, yes. No more tides, all types of shit.
Yeah. How about that for pseudo
Well, actually,
eschatological alarmism?
that's what the globe predict would happen, because whatever happens fits the globe model. Thought you knew that.
Right. There is the ball. Therefore, the molten iron core at the center thereof will eventually stop and destroy all life on the face of the earth. Really? Neo Nostradamus.
The mathematics works out perfect.
A lot of times they say, yeah, that's what the globe predicts, and where? And it's just
Where's
like
that prediction in
word.
that premise?
Yeah, the
It's
answer is
predicted.
6666666.
Yeah. Even if you phrase it in a hypothetical if-then statement, if the Earth is a ball, then the core, molten iron core at the center will eventually stop spinning or slow down. How does that follow?
Well, you
How
see
does the
gravity,
inside of
and
the
then there's
Earth move
repulsive
its...
gravity.
Sorry.
So go ahead, sorry.
I was just wondering, in their paradigm, how does the inside of the Earth stay hot, molten, and spinning? Like, how does the sun penetrate the surface and all the Earth's exterior to keep that warm and hot? Like, it's an oven or a microwave or something, I guess?
Larry, that's really cute. There's pulling, and then there's the pull that pushes.
Well, that's exactly what they're saying about the Big Bang now. They're saying that the repulsive gravity is what caused the Big Bang. You heard that?
Yeah, the pushing pull.
Ridiculous, bro. Repulsive gravity is the god of the globalists.
Well, I find gravity to be a repulsive lie, so maybe that's got some legs to.
I'm going to take this word back. I don't care how much of a minority that I'm in. Gravity is the anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, meaning weight. I have weight. I don't need to deny that I have weight. I'm not going to affirm mass attracting mass or mass curving space-time, quote unquote.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Weight is a real thing. So when they say you don't believe in gravity, like what they're saying etymologically is you don't believe in weight. Like, yeah, of course we believe in weight. Why would we not believe in weight? It's like, well,
Right.
okay, so you believe everything that anyone has ever said about gravity then, right? No, there's a difference there. Right? You do believe everything anyone has ever said about gravity? Oh, yeah. There's Mount Robian gravity and Einsteinian gravity and Newtonian gravity, and it all works out mathematically, even though they're diametrically opposed doctrines.
They constantly say those things are all the same.
Gravity is fake.
Weight is just a downward vector in the medium of air, isn't it?
Well, it's the
Yeah, but you got to remember that
Resistance.
their gravity comes with a package as well. Because when we say weight and we can relate it to, the how much we weigh or whatever, we can relate that. But then they're saying gravitas, gravity, and then they're going to add a bunch of other stuff to that. So it's not what it meant in the beginning anymore. It's not that.
Yeah, weight is just
Yeah, it's like
the
searching
quantity
for
of
Disney's
pressure that you
frozen head.
exert.
Sorry. It's like searching for Disney's frozen head. What pops up now? The movie, right? So whenever you pull at gravity, you're not going to find specific gravity. You're going to find unsteadying gravity or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to find Sandra
Weight
Bullock.
is just the downward pressure that something exerts. My weight is pressing down on the scale.
Yeah, in the medium of air, it wouldn't do the same in water.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a different weight given the medium that I'm existing in.
Yeah, exactly. So no gravity.
No mass attracting mass. No mass curving space-time. Toss it over your shoulder.
But we can mathematically describe density and buoyancy as like big G and stuff, and then you can't refute that because it's math, and math can't never be wrong, even though
I can mathematically describe I can mathematically describe the speed of a Pegasus through the air. Therefore, Pegasuses are concretely real, right?
Well, I could say the weight of Larry's word weight more than the next guy. I mean, you can use the words to talk like that, but still, Larry maybe have a seniority on this position, and maybe he has to say something based on his knowledge and his time. So whatever he's saying might have more weight than what the other guy is saying, or whatever, right? In some type of job. But then they're using weight to relate it to gravity, to gravity, to balls in the vacuum of space, attached to, I don't know, just crazy how they use the language and just take it over. Because when people say gravity, they think they know what it means. When people around, like normal people around, they say gravity, they actually think that word means something, but they don't even know what it means in reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they very often equivocate. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
The weight of my words make my argument more probabilistic, therefore probably true.
Maybe you back your word. Maybe you back your words with the work that you've done before. So on this test, your word has weight. You know.
Well, I remember when I was having an argument with Pazza about cartography, and his argument was literally appealing to himself. So, I mean, you do get some really retarded arguments. He would just say like, "Oh, well, I'm a cartographer," was his argument. And therefore, I know the process you don't. Okay, cool argument.
Hey, I'm not a cartographer, therefore the Earth is horizontal on its surface.
I'm a cartographer, therefore I know what happens in the black holes.
Yeah, I mean, right? If you are what you are, then that's sufficient to prove any conclusion.
Right. I don't know, man. These guys, they're fucked in the head. I don't know. Yeah. They think they're logical, but they don't understand any logic.
As dramatic as it sounds, rarely do I feel the real irritation when someone speaks opinions contrary to my position. But I will admit that Jeff gives me that cringe. He's in a rare class. He's in a rare class.
Well, let's not talk about people that aren't here. So I just want to say that this isn't it's not only going on in academia, like if you look at college and high school. It's also going in the courtrooms. Today, I heard an argument from a district attorney who was claiming that the person using the light on the officer was forcefully resisting. And the guy had to explain in a court of law that a photon has no mass. And it cannot be forced. And also the other part of the law that said that there had to be an investigation going. The person that was investigating was already released and the cop was waiting on the tow truck. And that was considered forceful interference with the investigation, according to this guy. And if you want to know more, I can post the video. But this, insanity is rampant all throughout America.
So what do you got?
I think it's the parasites.
So what do you guys think is more statistically probable, bending of space-time or weight?
And not just space-time, the curvature of space-time, because matter exists.
I agree with parasites. I think that the government is just taking off of the people and not producing anything of real value, except for every once in a while they get a murderer, et cetera, off the street. So who are the real parasites?
It's making
definitely the government, dude.
It's turning all the frogs gay too.
Turning the freaking frogs gay.
Whoever's in control, they're the fucking parasites.
Yes.
Does anybody want to actually hear that argument? I'll timestamp it for you.
Whoever's in
Please
control,
do.
no. Basically, I think ultimately God is in control, but of the machine, right? It's actually driving the whole train. But inside of here, the parasites are just suggesting, asking you to consent. Remember the guy earlier? Just conceive that I'm correct just because I say so.
Yeah, you are right.
Remember
So,
the
dude,
guy
of course,
earlier?
was referring to the tyrants, right?
Yeah, you give the tyrant the power, he's gonna take it. He's not really under control because at the end of the day, he's gonna be naked. He's gonna take a shit as well, and then he's gonna sleep. He's not under control. He's not in control when he's doing that.
Doesn't have absolute control, of course. I really want folks to appreciate the comparisons that I'm making recently between scientism and Scientology. I mean, the comparisons when you have an eye and you really analyze, it's a smacking comparison. Scientism is an elaborate false worldview. So is Scientology, very elaborate, many textbooks. I mean, it's a proper institution as relatively minuscule its numbers of memberships there are compared to other ideologies. It is a multi-billion-dollar company. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, just like the government and academia. They have very strong control of sophisticated, somewhat intelligent members, like scientism. There's an excellent argument. Not even really an argument, but it was an observation. No, it was an argument, yeah. Where this guy was talking to this wannabe atheist, and the wannabe atheist with all their anti-theist rhetoric, reviling, so-called, all the bad things, the dogmas and the requirements and the creeds. And there was just a simple question that tested the consistency of that pattern of thinking. If you are the head of the Atheist Association, and you say, I believe the gospel, I've repented, and Jesus is my Lord and Savior, would they let you remain the head of the Atheist Association? Sounds like atheists have a dogma.
Yeah, he said it repeatedly that it wasn't a question about God.
Uh-huh. And I didn't shift the focus to the concrete reality of the God. I'm talking about the God creating the various species according to their kinds, not all the various species deriving from one animal. In contrast to his repudiation of quote unquote uncommon ancestry, I'm repudiating his so-called common ancestry, and it's patently obvious on the face of it, given their own premises, their own rhetoric from his own scientist clerics. This would be asinine unless we multiply the years to the tune of billions.
I mean, all four of them are possible if we're just ignoring probability. So a god creating separate species, a god creating separate species at source, or one species, one animal that becomes multiple, or nothing doing either of those. All four of them are possible. So why even enter into a probabilistic reasoning? It doesn't matter. Like, what we're trying to analyze is what actually occurred, not what's likely, because likelihood is only relevant to the future.
Well, as it concerns his particular metaphysical doctrine, it's not possible. It's not just statistically impossible. It's just flat out logically impossible. Why? Because he has, in principle, effects without causes. But if it's an effect, then it has an antecedent cause, which caused it to elapse. You have the generation of unprecedented things that are beginning to exist. That which begins to exist has a cause to its existence. Otherwise, you're necessarily implying a self-contradiction if you go with that the cause is internal to the thing, so it existed before it existed to cause its own existence.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just has a philosophical preference, and it colours the way he thinks about the issue. So, I mean, where do you go from there? And he won't admit that either. So, what? Even saying that to him, it would just get nutted, and then
And it isn't as though, because again, that's why I acknowledge to them, I make it clear, you're stealing from my worldview. You're acting like one who is obeying the law of a god. That's what you're acting like. You're acting as though there's these virtues that you ought to adhere to and that you're worthy of contempt and punishment if you disobey them, including the supposed virtue of of seeking knowledge, being critically considerate and self-scrutinizing. Why should you do that in your worldview? There's just matter. There's no obligation. There's no penalization. There's no regulation. There's none of that.
So I posted that video in the courtroom being recorded by the pro se litigant. It's really interesting to watch the original video where the guy is recording from like 20 feet away, and the cop says that you're less than 25 feet away, and the cop actually measures it. But if the law says you have to be 25 feet away, how can you measure it without getting close to the officer and start the measuring? But I know it's a topic for a different server, but I'm just pointing out how stupid the government is, because you can't know how far you are away from the officer unless you can get close enough to measure the officer.
Right. To begin at one point, begin from the officer or begin from the detainee.
But yeah, that guy is a really interesting guy, Mr. Hendry. He had a pretty decent argument that, on its face, those charges were illegitimate. And keep in mind, people, you might think that this is, just auditors doing what they do. They took this man's liberty for 11 days for turning on a flashlight. Think about that.
That's insane. I hope he pressed charges and stuff like that.
Well, even if he does get the, thing thrown out of the court, even if he does win the civil lawsuit and gets awarded $250,000 for each day in prison or in jail, whatever, right? It's not going to come out of the cop's pocket. So the cop is going to look at this investigation as a paid vacation. We look at investigation as permanent incarceration. They look at it as paid vacation because of the qualified immunity doctrine. So I know, like I said, I know it's a topic for a different server, so I apologize. Back to the main topic.
If it wasn't already irritating enough, what Larry just mentioned, put this into more perspective. That cop could be helping someone who really needs the help of law enforcement, and he's busy doing that.
Yeah, just wasting his time.
that's actually something that, I agree. Something that really irritates me is when you see like some minor offence and 3 cop cars pull up, and you think, shouldn't you be in some, I don't know, inner city, like
you
where you can't even
open the door of like a drug dealer? Like, don't you have anything better to do?
There are parts of London where you can't even walk down the street without thinking you're going to get mugged. Like, shouldn't you be there? Like, why are 3 entire cars here with some granny who's never going to do anything?
Yeah.
The scary part is that you have people saying, "Yeah, he did the correct thing. They had to kick him in the mouth, break his organs from the inside out. Yeah, he deserved it." The people will say that.
Jim's is absolutely correct, because there's that famous video of the guy surrendering on his knees with his hands up, and the cop just like comes up and Phil
He was
goes his head.
handcuffed and on the ground.
No, I'm talking about a different one. And the courts ruled that because he wasn't laying on his face like he was told to by the cops, that force was legitimate force to use. He fell down, kicked his head because he wasn't face on the ground. So he wasn't resisting. He just wasn't fully compliant either.
Unbelievable.
So if the cops tell you to do a jumping jack somersault while rubbing your belly on your head at the same time, patting your head, you better do it. Because you know what's coming next if you don't.
Unbelievable.
And just remember, the first court is a kangaroo court, so that's where you make all your objections. And the second court is the one that you appeal to. That's the real court. So you have to call them out for the bullshit in the first court. Make sure it's a court of record. Because the first court is a kangaroo. And if you don't,
Larry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Larry, there's nothing like being helpful by making the instructions impossible to obey.
Well, yeah, look at Carolina Fort Worth. She was just slammed on her face, dislocated her shoulder and her elbow. And when she's on the ground snoring, the officer is saying, "Stop resisting."
Oh my god.
Carolina Fort Worth.
Maybe she got it backwards.
I don't even know how to respond to stuff like that. That's just so horrible.
Yeah, look up the video. I mean, we're talking a 60-year-old woman asking
I don't
why.
want to watch
Why
that, man.
do I
That's
have
just
to
going to
go
make me
with that?
mad. I don't want to put myself
Oh, dude, if it doesn't make you mad, there's something wrong with you.
I read that police are trained to yell "Stop resisting" no matter what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to tack on the highest charge they can on you so that you'll sign the plea deal for the lowest charge and they get a conviction. That's why they got like a 98% conviction rate.
Yeah, they have a quota. They're like merchants on commission. So they have to do these various operations. I'll just use the general term. I don't know the term that they use, but they have to do a number of operations to meet a quota. They're mandated to meet a quota. So they function like the commission salesman at whatever store.
Yeah, they got to
Except they're not really selling you something that you want to purchase.
They got to feed the beast. It sprang up out of the sea. It's commerce.
Yeah.
And admiralty law.
Well, Gregory, the government is starving. Like they're not nearly getting as much taxes as they should. So is that right?
I couldn't.
Yeah, you can tell by the last debate, the president is degrading. He needs more nutrition, so just pay up, bro.
Gregory, you know that the government's getting way too much money.
Yeah. Yeah, the government is starving. They don't get any taxes at all ever.
No.
That's why they got a result. They got a result to chump change like that. Got to shake down and knock out 60-year-old grannies to pay the bills for the government.
Last night somebody came in here saying he was having the worst night of his life because one of his friends, who was an officer of the law, lost his partner because the dog got killed by a bad guy who stabbed the dog. The bad guy was shot 47 times by the police. He's definitely dead. I don't think trading an animal for a human is a fair trade, but for some reason these people were happy that his friend killed the so-called bad guy. Now what the bad guy did or didn't do, I don't know. But yeah, it was very hard for me to not unmute and be like, oh, well, And apparently the friend of his that's an officer of law, that's the second dog that's got killed in the line of duty with that officer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Interesting.
one thing
And
for anyone,
8 months.
including a police officer, to defend themselves with the necessary means and nothing more. That's justified. It's another thing to take several minutes to unload 47 rounds into a human.
Correct. Yeah.
Like,
but also, like, you know, you're saying about, oh, the bad guy killed the dog. Well, it's actually contextual, isn't it? Because let's say that it was a dog that was trying to maul him versus a dog that wasn't trying to maul him, right? Well, they're very different contexts. You know, if a dog tries to kill me, I'm going to kill the dog. But if a dog's just sitting there doing nothing, I'm probably going to pat it on the head and call it a good boy. Like, it's context.
We found videos of officers coaxing the dogs toward them. Come here, good boy, just to shoot them. And guess what happens to the officer?
Nothing.
He gets to keep his job. Yeah. So, can you imagine if I came up to your family member, come here, good boy, and then blasted them? Like that's criminal, right?
Did
but
they?
it's not criminal for
Let's
cops.
be fair a little bit. So there is situations in which there's like an actual criminal that he's like, stop reaching for your pocket. Like, why are you still reaching for your pocket? And he's starting to pull out a gun. Like,
Yeah, like I mentioned.
I won't
Yeah, you're
lie,
right.
that's a little bit justified because, like,
You're right.
you know, but like when
self-defense.
someone's like laying on the ground, but not in the way that you want, like, bro, come on.
And then that second dog that officer lost was only with that officer for 8 months. Like, he does not know when to let the dog loose or hold it back. You know? And again, if it was a multi-murderer suspect bad guy, that's one thing, right? But again, they could have shot him in the arms to stop him and then handcuffed him and brought him to court, right? They didn't have to shoot him 47 fucking times.
Fuck no.
Now, here's another question that helps us appreciate instances like this. Any given person, any given job is either competent or not, competent or incompetent. Now, the officer in the situation is either competent to exercise the appropriate degree of coercion or not. If they were competent, then they deliberately did this crime in spite of being competent to refrain from doing so, or they were incompetent, they lack something so that they can successfully apply the right coercion, the right degree of coercion. Either way, this is a bad way. And the latter is worse because you can't fix that. The former can make the choice. The latter doesn't have the ability to not do it or doesn't have the ability to discern when to do the thing that they should not have done.
We're not going to get the government that we want until men agree to put down their beer and football and demand that all these court cases are recorded and live streamed to the televisions as opposed to, tennis or golf or whatever other kind of court that they want to watch.
Yeah.
Because what do people do in secret, right? Like they do the things that they're ashamed of. So when a judge says you can't record in here, I get it that they want to protect the jury, but all they have to do is separate the jury from the cameras. How hard can that be with the technology that we have today? Or maybe they want to protect the person giving the testimony. I get it, right? So there's reasons, but it has to be a good reason. It can't be like, well, there's a traffic ticket court and we're not going to allow any cameras in here because this is my courtroom. Like, whose courtroom is it?
I thought I didn't know it was privately owned. I thought this was the state.
You'd be surprised how many courts are not legitimate courts in this country. Like you and I, Gregory, we don't adhere to Muslim doctrine. Can you imagine a Muslim dragging us into a court and saying that we broke some sort of Sharia law? The first thing we would do is challenge jurisdiction, right? Like, wait a minute, how do you have jurisdiction over me?
In the area you have jurisdiction over?
Yeah, but how many people just go in there and sign the plea deal? They get a lawyer, they spend tens of thousands of dollars, just to bend over and sign the plea deal. Why? And there is legitimate jurisdiction, but not every time.
Mm-hmm. Terrible.
There's people that get judged but non-judges. They're like this type of referees. They're not even judges. But when people, let's say whoever is being judged is being taken into the room, it all looks like a court. But the guy acting as a judge is not even a judge.
Yeah, magistrates, or like with the Trump case that recently happened, I think he was like a substitute judge that was supposed to have been randomly picked. And I think that whole dog and pony show was to get people to vote again, manufacturing consent for the authoritarian dictatorship that Trump will probably bring in.
Isn't there some type of revenue with the voting season that the government receives, or am I wrong? I would love to hear an argument. Prove to me that me participating in the voting procedure is really effective. Prove to me that it's not equivalent of me not voting at all. Prove it to me. Especially when someone wants to presume that they have the justification to admonish me for not participating in that operation. There's got to be some Globers in here.
What was the question?
Oh, well, if you wanted to answer that, I said, someone please prove to me that me participating in the voting system, I'm in the US, is actually effective, that it's not equivalent to me not voting at all.
Oh, no, dude, you definitely have. I mean, not voting is voting. I mean, a lot of people don't vote and they measure like a lack of political investment in like people by who didn't vote. I think there's weight in not voting. I think you're sending a message. It's perfectly fine not to vote. I'm gonna vote, but I didn't vote I've sat out a couple of elections for reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're in California and you're voting for the president and you're voting Democrat, I think it's pointless. There's absolutely no point of it. Now, the same goes for Texas. If you're voting Republican, it's pointless. But there are swing states, but none of it really matters unless you're part of the Electoral College. So voting for president is a dog and pony show, in my opinion. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, given the so-called Electoral College, the vote of the public is just one humongous suggestion box. It can be discarded or adhered to at the discretion of the members of the Electoral College.
And recently, there's been footage of voting volunteers taking votes downstairs away from the rest of the voting activities. So there's all sorts of weird things like that happen. So I think that it doesn't matter who you're voting for. You're voting for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. You're not voting for Americans.
You know, the presumption that a democratic or republican society, or in particular the US, is just impervious and not susceptible to corruption. I mean, just the naivety or the arrogance.
Yeah, I'm pretty fed up with it. I can't really see a reason why I would take the time to vote. Now, if someone were to get involved locally at the city council and start attending the public meetings and holding them to the law and actually making these sovereign citizens respect and adhere to the law, like the Public Meetings Act of Oklahoma, where they can't have private meetings. Now, I think there might be merit in that at the grassroots local level. But voting for president, I mean, I don't even know if I'm actually a U.S. citizen. I kind of wonder if I am. I don't think that I am. Because president is for a corporation, right? Something to think about. I think I'm a Texan. You know, I don't think I am a U.S. citizen. I mean, unless we live in like, democracy where the federal government is like the end all be all. But I would recommend people in their spare time to look at the 10 tenets of communism and kind of look at our current situation, and maybe there's some correlation or causation there. Hard to tell.
So, worth a suggestion. Just as there are duplicitous precepts in various types of commerce, such is the same with politics. Why presume that doesn't happen in politics? Duplicitous and specious, sophistic precepts in the de jure system in the documents.
Has it ever occurred to you that the socialists in Germany and the socialists of today are on the same team, even though they would like to pretend that nothing could be further from the truth?
Interesting.
Well, another thing that I've realised more recently is that the socialists in Germany got called right wing by the communists in Germany, and there was a huge communist party in Germany at the time of about 5 million odd members. And if that's the case, and our current regime is calling them right wing, then it makes you think that probably we're being ruled over by communists as well. Just a thought.
Which is compelling me to make the comparison that just as with theological categories, traditionally defined theological categories, and how the terms on the face of it usually are not helpful because they're ambiguous in one way or another, such is the same with these various political and economic ideologies. And that's why when these discussions are had, I just cannot neglect the task of asking the person I'm talking to, you have to define these terms.
Oh, sure. So the way I define a communist is someone who will take your shit and tell you it's for your own good.
Which is rather simple. I do agree with that. That succinct, poignant, pithy. There we go. That pithy summation. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they'll layer a bunch of reasons why it's okay for them to do it. But fundamentally, that's what they're saying is, I want your stuff and it's for your own good. When it's not, obviously. But
Particularly Marxism, if there even is a difference between Marxism or communism, depending on who you talk to. But the state is being used to annihilate the state. Now, when you do that, then you have a society that has no institution that has the authority to execute justice. And if you don't have that, then how could you justifiably enforce any so-called law in any capacity anywhere at all? Especially when supposedly everyone owns everything or no one owns anything. So if everyone owns everything, then everyone's just borrowing one another's property that they own, or there's just a change of possession but no ownership, and so there can't be theft. But of course, it's patently absurd on its face, because this person owns and or possesses this, that, or the third, and someone taking without permission from the owner is, of course, theft.
Yeah, well, that's why taxation is theft, because you're born into an agreement that you never agreed to, and then you'll be punished for not adhering to. So, well, you never asked me, oh, can I take a third of your stuff every month and spend it however I like? You never asked me that. I never agreed to that. So
it's a different thing with the state. Not, of course, I don't advocate tyranny, but the state is a unique institution that has the authority of coercion, and membership is not voluntary unless you are coming into its jurisdiction and they grant you the rights, given whatever process to naturalize you, right?
yeah, well, that's different. You're effectively asking for. It's like that would be like joining a golf club, wouldn't it? It's like, well, I would like to play golf at your golf club. Okay, that'll be £100 a month, please. I mean, you either do or you don't at that point. But it's like if you were born into the golf club and you weren't allowed to leave and you had to pay for it. Nah, that's not acceptable. You have to
now,
ask.
I do, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
I do argue that government is not inherently evil. The God has authorized magistrates to execute his justice. While at the same time, I must stress also that they must do no more than that to fulfill their duties, not overstep, not tyrannize, not abuse their authority to coerce. And so, as it concerns taxation, they need an income somehow to afford to fulfill their duties and nothing more. Notice my emphasis.
Sure, and I think probably a lot of people like me would have no problem with government if that was actually the case.
Uh-huh.
So if they actually took the bare minimum and executed their very limited role as efficiently as possible without lecturing me on what I can and can't do, can and can't say, all the rest, then I don't think anyone would care that they do that. But then also the taxation burden would be much smaller. It wouldn't be 30%, 40%. So I think that problem that it's not even a problem that you presented, that idea that you presented would solve itself anyway with a reasonable leadership.
This is why the Lord said, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's," and told the tax collectors and the Roman soldiers, "Collect no more than what is owed to you."
Sure.
When I heard you say that, Gregory, caught the way you pronounced Caesar. I feel like it should be a good time to point out that Pegasi I just made that up. I don't know if that's really the plural for Pegasus.
Well, let's remember that in California, they have the right to rule themselves as a nationalist. But I think it's a bit odd that they're offering free health care, which includes transgender surgery, to illegal immigrants.
Yeah, which is an oxymoron.
Now, if you look at legal immigrants and transgender. Anyway, if you look at that, that's just the price of the surgery. What about the complication surgeries? That's also included, right? So if there's complications with the surgery, then the taxpayers are also on the hook.
So Californians pay for that, do they?
Yeah.
So if I say go to Mexico, naturalize myself as a Mexican, then I move to California and I say, can I get a pair of boobs, please? The Californian government, the Californian people have to pay for that.
Yeah, that's on us.
That's disgusting.
You see, this is an instance of the government reaching beyond its nature. The government is the institution that executes justice, right? It punishes the wicked and avenges the innocent, avenges the victim. It is not a charity case. It is not bad for the government to help. The problem is stepping beyond the nature of the government to where it's incompetent. Not only is it incompetent, but it's patently detrimental.
And think about it. Right now, our choices for leadership of this corporation, I mean country, is the guy who's running California into the ground, that governor, or the slumlord from New York. That's our best options at this point.
What about Kennedy? What about Kennedy? What's happening there?
Oh, he's not
JFK
even taken
or
seriously.
who?
Kennedy
Yeah, I
is
heard.
pro-Israel, but he can't be taken seriously because he said that any criticism towards Israel government can't be considered anti-Semitism, so he can't be taken seriously as the president.
Which Kennedy are we talking about? I'm confused.
The one that can't hardly speak with a clear voice.
That will be Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert Kennedy Jr.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, I heard that there was a TV debate between the two, I don't know, the two Ronnies, I guess, Biden and Trump, and apparently Biden couldn't even finish couldn't even finish sentences, right? And I'm just looking at that thinking, so America, there's 350 million people in America, give or take, so they say, and nobody is better than that guy. No one is better equipped to lead the country than a guy who can't finish sentences.
Oh, you thought that this was about the best political opponent. No, it's about the most loyal to the corporations and I mean countries.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that Americans should understand this and say, so our best person in the whole country is an 80-something who can't finish sentences, and they still have faith in that system. It's ridiculous.
Right. That observation right there. Once I realized, I'm like, I cannot unsee this. You just wind back the clock, just 7 or 8 decades. They were articulate, sometimes rather sagacious, strong leaders, and they were articulate. You know, they said epic things. FDR, John F. Kennedy, especially John F. Kennedy with that speech exposing the worldwide conspiracy. You don't hear none of that from Obama, from especially any of the presidents since the 90s up to the present. None of that. Ronald Reagan had some. He was called the great communicator. Right? After that, this was a bunch of fools.
Nobody's confused or like under this disillusion about Biden. Even the people, the Democrats, like they say they voted for him, they understand. They want their message to be crystal clear that they would vote for anybody. This is how serious they are about it. They would vote for anybody, even a retarded guy, except for Donald Trump.
I just wanted to correct
it's crystal. Well, real quick, let me just finish what I'm saying. So they're not under the disillusion that this guy's retarded. They know, and they want to send a message. Anybody but Trump. That's the message.
Crypto was talking about America, and then after he said America, he said ours, and that doesn't sound correct for a British person to say American ours. No, don't do that again. Crypto, okay?
Get him.
I don't remember saying.
Again, that's just how they. Yeah, crypto. I was that's just how they rationalize it. It doesn't mean that that's the case. It's just the rationalization that that like somebody on the other side would say, I'm not an idiot. Don't you understand our message? That's how they rationalize it.
Yes, the exoteric narrative. Yeah.
I've seen.
It still doesn't matter though. Like, surely they could have come on better than Biden. If they would vote for anyone, why not vote for the best anyone, not the worst anyone? You know, like, why not have the best anyone to lead the country? Because there's
Why
lots of
make
very good
sense?
anyone.
Yeah, why make sense? Why do something that's wise?
Well, now that you understand that they would rather, if you don't pick somebody on your side who's reasonable, who caters to both sides equally and equitably, now you understand that we will burn this motherfucker to the ground with an old guy who's retarded. It's a message received. That's the rationalization.
Yeah, but we know they would do that anyway. Like, there's no message actually sent there. I already know.
No news there. Yeah.
There's a
But
certain
my
group of
subjective
people.
emotional truth trumps your
Well,
logical. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I
They were
think
literally burning shit to the ground.
Sorry, Crypto. Go ahead. You are kind of cutting out a little bit.
I think I'm roboting.
Did it again. And my foolishness has rights over your wisdom. My foolishness takes precedence and preeminence above your wisdom.
Yeah, mind you, Crypto. When I say these things, I don't believe that there was a trustworthy election that went on. I don't think that Biden won anything, but that's the picture that will be painted.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, my point is that these Democrat voters should be looking at that going, hold on, this is the best we've got. This is the best we've got.
Yeah, Crypto is talking about the commoners, not the members of the magistrates.
Yeah.
Well, I heard a woman this morning. She wasn't even wearing a weave. She was quite bald. And she said, look, you guys get it together and just let me know whoever it is we got to vote for so that Trump doesn't get back in the White House. I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, this woman just said that whoever you got to put in the place so we can vote against Trump with, we don't care if it's the devil himself, just put that guy in so we can vote against Trump. And it doesn't really matter if that's her opinion, but this is a woman of interest in the media, and a lot of people might perceive her, as an educated woman to have an educated position, but that is like the least educated position that you could possibly take. Give me the blind date, anybody but this guy. It doesn't matter who it is. How many women would choose that blind date to impregnate her and father her children? Anybody but this guy, right? It's not this guy.
It's a general principle that is also indicated by that. Is this what your political apparatus is reduced to? Just vote for anyone else to prevent someone else from getting in the office, rather than voting to get the best person to occupy that office? This is what it's reduced to?
I don't even think it was about the vote, though. They just said they'd do anything possible to prevent Trump from getting in, right? So, like, the vote's kind of irrelevant at that point.
Yeah, votes or whatever other means.
Yeah, making him when it comes to making up a whole bunch of stuff, they did a pretty good job.
Well, I don't think Trump is the best answer. He wants to take away due process.
Really?
Somebody eat your chips a little quieter.
Sorry.
It's okay. Trump wants to take away due process. He said that he likes red flag laws. Take away the guns first and then have the court date 8 months later. So I'm completely against that. And he wants to give complete immunity to cops, so they'll be judge, jury, and executioner rather than having qualified immunity.
But they would still have their own internal investigations and stuff like that. Like thinking in extreme cases, like
they investigate themselves and find themselves not guilty. Lucky.
well,
every time.
no, like those independent like watchdog like divisions of like police law like operations. They're fucking hardcore, but like they need more funding. If anything, they're backed up. Then they rely on that system pretty much. But
yeah, we need to give more money.
Yeah.
So let me just finish. Right. So the whole thing about, a cop is like a jab, if they kill you, there's nothing you can do about it. And Trump wants to increase that unlimited no liability.
Just the fact that they'll know the elections, dude, to make sure a certain person doesn't get in. I don't care if it's Trump or whoever the fuck it is, man. Just that fact alone kind of just negates everything in my mind, man.
You guys are aware that the popular vote doesn't select the president, right?
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, the popular vote is just a suggestion at best.
Yeah. And Trump is by career a persona, character, an actor.
Well, yeah, it's
Player.
like a personality.
They
kind of
all
cult
are,
thing.
dude. We were going
Yeah.
through this the other day. Macron, Trudeau, fucking Zelensky. They're all actors, dude, for real.
Well, you have to be like when you're a politician. Like, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily a good thing to do, but it's just kind of turned into this thing. Like,
Not they not all are like actors like that. You have good examples. Imagine a good example like Ron Paul,
really?
a doctor. He received like he participated. How do you say? He received like over 5,000 babies. So the guy is an economist. He was I mean he proposed a lot of good ideas to be able to pass us law, but obviously the people that are in power didn't allow for that kind of stuff. So he, as a example for a good politician, I would say Ron Paul is probably one of the top examples.
Really?
Right, but he's not allowed.
Who I
He's
really
not allowed
like
to
though
run.
is Troy. Remember Trey Gowdy?
Yeah, he kind of disappeared, eh?
Trey, yeah, he did. He retired because he was done, but still, like, he held every single person accountable to their shit. He took no shit from anybody. He was ready to put Hillary Clinton on the stand and, like, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, Trump's getting indicted for all this shit, and he just lines everybody up and he says, look, does any single one of you have any type of friggin' evidence, you know, pertaining to this actual thing that's substantial? No, 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 no. Okay, done. Shut it down.
So
Love
there's
that
this
guy.
There's this guy. Here's the deal channel on YouTube, and he said that he used to be like extremely committed to the Libertarian Party, and once they saw like what happened, they basically had like the different candidates right in his local area that they wanted to vote for. Like everybody was at like the Ron Paul station, and that got completely shut down. And like nobody, hardly anybody was at the other place. And that one was the one that was promoted. He said that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back. He realized that the system was completely broken, and you'll never be able to vote your way out of this hellhole. I didn't tell it exactly, but I got pretty close. The way I see it, it's like, Coke and Pepsi. Like it doesn't matter who you vote
When I
for.
was when I was saying Ron Paul, I was saying what he was advocating for, right? Limited government, the limitation of what he was talking about the school system, the education system, how that has to be shut down. I mean, not the education system, the federal Department of Education.
Yeah.
No, the Department of Education, like they dictate everything about teaching and that kind of stuff. What goes in the school? He was against that. And the Federal Reserve, he said that government should be there to enforce contracts, basically. So it was more like a limited government, and then allow the private market and the market to dictate certain stuff, and also everything under God, because he was a God believer, so take that into account as well. So.
He wasn't
Because
allowed
there
to
is
progress.
it's not about the persona. I wasn't saying about the guy himself, but what he was advocating for, which was going contrary to what we have today. So he was basically back then trying to change the course of history, but he wasn't allowed to. So now we are on this state, basically.
Right. So if he's not allowed to, then that means that not enough people got behind him, right? Or maybe we should vote with our dollars as opposed to
No,
voting with
bro.
the dollar box.
Larry, when he was running and he was pulling like 30,000 people in to go see him in places, 10,000 people, 15,000 people in stadiums, the Republican Party changed their own rules to not allow him to be able to get the position of a candidate for president. They had to change their own rules to not allow him to get there. So yeah.
The debates did the same thing for Tulsi Gabbard last election in 2020. They didn't want her debating because what she did to Kamala Harris. They changed the rules of the debates to exclude her.
And in the end, they'll
Excluded
just
her in the
kill him
sense that
anyways,
she
right?
is explicitly individually forbidden from participating in the debate.
They
Right,
actually
because she
changed
didn't meet
the
the
rule
requisite.
that delegates. The delegation, who was going to get the delegates, because the delegates will vote in the convention for the candidate that they want. So they changed the rules about the delegation so Ron Paul couldn't get the nomination. Because he had
So
a
he
bunch
wasn't
of
allowed.
Oh, okay. They changed the criterion of eligibility that would exclude him.
it would pass the votes or wouldn't allow certain delegates to be able to even cast a vote, and he wouldn't get the requisites to be able to go to the next step. They basically hijacked the whole convention and basically trick all of the people, changing the rules like last minute. It's kind of crazy. They can do that.
And see, when the cops do stuff like this, like when they slam Carolina Fort Worth to the ground, even though we already have Turner versus Driver, that was case law from Fort Worth, Texas. So they already know that we have the right to record cops, and they won't let Tulsi Gabbard participate in the debates. They won't let Ron Paul be elected, and they wonder why Larry is an anarchist, meaning God's ruling as opposed to man's ruling.
Everything we just talked about for the past half hour or so is entirely unintelligible in scientism. Somebody in here
Everything go
believes
quiet?
there's a ball, right?
Are there no curverts in here?
That's the first time I've ever heard that one.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I didn't come up with it though.
What? Am I being asked to unmute myself? What's going on?
Are you a curvert, sir? You think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any evidence for axial rotation, curvature, or gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
Well, I've been talking about the stars a lot lately. Motion of the stars. You know, they're all uniform motion. So,
You ever heard? Oh, sorry. Go ahead and finish.
well, the idea is like, okay, there's a causal force. If Earth is not rotating, then whatever the cause of the motion of the stars is causing every star to move that specific way. Whereas, like, it's creating all of the star's motions, right? Because it's uniform. Sidereal rotation, right? So, like, what's rotating? Like, the entire sky is rotating?
So it's
You're
all
confusing.
relative, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, he confused perception with causation. In your paradigm, it's the rotation of the Earth that makes the stars supposedly seem to move. That's not causing the stars to move.
So in this paradigm, all motion is relative. So for him to even state that there's absolute space and the Earth is absolutely spinning goes against Einstein. So he either has to be a fundamentalist and believe that gravity is a force, or something else, but you can't believe in Einstein and hold that position.
No, the motion of the Earth explains the motion of the stars. We say Earth is rotating, that's why all the stars appear to...
Is there absolute motion of the Earth? You don't believe in relative motion? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, if Earth is stationary, then whatever is causing sidereal rotation of the stars is what? Like, what is it? Is it the sky? The entire sky is rotating?
Well, that's what we observe. So it's empirical, what we're saying. You're saying, no, it's not absolute motion. It's actually all relative motion. But at the same time, the sky
we
is
observe...
moving because the Earth is spinning. Did I get your argument correct?
We also observe counterclockwise rotation in the north and clockwise rotation in the south. So a good way to explain all of these observations, sidereal rotation and the counterclockwise and the clockwise rotation.
So are you saying that stars
That
move
is best
from
explained
west
with
to
this.
east in the southern hemisphere?
Well, if you want all these observations within a congruent model, you kind of end up using a sphere. That's what ends up happening.
I'm asking you though, that the stars are moving west to east in the southern hemisphere?
What? I think you're saying that wrong.
Well, all the stars and the sun move east to west, right?
Why are you? Yeah, I think
You said
you know that.
you said they go a different direction on the southern hemisphere, right?
Oh boy.
Is that not what you said?
I think those observations are not real.
Oh, they're not real.
No, that's what you're saying.
Oh, I'm saying stars, moon, and sun move from east to west, right?
Yeah. And in
On
the
both
south,
sides,
it's the
on both.
opposite direction.
Pardon?
In the south, the stars move in the opposite direction than the north.
So the bottom of the Earth is spinning a different way?
Oh no, what are you going to do about it?
I'm just wondering, like, I from what I understand, the stars move east to west in the south and in the north.
That's
Has
correct.
this guy been studying our contradictionary and is like intent and contradicting himself like over and over again?
Don't complain about what I say when you ask somebody to speak up. I could just go back on mute, dude.
We're just trying to get it right, bro. We're just trying to help you understand that when you say that they're spinning in the opposite direction, it's a subjective direction depending on the direction that you're facing. When someone tells you to take a left on Main Street, that's not helpful, right? But if they say turn right on Main Street, there's no way to get that wrong. Do you understand what that means? If Main Street goes east and west, and they say take a right on Main Street down 4th, well, it depends on if you're driving east or west, right? Because if you take a right while traveling east, you're going south. Take a right while traveling west, you're going north. Very similar.
The stars in the south don't rotate around Polaris. They're rotating around the southern, what is it? Sigma Octantis. There's a southern South Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction. So when you're saying, if I look at these stars in the opposite direction, it's going to look like we're not talking about the stars rotating around Polaris. Different stars in the south.
They're traveling east to west. They're traveling in the same direction as the stars in the north. East to west. Because there's an objective location called the north that I'm referencing. I don't think you understand very much about relative motion and reference frame. The reference frame is the North Pole. If all the stars, heavenly bodies, are going from east to west, they're all going in the same direction relative to the North Pole.
That's wrong, right?
Okay, why?
rotating
Let
because
him answer. Why is it wrong?
because that only works on a globe, right? Because if you're beneath the sky, you have in the sky objects rotating clockwise and other objects rotating counterclockwise. Those are two
You
opposite
didn't say.
directions.
Okay, clockwise and counterclockwise is subjective, whereas
No, it's
north
not subjective.
pole. Okay, so you don't know that something could be facing you and be spinning counterclockwise, and then you get on the other side of it, and now it's spinning clockwise. You didn't know that?
Are we above the sky?
I asked you a question. Answer
Yeah, are we?
I don't know.
Yes, if you turn a clock around, right, then it would appear to be rotating the opposite direction. However, on Earth, right, we have two rotational points above us, one going clockwise, the other going counterclockwise. The only way that you could reverse that would be to be above the stars.
You don't understand. It's not about being above or below. In my example, it's about which direction you're facing. So if you have a one-way street,
right.
hold on. If you have a one-way street, right, and all the cars are going the same way, if they go from the left to the right, all the wheels are spinning clockwise.
You're
but
right. I agree.
If you were to turn around, right, it's also a one-way street.
If you go to the other side,
hold on, let me finish. Hello, can you hear me? I'm talking. If you turn around and there's a one-way street going the same direction, all the wheels are spinning the same direction. All the cars are heading east. But if you look at those wheels, they're spinning counterclockwise. The wheel didn't change directions. You turned your perspective around 180 degrees, and it only appears that
I'm not disputing that. I agree with you. The problem is that you're viewing from one side of the street than the other side of the street. But we are beneath the stars. In order to reverse the rotation, you'd have to be on the other side, which is above the stars.
You're wrong. I don't know why you keep saying above the stars. Nobody can go above the stars. So
because that's how. Let me explain. Let me explain it to you. So if you have a clock with a transparent face, if you just the hands from one side, they spin clockwise. The other side, you turn it around. You view it from the other side, it goes counterclockwise. Same with the street, right? On one side of the street, they move from your left to your right. On the other side of the street, they move from your right to the left. But in the sky, on a flat plane, if you go from north to south, you're still on the same side from the stars. The stars are always above you. In order to reverse the rotation, you would have to be on the other side, which is above the stars.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not. As the penny dropped, as the penny dropped.
Ask the question again.
Yes, when you pull up in a 1998 Thunderbird, the panties drop.
So the only way that your example works
with this person that refuses
so the
to
only way
acknowledge the very simple fact of perspective that when you're
this isn't
around
perspective.
180 degrees from the initial position, it was going left to right in your perspective. Turn 180 degrees, now it's going right to left in your perspective. Very simple.
That's right. That's right. When you view cars going from your left to your right on one side of the street, you go to the other side of the street. You have crossed the plane of their motion, and now they're moving from your right to your left. Right? The same is true for the stars that are above you. Right? The only way they could reverse directions on a flat plane is for you to be above the plane of rotation, looking down instead of below, looking up.
It's a false analogy. You don't understand what you're talking about. Let's see if the penny drops this time. You're facing one direction. You're facing south. See the stars moving left to right. You then face north. Now you see the stars moving right to left in your perspective. You do need to go above the stars to have the apparent change of their rotation direction. Is the penny dropping now?
There is no south on a disk. There is no south. And if
Did the penny drop?
Yeah, there is.
Why would it change direction?
You're not answering my question.
Why would it change
You're not
direction if
engaging with faith.
Yes, I am.
You're not. You're evading my question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did the penny drop? This is my 5th time asking you.
The direction of rotation of something above me does not change if I turn around.
I didn't ask you that. You're not answering my question.
Well, then repeat your question.
Did the penny drop?
What was your question?
Christ alive, dude. You're facing south. South is just any direction opposite from the center. There is south. So don't repeat that. You're facing south. The stars are moving left to right. You then turn around 180 degrees facing the north, the opposite direction of south, by the way. Now the stars are moving right to left. First they're moving left to right when you face south. Now you're facing north, still under the stars. And they're moving right to left now. It's very simple.
If I'm,
I don't know how you don't get the stars to see the apparent direction of rotation change.
I understand. I understand. I understand. If I'm in my room and there is a ceiling fan above me rotating clockwise, no matter where I turn in that room, it will always be rotating clockwise. There's no direction that I can stand. North, south, to the center, to the edges, anywhere, it will always be rotating clockwise. The only way it could happen is if the ceiling was transparent and I went to the room above and looked down.
It's false equivalency, and let me explain why. Let me explain why. Okay, so when I look at the pole star, right, in Texas, it's 33 degrees above the horizon. So it wouldn't be a ceiling fan, it would be a wall fan. And there would also be another fan on the wall spinning in the opposite direction when you look at the other side of the wall. So this is really simple to understand. Both fan blades are spinning the same direction, east to west.
They're the same star.
Hold on.
You can't see Sigma Canis from.
They're the same. They're the same stars.
I don't know why you feel the need to interrupt. I don't know why you feel the need to interrupt. They're not the same stars. They're moving in the same direction, east to west. Yes or no?
From the southern hemisphere, no, they would no. The stars that you see, the stars. There are stars. There are stars when you are not at the southern pole, and there can be no pole on a flat southern pole on a flat Earth. But nevertheless, the stars that you can see from the northern hemisphere, when you're in the southern hemisphere, would be moving in the opposite direction, and they can't both be simultaneously moving clockwise and counterclockwise.
So let me get this straight. When I asked, are the stars rising in the east and setting in the west? You said no.
No, I said clockwise versus counterclockwise.
No, that's subjective. Let's try this one more time.
No,
Are
rotation
the
is
stars
not
rising in the...
subjective. Rotation is
I agree.
absolute in this universe.
I agree. So are the stars rising in the east and setting in the west?
On a globe, yes. Only on a globe.
Yes. Period, yes.
No,
yes,
they never rise on a flat Earth.
How do you know that?
Whatever, dude.
How can they rise? Do they go below the Earth? But that can't be true because I can see stars that are below the horizon. I can see stars that are below the horizon in the north, in the south.
Stars below the horizon.
Plenty of times.
Stars.
You can't have
below the horizon through the Earth. Is
the Earth stars?
You can see through the Earth.
You have X-ray vision.
No.
What's going on there?
Do they actually rise and set on your globe, dude?
They rise and set on the globe. They can't rise. They can't rise or set on a flat Earth if they're always above it.
For that premise.
The non sequitur. Can we get back to do they rise in the east and set in the west? Objectively, yes or no?
They would never rise or fall on a flat disk because they are always above the disk. Therefore, they can never be below the disk.
You don't understand yes or no questions, do you?
Do you understand that something that is always above the earth can never be below the earth?
Non sequitur.
So obviously
I
you're
asked
not
you a
getting it. You're
question.
misinterpreting
Yeah,
rise as
that's what
in
you're not
the changing
understanding.
elevation rather than the apparent rise in your perspective.
He can't get it, or he'd be wrong,
If
right?
if the hemisphere is what is rotating and the stars are embedded in it, then the stars at the horizon should be moving horizontally.
If you're at the right position for you to see that.
They never move horizontally because they never go
You
below.
also pass what I just said to you, as you usually do.
Because the
If you're
earth
at the right
isn't
position
flat.
on the surface to see that.
There is no position on Earth, on a flat Earth, where you would ever see stars that are rotating around the North Pole move horizontally. That would never happen. It's simple
Horizontally to
geometry.
what?
They're literally flight
Horizontal to the plane of the horizon.
Are the
That's
stars
exactly
moving,
what
Brendan?
they're orbiting in a circle above the face of the Earth. What are you talking about?
Yes, and towards the horizon, they should be moving horizontally.
And the problem is?
They don't. The problem is they don't. Therefore, that's refuted.
Taboo Conspiracy literally has a video
false.
of them moving left to right.
Wow.
Sure. Not moving horizontally. They would never go below the horizon.
Well, that wouldn't
Nowhere-
be a horizontal.
nowhere
That
can
wouldn't be
you-
going below the horizon isn't a horizontal movement.
Yeah, so
Just
you
so
think
you
the
know.
stars are wrapped around the Earth, right? They're not.
I think that they are external to the Earth, and it looks to us as though they're rotating because the Earth is rotating. Well, thanks,
deflecting again.
thanks, Bob.
The stars are
Bob,
not
It's a
wrapped
shady
around the
inference.
Earth.
You don't understand that all motion is relative in the Einsteinian paradigm.
rotation
So
is
either
not
you're a
relative.
hold on, let me speak. Can you close your mouth while I'm talking, as I have done for you? Is that the appropriate way to have a conversation? Or do you not actually care that I want to hear what you have to say? Because I cannot listen to you while I'm speaking. So please let me finish. Thank you. What I'm saying is that all motion is relative. So your inference that the sky is moving, therefore it must be absolute motion that the earth is spinning, is not adhering to the relativistic worldview of Einstein. Do you understand that?
I guess that is the appropriate response for irrefutable refutations.
Again, right, on a flat Earth, if the objects are rotating above you, about a point above you, the only way you could reverse that direction would be to be above the plane of rotation or the dome of rotation. You have to get
evade what he just said to you again.
Yeah. It's because it's nonsensical. It's nonsensical.
Oh, so your failure to interpret it justifies your sophistic attempt to just evade the refutation?
No, it's logically contradictory. I just showed you why.
Identify the contradiction in the refutation he just said to you.
The contradiction is that if you're on the same side of a rotating body, it will never change its direction of rotation unless you get on the opposite side of it.
That was not the refutation he just said to you. Way too flagrant.
I just put it in different words.
That was not the refutation he just said to you. What you just said was not at all semantically equivalent to what he just said to you.
The only way it would work would be on a globe. And you can't have 2 points of rotation on a flat Earth
Still
anyway.
evading the refutation that he just said to you.
I gave the refutation.
No, you're evading the refutation he
No,
said to
I
you.
gave it. Your stubbornness simply
You're still
means
evading the refutation he last said to you.
Yeah, I'm not. Right? The only way
You are. You didn't even correctly say anything that was remotely semantically equivalent to what he just said to you. You're not engaging the refutation he last said to you.
I did. The only way
didn't.
to stop interrupting me. So
Still amend the refutation he just said to you.
no, I've repeated it.
Okay, so you're not going to
like
demonstrate that you're actually tracking with the dialogue.
I've repeated it a
You're not
dozen
worthwhile
times.
engaging. You're not engaging in good faith.
You're just crying.
You're deflecting and evading from the last refutation you just said to you. You're not engaging in good
crying.
faith.
You're just crying.
And you're just making baseless assertions.
It's not baseless. It's based in logic.
No, it's baseless.
Right? It's a logical contradiction. You cannot.
He's just going to go in circles. He's not going to engage the reply.
You cannot be
totally evaded the refutation Larry just last said to him.
You cannot be both above and below the plane of rotation.
What Larry was talking about in his last refutation. You're evading the refutation.
It's not logically possible.
He's not talking about what you're digressing our attention to.
That's what he claimed. It doesn't matter. The refutation is what he says is not logically
matters
possible.
Concerning actually engaging in the dialogue about the subject.
You're just crying.
Yeah, you're still evading.
Why can't we have 2 points of rotation on a flat Earth?
Because you only have one sky.
So?
Yeah, it can't both rotate clockwise and counterclockwise.
Why not?
Because the same object can't move in different directions.
Well, you're proving our point there, right?
The same object, right, cannot do A and not A.
Right, so rise in the east and set in the west.
Only works on a globe.
If you say so, Brenda.
Keep chanting that.
There is no east or west.
Keep chanting that conclusion that you have no.
There is no east or west, right? I get it.
No, there is no. I paused because what's his name was talking. So there is no east and west, no north or south on a flat disk.
What's your deductive argument for that premise?
Because if you point to east, you're also pointing west.
That is patently false on its face, prima facie.
Right? No, it's not.
The instance of pointing to the left is not the instance of pointing to the right.
They're the same. They're the same direction.
No, they're not. By definition, prima facie.
One direction. That's like the gayest thing that you could say. Like you're invoking one direction band. I'm talking about pointing in the east.
Okay. You might have gay boy bands on your mind, but I don't.
So you still have not engaged the last refutation Larry just said to you, and you're still geometrically inept to make the very simple computation of the fact that if you change the orientation of your line of sight, it's going to change the apparent orbital direction of the stars. If you face south, it's going to move right to left. If you face north, it's going to move left to right, apparently.
Right,
it's very
but you
simple, and you don't need to be above the stars in order to see that. In fact, if you go above the stars, that's not going to change the apparent direction of rotation. If you don't turn around, then it's going to move in the same apparent direction, either right to left or left to right.
Here's the refutation, right? Whether I'm at the center or at the edge of a flat Earth with a rotating disk above me, moving from any point to any other point on the flat Earth will not change my orientation to the sky above me. The only way would be to change my orientation and be above the sky.
You're distorting and deflecting again.
I used it all correctly. Your orientation with
You're
respect.
repeating the distortion and deflection again.
Or your orientation with respect.
You're repeating
to
it a
the
third
dome.
time.
You do not change your orientation with respect to the dome.
A fourth time.
You stop over talking me, or else don't complain if I overtalk you. Right? So by moving about on the plane, you do not change. Stop it. You do not change your orientation with respect to the sky.
Disruptive and not engaging in good faith. The fifth time you repeated that
non-sequitur deflection. It's not a non sequitur. He said orientation. He said orientation. What is my orientation to the sky, Larry?
Okay.
What is my orientation?
About getting over talked to when the mod tries to interrupt and
Well,
intervene on your behalf, and you
no,
overtalk the mod.
it's not.
So go ahead.
It's not the
You
rules
have
for
your
thee, but
20
none for me. It shouldn't be the
Go ahead.
rules for thee, but none for none for me.
Go ahead.
Right?
Have your 2015
So, Larry,
Go
Larry,
ahead. Let's
Larry,
talk over
what
each
is
other.
my
None of us
orientation?
can hear one another. Is this
No
what you
rules
want?
for
Is
thee,
this
but
what you want?
none for me.
Is this, are you
Rules for
happy
thee,
now?
but none for
Can the
me.
audience understand what we're talking about? What is wrong with you, Brenda?
I object to being talked over.
Literally resisting the mod's effort to give him the floor.
Right? So, what is my orientation to the dome above me?
We don't care about your orientation. It's a private
That
matter.
was your
I
argument.
don't know why you have to make it public.
That was your argument, Larry.
Yeah, you flagrantly misinterpreted again. You're lost.
That's your argument that you change your orientation. My orientation,
error. We just
my
repeated again.
orientation to the sky above me is that I am
Time he's
below
repeating
it.
that same deflection. Yeah, so he's obviously bricked. He can't grasp or refuses to acknowledge the fact that you can see the different change in the orbital path in your perspective if you simply change the direction you're facing. Turn around 180 degrees, facing one of the other directions. It's going to move right to left or left to right. Don't need to be above the stars in order to see that apparent change in its orbital path.
That is false. That is objectively false. Nowhere that I face in any direction while I'm on the flat Earth with the sky rotating above me, no place on that and no direction will change the direction of the rotation. Only if I get above it.
Brenda, have you ever played with Stellarium? Brenda, have you ever played with Stellarium?
No, I have not.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. Thank you very much. I rest my case. This conversation is over. Can we get the next one, please? Brenda's useless.
What does Stellarium have to do with anything?
I mean, I do agree with that plea, but let's try one more time. What's your deductive argument for that conclusion that we cannot see an apparent change in the motion of an object depending on our perspective in free space?
No. On the flat Earth, at no direction that I face will change the direction.
Conclusion. We heard that part. What's
you
your
have to
deductive
let me.
argument to justify
If you
it?
ask me for an argument, you have to let me complete it. So nowhere on Earth.
Conclusion. You didn't say the argument.
Nowhere on Earth, given the direction, any direction that I face, will change my orientation to the sky above me. That's what I'm talking. That's what Larry talked about. Was orientation.
You're not talking about our argument then.
That is Larry's argument.
It wasn't Larry's argument.
Yes, it was. That when you change your orientation. Yes, it was. Larry said, "I'm not speaking to you."
Guys. Hold on. I checked out of the argument when you failed to address it while claiming that you did. I checked out of the argument a long time ago because you're not participating in good faith. Once I addressed the fact that either you're a fundamentalist and you think that space and motion is absolute, or you're an Einsteinian believer and that it's all relative, space and motion, right? If it's all relative, you can't have both positions at the same time. Let me finish. Let me finish. It's a violation of the laws of logic, of non-contradiction. Thank you. Now you may rebut.
So, anywhere, if I'm in a room and there's a ceiling fan above me, any direction that I face while I'm standing in that room, the fan will rotate clockwise. There is no conceivable position where I could stand where it would rotate counterclockwise, only if I change my orientation with respect to the fan. And that would be by going to the room above and looking through the transparent glass floor.
Therefore, the stars move in opposite directions in the south. Are you claiming that they move west to east in the south? Can we get that from you, Brenda? Is that what you mean by opposite direction?
No, I mean clockwise versus anti-clockwise.
You said opposite direction. So they move east, west, and the north. Does that mean they move west to east and the south?
I already answered you.
let me get in for a second, please. This is the deliberate obfuscation of the topic that they were talking about in 1984 when they talked about double speaking, right? What they're doing is they're saying the same thing, but using it a different way, using different words and meaning the same thing. So it's like saying propaganda or public relations. Both are the same thing, right? So
I'll explain it to you.
clockwise and counterclockwise. Hold on, Brenda, for fuck's sake, let me finish my point. I know that you can't wait to interrupt me so that you can stifle my speech, but it's really important that you understand this. Clockwise and counterclockwise both equal east to west.
Only on a globe, right? If I'm at the north, in the northern hemisphere, facing south, then the stars would rise on my left and set on my right. If I go to the southern hemisphere, turn around, they will rise on my right and set on my left.
Bro, all you have to do is turn the fuck around in the north too, and it'll. You just
That's what I
don't
told
get
him.
it,
That's what we've been
Brenda.
telling him. He refuses to acknowledge it.
That only works on a globe. You are
All you have to
presupposing
do
I
a
don't
is
have any
globe.
turn
argument
the
for saying
fuck
that. You just
around,
keep changing it.
Brenda.
This is the
You're
point where you
you're
say, I'm not saying
presupposing
this
a
for no good
globe.
reason. Stop talking to me. I'm not saying this for no good reason. This is where you say supporting premises in a deductive argument because your conclusion is talking about this only being possible on a globe and being impossible on a horizontal surface. Now say the supporting premises in a deductive argument. Go.
It's only possible on a globe. On a flat Earth, right? They would not be moving in that way.
You just repeated the conclusion to support
Yeah.
the conclusion. You're begging the
You
question.
just said yaha to my globe and nuh-uh to your flat Earth. You gave absolutely no explanation, Brenda. You
He didn't
suck
give
at
any
this.
supporting premises in any deductive argument. He repeated the conclusion to support the conclusion. That's patently begging the question.
No, you don't know what begging the question even means.
Begging the question is to appeal to the conclusion to support the conclusion, and or your conclusion is in your supporting premises. You didn't say any supporting premises. You repeated your conclusion to my demand to you to give the supporting premises to your conclusion. So you appeal to your conclusion as a supporting premise for your conclusion to deductively indicate that your conclusion is true. You beg the question.
You think that word salad made any sense at all? That's just word
Your
salad.
failure
Oh,
to interpret
Professor
my
Dave.
refutation is not a refutation of my
That
refutation.
wasn't a refutation, right? So
Your carte blanche contradiction is not at all a refutation of my refutation.
if the stars are rotating above me, right? That's my premise. If they're above me, then the only way they could change their direction from clockwise to counterclockwise is if I change my orientation with respect to the stars. When I travel from the north to the south on a flat Earth, I am not changing my orientation. Therefore, they are not in a globe above
I
me.
got okay. I thought you were gonna catch this on your own, but you're not. You're falsely equating seeing the entire ceiling fan with seeing all the stars. You don't see all the stars, right? You don't see the stars the same way you see the ceiling fan. You see a fraction of the stars moving right to left or left to right in your perspective. You don't see all the stars. It's a false comparison.
Right, that refutes flat Earth because on a flat Earth,
No, it doesn't
no
refute
stars.
flat Earth.
It absolutely does
No,
because
it doesn't refute flat Earth. You're just digging in your heels to whistle past the refutation. You are falsely comparing your perspective of the stars with your perspective of the ceiling fan. You don't perceive the ceiling fan the way you perceive the stars. You don't perceive the stars the way you perceive the ceiling fan. You see the entire ceiling fan. You don't see all the stars rotating above your head. So you don't have the same comparison. You're falsely equating two different perspectives of two different objects. The perspective of the ceiling fan is not at all analogous, nor comparable, nor equivalent to your perspective of the stars in the sky.
All right, Brenda, I'm gonna let you respond,
on
and
the,
then I'm gonna go after you. Go ahead.
yeah, on the flat Earth, what is obstructing my view of the Southern Cross when I'm in the northern hemisphere?
Who knows? Next question.
How is that possible? What's obstructing my view?
We don't know.
How can there be anything obstructing my view if the Earth is flat and the stars are all above?
Brenda,
On the flat Earth, are the stars?
Brenda, calm down. Brenda, calm down. For the same reason that when you go to measure the equator, you move away from Polaris and it starts to dip down to the horizon. When you get to the equator, Polaris is on the horizon. You've just moved, if you go any further, you've moved away too far from Polaris to see it over the horizon. The same thing happens going the other way. It's kind of like perspective thing.
No, it's not. Obstruction is not perspective. Obstruction.
So your observations have nothing to do with your perspective, Brenda?
Perspective has nothing to do with obstruction.
Perspective has nothing to do with not seeing something?
It has nothing to do with obstruction.
So the instance of you not seeing something isn't an instance of you observing that you don't see the thing?
The instance of something being obstructed is that something else is in the way. It has nothing to do with perspective.
So when something's obstructed in your field of view, that has nothing to do with your perspective visually?
It is because there is something in the way.
That's blocking your perspective of the thing, right?
No, that's blocking my line of sight to the thing, not perspective.
No, it's not blocking your perspective of the thing. It's blocking your line of sight to the thing. Is that right?
No, it's not. It's blocking my line of sight to the object. It is not
So
perspective.
it's not blocking your perspective of the thing visually. It's blocking your line of sight of the thing visually.
My perspective isn't a thing.
There's no such thing as perspective. You don't have perspective.
It can't get in the way. Perspective can't get in the way.
Who is talking about perspective getting in the way?
You are. I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm not.
It's a way to flagrantly misinterpret.
I'm talking about something is in the way.
Misinterpret. Stop. Right? You flagrantly misinterpreted. We never said that perspective is the thing obstructing. You flagrantly misinterpreted.
That's literally what Plumblob said.
Not what he said to you.
It's literally what he said.
That's not what he said to you. You misinterpreted.
Nope. Perspective cannot block objects.
And no one said that you're attacking a straw man.
That's what you were implying, that perspective
That's not what was implied
in the way.
You attacked a straw man.
Okay, so then why can't I see an object that is above the plane of the Earth?
Okay. For the same reason, like he just said to you, if it goes too far away, and or if the angle above the ground is too acute, you will not see it.
That's false, because there is no angle that would be negative.
What are you talking about? You're missing the point again. Let's see if you can track with the dialogue, Brenda. As the North Star, Polaris, changes its apparent angle above the ground in your perspective, it becomes too close to the surface to resolve. That's the angular acuity between the apparent position of the star above the Earth and the Earth's surface.
It can never be zero. If an object is above a plane, the angle to that object can never be zero.
You're deflecting again.
I'm explaining.
Not explaining anything. You're deflecting again.
I'm
You're not
explaining
touching the argument I just said to you. I gave you a patently conspicuous, voracious account for why the stars are not visible at a particular distance, because the angle of acuity between the star's apparent position in your perspective and the ground is too acute to resolve.
See, I got a timeout, guys.
There is
Brenda's been in this. Hold on. Brenda's been in this conversation since 2015, 2016, for sure. I witnessed Brenda being there. So this is really important to understand. East to west is the motion that the heavenly bodies go. This should be, yes, I agree. It's objectively true. Is that objectively true, Brenda?
It's an empirical observation.
Okay, excellent. So in the future, to avoid confusion, could you please never ever say clockwise and counterclockwise again?
No, I think clockwise and counterclockwise are superior to east or west.
Okay, so if I'm giving you directions to my house, say, Brenda, I got to give you a brand new refrigerator. I ordered one and got two. right? And I say just take it counterclockwise off of Main Street. You think that's superior?
Am I using myself as a reference?
I don't care what you use as a reference.
Oh, okay. Then I use myself as a reference. Then I can use degrees from clockwise or counterclockwise as a way of navigating. That would be superior. Absolutely.
Maybe if I said, if you're heading west and your tires are moving counterclockwise, you probably wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about, except for the part where I said you're headed west. Make sure when you're going
I
down
don't know
Main
about my
Street, your
tires.
tires are
I
your
just know
tires are
from me.
going counterclockwise down Main Street, and then you're heading the correct direction.
From the direction of my travel, right, then I can calculate degrees of an angle of degrees, right, counterclockwise or clockwise, right? That would work fine.
Okay, I'm just glad you exposed that to the audience so that they could hear you say that. Go ahead, okay.
With respect to a plane and north being the central position of 0 degrees, or the starting position of 0 degrees, but that's with respect to a plane.
No, it's not. It's respect to Polaris and the axis of rotation.
So Polaris is 90 degrees above Polaris?
No, 90 degrees above the axis of the Earth's rotation.
Right, so with respect to the surface of the Earth, so the surface of the Earth is that horizontal baseline, so then the
No.
surface of the Earth is horizontal.
No, it's vertical, not horizontal.
The surface of the Earth is vertical?
No, the axis is vertical.
We're not talking about that. You are digressing again. Let's see if you can track with the dialogue. It's 90 degrees above the north, the surface, perpendicular to the surface. You cannot have 90 degrees above a curved surface. It's 90 degrees above a horizontal surface. You need that bottom baseline up from which it is at an angle. That bottom baseline is the surface of the Earth. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal, just like that bottom baseline in principle.
Right. Polaris isn't 90 degrees from me. I'm at the 45th
deflect
latitude.
again.
I'm
You're being dishonest and not engaging in good faith.
Right. Polaris is
Still deflecting rather than correcting yourself.
Polaris is only 90 and it isn't exactly on, but for purposes of this, we're just kind of presuming that it's actually accurate. But Polaris is 90 degrees above the central pole of rotation of the Earth, the northern pole.
You can't get angles off of a curved surface.
Yes, you can.
Show it.
It's called a tangent.
That's not a curved surface.
That's right.
That's right. So what I said was right in the first place. So you just conceded to my refutation. You need that bottom baseline, and that bottom baseline is the surface of the Earth because it's 90 degrees above the surface of the Earth. Therefore, that bottom baseline is the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, just like that bottom baseline. It's real simple, Brenda.
How did you prove that the tangent to the pole at the North Pole is the surface of the Earth?
That's not my burden, Brenda.
Yeah, it is. If you're going to dispute
it, not my burden, Brenda, because it's not my premise. There's no tangent.
You just said it was. You just said it was. You just said that the tangent is the surface of the Earth.
Me, Brenda. That was your premise, Brenda. Not my premise, Brenda.
Yeah, I said you can take a tangent from a curve.
Right. Absolutely. So it's not my burden, Brenda.
It's just simple math. It's like junior high school
math. It's not my burden, Brenda.
Yeah, cry harder.
You just conceded that you need that horizontal bottom baseline in order to get the elevation angle up from that bottom baseline that is the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, just like that bottom baseline, Brenda.
They're two different things. The tangent and the curve are two different things. You're conflating them.
Again, Brenda.
No, I'm answering your question. They're two different things.
I didn't ask you a question, Brenda.
The tangent to the North Pole establishes a line from which we can draw a 90-degree angle at the North Pole, which will show us, which will be the vertical line on which Polaris is seen, right?
Is Polaris 90 degrees above Polaris, Brenda?
No, it's 90 degrees above the northern pole, that point.
Which is the surface of the Earth, right?
And you take a tangent, which is not the surface of the Earth.
Right, so then it's not 90 degrees above the surface of the Earth, Brenda.
No, it is.
It can't be perpendicular to a horizontal, to a curved surface, Brenda. It's very simple. If it's perpendicular, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Where's the tangent?
So the tangent is not the surface.
We know, Brenda.
Right, so you take 90 degrees from the tangent at the North Pole.
Where is the tangent? Where?
The tangent is at the North Pole, that point.
No, sorry.
Yes, that's how a tangent is defined, as the single point.
That's what you're talking about, Brenda.
No, tangent.
Brenda, are we standing on a tangent?
You can construct a tangent where you are standing.
Are we standing on a tangent, Brenda?
No, you're standing on a sphere.
That's right, Brenda. So the star is above the Earth, right?
Above the what?
The Earth.
The oaf? What are you talking about?
The Earth.
Oh, the Earth.
Fuck, Brenda. It's not above a fiction, right? Right?
Yes, it is above a fiction.
Wow.
Absolutely. You
So
can
the Earth is fictitious?
No, the tangent line is.
Show us the tangent line. Show us the matter that is the tangent line, Brenda.
It isn't. It's imaginary.
Right. It's a fiction, right? So it's not really above a fiction, right?
Oh, it's absolutely above the Earth. It only intersects with the Earth
Brenda. You are a troll.
You
Be
don't understand
of
how
yourself.
you don't
People like
understand
you
how
make the
geometry.
world worse.
You don't understand how geometry
You
works.
make the world worse, Brenda. Be ashamed. You are sitting here telling us that the star is spatially located above a fiction, Brenda.
Absolutely.
Do you realize that? Like, are you just determined to defy flat earthers ipso facto because we're flat earthers, or do you really believe that anything at all could be spatially located relative to a fiction that's not occupying any space?
Yeah. So all of geometry is a fiction.
Just to be clear, you really believe that?
Geometry is a fiction.
I didn't ask you that. Do you really believe
Yes, you did.
that the star is spatially located above a fiction?
It is spatially located above an imaginary line that creates a tangent at the North Pole.
Wow.
Yes, that's how math.
Just refuses to acknowledge that the star is not really spatially located above a fiction. That it's just an idea in your head.
Yes,
that you can conceive to make rational sense out of this. The star isn't really above a fiction. The star's above the Earth, Brenda.
Gregory,
when they said kids don't do drugs, they should have said don't believe in solipsism. If we would have had a war against solipsism, this country would be the most powerful empire the world has ever seen.
All points, lines, circles, and curves and polygons are imaginary. They don't exist.
Thank you for a truism that we all grasp.
Therefore,
obviously you're bricked, Brenda. You just refuse to acknowledge that the surface of the Earth is that horizontal reference plane up from which the angle to the stars are measured. Because it's not at an angle above a fiction, it's at an angle above the concretely real Earth. The concretely real star is at an angle above the concretely real Earth. It's very simple. But you deny this because you're devoted to a globe belief, a globe religion. Like Nathan Oakley says very often, and for good reason, when engaging people the likes of you. You waste our time, you come in here, you act as though you know better, you condescend, you distort, you disrupt, and you persevere, worst of all, with belligerent and invincible ignorance, believing that things are spatially located relative to fictions that aren't occupying any space at all.
Yeah, that's perfectly rational. It is rational to believe that the northern star is above the imaginary line we call a tangent at the northern pole. There's no contradiction. What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction? It's an imaginary line. The vertical and the horizontal and the tangent and the point and the line are all imaginary. But we can talk about the North Star being above the vertically above 90 degrees to the tangent at the North Pole.
The star is 90 degrees above the surface of the Earth, making the surface of the Earth that
No,
horizontal baseline, which makes the surface of the Earth horizontal.
That's
Furthermore,
false.
concerning the motion of the stars through the sky, we don't perceive them the same way we perceive the ceiling fan, because we don't see the entire set of stars orbiting above the face of the Earth. You don't have God's eye, nor even Superman's eye. Angular acuity is all that's necessary to account for why you don't resolve everything at any given distance ever at all. You are confused, you are deluded, and it's really not a pleasure talking to you every time you come in here.
Hey, Brenda, do the stars objectively travel east to west? Is that true?
East to west is relative, not objective.
Relative to the North Pole, which is objective.
No, it's relative to you, to your place.
Is it? No. So, is there anywhere I could go on Earth where the stars are now traveling west to east?
No, that's because the Earth is a globe.
Then you contradicted yourself. You're the winner.
Yep.
No, because
affirming the two contradictory premises that motion is relative and there is no objective reference to interpret the motions, while saying that there is an objective reference frame to interpret the motions. Both of these premises cannot simultaneously be true.
Hold on.
If the former is true, the latter is false. If the latter is true, the former is false.
Gregory, you could leave the surface of the Earth, go out in space, and turn in different directions, and it would go left to right or right to left, east to west. You could arbitrarily define those directions.
Arbitrarily define those directions is exactly
they're
the point.
arbitrary.
And given that you arbitrarily define those directions, that reduces your interpretation to merely be subjective. You are not actually interpreting what is really happening independent of your perception. So your position reduces to mere subjectivism and therefore collapses into skepticism and is not compatible with your other premise that you're untenably trying to sustain, that you actually know the direction of any motion.
East and west are relative when you are on the Earth. It's an arbitrary direction if you're not on the Earth.
Another deflection, not engaging the refutation again. We should really be done with this man.
What is the southern pole star? You have Polaris, right? It's a fixed star.
It can't exist on a flat Earth. It can't exist on a flat Earth. It refutes flat Earth completely.
Now they're competing to interrupt one another, irritating the audience.
So all stars in the northern hemisphere are rotating around Polaris, right? So what is Sigma Octantis? What is the southern pole star?
What's southern pole in the first place? You haven't found your ball.
Yeah, no, we definitely observe a southern pole star. All the stars in the south.
You haven't found the ball in the first place. You can only have a celestial pole if you have one of the antipodes of your ball. You don't have one of your antipodes. Why are you talking to the refutation? You're being disruptive for no good reason. You don't have a so-called celestial pole when you don't have one of the antipodes of your ball.
How can the stars simultaneously move around two different points?
Right.
Why are you asking me that question?
That was his question.
He doesn't understand.
It wasn't his question. That's not what he asked me. You're not tracking.
That's what he asked. Just ask him.
It's not what he asked.
The stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris in the north, and they rotate clockwise around Sigma Octantis in the south. Two different stars. And you're saying
you
that
haven't observed the orbit set supposedly complete an orbit.
Move my orientation and make it appear to rotate in the opposite direction.
A complete orbit. You haven't observed a complete 360-degree orbit in the first place, and you have never observed or measured your ball to actually be having an antipode for the supposed south celestial pole to really be a south celestial pole. You're affirming the consequent and or asserting another invalid modus ponens. If there are two supposed central points of two supposed orbit sets of the stars, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball, therefore there are two supposed orbit sets with two supposed central points. Or if the Earth has
What are you
if there are
talking
two
about?
supposed orbit sets with two central points, then the Earth is a ball. There are two supposed orbit sets with two central points, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's an invalid modus ponens, and that's affirming the consequent of the other logic sequence. That's all you have until you find your ball that has the
Do you remember my
antipodes.
question?
Only then will you have
Do
a
you
case.
remember my question? I asked you, what is sigma octans?
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself again and not engaging the refutation I just said to you.
Because you didn't refute anything.
But I did. Just
What is sigma
denying that I
octans? Why am I
refuted
asking you
isn't a
questions if you're
refutation.
refuting? You didn't answer my question.
Yeah, you didn't
Just
answer. What
denying that I did the act of answering you doesn't prove that I didn't do the act of answering you. I answered you in spite
Okay.
of you
I
denying that I
still don't
answered
know
you.
what you
I
think sigma
refuted you
octans is.
regardless of you denying that I refuted you.
I don't know what you think sigma octans is. I have no idea.
So what? That's not a refutation. Your
it,
failure to interpret me is not a refutation of what I said.
Sigma Octantis is the southern pole of rotation of the globe Earth. You can't deny
You
that.
don't have a southern pole. You don't have the ball in the first place for the supposed
There's no
celestial
southern
pole
pole.
to be a celestial pole
We can
under or
observe it. You can
above
look
an
at it.
antipode.
You can look at the southern pole star. It's called sigma octans. It's in the sky.
That does not prove the Earth is a ball with antipodes. You're affirming the
Pretty good evidence,
consequent or
though.
saying an invalid modus ponens.
That's pretty good evidence.
It falsifies. It
Not pretty good
falsifies.
evidence at all. It's either affirming the consequent or an invalid modus ponens.
It falsifies flat Earth. It's false. It's a falsification.
Are you guys
It's
saying
either
that?
affirming the consequent or an invalid modus ponens.
He just said
Well,
that
how
there
can
isn't a southern pole star.
All right, so I think we're going to have to agree to disagree with Brenda now that Matthew's here. I am electing Matthew as the new Curvert who's up to bat. Matthew, are you busy? You got a minute?
I'm just listening, but I would prefer for you to not call me a pervert.
No, I
He
did not
didn't. He
call you a
didn't.
pervert.
He didn't.
What did you say?
I called you a Curvert.
Oh,
which is a barroom banter. I don't mean
sure.
anything.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I've heard pervert, but
Okay, so
new
if
one.
you do got a minute, can we establish a baseline? Is it true or false? The stars, the sun, the moon travel east to west.
Generally, yeah. I mean, they're rotating around the northern. I mean, in the northern hemisphere, which is all I've been to. They're rotating east-west around the north of Polaris.
So you said generally. Can you think of a time that's an exception to this generality where the stars travel west to east?
Yeah, if you're looking at stars underneath Polaris, because it's rotating counterclockwise, the ones underneath Polaris seem to be moving.
I see what you did there. Okay, so I'm in Texas, right? So if I look in between the horizon and 33 degrees from Polaris, so I look in between that area, you're saying those stars are actually traveling west to east. But if I'm standing in Siberia, are those stars overhead actually traveling west to east? Or is this an appearance only?
Well, I mean, they're traveling from the left to the right, which, if you're facing north, would be west to east. Yeah. And Siberia,
so Matthew, if I'm in Siberia and I'm looking at those stars that you're talking about that are going from west to east, are they actually going west to east, or is it an appearance only?
Well, stars are appearing at different places in the sky, so they're they're moving in location. I'm not sure what you mean in appearance only.
Okay, so the stars below Polaris, in between that 33 degrees from the horizon to the star, they're actually moving or apparently moving west to east.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, from Texas, 33 latitude or whatever. Yeah, they're moving from left to right, which would appear to be moving west to east. But if you look at the GP of those stars, the GP of every star is always moving east to west.
Right. So now that we've established that all heavenly bodies rise in the east and set in the west, no matter what it looks like they're doing, that's what they're actually doing in reality.
Well, I mean, yeah, but if they're up high, if they're at a high angle in the skies, they're just rotating in a circle. It's kind of hard to say west to east or whatever. Clockwise or counterclockwise would be more an easier way to put it, I guess.
Easier. So you think it's easier if I say, hey, when you're traveling on Main Street, take it counterclockwise to my house? Or would it be easier if I said, hey, when you're traveling on Main Street, turn north?
Well, yeah, if you're talking about things on the surface, yeah, north, south, east, west is way easier than clockwise and counterclockwise.
Ground positioning the star is its relative position to the surface, right?
No, the ground position of a star is the single point on Earth where that star appears directly overhead.
Say on Earth, do you mean Earth's surface?
Yes, on the surface of the Earth, there is one point that is directly under each star at any moment in time. Only one point.
You keep saying no and but. Just trying to establish like objective truth. So is it objectively true that all heavenly bodies rise in the east?
I wouldn't say that's true for Polaris, for example.
Polaris doesn't rise or set.
Right. It doesn't rise. So Polaris doesn't rise or set, so it doesn't rise in the east and set in the west.
Correct. It's a fixed position. So
and the things near same thing for the things near Polaris. They're not rising or setting either. They're just sort of circling around Polaris.
So they're traveling. They're not circling. They're traveling east to west.
If they're not rising and setting, I think it's more helpful to talk about clockwise or counterclockwise.
So let's say you're in between service road and the interstate, and I tell you that I'll bet $100 billion. Tell me if these tires you're traveling past you are going clockwise or counterclockwise. Do you think the judge is going to be able to determine whether or not the bet is true, whether you got it right or wrong? Because if you look towards the interstate, they're all going to be going clockwise. But if you turn around and look at the tires that were behind you that are now in front of you, now the tires are all going counterclockwise. As opposed to a bet where I said, hey, I bet you all these tires are traveling east. Which one will the judge have an easier time ruling? First bet or the second bet?
I'm going to try to answer your question based on hearing maybe 70% of what you said because you were cutting in and out a little bit. So you're talking about a bunch of cars going east on the interstate, and then whether or not the tires are going clockwise or counterclockwise, I think. Right. Is that right?
Service road and interstate. You're in between the service road and the interstate. I apologize. I didn't know I was cutting out. So we make a wager. I wager that all the tires are moving east on that side of the interstate, eastbound, and the service road, eastbound.
Okay.
I make that wager, and you say, I bet they're all going clockwise. Which one is going to win the bet?
The one that says that they're going east.
Right. So if you say they're going clockwise, I could turn around and look at, the service road and go, wait a minute, bro, those are going counterclockwise.
Right.
Right. So they're objectively all traveling east. So it's easier to say relative, because I've been doing pizza for 20 years. I know for a fact if someone tells me to take a left on Main Street, they're an idiot. But if they say take a north or north on Main Street, you know that this person is educated in navigation. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So we use objective cardinal directions when giving proper directions to a location. It's also better to have an objective reality, which is why I use the north, because it's objective. So we've been talking about this stuff, some of us, for 9 years. And if we can't get, something as basic as the motion of the heavenly bodies down and have an objective way to talk about them, we might be arguing for another 9 years about clockwise and counterclockwise, when counterclockwise and clockwise all equal east to west. Would you agree with that?
So, yes, I would in principle. The problem is that if you're looking at something that's not near the surface of the Earth, then it's harder to like figure out what east and west is.
It's not hard to figure it out. The stars, if they're moving, they're going east to west. It's super simple.
We can understand the difference between apparent motion and actual motion, yes? Matthew?
Oh, yes, I didn't know that was directed to me. Yes.
Yeah. So there's the apparent motion of the stars, for instance, and then there's the actual motion of the stars, for instance, right?
Right.
So, given this very clear dichotomy of perspective, you have the apparent motion of the stars, especially the stars further away from Polaris, moving right to left of your perspective, which can be described as east to west, and then you turn around, now they're moving left to right in your perspective. So now you can describe it as moving west to east. But the actual motion is still east to west, regardless of the apparent motion in whatever direction you're facing your perspective, right?
So yeah, if you're talking about stars that are sufficiently away from Polaris that they're actually rising and setting, then that kind of makes sense. But if you think about Ursa Minor, which is the Little Dipper, the end of which is Polaris, like all the other stars in Ursa Minor are close enough to Polaris that from where I'm at, they never set. And so sometimes they're going up, sometimes they're going down, sometimes they're moving left to right, sometimes they're moving right to left. It kind of depends on what time of night it is. And so, is it east west? Is it up down? Is it north south? For those cases, I think it makes more sense to say, hey, those stars are moving counterclockwise around Polaris because they're making a circle motion.
Sure, but the point is that we can get this phenomenon where the Earth is still with a horizontal surface and the stars above the face of the Earth, not seeing every star simultaneously at any given position on the face of the Earth, but seeing a fraction thereof as the stars stretch away from you to the horizon, not actually wrapping around the Earth, but just going further away to where the apparent angle in your perspective above the Earth is too acute to where you don't resolve them.
Yeah, okay.
There you have it. There it is.
So, is it objectively true that from the stars that travel in the sky, those heavenly bodies go from east to west?
No, Ursa Minor doesn't. It goes counterclockwise. Sometimes it's east to west, sometimes it's west to east, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. So it's counterclockwise would be the better way to say it.
So, you, as a college professor, are saying no, stars don't rise and set in the west. On record.
I'm saying that's an unhelpful way to put it because you see where they are and it's going counterclockwise. Now, the ground
But
position of each of those.
But Matthew, didn't we not just talk about apparent motion versus actual motion, which is what Larry is asking about the actual motion?
Sure, the actual motion is all the ground position. The actual motion of the ground position of every star is east to west.
I'm trying to figure out if we're arguing like a moment, right? One of us is being logical, one of us is being emotional, like feel like it's easy to talk about things left and right. Or I'm trying to figure out if we're arguing like a gay couple. Two men are making logical, consistent, trying to find a solution to this disagreement so that we can find a common ground. So, asking logically, is it true that the stars, motion, it's not, or it's not Polaris? Do they travel east to west? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so any mention of clockwise and counterclockwise just be subjective and confusing.
No, it's just a different way of describing the same thing.
So it's doublespeak. Got it.
No, different way.
Well, if I say propaganda, and you say, no, we don't call it propaganda. We call it public relations. That would be doublespeak, right?
No, I would say if you draw a line straight from your eye to Polaris, and you define everything as moving that moves counterclockwise as moving east, then you could be seeing the same thing in two different ways.
I don't know why there's a contention. We just talked about this. Remember, apparent motion as opposed to actual motion. Larry's asking about the actual motion.
Yeah, so the apparent motion is all we see in the sky. The actual motion is the GP on the surface of the Earth.
Right, because when we say actual motion, we're talking about relative to an actual position. That actual motion is a lot better to go off of as opposed to relative or subjective, right? If it's relative to an objective place, that's fine, right? But if it's relative to what it looks like it's doing, like clockwise or counterclockwise, this is more confusion. And we're trying to avoid confusion, find common ground, and have like actual solutions to this conversation so we don't have to have it for another 9 years. So stars, planets, sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west. Correct?
The stars that rise in the east and set in the west.
And the ones that don't rise,
the ones that don't rise,
sky, they travel east to west.
I think that the ones that don't rise are in the sky, and so they're making circles in the sky, and that's why it's complicated to talk about east and west, because
Those
sometimes they're going
circular
left to
stars,
right.
are they traveling west to east or east to west?
If they're below Polaris, they're going west to east. If they're above, they're going east to west. So they're traveling.
So you think if I went to Siberia and looked up at those stars that are, you claim, that are traveling west to east, and remember, you're a professor and I'm a high school dropout, you think
has
those
nothing to do with
stars are? Yes, it does, because you're properly educated and I'm 17.
No,
you think the stars are traveling west to east?
So this is exactly what you were talking about, the objective thing versus the apparent, the appearance. So if you go to Siberia, you're right that if you look up at Polaris, there are some stars below Polaris, between Polaris and the horizon, in other words. And if you look at those stars, sit out there for an hour or two, you see all those stars moving from the left to the right. In other words, are moving counterclockwise. Now, if you're facing Polaris, you're facing north, and so moving from left to right, I don't know what you would call that other than west to east in the sky. Now, if you're talking about objective reality, those stars, the GP of those stars definitely is moving on the ground. The GP is moving from the east to the west.
That was a really long way to say that you agree with me. Would you agree?
Sure, if that's what you were saying, then yeah. If you want to talk about them being different,
Just the last part.
versus appearance,
The last part. The first thing that you said was fluff, or I don't know. But the second part where you said the GP of the star, it's traveling east to west. All the stars, even Polaris does like a tiny little circle.
Right, a little bit.
Right, so they're all going east to west. Every single one of them, no matter what it looks like they're doing. The objects may be closer or further than they appear to be in the sky, but they're all appearing to go east to west.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
The GP of all of the stars is actually going east to west.
So could we stop talking about clockwise and counterclockwise to avoid confusion by using subjective as opposed to objective markers?
I mean, there are different ways of describing it. So if you want to stop talking about it in those terms, then okay.
Well, I think it would be helpful, right? Because we can all agree, hopefully, for fuck's sake, we can all agree that the heavenly bodies are moving east to west. So can we please put this conversation to an end and stop obfuscating with subjective coordinate systems of clockwise and counterclockwise that doesn't actually change. The only thing that does actually change is the direction that you're facing, whether you're facing north or south at the equator. If we could just stick to the objective truth that the sun, moon, and stars go east to west, and they don't actually go in opposite directions, like many globe earthers have been saying for the past 9 years. Would you agree that they've been wrong every time?
Oh
that
no,
they've
that's
said,
exactly right. That's actually one of the
"Oh,
major flaws with
so
flat
the
Earth is
opposite direction." Okay, go ahead.
yeah. We're talking about the appearance. The appearance is the problem for flat Earth. That they appear to go clockwise in the north, and they appear to go counterclockwise, and appear to go clockwise in the south.
See, what you fail to realize is that this has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of Earth, because we're talking about the sky. So it's irrelevant
right.
what my shoestrings are doing if I'm looking straight up at the ceiling, right? So,
Right.
is it true the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west?
Yes.
Okay, they travel westward in the sky, from the east to the west. Therefore, whatever anybody ever says about clockwise and counterclockwise, it doesn't amount to a hill of beans, because objectively, the stars are going east-west. Now, can we get back to
I
the
see how you
shape of
tried
the
to
Earth?
weasel out of that, but
I'm not
I don't
weaseling.
think
How
it's
did
as
I
simple
weasel?
as
Go ahead.
that.
How did I weasel? Go ahead.
I'm saying, so you're right, that if you just focus on what's objectively happening, the GP of each star is going from east to west. The problem is that when you look different directions, the appearance changes. And so the claim of the globe Earth is that when you're looking up towards the North Pole, up high in the sky, you're looking one direction. If you're down in the south, you're looking down low in the celestial South Pole. And so that the reason the appearance changes. So you're right, it is all about appearances. On our argument, we're saying the reason the appearance changes is because the direction of up is different in the north than it is down in Australia.
Matthew.
See, you globers, sorry, real fast, and I'm done. I'll pass the mic. You globers are like gold diggers, right? Just because a guy appears to have no money, and then he asks out a girl, and she says, "I got a boyfriend, I'm not interested, I'm married," right? Then he gets in the Lamborghini, all of a sudden she's single, and she's interested because appearance has changed. Nothing about that man has actually fucking changed. You guys are globe earth gold digger perverts. Thanks.
Matthew, you already agree with me. You already agree with me when I explain the difference between apparent motion and actual motion, and how that is entirely geometrically coherent when looking at the stars above the surface of a horizontal surface. You already agree with me.
Right. So that's why I was agreeing with that the analogy of the interstate and the service road. Yes, those tires are all going eastwards, right? But if you look one direction, they're going clockwise. If you turn around 180 degrees, the tires on the service road are going counterclockwise. And so that shows that you're looking different directions if you're seeing different clockwise versus anti-clockwise. That's our point
So
of
then
our
there's
argument.
no geometric incoherency with our position. The motion of the stars is not incompatible with observing them while standing on a horizontal plane.
So yeah, to use the freeway analogy again, if two people are standing out in the median or in the between the service road and the interstate, and one person says, "I see all the tires going clockwise," and somebody else says, "I see all the tires going counterclockwise," then I would say, "Oh, you guys must be facing different directions, and that's why you see that." So the appearance is due to the fact that you're facing different directions. Now the globe
Right. It would
argument
be
is,
helpful if you just say, yes, you're right.
well, yes, you're right. I'm describing our argument about why the appearance does make a difference.
Well, the different apparent motion
Right.
does not change the actual motion, correct?
Right. It doesn't change the actual motion. What the difference in apparent motion reveals is that the two people standing in between the roads are looking different directions, and that's our argument. When you're looking up in the northern hemisphere, you're looking a different direction than when you're looking up in the southern hemisphere. Therefore, the direction of up is different. That's our
but
central
that's
argument.
fine. The contention happens when people are saying that this cannot happen on a flat horizontal plane. So they're saying that it's not possible on a horizontal plane that this could occur. That's the contention.
Right.
Not do you get it, Matthew? It's not the fact that you just outlined.
Yeah.
you've just outlined the problem and you clarified it with Gregory and Larry. So you guys are agreeing that it's what we're noticing between actual and apparent. So therefore, that shouldn't leave any doubts in people's minds that this cannot happen on a horizontal plane. Topographical, of course, but we're looking at is the reason why this argument has been debunked for a long time, that this cannot happen on a horizontal plane. So even if you think that it's happening on a globe, Matthew, it's still not that it's not possible that it
It's
couldn't
not
happen on a
impossible on a flat plane. I see
yeah.
what you're saying.
That's
Okay.
all. That's all. That's the point that we're trying to get across. So whether or not you think it's a globe, it's irrelevant. The fact that it couldn't happen on a horizontal plane is not impossible.
Well, I
Okay.
like to point out, that I'm like speaking truth here, east to west. It's objectively true, and I'm showing that either these people have mental constipation with their arguments, or they got verbal diarrhea, maybe both, right? And it's really easy to agree with something that's objectively true, like the heavenly bodies have like a westwardly motion; they travel from east to west. And if we can't even agree on that, we can't even get to the deeper level of the conversation, which is what Alpha just brought up, which is, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, right? And
Yeah.
what it has to do with the shape of the Earth is not anything at all. For this whole time, for the past 9 years, they've been verbally defecating all over our servers where we have these arguments in the Google Hangouts that has nothing to do with the argument at all. So this whole time, it's been a huge non sequitur.
Yeah.
For 9 years.
Oh, and not to mention they've been strawmanning us with a specific map or model. So the reason why not only do they say this cannot happen on a flat Earth, they say this cannot happen on a flat Earth that looks like the AE map or the Gleasons. Because how could it? If you have two rotational patterns in the sky, and you have this AE map, you could solve it for the north, but the south would be an issue because you'd have like the ring around the ice ring around all of the continents. But if you have one point in the south that was rotating from, and one point in the north that's rotating from, how could that happen on an AE map? So I guess the issue also has not just been that it couldn't happen on a flat Earth, but it couldn't happen on a flat Earth that looks like the AE map. You guys understand? That's been the contention. Not just that it's a flat Earth, but it's a flat Earth that looks like the AE map. That's
Yeah,
why
I've already
they get the
thoroughly
argument.
refuted that.
That's
Yeah,
why the
it's either
argument has been demonstrated to not work on that.
yeah, it's either affirming the consequent or an invalid modus ponens. So appealing to the presumption, because it is a presumption. They did not observe the supposed south celestial orbit set to complete a 360-degree orbit. Haven't observed that.
Yeah. And if somebody has seen that, then evidence, please.
Wait, what hasn't been observed, Gregory? Could you say that again? I'm
A
sorry.
complete 360-degree orbit around the so-called south celestial pole.
I thought people in the southern hemisphere saw that regularly, but
no,
you're saying not 300.
Unless someone like to finally show the video, and even then, and for the sake of argument, even then, if they did, it's still affirming the consequent or an invalid modus ponens, because you have to verify that there's a ball with antipodes in the first place in order for it to be a south celestial pole that is zenith above a supposed south pole.
Yeah, it's assuming too much. Or presuming, whichever you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So just like lawyers, the globalists have assumption, presumption, and color of law. Because it's not actual law. It's not actual law. Right? What these people are doing is they're violating natural law. Like I pointed out earlier. So the laws of logic says you can't have something that is a 1 and a 0 at the same time, right? So either the Earth is going around the sun in Newtonian physics because there's absolute space and absolute motion, or it's all relative, like Einsteinian. You can't use both at the same time and hold both at the same time, like many globers do. Now, the ones that will admit it, hey, I reject Einstein, I'm a fundamentalist, Even though I know that Michelson Morley turned out really bad for me, right? I still think that the Earth is going around the sun. There's absolute space, and Einstein was wrong. That's fine, but to think that you can hold both true at the same time, that Einstein and Newton were both correct, I don't see how you could do that. Honestly,
They say that it's
three space
interchangeable.
versus four space.
They
You
say it's
can't have your cake and
interchangeable.
eat it too. Once you eat your cake, you have a turd in the making. You no longer have a piece of cake. Thanks.
Yeah, they say they're
They're
interchangeable,
mutually
Larry.
exclusive.
I don't know if you guys heard that. They say that from the micro scale on things on the Earth, Newtonian laws work just fine. But when you go to the macro scale, the galactic scale, you say that Einsteinian general relativity works better. So it's just fine. You could
That's
work.
hilarious.
Yeah, have you heard that? I don't know if you guys have
You know
heard
how you know why that's so hilarious? Because it's absolute and objective on this particular scale. You see the problem right there? It's absolutely an objective on this fraction of the world. It's one of the two. Either it's absolute, right? Not particular, not local, not relegated. It's absolute, all encompassing. Or it's particular.
Yeah.
And if it is particular, then it's just relative. So they relativize, localize, and relegate the absolute into a particular, and then absolutize the relativity. And it gets even worse than that. It gets even worse than that. You cannot, it is not logically nor metaphysically possible to see an expansion from every single point in free space.
Yeah, think
If
about
you're
this, Gregory.
expanding, say again?
Just real quick, think about this. And it gets worse because if you were to say, okay, you went to the micro scale, but you didn't go to the quantum level. Now that's what happens when things get really crazy with Newtonian or Einsteinian. That doesn't explain anything in the quantum level. So you have that to rectify. So there's like 3 levels so far: quantum, the micro scale, and then the macro, like overall.
Mhm.
So there's no way they can use a type of gravity that's going to, solve those problems.
And it's not even about, it's relative to gravity, excuse me. It's relative to gravity. It's closely relevant to gravity because, G and S are. But concerning just geometric cogency and perspective, when you see something expanding, it's expanding from a particular point. When you see something moving, it's in reference to something else, usually. You cannot see an expansion from every single point. Whatever is expanding is not expanding from every point in free space. It's expanding from a point. See the problem? Genuine question. Do you see the problem, or am I being too abstract and cerebral?
Wait, say that again.
I'm thinking about it.
When they say that motion is relative, that no matter where you are in free space, it doesn't matter where you are in free space at all. Whether you're here, there, up there, down there, over there, to the side of it, doesn't matter where you're located. From every possible position in free space that you could exist and have a perception of, it's all expanding. It's all expanding from every point, but that's not possible. When there's an expansion, it expands from a point, not from every particular point whatsoever. When you see an explosion isn't expanding from every particular point, it's expanding from a particular point. Right? I know it's a bit
agree.
abstract.
I agree.
You see?
And the other thing is, isn't it completely absurd to actually give it any direction in itself if the origin of it has no reference points?
Right.
Well,
if there's no reference frame so that you can move toward that or away from that or up to that or down to that, you can't identify the direction.
There is no direction. It's actually equal to standing still. I don't even know why they put motion into it, because according to their paradigm, there is no reference to motion or direction. Therefore, you can also just call it complete stillness.
See?
Well, that's the thing.
You can't.
If you're
Yeah, go
going
ahead.
by the doctrine of Einstein, that's correct, right? That's absolutely correct. But what they're doing is they're having their cake and eating it too, and going all motion is relative, and at the other side of their mouth, but right, because everything before the but is not true, but the Earth is going around the sun. But other than
Yeah, we
that, all
caught that
motion is
one.
relative.
Yep, we caught that one too. So let's review. With GR and SR, you have the absolutization. That's a mouthful. You have the absolutization of relativity and the relativity of absolutization. The absolute objective reference frame works on a local particular scale, self-contradictory, and the relative anti-realist, anti-absolute scale works at all levels. That's self-contradiction twofold with that, like Larry's talking about. And then what I was talking about, you cannot perceive, you cannot make intelligible, you cannot identify nor distinguish any type of motion in any direction if there's no reference frame. And you cannot expand or contract from every point or to every point simultaneously. Hence the example of an explosion. When you see an explosion, it exploded, expanded from a point, not from every point in free space. It's ontologically absurd.
I
Well,
100% agree.
I'm just glad that I listened to idiots like Brian Cox that say things like motion is not relative. I'm sorry, motion is not absolute, right? And it's like once you hear them say that, it's like, oh, busted. It's like, okay,
But it's not the
under
claim that
Newtonian.
it's expansion from every point. The claim is that the globe model claim is that it's expansion from a singular point.
Okay, good. I'm glad you brought that up. So when we look out, we see redshift in every direction. Most of it is all redshift. Well, I'm sorry, most of it is redshift. Sorry about that. So if we could hypothetically rewind time, that redshift would turn into blue shift, and all of the heavenly bodies that were redshifting in your model expanding away from us would now be heading toward the Earth, giving strong evidence that the Earth is in the center of creation.
You can't expand nor contract from every point. You can only expand or contract from a point.
So what is your argument for the flat Earth here?
Did you see the diagram that I posted in the
I
text
think
chat?
that's not. I think that's not an argument for something. It's actually just
I don't know.
It's a refutation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Larry, did you see the diagram I posted in text chat?
No, bro, I'm driving. I'll look at it in just a second. What's the minute after the hour?
Yeah, it's 55 minutes after the hour. I just want you to get time. This is the reason why they're trying to square gravity at the quantum level. It's just why I brought it up.
Gotta keep
Yeah, I just want
this.
you.
But isn't
This
it?
is the reason why the conflation happens and the confusion. It occurs because of this.
All right, can you give me an argument for flat Earth, please?
Yeah, the observation, the measurement, and the practical use of the Earth is of a horizontal topographical plane.
100%.
Look in the open chat.
Whoever asked for that, I don't know who you are, but
We practically utilize, observe, measure, and navigate this Earth.
yeah. So we
for
can
what
talk
is
about.
being sensed.
We could talk about those 3 points if you'd like, sir. Are you here?
I'd like to tell him this
Who asked
concerning
that question? I just want to know who asked that question, or is he not
that
here?
was Bradley, I believe. So
Yeah.
Bradley, if you're still there,
Bradley, if you're there, can you agree with what I just said, or disagree? At least I know you're listening. Because I think there's going to be some rebuttals to it, but if you're not listening, we're going to put our energy into someone who's not listening.
Why would you?
Hello? Hold on, Clay. Bradley, are you there?
No, Clay. Why
Mic
would you
check.
say the question?
Mic check.
Maybe
Did he
he didn't
leave?
like the answer.
Maybe, I don't know, Gregory. Did you have a point? Because this guy's not, he's radio silent, so.
He said he's at
He said,
work and
but Chad, I'm
his
a flight
Glover friend
at
asked.
work talking with a Glober.
Oh. Well, let
He's
the.
looking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, as long as he's not there, maybe Greg can go on scrutinizing the absurdity of a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. If that is not
Yeah, because
absurd enough.
we were gonna give some points. Listen, if he has a Glober friend that's there, we could talk about some of the points before we scrutinize the globe some more. I
So
think this
much
takes
fun,
precedent.
man.
This takes precedence over that because we need
Indeed.
to instruct the new person what they don't know. So any questions that Bradley wants to open up his mic and probably let his friend tell us, or we'd be happy to answer.
I think it's for evidence of the Earth being flat, which she responded
Yeah.
to 3 different answers.
Yeah, I feel like you covered it, but if they need to expand on it, everyone
I'm
just
wondering
complicates it. It's a very simple premise.
I think what
He
I've
said a
learned today
customer
is
came in, he can't talk right now.
that's fine. We can wait. I think what we learned today, and I'll be super quick. I'll shut up because I know there's people we're talking. I think we need to ask every single person when they come in here, do they believe in absolute space and absolute motion? And if they do, okay, cool. Reject Einstein. Oh no, wait. I think Einstein's correct. Okay, so you reject the idea of the Earth going around the sun as an absolute, motion through absolute space. So they can't have their cake and eat it too. We got to stop letting them have their cake and eat it too. Thanks.
Greg,
Yeah.
did you want to say something about scrutinizing the globe? I was gonna go, but I'll wait till you're done.
Yeah, I could say my routine because I, pretty much mastered the pattern of argumentation. So you establish some very, very simple facts. Number one, if the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. That's simple enough. Here's a more
Dude, that
specific one.
music and your
Yeah, that's
rhetoric
the
like lined
freaking
up perfectly.
yeah, that's my freaking clock in the house again. The second one, specific to the earth and the oceans. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. Earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the earth and oceans are not curved, therefore the surface of the oceans and the earth are level. Now here's the last one that supplements that. There's a dilemma for the globe. The dilemma is this. If the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. If you deny that, then you're going to be impaled on the second horn, which says, if the horizon is the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. And lastly, you have 2 clips there. I said 2 clips. You have 2 videos. One from TikTok, one on TikTok, one on YouTube. One from featuring a clip from Nat Geo, thinking that they're trying to do a demonstration that proves that the water line is the summit of the water curve wrapped around the ball. But when you watch the video, the water line is behind the boat, not in front of the boat, and not obscuring the boat bottom up, nor the flags and the stripes on the flags on the boat. But then you watch the D. Marble video doing the observations and measurements with Mark Sargent over a 10-mile distance using a laser. The water is parallel with that laser, even though it wouldn't be if the Earth were a ball wrapped in water. And there's specifically, in this instance, 66 feet of curvature missing, given the Earth curve calculator formula from the Globers, which falsifies the radius.
I don't think there's a glober in here to contend that, but yeah, appreciate that.
So, to really appreciate the dilemma, if it is the case, and it is the case, that you cannot verify the surface of the Earth and oceans to be curving, but the surface, but the Earth and oceans do have a surface, they're obviously not curving. The curvature is falsified. Therefore, the sixth premise, the concluding premise necessarily follows. The surface is level, horizontal.
I think you just did the same thing that I just did, except you're talking about the surface, and I was talking about axial rotation. So maybe what you and I just did should be clipped and should be studied further.
I was gonna talk a little bit about the reason why I brought the quantum level of gravity causing a problem.
That's worthy. Go ahead.
I was gonna give Larry a little bit since he's driving, and it's just I'm pulling this straight off the wiki, so really it's just like how the mainstream has kind of put it out there for everyone to understand. So 3 paragraphs, real quick. I'll try to be brief. Quantum gravity is a field of theoretical physics that seeks to describe gravity according to the principles of quantum mechanics. It deals with environments in which neither gravitational nor quantum effects can be ignored, such as in the vicinity of black holes or similar compact astrophysical objects, such as neutron stars, as well as in the early stages of the universe moments after the Big Bang. 3 of the 4 fundamental forces of nature are described within the framework of quantum mechanics and quantum field theory: the electromagnetic interaction, the strong force, and the weak force. This leaves gravity as the only interaction that has not been fully accommodated. The current understanding of gravity is based on Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, which incorporates his theory of special relativity and deeply modifies the understanding of concepts like time and space. Although general relativity is highly regarded for its elegance and accuracy, it has limitations. The gravitational singularities inside black holes, the ad hoc postulation of dark matter, as well as dark energy and its relation to cosmological constant, are among the current unsolved mysteries regarding gravity, all of which single the collapse of the general theory of relativity at different scales and highlight the need for a gravitational theory that goes into the quantum realm. At the distances close to the Planck length, like those near the center of the black hole, quantum fluctuations of space-time are expected to play an important role. Finally, the discrepancies between the predicted value for the vacuum energy and the observed values, which depending on the considerations can be of 60 or 120 orders of magnitude, highlight the necessity for a quantum theory of gravity. The field of quantum gravity is actively developing, and theorists are exploring a variety of approaches to the problem of quantum gravity, the most popular being M theory and loop quantum gravity. All of these approaches aim to describe the quantum behavior of the gravitational field, which does not necessarily include unifying all fundamental interactions into a single mathematical framework. However, many approaches to quantum gravity, such as string theory, try to develop a framework that describes all fundamental forces. Such a theory is often referred to as a theory of everything. Some of the approaches, such as loop quantum gravity, make no such attempt. Instead, they make an effort to quantize the gravitational field while it is kept separate from the other forces. Other lesser known but no less important theories include causal dynamic triangulation, non-cumulative geometry, and twistor theory. So I'm going to stop there, but I mean, continue. But can you see what I was saying before, that the problem at the quantum level, and I put a diagram that actually kind of is viewed in the general mainstream as like how they would say that it all ties in, but the quantum level gravity is not able to be explained because of the problems that were outlined in what I just read.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm trying to.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just real fast. That's why I'm trying to have a delineation between the fundamentalists who believe in Newtonian gravity, who think it's a fundamental force, and the people who don't. Right? These non-fundamentalists can't keep reverting back to absolute motion and absolute space, because you can't be a fundamentalist and not a fundamentalist at the same time.
I think I can say this in this concise way. Given the doctrine of, let me look at the graph real quick. Hold on. Let me use the right term. Scroll up. Quantum mechanics. The doctrine of quantum mechanics, very simply put, the fundamental components that compose all matter is not matter. Why do you say that? Because according to them, the quanta, the quantity of the quanta, which is just a borrowing of the Latin word, right? The quantity of the unidentified quanta is not matter, it's probability. It's probability. It's a probability of it being here, there, everywhere. That's what the quanta are. They are probabilities. Probability, what sense does that make? Probability isn't matter. That's an abstract idea, which is the likelihood or unlikelihood of something being the case or elapsing. So all matter subsists of immaterial components, specifically called probability. So yeah, the matter supposedly attracting matter, mass attracting mass, or matter curving space-time can't apply to that which is immaterial. That's why it don't work.
I think the orders of magnitude kind of exemplifies the problems that they have with the vacuum energy, that they're not able to quantize that in that level.
Yeah.
It's so how can the fundamentalists, like Larry puts it, explain these issues? Because I mean, you can look into theory of everything, but that's the other thing. It's like you can't just have a label or something to describe what you're saying, reality, or the makeup of it, and then just pass it off to some type of law of gravity with Newtonian theory or Einsteinian theory when that's still not good enough. So there has to be something that's the fabric of reality, which even if mathematical frameworks can't describe. I don't know.
Right?
I'm just,
and it's not us saying that mass attracting
exactly.
mass or mass curving space-time isn't working. It's them,
It's them.
saying that. It's the scientist clerics saying that about their own doctrine.
That's
It's,
what
it's
Larry
just
was
quoting them.
Larry has been talking about this problem, but they tend to be, oh, here's Larry again. He's talking about the problem in cosmology.
Uh-huh.
But they say that, but they don't want to face the fact that even in their own paradigm, it's not able to be squared or rectified. They can't do it, man. Like, how else can we tell them that these are just concepts or conventions that are being used to, like you said, maybe statistical or, they're trying to posit the idea that this is the truth. It's like, how can you say that when you don't even know what's happening at a level so minute? Like, you can't.
Right. If
problem
your
is-
hypothesis, go ahead.
The problem is when they went to government concentration camps, communist school, they were taught that they have a model and it's settled. Well, how's it settled? Well, it's all relative, man. It's all relative motion, relative space, right? It's all relative. So that doesn't really solve the problem. It just makes it to where it's unfalsifiable. So to them, they have a model. It's settled science, and flat earthers don't have a model. So they don't realize that they're the pot calling the kettle black with their shady inferences of relative space and motion.
Mm-hmm. Anti-objectivism, subjectivism, collapsing into skepticism.
I think it's kind of cool that we point out the problems in their own rhetoric. I think that gives us a foothold to tell them, okay, so you say that this is the way it is. Well, they're not saying that. They're saying we don't know what it is. They don't have a dog in the fight like you fundamentalists that come in here. They're just spewing this doctrine like it's the gospel truth. Yet when we call them out on it, they start to quickly realize that it's not possible because they haven't figured out at the quantum level how it works. So how could they say that in the macro sense it does. You just can't do that. You
Right.
have these ideas of what you're trying to say that's happening, but there's no way that you can quantize any of it, because that's where it all begins, isn't it? At that level, when you're able to describe things, if you're saying that math is reality and that's what you're thinking about, then how come they don't have a framework for that in that level?
Right.
I don't know. That is
So if they have, and they do, have a causation hypothesis, which according to them, and even besides them, cannot work at the so-called quantum level, then in principle, they don't have what is necessary to sustain the regularity and integrity of the structure of any and all material bodies,
Yeah.
necessarily implying that everything would again be dismayed into oblivion, patently
Yeah, so
implying that falsehood, and that which implies falsehood is false.
which what in other words, they're standing on shifting sand. That's what they're
Yeah.
standing on. They're not on a solid foundation. They're on shifting sand. So at any point, the foundation they're under could shift, and then the next thing they know, they're on a whole different perspective. That's the issue. We got it. That's what we have in our hands. So they would say, well, if somebody comes up with a better theory, but then that means that what you're thinking is the truth right now is not, because somebody's
Now,
gonna
yeah.
change that in the future.
Now,
So what they say, it's our
we've
best guess, right? That's what they say, and they appeal
Yeah.
to unknown or future variables, right?
Mhm.
But
Yep.
then you say, but gravity's incomplete. They'll agree with you. The legit ones. Yes, gravity is incomplete. There's no complete model of gravity. And it's like, okay, if I got a car that's incomplete, missing a transmission, that's like your
It doesn't
gravity.
work.
It's busted. Yeah, it doesn't work. Thanks.
Yeah, but not the fundamentalist that stumbles on in here. No, they think it all works. All you need is Einstein and Newton, and we're good to go. They
That's
don't.
why
They lack the reasoning ability to figure out that even in their own rhetoric, there's a problem. But when we highlight it, oh, you guys are just being obtuse, and you don't want to face the facts, and all this other nonsense.
You know what they used to say? Sorry, you
Go ahead,
go ahead,
Larry.
bro.
I was gonna say that's why I try to hold them to this Big Bang, right? Like they have a bunch of placeholders, but like nothing explains all of it, right? So when you hold them to that Big Bang, like that's supposedly explaining all of it, isn't it?
And it's not about pressing them to be omniscient, just so no one gets the wrong idea. Far from it. It's about the cogency of their premises that they have said. So they have premises that don't have any sufficient cause or any sufficient mechanism to sustain the uniformity of nature. Like we've been talking about, we've already falsified, we've demonstrated the unverifiability and falsification of mass attracting mass and mass curving spacetime. So it's a wonder what causation hypothesis, what if then causation hypothesis are they going to contrive with the so-called quantum gravity, where the quanta aren't even matter, they are probability itself.
Yeah. Good luck.
See, I've been
They don't
talking
even
about this.
have a plug for this hole. They just have a hole, a discrepancy.
I've been talking about this cosmological constant crisis for a long time, right? And I know that, not every flat earther is going to get it. In fact, some flat earthers may not like it, right? Because I'm talking about deep space and gravity, but you have to enter a room in order to blow it up, right? So I have to enter their worldview a little bit, give them enough rope to hang themselves with.
Internal
And
critique, yeah.
yeah, that's it. So when I do this, it's obvious to anybody who will do like 15, 20 minutes worth of research that this cosmological constant crisis isn't just some documentary from 2015, The Principle. It's like a real problem. And even Professor Kuhn talked about it with his Kuhn cycle. Like that's what he was talking about. So the whole Kuhn cycle is your cosmology circling the drain.
Yeah, but you only have the disciples of certain doctrines of their cosmology. You don't have someone who's really at an object, or how should I say, a skeptic standpoint. and be like, you know what? I don't really know how all this is, but what I know is this. They take a hard approach. Like you said, fundamentalists that come in here, they're like, no, this is the way it is. Even if you point out the flaws in all of the things that they're proposing, because like the scientific communicators don't do the things that they do when they come in here. These guys that follow uh, you know uh, things that they see in Discovery Channel, or they're all hyped up by what they think of Einstein, but they don't see the bigger issue. What is the cause of the effect? You can't describe that. You think that you have a theory, but then that theory will fall apart if you're not able to quantize it. There's no way.
Let's
You can't do it.
let's appreciate this observation. They are in the worst predicament of a disconnect or a lack of updating the general public between the scientist clerics and the scientist layman. Unlike Christians, Muslims, etc., they're relatively far more proficient at updating the general public with the latest updates to doctrine, to dogma, to the creeds, right? Council after council after council through the centuries. They believed it was rather important to spread the word, to inform as many as possible, right? Relatively, right? Not to advocate it, but I'm just making the comparison. In contrast to every other ideological group, the scientists are the worst at it. In spite of being what I would think is the most prolific with the publications of all sorts of propaganda, be it in the form of literature or audio or video or other exhibitions, right? They could spend time actually teaching the cutting edge doctrine, but they usually spend the time teaching the simplistic exoteric doctrine that is woefully behind the latest updates to their doctrine. Hence why Michio Kaku says gravity doesn't suck or doesn't pull. We lied to you. Hence why the majority of scientists don't know that there's I can't even find the adjective, very big discrepancy in their cosmology, right? 10 to the 120 zeros. That's not small. That's not a small margin of error. It's very big.
Yeah, when I talk to Matthew Learns, I ask him about the Big Bang. He says he doesn't believe in it. And then I ask him why the Earth spins, and he tells me that God gave it an initial spin, right? So that right there kind of just kills his whole story, right? Like,
it's incompatible with the dogma of scientism. Yeah.
How can he believe in the rest of it if he doesn't believe in the thing that causes all of it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's inconsistent. Not being consistent with the Holy Scriptures, not being consistent with orthodox scientism.
We keep talking about these contradictions that people have in their head, right? And in the 2015, 2016 era, this word cognitive dissonance went around a whole lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we have here, if we look at the best analogy, is we have people trying to convince biochemists that vegan cats are the way to go. Like the future for cats, felines, house cats, is veganism. And it's just not going to work. Like you're not going to have a healthy cat if you feed it a vegan diet. And you're not going to have a healthy worldview if you believe in contradictory things at the same time.
Yeah. Fallacy is poisonous to your worldview. It really says a lot.
Yeah, they just go along to get along, man, straight up.
I was going to say, it really says a lot when the critics, like us, of scientism, manage to be more consistent and more educated on scientism than the scientism enthusiasts. That's not a compliment to the scientists zealots.
Yeah, so for all the people who are new, now they're saying the Big Bang was started by repulsive gravity. So repulsive gravity is one possible concept that started the Big Bang. And it's really interesting because I ask, if there was matter in the beginning, how would anything escape that gravitational pull? So what they say is that there was no matter for the Big Bang. It was created after the Big Bang. Because of all that energy and all the quarks and all the, bosons and all that stuff, like it eventually turned into matter, is what they say.
Ontologically absurd.
So after the Big Bang, hydrogen was created. So, like, nothing exploded or expanded during the Big Bang is actually what they believe, if they believe in the Big Bang. So when you go over what these people actually believe, like the Lorentz contraction, the entire reference frame is what expanded or shrank to make the Michelson-Morley so-called experiment line up with the lights phasing in and out of phase. Well, if the whole thing shrank, if the whole reference frame shrank and it was out of phase like they're proposing, then they would have shrank out of phase together simultaneously. So for these people that think the Earth is going around the sun, that's what they have to believe. That it's actually out of phase, but it looks like it's in phase because the whole reference frame shrank simultaneously, like a rubber ruler. But if that's true, then it would have shrank together out of phase.
Yeah. So even before the insufficiency of anything to overpower the pull of gravity at the primeval atom expansion, they, like you just said, affirm that matter was generated from immaterial entities, and immaterial entities expanded and or exploded, which is patently false. You can't expand or explode or do any motion when you don't occupy any space in the first place. That rhymed.
At the end of the day, it's a bunch of guys sitting around a table, just like we are right now. Like I'm not even joking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys your minds would be blown if you found out like all of the stuff that they believe is just kind of like philosophical versus actually something that could be measured in the physical and natural world. Really, you really would. It would give you an upper hand to speak to them about the mythos of all of the abstraction of the Earth being a globe. It really would, because you can actually stand on it and say, "Look, your guys are saying this to you, and you think it's real. They don't think it's real. They can't even understand it." I mean, not like the way you're describing in here. Oh, we know what gravity is. No, you don't. They don't even know. Like, what gives you the opportunity to say that in here? That's weird, huh?
Yeah.
Coveting the scientist cleric's offices.
When you look at Michio Kaku Alpha and you understand why he's throwing gravity under the bus, talking about the cosmological constant crisis, it's because he's the co-founder of string theory, which is M theory, right? M theory. So if he worked on the theory of everything and he knows that it doesn't work, why wouldn't he tell you? Like, he has to tell you. Like, there has to be some integrity in the colleges, or everybody's going to realize that it's nothing but a huge scam. So they have to tell you the truth sometimes.
So check this out, man. The theory of everything, because I was actually reading up on it while you guys were talking. And the first little paragraph only. A theory of everything, or acronym is TOE, final theory, ultimate theory, or unified field theory, or master theory, is a hypothetical, singular, all-encompassing, coherent theoretical framework of physics that fully explains and links together all aspects of the universe. Finding a theory of everything is one of the major unsolved problems in physics. I'll stop there.
I want y'all to really appreciate this comparison I'm about to say on this very point that you just said. So they have to leak the truth out sometimes, as it were, L. Ron Hubbard, right? Hubbardism, as I like to call it, Scientology. The man died in the late 80s. But his doctrine teaches that, especially concerning him, he's the master of this doctrine. And given that he's the master of this doctrine includes that he can voluntarily unequip or disembark his body of flesh and go wherever else he pleases. The truth is that he died of a stroke and he became mentally ill in his latter days. So what is the response that the other subordinate clerics is going to do to this? Because if they tell the public L. Ron Hubbard died of a stroke, that totally obliterates the doctrine of Scientology. Totally. The author, the founder of this doctrine, that you can use this technology to gain complete mastery of yourself and eventually clear the planet to become perfect in their essence. This man died of a stroke involuntarily. Yeah, you have to cover up. So what they say? He voluntarily left his body. Right? Voluntarily left his body. So just like they had to cover up his death to sustain the credibility of the doctrine, they do the same in scientism. Well, this ain't working, but here's this new update to the doctrine: string theory, quantum gravity, question mark, fill in the blank. Same thing. And it's even worse for them because Michio Kaku, like Larry just talked about, Michio Kaku admitted that we're wrong about this. This is wrong. The Scientologists didn't even admit they were wrong. They just kept it pushing like nothing's wrong. And so they have an institution. That's the point. Also, they have an institution. Just like Scientology has a multi-billion-dollar institution to sustain, so does the scientists with academia and all these other para institutions and organizations and associations. Same thing.
Yeah,
It's a
job
business.
security. It's a make
Right?
work project.
Yeah, these links that I'm putting out, you guys should keep in your back pocket, man. They're great for when the fundamentalist stumbles in this chat and says that he knows how to explain everything, because they don't even know how to do that.
Right? What's going to happen? Well, what will happen if one or more of the prominent scientist clerics comes out and says, especially about geodesy, we were wrong about the surface of the Earth, we were wrong about the rotation of the Earth, we were wrong about the motion of the Earth through the cosmic vacuum, we were wrong about the distance to the celestial bodies, we were wrong about did I say the cosmic vacuum already? We were wrong about all these things in cosmology, we were wrong about gravity, etc., etc. What's that going to do to the institution? You telling me I spent all my life dedicated to this worldview in this profession, and it's all a lie?
No, the problem is they're already saying that now. They just don't hear it. They don't hear it over their own cognitive dissonance, wanting the Earth to be what they think it is, based on a presupposition that this idea has been abstracted out from a reverse engineered perspective of like all of reality. So when we look at an angle of view of something in the sky, everything's been reverse engineered to think that, well, because we see in a dome of perspective, that's the reason why I live on a sphere. So everything is abstracted or reverse engineered to look like as if they're living on a curved surface. This is the problem. But they can't square that reality in the sense of saying that idea is also something you can, if you say that the Earth is curving because you see all of reality demonstrating itself that way to you, then it should be measurable, as any geometric shape would, be the consequent. The surface is curving, you should be able to measure it directly. No problem. Well, the thing is, when it's not present, it becomes a problem. And then you get all the mental contortions to make it sound like they know that there is a preponderance of evidence that leads to you, for you to think that it is curving. It's craziness. It's madness.
If they would just go back to Aries failure, Mickelson, Morley, Mickelson, Gell, Saunier, and just look at what was going on, how could they even come to the conclusion that the Earth is in motion? Like, when you actually look at what these guys did, right? Because, this was their guys before Einstein. Like, that was them, like, showing, oops. And I think that it's really important. And I always say Michelson because I have an uncle named Michael. So I have trouble saying Michelson, like that word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. So sometimes I get it wrong. But it would be cool if, like, the Globers would just look at these things. Like, go back and look at Airy's failure, right? Super simple, something you could do yourself. And then go look at Michelson-Morley. Like, that's something you could do for yourself. For what, $500,000, something like that? I mean, come on.
It's not as flagrant as the Scientologists. I'm going to make another comparison. I'm really enjoying my binging of the Scientology expose series because I can make these comparisons and it's just really sweet. Like you just mentioned, in Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard was a deplorable man to his wives and his children. And when they refused to accept Scientology or they got caught and punished by the state, he erased them. And that's not exaggeration. He erased them. He denied that he was the husband of one of his wives. He denied. He even erased her out of one of the photos that is featuring him in the 70s or 80s. Excuse me, the 60s or 70s. Now make the comparison to scientists. They don't make any mention. They don't go out of the way to mention, and they just neglect Michelson and Morley and what's the other gentleman you mentioned? Arson, right? Erase them.
Sonia.
You got him saying Michelson also.
Sorry.
I was placating to Larry because it's not his vocabulary.
Michael is one of the most common names in the world. So Michelson just didn't use some.
Yeah, Michelson Morley. So there's another comparison for you. Just like the Scientologists, well, particularly L. Ron Hubbard, suppress and try to redact and erase the persons that embarrass Scientology, do the same thing with scientism. Neglect and don't mention and just give no credit to the embarrassment to scientism, particularly on the issue of the rotation of the Earth.
I think we know what's kind of cool. What fuels our passions is that we understand this perspective that we have ever since we could see it, a bit more clearly from a distant view. That we're not in that same mindset as it were when we thought everything was, discovered or translated via these great minds. So we're able to actually scrutinize and be able to say, wait a minute, these guys don't have an answer. What do you mean? They know how everything works. And cosmology is the way they say it is. They don't even agree on that. How do you expect to come into a Discord channel and say that it is just so? You don't have any foundation for that. You don't. And that's the problem. So you can't come in here and saying, well, it's solar system and we got cosmology and all these great speeds that are happening within the rotations of all these things. You don't know any of that to say that you do. Well, it works in math. Really? Just show us the math because they're saying their math doesn't work. Yeah. It doesn't.
Not only is that an Ipsy Dixie, but the Ipsy Dixie don't even worksy.
Yeah, so they got too many problems. So I don't know. For me, like we are very sure-footed when we come into this discussion, argument, debate, whatever you want to call it. But it never pans out for them that they're holding on to truth when we know that, or at least we should. So to anybody that's aspiring to like step forward and say, you know what, I want to declare that I know that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's one thing you can actually grab a hold of, is that they don't know what they're talking about. And they sure as hell don't have any evidence, proof, or anything. It's all imagination. It's all theories. It's in the minds of men. Has nothing to do with anything applicable to the physical and natural world. 100%.
And I would say anybody who's skeptical of what we're saying, like, good. Like, absolutely. You should totally be skeptical. Have an overview of us, just like we're having an overview of the so-called consensus, even though it's not a consensus. But moving on, go just real fast. Entertain this idea. Go look at when they asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, "What is gravity?" Right? And it's really important to look at not only what he said, but what the reporter said. He said, "I don't know, next question." And she goes something along the lines of, "Oops, did I ask something that I wasn't supposed to?" That right there tells you the game is rigged. A reporter should never, ever be afraid to ask a question that they're not supposed to ask. I mean, yeah, there is loaded questions like, how long have you been beating your wife? Right? But when it comes to just trying to figure out what the truth of something is, if we're not free here to ask questions, if science isn't free here in America, where it's literally the first law, the highest supreme law of the land, then how can we be free anywhere to progress scientifically if there's questions that we're not allowed to ask? Especially
look at the
something as
sky.
fundamental
The moon
as
is
gravity.
fake.
The moon is fake. Who said that?
Fake Judge. He's an anti-flat earther. You
Okay,
guys
so
don't
you
know
think
that.
the moon is fake?
I'm a pro glober, not an anti-flat earther.
No, you are an
Okay, so
anti-flat
you
earther.
think the moon's fake?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
let me
being
prove it.
facetious.
Fake
Right?
Judge, let me prove it. Let me prove it. Because you said you're not, but let me
I'm
prove
saying
it.
that's what the flat
Could
earthers
the
believe.
Fake Judge, could the Earth be flat? Is it possible that it could be?
There is some probability in a multi-dimensional universe that the Earth is flat, right? I just think it's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly low.
No, I'm not talking about in a multi-dimensional, in this reality that you exist in right now. That you could be
Not
standing
to
on
my knowledge, right?
that you could be standing on
It
a
would-
flat and stationary plane. So is it
I'm
possible right now in this particular reality that you are standing on a flat horizontal plane?
my confidence that the Earth is round is
No, just
very
answer
high.
the question. Could it be possible that you're standing on a horizontal topographical plane right now?
I don't know.
So then it could is it possible, yes or no? Is there a
I
possibility?
don't think so. I don't think so. I
No,
don't
just
think there
answer
is.
the question yes or no.
I'm
Is
literally
it
answering. I don't
No,
think
no.
so. No.
It's a closed-ended
No.
question. No.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Okay, so it's not possible. So then you are an
Not
anti-flat earther. Go on.
No, it's possible in a multi-dimensional universe, right?
No, we're
I'm
not
not like
talking about that. No, I'm sorry.
but I
We're
don't
not
care
talking
what
about
you're
that.
saying, right? Like you
Yeah,
just
no,
have
this is
your
a closed-ended
opinion.
question.
You have
Is it
your
possible?
opinion on the
Yeah,
shape
is
of the
it
Earth.
possible,
Right?
Fake Judge?
I have mine.
I need you to clarify the statement. Is it possible that you are standing on a horizontal topographical plane? Answer, please.
Given all possibilities in the universe, yes, there is
No, not
perhaps
possibilities in the
some.
universe.
What makes it impossible?
No,
You can't answer. You can't have a
You're
nuanced
not.
discussion.
Why are you
You're
being
just going to deny.
disingenuous? I'm talking
not.
about
I'm
this
literally answering
reality.
your question, and you don't like my answer. That's all
Yeah,
that's happening.
this reality that you are in right now. Is there a possibility that the Earth is a topographical horizontal plane?
Well,
This
in my
reality.
worldview,
This reality.
right?
This
In my
reality.
worldview,
This
in
reality.
this, okay, so you see, this is the problem.
Not
Is you can't, you won't,
multidimensional. This
you won't,
reality.
you
You're
literally
standing on.
won't. You don't want a back and forth, right? You just want to like yell at me
No,
and
this
cut
isn't
me
a
off,
back
right?
and
You're
forth.
not,
This is
you're
you
not
either
asking me a
answering
question,
honestly or not.
right? Exactly. It's not. It's just you talking every time I try to talk.
It's up to you. You can answer honestly or not. You can take a choice to
Okay,
not
so,
answer it, which will be
well, I can't because you
disingenuous.
keep talking, right?
Well, can you answer yes or no to it? Because that's all I need. Is
I
it
can't
possible
give
that the ground
you.
you're standing on is it a
I can't
topographical
give
horizontal plane?
you a simple
It,
answer to a
it can
complex.
either be possible, yes, or it cannot be possible, no.
It's amazing.
So
He just
that's
said
not
given
all that
all
it
the
is.
possibilities in the world.
Yeah.
He just said that. Given all possibilities in the multiverse,
Yeah.
it's not probable. Somehow he knows all possibilities whatsoever, but doesn't know this to be possible or not possible.
Well, I've never
That's
talked
why.
to this guy before. Can I talk to him?
Yeah, I just want him to answer. I don't mind. I just want him to answer the question.
Good luck.
So we know. Go ahead.
Can I
Fake
answer the
Judge.
question? Can
I'll
I have
ask
30
it once again. It's a
uninterrupted
close-ended.
seconds?
Sorry, it's a close-ended question. Really, all I need is just an answer, yes or no. I don't need any more elaborations. I don't need you to say anything more. Either yes or no. So I'll ask the question and then I'll unmute you, and then we'll see if you'll have a genuine conversation. It's up to you. You have a choice. Is it possible that you're standing on right now a topographical horizontal plane? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. So that being that you don't know, then that means that there is a possibility that you could stand on a topographical horizontal plane. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay, see how
Yes.
disingenuous you are? So you're going to, well, back to the question. I hate this, guys, but I have to do this. Back to the question. Is it possible that you are standing on a topographical horizontal plane, yes or no? Last chance.
You're a power tripping mod, right? That's all you
Last
are.
chance.
You're just gonna mute me, right?
Yeah, of course. Because you're not answering the question and you're being disingenuous. And anybody that wants to have a reasonable chat with you is going to go out the window once you decide that you're not going to be genuine anymore. You're making that choice, not me. Answer the question.
So you're mod abuse. You're mod.
Yeah, no, it's no. You're not answering the question. It's not mod abuse. It's you not answering the question. This forum is designed for people to be honest in their integrity of answering questions. So if you're not going to do that, we don't need somebody who's disingenuous. It's up to you. You're making the call, not me.
Hey,
Can I have?
this is a guy's
Can I
shtick,
have?
by the way. Like everyone except him, is a First Amendment, a proponent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really glorious.
I would
Judge,
say flat.
I need you to answer
If
the
you
question.
want, yeah.
Fake Judge, I need you to answer the question. I'm
Yeah,
not
I've
going to move
been
from my point.
respectful.
No, you're
I'm
not.
not.
Answer the question. If
Well-
you're being respectful, you will answer the question. Is it possible that you are standing on a topographical horizontal plane, yes or no?
Okay, well, if you mute me, I can't answer, right?
Well, answer the question.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is hilarious, right?
Go
This
ahead.
is pretty fun.
Answer the question.
Said he while
Can I have
not
20
muted.
seconds or no? Or do I
No,
have 5
not 20
seconds?
seconds. It's a yes or no. It doesn't take 20 seconds.
Okay.
Yes or no?
So mod trip, power trip.
Yes or no?
It's like the 10th
Yes or
time
no?
he's been asked the
This
question.
is
He still
crazy. What's
hasn't answered.
happening, right? You guys are witnessing this, right?
Yeah, next time I will make it a point that every
Not
time I
answering
see
the
Fake
question.
Judge, I will automatically ban you from the chat. Your choice.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
That's
crazy
fine.
that you
It's
can't
your
say
call.
yes or no. Are you
Well, I
incapable
can't
of
say
saying
anything,
yes or
right?
no?
I can't say
You're
anything.
talking.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you
Just
saying
say
something
yes
right
or
now?
no.
If
But
you
that's
say I don't know,
why?
we have
Why?
to interpret that as yes, it can be because you don't know. So it leaves that possibility open. So if you want to close that up, you're just going to have to say no.
Yep.
That's all it
So
is. So it's
not
either
what's
yes or
happening.
no. It's not a
You're
very hard
misrepresenting,
question.
you're misrepresenting the situation, and you're misrepresenting what I said, right? I'm
Yes or
saying
no.
my world.
Nope. Yes or no? We're not going to entertain
We
you
don't give
talking
a
about.
shit about your worldview.
There you
Just
go.
This
answer the question.
hilarious.
Yep. Sorry, but I know this
This is
guy, so
hilarious.
he either is going to be a genuine in the conversation, or he's going to buy what he just did
Yeah.
right now. Show you he's disingenuous.
It's a waste of time.
Yep.
Hilarious, right? Given
Well,
all
he
the
started out.
possibilities, and I can't. I just love it. Given all the possibilities in the multiverse, I don't know if
He
this is
started.
possible. How do you
started
know
out.
all the possibilities in all the universes except this one?
He started out by saying the moon is fake,
He did.
and then
He's
said he
just
was being
troll.
facetious. So, implying that we're saying the moon is fake. So it's really interesting because if we say, I don't think the moon is what you think that it is and what they say that it is, does that mean that you think that it's fake, like it doesn't exist?
Whatever
Like
that means,
it's
as
is
ambiguous
the
as that
moon like
phrase
a
is.
false flag, right?
Right. Is it paper mache?
What do you mean by fake? And it's just you can't have an honest conversation, right? So if someone were to ask me, is it possible the Earth is a globe? Yeah, it could be a really big globe, and they could be wrong about almost everything, including gravity, and it's just really big.
Remember what I said earlier in the logic sequence? Every surface is either of a solid or liquid is either curved or level. So that's a 50-50 chance, right? There's only two options, right? One out of two? That's 50-50, right? So how could that be extremely unlikely when both possibilities are equally probable? That math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, but if somebody was to ask you, are you for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? What would you say?
What would I say to the question?
Anyone in this chat right now, if you're a flat earther, if somebody was to ask you, are you for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? What would you say?
YES, period.
Anybody else? If you have a question mark to that question that I just gave you right now, then
It's
you are
flat.
indeed in the realm of a flat Earth believer. Just saying. If you're questioning that what I just said, then you are a flat Earth believer. You don't know that it's flat. You believe that it is. Very big difference. I've
Right, but is
actually
it
checked
possible
a
that
lot of flat earthers in this arena are flat Earth believers. They would say, "I know it to be 99% sure that it's flat." Seriously, they do say that. This is
would you
amazing.
say that it's possible though, right? Because I'm thinking, is it possible that we've been deceived and they told us the Earth is this, but it's actually a sphere, but it's a lot bigger. Like, is it possible?
No, the possibility. Okay, so when you entertain possibilities, that means that you haven't determined whether or not it could be the thing you're saying it is. So if they say that it's a globe and they haven't determined that it is, then there is a possibility that it could be a flat stationary plane, topographically, of course. But if you have understood the Earth to be a topographical plane, and there's no way that it could be a globe, then you could say for sure, without a doubt, that it is a topographical horizontal plane without any doubt in your mind. Now, if there is a doubt, that means you don't know that it's an actually topographical horizontal plane. You think that it could be something else, extending to whatever. But that's not the claim, because flat isn't a geometric shape, it's a description of a surface. Get it? So the question is different for the globe than it is for flat Earth. We're not
So I've been
talking about
saying,
shape. We're just talking about surface area.
right, right. I've been saying for a while that belief invokes doubt. Because if you say that you believe something, then there's room for doubt. If you know something, there's no room for doubt. Like, I know my foot is approximately 12 inches from big toe to heel. I know it. I don't have any belief whatsoever. And other people like Gregory who disagree with my rhetoric and say, well, you have justified true belief and you believe and know at the same time. But I'm under the impression that belief is the enemy of knowledge, because once you have knowledge, the requirement for belief doesn't exist anymore. It's not necessary to believe that water boils at low pressure once you've done it, right? So I've never evacuated something, so I haven't done it. So I believe that water boils at low pressure, but I know that it boils at high temperature. I don't believe that it boils at high temperature. I know that it does. So is it possible that the Earth is a sphere? Like, I know it to be flat, but is it possible that I could be wrong?
Yeah, the interpretation of the question should be one of that understanding of what's being asked. So if it's asked for, if I would have said, is it possible that the Earth, without a shadow of a doubt, is a large flat stationary plane all everywhere? That's different, because I'm what I'm doing is I'm identifying the entirety of reality. And I don't think there's a human right now that could stand to say that's true of what they know of the entirety of reality. What I am saying is a description of the surface. As far as we've traveled and we've been to places, there's no curvature conforming to the surface of the Earth being following a radius value. So that's very, very specific. So it has to be, in the question, how it's outlined and how you
Now,
answer
this really
for it.
is a problem. Larry just mentioned it. And if one's epistemology is incogent, then it's it decimates any possibility of demonstrating that one does know something. So, in principle, being logically consistent with the categories, if one denies that they believe the proposition while simultaneously knowing it, that'll necessarily imply that you have a justification for a position that you don't even hold, because you don't even believe the proposition. You don't affirm the proposition to be true. So then you don't have any proposition to justify with any logically sound argument, whether it be true or false, especially true. So it's self-defeating to deny that when you know something, you do believe it. Because if you know something, then that is an instance of a logically sound argument to justify believing the true proposition to be true. And when you believe something, you can believe without doubting. It's called certainty. You either are certain or you doubt. If you're not certain, if you believe and you're not certain, then you doubt. If you believe and you don't doubt, then you're certain. And so you can have knowledge whilst also doubting, because people can be inconsistent. And you can have knowledge while being certain, which would be the better position.
Yeah, I think you're trying to describe something like, I guess I'll give you an instance and you can say yes or no to it, but the sun will come up tomorrow. I believe the sun will come up tomorrow. It's nighttime right now, but I believe the sun will come up.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't want to get too far into that because we're gonna start getting very philosophical. We got Fake Judge that just jumped back into the chat.
He's returned.
Yeah, you could. I could unmute you and you could answer yes or no, close-ended question, and redeem yourself. It's up to you. So I'll ask once again, and I'll unmute. And if this is it, then this is it, right? But I'm not one to say that I didn't give you another chance. I gave you like 5, 6 chances. Be the 7th one probably. So I'll ask the question again and see if I open up your mic and you could respond in kind. Is it possible that the Earth is a topographical horizontal plane? Yes or no? Fake Judge?
You're an internet terrorist.
There you go. Nice knowing you, sir. Now every time I see you, guess what? You're going to have the privilege to be getting banned every time. Internet terrorist, is that what you're going to say? We don't like that.
Yeah.
So
You know
what
what that
he's
sounds
telling
like?
you, he's telling you that you inspire terror in him. You terrify him. He's afraid of you. He is sorely afraid of you. That's what he's telling you.
You're going to like this comparison also. In Scientology, there's a category called a suppressive person. And this is a person that is anti-Scientology, that is violating the precepts of Scientology too severely to now that they are an enemy. They're an enemy. And he called Alpha an internet terrorist. Why? Because he's censoring disruptions to the channel, curating a forum conducive for discourse about a cosmological controversy that is critiquing his scientism. That's why. You're a terrorist if you critique scientism.
Well, and dangerous too. Don't forget. That's also attributed to people who question the narrative. All of you guys are dangerous. Dangerous minds, everyone. Supposed to listen to what's being said and capitulate. All is well. The moment you stray, we can't have that.
I guess you're right about the anti-flat Earth part.
Of course.
Yeah.
Proven. I have to demonstrate it because it's far from me to say that the person couldn't be redeemed. But if they are not able to be, then yeah, you guys have seen it. I've allowed it to.
Crit,
It's, if
remember?
it's possible.
Just watch him. Just watch him go.
The weird thing is, some of the people that come in and will say, I'm only 99% sure that the Earth is a globe. And we're like, well, yeah, you leave a percentage to say the question. Is it possible that the Earth is a topographical horizontal plane? Yes or no? So if they answer no, immediately they've got a belief in scientism, that the dogma that precedes the Earth being a globe is the truth and nothing else. So
I really don't know. I don't know where this confusion of the categories came from. You interact in this forum long enough, and folks conflate knowledge and certainty and doubt. They don't have these categories straight, and I never struggled with that ever in my life. As exaggerative as that may sound, I've never struggled with that. I doubt I don't doubt. I'm certain I'm not certain. I know I don't know. What's there to conflate?
I guess that's on all of how the epistemology of a person. Everybody has a different type of worldview, so it would change from person to person. And they kind of like Frankenstein worldviews together, conflate
Yeah.
ideas. And that's why everybody's all jacked up, man, when they come in here.
Yep, yet again. Right. People, it is just a fact of human experience throughout the ages. The vast majority of humans, no, all of us initially in our earliest days, passively inherit a worldview. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. We passively inherit a worldview, and then eventually, given the God's gracious providence, you then become critically considerate, you regiment your thinking, you become self-scrutinizing, and you inquire, and you critique.
Yes, hopefully sometimes, depending on, yeah. Some
Yeah.
person could be, grew up in a particular household and they're very dogmatic in their views and all that stuff, but you'd hope for that to be the case
Yeah,
anyway.
at best, that's what you mature into. Real evolution, evolution of your mind, evolution of your heart, evolution of your character. I'm going to take that word back. I'm tired of scientists abusing that word, talking about an evolution that never happened and couldn't happen. I'm going to take back gravity. I'm going to take back evolution.
Anyways, I'd like to thank everybody that's been joining us and making this channel great. You guys are awesome. All the FE that's in here right now, and for all of you guys that have been joining us for a while, listening to us. Thank you very much. There's some people that I have not heard get on the mic, like Rev.
Yeah, thank you too, terrorist.
You're welcome. Yeah, if you're somebody brand new, you want to speak up, and we have a little bit of airtime, man. If you want to jump in, tell us your points of view.
Yeah, I would love to start a new line of questioning with a Glober.
Oh, we got Blue Man that just joined. You might want to ask him some questions.
Hey,
Blue Man, if you're
Blue
there.
Man. Blue Man.
Blue Man, do you think that the Earth is a globe? And if you do, Larry would like to talk to you about it.
Well, I'll just say this. I've been for a while now. T2IL, peace to you all.
Yeah, Greg.
Peace.
Peace.
Blue Man says he has no mic, but how can a phone not have a mic?
Later, Brother Gregory.
I call cap on that, Blue Man. Cap, brother. Old phone. It got Discord, but no mic. That's weird. How do you talk to your family?
Mics are optional on the old phones.
Yeah,
Apparently,
you point to the phone.
That's weird. Awkward.
Well, as the saying goes, gotta light a glurf, even if it's about your own phone.
I got an old phone. This one don't have a mic, but yeah.
I think I had like an Android phone in like 2011, and I started using cell phones like maybe like 2002. They all had mics. I chipped my tooth on a rotary phone in the 80s. That son of a bitch had a mic.
That sounds like the start of a bad joke.
Yeah, it was fucked up. My uncle threw the football at me. The football hit the phone, and the phone hit my front tooth. It's the only dental work I've ever had done.
Blue Man says he's poor. He should cut off his internet service. He could save some money and get a little more money in his pocket to afford a real phone.
Parents gave me an old crapper. Yeah, but how does the phone have? I don't know. I don't want to question you anymore. It has Discord, but no mic on the phone. Here's this phone, but you can't talk in it. You can just look at it. Sorry, man. I hate bullshit when people are bullshitting. I can spot it a mile away. Hey, Slovakia. Yeah, that's fine. You don't think in Slovakia they have phones with mics? I don't know.
Even
Some of the
slaves
poorest
from
countries.
Slovakia. Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Communists took the mics away. They don't like free speech.
They removed the mics from the phone, so when you call somebody, you just sit in silence. You have to.
Well, you're welcome to stay and listen, no matter what the reason is. So, welcome aboard, Blue Man. Sorry I joked about communism. It's not funny, I know. I'm kind of an asshole.
Is that communism over there for those guys? Slovakia?
They used to. I don't know if they still do.
Yeah, sometimes when you think you're having a bad day, others are having worse. All right, we got Anglo Nazarene that just joined. Welcome, Anglo Nazarene.
Thank you.
So, in this forum, we ask people the question: do you think the Earth is a globe?
No.
What say you, Anglo?
No.
Not a globe.
No.
So, is your view that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you come about this?
Research.
Okay. I mean, recently or how long were you been doing this?
Just under a year, maybe.
Okay. Any videos you've seen? People that you hanging around 24/7?
Bits of everything.
All right. And what's the arguments that you've heard for globe, or at least that you've come across?
For the globe.
Yeah. What have they told you when you talk to somebody
Oh,
about flat
maybe.
Earth?
It's mainly that you just have to trust the people on the TV and NASA, and trust what you're
Really?
told, kind of thing.
What are the social media forums that you go on, like Facebook or
No, no, no.
Discord?
Just this.
Discord. Did you dip? Left.
Sorry, I
Oh,
left.
he's back. What other rooms I mean, because I don't know how you could be having these conversations with the people who think that the Earth is a globe in other rooms. They
No, I
probably
haven't. I
shut the
haven't.
conversation.
No, I
Yeah, go on.
haven't. Haven't had the conversations. Just it's not really my area of debates, really.
Okay. Well, it's kind of good that you actually came to that knowledge. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we ask people when they jump into this channel, if they know that the Earth is a globe, and present your evidence. Make a claim and then present your evidence. What we're waiting for now, just waiting for somebody to come in here and say, "Hey, I have evidence because I know the Earth's a globe." We allow them to speak. So.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of it, they usually tell us they just believe. So.
I just believe. Yeah, basically the best thing they got is go with consensus. If 9 million people believe that's an apple and not an orange, then you're wrong. That's not it. That's, I mean, that's how it works. All you got to have to do is have a person or a group of people disagree with what you say, and then theirs is right and yours is wrong. That's really all it takes to be a glober. Just disagree with any reality, any horizontal line, call it a sphere, call everything straight, curved, and then go on about your day.
Are you telling me straight things aren't curved?
Yes. Yes, I'll be the first to tell you. Or the long line of flat earthers, one of the first of humanity to tell you that there can be a perfectly straight line. There can be a perfectly curved line. There can be a perfect horizontal. There can be a perfect circle. Just maybe not one you can make.
A circle is a shape, it goes around and round.
A sphere is too many circles to count. A sphere has more than 360 degrees. A lot. 3D to the third power exponentially. 360 on a ball doesn't work at all. There's way more than 360 degrees on a ball.
So if I want to build a house, and I tell the guy who pours the foundation, please make sure that the house is level and horizontal. Is he assuming that I mean level as and slightly curving around something?
It depends on where he was born. If he was born in this era and he was in this debate, and if a glober got to him, then yes. If you said you wanted a straight thing in your backyard, he would curve it. If you said you wanted a koi pond, he would make it horizontal. That's usually what we're working with. When you're looking for a curve, they're going to make it horizontal. And when you're looking for a horizontal, they're going to make it curve. That's not too complicated for you now, is it?
Imagine talking to a contractor and he has this water level on your purely fresh made foundation. And you're like, hey, did you actually know that even though you might say this is level and you've leveled it perfectly out, which is great, did you know that level is just relative and actually there is no level? Especially when it comes to the earth and
Yeah,
water.
because, well, see, that would be in the job description. I need this cement leveled perfectly. Like leveled to flat earth, not leveled to a globe. And when they get done, you don't ever have to pay a contractor because you wanted it to flat earth and they couldn't do that. So if they can't do the job, you don't got to pay them, right? I'm just saying, like, in front of any judge, if you said, Your Honor, I wanted them to make me a flat earth, perfect horizontal fucking sheet of whatever. And the judge goes, well, sir, could you do that? And you're like, no, Your Honor, I object. They couldn't do it. We live on a sphere. And then you'll have to have like a debate with the judge and everybody. And then when they come out of the thing, all the Globers are going to convince the judge that you're right, that that guy couldn't make a horizontal line, that was curved cement he put for your foundation. And it's beautifully horizontal. You love it. It works great. But you're not paying for it because it's got a curve somewhere in it you can't find.
But wasn't the earth already put to trial? I mean, wasn't there like some guy who sued a flat earther and the flat earther actually won?
Back in the day, there was a hot air balloon lady who won like up to like 100 and something or 200,000. I don't know, a couple, like at least $100,000 in bets because she bet the earth was flat and she proved it. So she got paid. Whoever she took in the hot air balloon, whatever she did, whatever experiments she set up, she got paid. But then they swept it under the rug like it never happened. There was a lady who got paid for betting and proving the earth was flat, and she did it with hot air balloons.
Hey Grim, have you came up with the experiment of the guy in Australia seeing the moon upside down? Have you found some real experiment, someone who's done this?
I'd like to engage with you, but every time I get muted when I try, you know. So I don't know if
No,
I should
that's not
try or
true. Last time I asked you, you just went away by saying that I'm insane for asking you such a question. You just ran away.
I got muted first. That's why I went away.
No, you ran away. There was no moderation.
Where can we
That's you
let
guys
helium
debating
balloons
technique.
go? Where
Well,
can we let
Grim,
him
you're
in the
lying
room?
right now, and you know that. You have run away by your own admission. So I would like you to just post the experiment that proves your upside down moon theory.
Oh, I see. So he has proof of an upside down moon?
Yeah, in Australia.
It said some people see
That's
it upside
great.
down, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to demonstrate that.
Demonstrating it, like in a model.
Yeah, goofball. Get a happy face. Put it around the
Okay,
ball.
let me
On it.
demonstrate it.
Yeah, you
Okay,
get a
is
globe.
there someone
You
here in
get a
this channel
fucking globe,
from?
and you get a ball called the moon, and you rub it around to each camera. If you got one in Australia, pinhole camera, you got one in America, you got one wherever, dummy, you'd be able to show your fucking claim. It's called
Is there someone here from? Is there someone here from Australia and can confirm that the moon looks upside down for
Dude,
them?
can you demonstrate?
Here's a question for where's he gone? Oh, he's gone. Oh, okay. Where's Alpha Veritas gone?
So Grim, he's gone. So Grim, currently you just believe that your claim is true because it seems like you're still trying to find someone to prove it to you, which kind of
No,
is
he wants
sus.
somebody to agree with him. He wants somebody to say, I agree with you.
Wait, let me get this clear. Are you guys saying that for people in Australia, the moon looks not upside down
I'm saying
compared
for you to
to
do a
somewhere in Europe?
demonstration, of what you're talking about, you need a whole bunch of stories, hamburger help, or you need somebody to agree with you. Grabbing two balls, one ball is a globe and one ball is a little moon's too hard for you, isn't it? This is way hard, isn't it? Globe, moon. Grab them, get on camera, show us your upside down
What do
dog
you mean,
shit.
man? I don't even know what you mean.
I know you don't, stupid. You don't know how to portray what you're talking
It's
about. You don't know
ridiculous
what
that
you
you don't
mean.
believe that the
So
moon
you
looks
don't know
upside
what
down
you
for people
mean.
in Australia.
No, you don't know what you mean.
You
You
don't
can't demonstrate what you mean.
believe.
You can't
I
demonstrate
don't
what you mean.
believe.
Why you guys
It's
so
not what
fucking
I
hostile?
mean. I
What's up,
didn't
man?
say the moon's upside down. I didn't say the moon's upside down. You did, stupid ass. So that's for you to fucking make up stories about and not be able to demonstrate, loser. What the hell? Don't laugh at me because you can't fucking demonstrate your fairy tale,
Bro, you're being
dude.
ridiculous.
Demok.
You just ignorant of the fact that the moon looks upside down for people in Australia.
Yeah, it's a cool
You're just
story.
ignorant of the fact. There is nothing I can do.
Demok. Why is the
Why
Trans-Siberian
is the
Railway?
globe so hard to touch?
Hold on.
Why
Why
is the
is
globe
the
not fulfilling your story, Goldilocks? It's not too
Demok?
cold. It's not too hot.
Demok.
No globe. What do you need, no glober?
Yeah, Demok.
What do you need, no demonstrator?
No, that's not me. That's the other guy.
Oh, what do you need, brother?
Why is the Trans-Siberian Railway 5,771 miles long, but the curvature was never considered when laying the tracks?
Because we're on a flat Earth, stupid.
No, it's a rhetorical question.
Why are you asking me a rhetorical question? I don't do those. They answer themselves, brother. If you just said a flat track, we need to go no farther. The
No,
rhetorics.
I'm giving you ammunition for this guy. Yeah.
Oh, you're giving me ammunition? Oh, brother, I don't need it. I love you, but I don't need it. I need this gentleman just to demonstrate what he's talking about. That's enough ammunition for me that he
Demok,
can't demonstrate it, right?
Demok, unfortunately,
These guys,
Grim will never do it. He will
I
probably
know,
post
none of
an
them will.
article
None
where
of them can't
there's
show
nothing
temperatures.
demonstrated.
Right, they'll never demonstrate a globe with a heat lamp showing temperatures, seasons, time zones. They won't show shit. They won't show eclipses with two balls. They won't show their sizes. They won't show anything. They won't show you how a ball works, how things go around a real ball, a real 3D sphere. It's beyond them. They want to get a flat computer screen and show you flat Earth and say, look at flat Earth. That proves you're on a globe. No, we're on flat Earth. You're showing us flat shit all the time. Stop. Can one of you Globers ever steal man a fucking ball and get a ball out? Put a boat on it. Let's see what it do. Why would this be so hard? Why would thousands of years of people just fucking imagine shit? Why would you imagine shit for 1,000 years without doing it? What kind of dumb Globers do we have? That's like I don't even know. There's got to be a new word for gullible, right? Believe every fucking thing, but then don't believe nothing. See, because you believe everything from some guy you never met from sandals and sand 17,000 years ago. But then today, a little kid can't come and pour water on the ball and convince you water's not sticking. You'll believe a fucking guy that you don't know even existed when you can't even do the experiment of putting water on a ball, but you will not believe a child or a human that pours water and the water sticks off the ball. You don't even believe physics. Globers don't even believe physics. What the fuck? And they're not supposed to be beliefs. It's supposed to be demonstrate and go home. Once you demonstrate, oh, what do you want us to do? Demonstrate? Yeah, fucking liars that have been getting paid for all this time for doing nothing. Time to get the fuck out. Time for real people to do real science again. The fuck? Time for the remove of science. To get rid of all these fake ass physicists, psychologists, psychiatrists, fucking chemists. Theoretical shouldn't even belong in fucking a portion of anything other than acting. Thespianism. The fuck? How are thespians running your science? How are theoretics running science? How? How the fuck did a group of actors get your science? This is crazy. This is crazy to me, man. Science was given up to David Copperfield, the guy in a fucking lab coat behind the curtain that you were warned about, the Wizard of Oz. Don't trust that little evil motherfucker. Don't follow the yellow brick road.
Did Grim run away, or is he just standing there, just stumped?
He's standing there stumped because
There's not much I can add, man. He doesn't know that the moon looks upside down for people in Australia.
Is looking at the moon actually look at the Earth?
Answer your own questions. Ask your questions.
Yeah, this is for you
yourself.
because you should know this.
That's
If
what
you
you always
answer,
say, right?
if you answer yes, then I know what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with somebody who is looking up instead of looking down.
he doesn't
If
even
you
look
say
on the ball,
no,
Fred.
then I know that, okay, so let's explore this. Why would anything from the moon tell you what the ground is? And then go through that.
It would tell me that this observation would contradict the flat Earth.
No, it
Because-
contradicts the globe. We're trying to show you to demonstrate it with the ball, and you can't. Here we are again.
My point here is to show that the Earth is not flat.
Well, you
That's enough
didn't
for
do
me.
that. You haven't shown anything, talky.
There is this observation that contradicts it, man.
No,
Grim,
there ain't.
you have
What
not
observation?
presented the
Obvious.
observation, man. You have, dude. This is like the last conversation we had where you just ran away when you challenged. I'm still giving you the opportunity to just post one human being, or at least it takes two of them, which have done the experiment, which would be easy to do, or just with FaceTime or whatever. Has anybody done that experiment to prove your point? Because you should have that on your hands right now, like
And your
shoot it like
constellation
a cowboy
should be
at
upside
us.
The constellation should be upside down to you too.
He still hasn't
Right?
explained why. Okay, so it's this observation, which predates heliocentric, which was observed long before anyone suggested, is somehow not possible because
Flat sky too hard to understand for him. Flat sky over flat ground too hard. Ugh. Ooh, ooh, ugh. Ugh, 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 ugh.
What you're asking me is that has anyone in Australia ever looked up at the moon? That's what you're asking me. I mean,
You're just a firecracker, dude.
yeah, he doesn't get it. Yeah, these
Yeah,
things were
no,
done
he
by.
does. He's just trying to play stupid and gaslight with that tactic. He
then
knows what he's supposed to do, but
Then he
you
gets
know,
confused by why he gets muted.
exactly.
Get your
It's
broken
always the
record
same.
who can't explain anything. Like, you should be able, if you've got a proof of not flat, then demonstrate the curve or explain how your proof that has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth is actually about the curve of the Earth and impossible on your flat Earth. So present your flat Earth first, because that's what you think you've debunked, some version of flat Earth that you rammed in that you didn't show. So show that.
The version of flat Earth that's postulating a flat plane. Yeah, that's contradicted by this observation.
Show that.
But if there is not even calculation or anything or theories involved in this, it's just
show that. Show what you're talking about.
Okay, look at the moon, right? Look at the moon right now if you can see it.
Okay, show that. Show that flat plane first. Let's see. On the flat plane.
No, there is no flat plane.
Okay, so you have no idea what the moon would look like on a flat plane. If there's no flat plane for you to use, you don't know what you would look like or what it wouldn't look like. You'd need to postulate the flat plane first, which would be what?
You falsify something you don't possess the information on, idiot.
You know, the moon's north and south pole, or let's say the moon's upside down.
You don't know shit about the
moon looking upside down, moving on a flat plane, right? Where do you want to move on a flat plane?
Show that. Yeah, show that. Okay, all this information about the moon too. Ram that in too. So you know the moon has poles, and you know it's upside down.
No, that's what I'm describing it. I'm not saying it has literal poles. I'm just saying if you look at it, you know, there is like a top and a down. That's what I mean.
There's the
not
up
postulating
and down.
anything about the moon. I'm not even saying it's like an object.
In space, there's ups and downs.
Yes, it is ingenious. Great. That's expected.
Yeah, because you got this idea where you have to go into space to see a moon, and then you went up and down.
Just look at the one. Okay. Let me post a picture for you guys, right? I mean, this is nothing. I can just show any picture. If you look in SideChat, there is a picture from Uruguay and another one from the United States.
Yeah. So where's the Earth here?
Why do you need the Earth?
Well, because you said
this is a flat plane. How do you explain the observation? It's impossible. It is great. It is impossible on a flat plane. Yes, if you have a disco ball on the ceiling, where do you want to move in the room for it?
So how do you know the moon is like a disco ball? Where did that come from?
It looks like that.
Right.
It doesn't matter whether
you only see one. You only see one side of it. The disco ball has multiple sides.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the top and down orientation. No.
Yeah, look at it right here. Same. This demonstrates the same thing.
Hold on. You blocked. I don't even know what the point of that is.
Yeah, and here too.
But this is like one straightforward argument against you guys' views. You know, you can change.
No, not even close. You haven't made an argument yet. You still are waffling. You're like really waffling. How are you adjudicating the ground by looking at a moon that you call a disco ball that's not a disco ball? Like connect the dots.
Like I'm just ruling out one shape. I'm just ruling out.
How about this? Are you too smart for this chat? Maybe is that what's going on? Your way of articulating is just so far above everyone else's head.
Okay, where are you going into atoms, man? I'm just ruling out the.
Is that possible? Is that possible? You are too smart for everyone in this room. Your articulation seems obvious to you, but you're speaking at such a high level that no one understands what the fuck you're talking about.
This is the most simple, whatever, man, argument one can give, against the flat Earth. If you can explain it.
Because why?
Because it doesn't involve any calculations or theories or whatever, right? It's just a straightforward observation contradiction
of the moon. Yeah, of the moon, right? Okay, so not the Earth, not the surface of the Earth. How did you get looking at the moon is that you're actually not looking at the moon, you're looking at the Earth. How'd you do that?
What are you trying, man? This is confusing me. I'm looking at the moon, and then I just have this observation, right? Whatever I'm observing, but this observation contradicts a flat plane. Because it doesn't matter where I move on a flat plane. A disco ball would never change its orientation.
So why is the moon a disco ball now? When did that happen?
Yeah, you're a little
okay. Then
guy.
Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be a disco ball, right? Whatever this object is.
Bob, looking at the
it doesn't
moon.
even have to be an object. Actually, it can be.
This guy must be a top tier level troll for real. Like,
yeah, maybe someone can repost what I posted since he had got me blocked.
I don't know how you guys come back from this argument.
This guy is a troll, man. Like, have you just not
Which
caught the
argument? You haven't
laughing
made an
glass?
argument yet. You just asked a question. You still haven't made an argument. So
My
make
argument
the
is
argument.
there is this observation contradicting you.
This is a
That's all.
troll, dude.
An observation
No, it
you haven't
doesn't.
showed
Yeah,
us
I don't know.
yet?
Yeah, it doesn't. So you got that wrong first.
Okay, it doesn't. I guess we have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, goopball. We do. When you
Grim,
don't
you're a
have any
troll,
proof.
dude.
We have a difference of you proving something. You haven't proven shit. You've written a story down. Stop writing stories, Mark Twain.
I'll be DMing you, man, for the rest of your life with stories.
You better DM your
Grim,
mom
maybe.
with fucking Dr. Seuss. You better
Grim,
DM
maybe
your
you
fucking
should
mom.
go back to Rust or something. Draw some little kids, but not here in the Flat Earth channel.
Okay, guys, that's all I got. That's
You
all I
have nothing. You had nothing. Thanks, nobody.
All
Yo,
right,
using the
have
flat
fun
Earth
trolling
model, I
somewhere else.
predict you'll come back and say exactly the same thing.
I
You
wish you'd
won't be able
bring
to
a
answer any
globe model
questions.
to
You don't know what you're talking about.
not this
Nothing new
argument
under
again.
nothing
No
new under
globe
the
model.
sun. No change.
Globe model
Exactly
here to
no
look at.
change.
No globe model here to look at, folks. Nothing to see here. No globes. No globe or
Did you
condemning
guys see
globe.
the debate between Professor Dave, the
See a
Honorable
globe.
Professor Dave against Witzit?
No, have you ever seen a classroom or a lab? That's all you
This
need to
guy's
worry
a
about.
troll.
Have you seen a lab? Go in there and grab your globe, turn the camera on, and we'll talk. Only then can we talk.
I'll turn my camera on. Oh, I can't turn it on. We are too many
Do you
people
have
here.
a globe handy?
A globe handy?
Yeah, retard. The thing you're trying to prove or convince somebody of, dumb fuck. A globe.
I can't show it to you, unfortunately.
What a fucking idiot. So a
There are too
glober.
many people. I can't activate my camera.
So a glober doesn't listen to my point. All you got to do is record how you do your fake magic with the real globe. Everything you think happens on a globe outside in reality, do it to that little ball. And if it looks just like reality, come back and show us, stupid. That's all we're asking for. You think you got polarises, you got angles, you got zeniths, you got moons doing crazy shit like turning upside down? Show us. Show us your pinhole
What do you
camera.
mean show us, bro? Look at
That
it,
means you
and then
put the
ask someone
pinhole
from Australia to look at it, right?
No, you
What
put
a
a pinhole
troll.
camera. I'm trying to tell you.
He's calling me a troll. Is that your
I'm going to tell you how to steal
No, you
man.
are a troll, man.
You put a pinhole camera in Australia, about 10 of them lined along the line in your little globe, right? Then you get your moon and you roll it around. And you have your pinhole cameras in another couple countries too, like Africa, America, Russia. And you look at the moon. And you guys watch it through your pinhole. And we all see who sees it upside down. Idiot.
Okay, we'll see, dickhead.
So what'd you do? We're waiting. We'll wait.
What you did?
We'll wait, loser, for you to do nothing. It's a comedy show, isn't it? The Globe is a fucking comedy show that can't be produced.
I personally think at this point Grim is not really serious about anything. He's probably someone who also goes into
Ask
video
me. I
games
tried
and
to
troll
answer, man.
people.
I don't
Ask
think
me,
Grim's
but that's all
serious, dude.
I got for
Grim,
this
you
argument.
post the same picture every time you're around. You put the moon, two observers looking at the moon every time, the same picture.
A cartoon? Let me guess. Is it a cartoon?
It is a cartoon, yes.
Because,
Oh
man,
my
I just focus
fucking
on this
God.
because it's enough
See,
to
these
show like
guys will
one
never
instance to
tell
the
you
contrary
anything
to the point of
reality.
view.
Do you guys know anything about real stuff? Anything non-cartoon? That's all we're looking for. Do you have any not cartoon proof?
Yeah, inside chat, there is a picture of the moon.
Dimok, do you know why this guy comes in here? He actually comes in because he wants to see you get serious about it. He's actually not serious.
There
He
is
just
nothing to be serious, actually. I'm just focusing on this, man.
I know you're trolling,
there is nothing
man.
I can even explain.
Nothing you could be serious about with
get
the
this
globe.
fuzzy, nice feeling
The globe is a
as soon
joke.
as Dimok gets crazy and what's like starts to be angry or something like that. That's what trolls get. You know, they feel good if people get angry.
Anyway, I'm not even provoking anyone.
Well, hey, I think he lost because I'm not angry. I'm
Okay,
just a
dickhead.
serious person. I just don't like to be.
See, this
I
this
just
is
don't like to be
exactly
lied to. I'm not.
what I'm
I don't.
saying.
There's no. Listen, my mood doesn't really change to happy or sad or glad or bad. If you give me a birthday present, I'm going to say thank you. If you stab me in the face, I'm going to say fuck off. You know, in the same tone. So,
You say thank
Demok
you?
is Demok.
Wow.
Yeah, Demok's Demok all the way, brother. If I see you across the street, I'm Demok to you. I'll call you a fucking idiot retard if I feel that way about you in person. If I don't, then I won't, and we'll be best friends. And you wouldn't feel anything weird. We would be best buddies. I wouldn't call you anything because
I'll
we
probably
would.
put you in the headlock, you know.
No, you wouldn't be able to, brother.
Very quick, man. Just put you in the headlock,
Yeah, I know.
and then we'll see from there.
You'd lose your money, just like every UFC retard.
I'll be taking your money, man. I'll take everything you worked for.
That didn't make any sense. How about a bet? How about a bet your check?
Okay.
Okay, let's see a helium balloon rise horizontal.
If I
On the
show
globe.
that, rise
No, you
horizontal,
got to know.
what does that even mean?
I want you to release it, and it goes that way to the sun.
Horizontal? You mean
Yeah, retard, not vertical.
vertical?
Flat Earth
Yeah.
is vertical. The globe is
Right.
horizontal and anything but vertical. It's diagonal. It's 45 degrees. It's 33 degrees. It's 22. It's 18. It's off plumb.
All of the above. Yeah.
Exactly. So where can you go underwater
Precisely.
and see an air bubble go that way to the surface, you fucking idiot?
Never seen it, man.
Fuck the moon.
Have you seen it?
Fuck the moon. Stay right here in
Well,
the water. Submarines go down in the water and can't pop out the surface. Why is that? Why is that?
can you tell me why don't you have your
Why
politicians in
can a
control so
submarine
all
not
your
pop
guys'
out
money
the
goes to
surface?
NASA, bro?
I'll
Why
bet
don't you
you your
control
whole
your
check
politicians?
that you can't dive down in any water and pop out the surface, motherfucker.
Defense spending. They get to
I'll bet
enumerate whatever they
you
want.
check you can't go under the water 3 feet and swim horizontal out the surface where that curve is, motherfucker, in the ocean. You can't go 3 foot down in the ocean and then swim horizontal and pop out nowhere. Did you know that, retard? No globe.
Blake can do that.
Drunk, retardo, because little microscopic you can't swim out of the fucking surface of that fucking 1 mile curve. Something wrong, stupid.
Okay, but bro, why are you putting so much money into NASA?
NASA. I bet
Yeah.
your check from you to give me money.
I mean, it's you guys' institution, right? NASA.
I'll bet
It's a
NASA
bullshit
too.
institution.
I'll
They're
take
just ripping
NASA's
you off,
money.
man.
NASA won't
They're
bet me.
mugging you. They're mugging you,
NASA
man.
will not take these bets. None
They're
of you
taking
will.
billions and billions and billions
I'll take
and
them back.
billions.
There's a betting office. We can go get 100 million to 1 odds that we bet the Earth is flat because helium balloons don't go any other way but vertical. They don't go that way. Neither do air bubbles, and neither do humans to get out the surface. You can't swim down to the surface of fucking curved water.
Well,
You
this is
can't go
some Joe
underneath.
Biden reasoning, man. Come on.
Retarded motherfucker. If you got a sphere of water, a bubble portion of water, a horizontal line, and then a bubble arc of water on that horizontal, your little microscopic fucking human would be able to swim forward into it and then pop out the surface going horizontal. You would be able to go down at an angle of 33 degrees and pop out the surface that way too. Let's
You
see
wouldn't.
it happen. Let's get in a
You're right.
boat. Let's get in a submarine. You swim, go under the pool that's a mile long, go 3 inches under the
I mean,
water.
I've
and
done
then
that
pop out.
for my Navy training. You know,
Yeah, the
I've
water
done that.
should be 8 inches above your head when you get a mile from
It
that
was more than 8
point where you
inches above my
started.
head, man.
And you popped out, right? You popped out the surface.
I'm here. Yeah, eventually I popped out.
No. Stick a stick out of it for us. Show us live. Go under the pond and then
Okay.
stick your stick horizontally out of the water where it arcs.
Okay, I'll do that. And you try to talk to someone from Australia and ask them about how the moon looks to them.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a retard.
You don't talk to Australians? That's racist, bro. Come on.
I'm not talking to anybody. Why would I need to talk to anybody? I know what's going on. I'm not a retard.
You live in Australia?
I don't have cartoon fucking mental block about computers.
See, why is it even Australia? What does that do for you? Like, why? Like, you keep picking these random locations, and how is it observer dependency by different locations curve the surface of the Earth?
That's what it looks like. That's what the moon looks like to them in Australia.
Okay,
Whatever
and
the reason is, it's not a flat plane.
because
It's
okay,
Because you saw a bird fly. Hey, look, there's a
there's
bird flying. It does loop-de-loop.
You guys are
Grandma.
fucking niggers. All of
We
you guys
must
are
be on a
retarded
triangle.
nigger. Kill nigger, 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 nigger,
Shut
nigger,
your
nigger.
fucking
You guys are
mouth, you little
niggers.
retard.
Retarded niggers.
Stupid fucking retarded
Retarded
motherfucker.
niggers. You guys are retards. No one likes you. Everyone thinks you're fucking.
okay, damn man.
Yeah, quit making fun of your mom, you asshole. I love her. She loves me. We can be black and white together. It's fun.
now after I gave you guys this argument that contradicts your view, you will live and die in the contempt of your own heart.
Yeah, so
You're not
we got to
accepting
I don't
present the
even know what
argument
the hell that
first.
meant.
Step one:
I don't even know what that means without a demonstration.
present the argument.
Your demonstration is a laugh, and then you keep talking about Mark Twain stories. Well,
I
back
showed
when
you a
Mark
picture of the
Twain
moon right
was
inside chat
Huckleberry
from
Finn.
Uruguay and then from the
Yeah,
States.
when Huckleberry
Okay,
Finn
you
is
haven't
in
shown the
Uruguay.
surface of the Earth yet,
You
though.
can confirm the observation from the
Huckleberry
States
Finn
actually.
confirmed it.
You guys, you can just confirm it by looking
Oh,
from your window.
listen,
Okay,
Mark
so
Twain and Huckleberry
where's the
Finn did
curve
this.
of the Earth in that? Where's
It's
the
the moon,
surface?
just the moon.
Okay, so
This
you're
argument has
looking
nothing
at
to do
just
with
at the.
curvature.
No, the Earth curve.
Okay,
Where's
that's
it
what
at?
you need to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Curvature,
water
yeah.
curving.
Okay, now after I've shown that the Earth is not flat, we can talk about the Earth being a globe.
The only way
And
you can show the Earth's not flat, you retarded motherfucker, is by showing water curve away from a horizontal line right here on Earth, stupid fuck.
okay, dickhead. My argument for
This
the
is
Earth being
really
a globe
bad
is
for
the
you because
same
if the
observation.
moon just
Really
disappears,
sad, isn't it?
or just
So the
look at
only
a
way
history book,
flat,
suddenly now your proof is gone. Your argument's gone. It's only
Flat Earthers
observer
are telling you.
dependency on two locations that you didn't actually say why. You just picked two random spots. You said, look at from these two spots, you look at the moon. The moon looks different, therefore the Earth is curved or not flat.
Therefore, yes, right, it's not flat.
Okay, how? How did you do that?
It's an impossible observation from a flat plane,
Because
moving on a flat plane.
Show us how. Show us the flat
Okay,
plane.
now if you look at the moon from the States, right, and then you look at it,
No,
and then
we're not
while you're looking at
imagining.
it,
You're imagining
bro,
shit right
bro,
now. We have no
while you're
reference
looking at
frame.
it, you move
Where is
to
your reference?
Australia, right?
Let's
You will
get
see
the
the moon
reference you're
turning
talking
upside down.
about.
Okay, and that does what?
Well,
That curves
it
the
shows that
surface?
it's not a flat plane.
We need the
It
floor.
curves the surface? How does it do
It
that?
shows that there is this impossible observation from moving on a flat
Okay,
plane.
so
It's impossible.
because
How?
yeah, because how?
Because objects in the sky don't change their upside down orientation when you move in a room, for example, right?
Okay,
If you
we
move like
got
left or
you.
right.
Objects
Okay.
in the
But
sky
that's
do
small.
what they
They're
do. How does that change the dirt?
Dude,
We're asking you,
I'm
brother.
just
How
an
does that make
anti-flat
dirt
earther.
better?
I'm not even a glober, man. Anti-flat earther.
We don't care what you are, nothinger. You're a nothinger.
See
A
right here,
talker.
I got a prediction using the flat Earth model. It's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat Earth globalist is simply an endless spiraling. No change. Nothing changes that. They will try and debunk the flat Earth, and they think they have done so. But they'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Day in, day out. Each day they think they've debunked a topic. They can't even say what it is. This is where you're at. You're stuck in the mud. And people are telling you, push. Okay, you got to get out of the mud. You're stuck. You're just spinning your wheels in the mud. And you're like, look at how fast I'm going. And you're like, you're not. You're stuck. You're not moving. You're stationary. You're stuck in the mud. You're flooring it. You're just gunning it. And you're saying, look at the RPM needle. It's going way up. I go, dude, that's not movement. Okay, you're not moving.
I think that tomorrow he has his day off.
I mean, sometimes he comes in here multiple days. He resets sporadically throughout the day.
He posts every single time. He posts the same picture, and
Yeah.
he doesn't. He's not even explaining it to you.
I did.
He should know it inside and out. He should. It's the same pictures every time. He should know it. He should be able to explain it like a drop of a hat, no problem.
Well, he's got the explanations already. It only works on a flat surface.
I would
He
say
just kind of waves a
Grimace.
magic wand and says, "Well, it actually only works on a globe because."
No. I'm just saying it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I just
That's
demonstrated.
right.
They have under the dome photography. They've been doing this type of stuff since 2016.
Yeah, Grimace
The globe
dedicated.
people. The globe have no explanation for why the moon appears like it does. It should be spinning. It should be if it's an object in space, like they said, according to their lore, 240 miles away, about a quarter of the size of Earth is. It should be spinning. It doesn't. Then
Yeah,
they call it
Grimace.
tidally locked. It's tidally locked. Okay, well, that explanation doesn't hold water. Tidally locked objects don't stay tidally locked for very long, and tidally locked objects are generally very small to the thing they're rotating. They tell you they've seen other tidally locked objects next to like Jupiter and Saturn, but those moons are tiny compared to the size of Jupiter in their model. So how is that tidally locked? The physics of Earth, if you say this physics here is perfect, it's picture perfect predictions, and you can't make one other prediction using it.
Do you have dental work done recently?
I think Grimace just trying to his best to keep his skills in being a top tier troll.
Well, he's going to reset again because there's nothing new under the sun. Each day, yeah, it's under the sun. There's nothing new. He's under the sun. The Earth is under the sun. The sun's above you, and there won't be any change. He'll just come in here. He's just he's just fighting something that he's upset by. Like flat Earth really made him mad for some reason, and he just stays here. So he's in emotional damage, stuck in the mud.
Yeah,
an emotional wreck.
But I think that emotional damage has gone into the realms for him of coping with it by actually trolling. He's a consistent troll. He's doing his same script because he knows he's gonna get a reaction and maybe something else, and then
he put like a north and a south on like, what is this, dude?
It is like the Earth, and then people from Earth looking at the moon.
Listen to his voice, man. He's literally laughing. He knows that I'm correct.
This is actually not a troll. It's just the funny part is, bro. The funny part is that this lousy drawing I just drew is enough to debunk you guys' view.
You're
Look
such
at this.
a troll.
Yeah. There's something you can always perform this on any subject. Honestly, you can any subject. You want to open a book of anything, right? You can read to a certain point, and wherever you stop reading, when you're like, all right, I've made up my mind. That's called confirmation bias. So like if you've gotten to a certain point, if you want to find out about yourself in any topic, right? You can start reading any article on any topic. And when you stop reading and say, I've made up my mind, then you can find out what it is that you already previously held in your mind to then discredit this information. It's called confirmation bias. You've only gone as deep as this drawing, Grim. What is it that you hold dearly that this would destroy this so that you have to have this confirmation bias?
I have this confirmation bias.
Yeah, what is it? Why do you
I don't have a
hold this
confirmation bias,
bias?
I think, man. This is independent of bias, because I think you guys should agree with me.
That's the thing. Nobody is immune to this. Nobody's immune to confirmation bias. Nobody. So, but some people have gone deeper into topics, right? And at a certain point, they're like, all right, I made up my mind. I'm stopping here. So what you've gone nowhere deep, right? Like skin deep, like very shallow, right? So what is it that this identifies in your life that this idea could destroy? What is it that you've already have a bias towards? Find out about yourself a little bit.
It's a very, very deep question, man. But I think this is not based on confirmation bias. I don't believe that this observation contradicts the flat Earth because it proves my view or anything. There is just this observation. We have to handle it. You see the same thing I do, man, and we have to make up our mind. What does it mean? Why does the moon look upside down for some people? That's all.
Golly.
So it's a question you got. Okay, that's good. Now you know that it isn't a proof of anything. You're pondering. You're looking at the world and you're trying to make observations and trying to match it to stuff. and then you filter in some sort of cognitive bias, and then want other people to answer for your like you're against flat Earth. You've added you're like
I was
somehow
actually not biased, man.
you
I thought
attributed
about this,
flat
Crit.
Earth.
Crit, I thought about this. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
if I want a flat Earth, how?
you attributed flat Earth as something other than a description of the surface. And from there, you see that it's a moral failing. There's something wrong with flat earthers. You're smarter than them. So then your proof of that is to go into a flat earth server and say the same thing over and over again, no matter what feedback you get. And that's it. And you do this multiple times per day, every day in, day out, no change. Nothing will change this. It's obvious that you are stuck in the mud, and get unstuck. Push. Dig. Start digging the tires out so you can get back on the road. Because you've obviously got questions that you have to get to the end to. So you know something, and then you can present how you know that to others. Say, I know the moon's a disco ball, like you said earlier today, because bang. And then you throw that right in the text chat. This is how you know the moon's a disco ball. You went there, you shined a laser pointer at it, whatever you did. However, whatever method and practice you did to adjudicate what the moon is, then you say your adjudication of the moon is not an adjudication of the moon. It's actually an adjudication of the surface of the earth. And then bang, drop that in the chat. And people can look at that. Because until then, you're just doing an internal dialogue, arguing with something inside your own head. You're flat earth. You're arguing with yourself, wondering why you're stuck in the mud. That's why.
I think he's muted.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can I ask the flat earthers a few questions? I'm just curious.
Yeah, but we move on. We'll move on to that. Yeah, Grim's pretty good at self-moderating. So yeah,
Can I
go
have
ahead.
like just one thing? Yeah, I appreciate that, Crit. I'll work on my argument, and I'll be here tomorrow and present it in an even better way.
If the Earth is flat, you'll be here tomorrow. If the Earth is a globe, you would have moved on with your proof, and now you know the Earth is a globe, and you're going to work on that and try to get to the moon. So it's easy to determine which environmental conditioning are you in. Are you in a small, sad world doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons, or are you on a world that's full of wonder and amazement? There's something new every day. Brand new discoveries just around the corner, just barely hidden, just waiting for the right thinker to ask the right questions, and something new is right there. A new renaissance. Like, where's the hover car? Like, you've mastered gravity. You know what gravity is, and you're able to manipulate it using these tools, and you got a hover bike, a hover car. And just go do that. So if that's the globe, then you've got door number A. If the Earth is flat, you got door number B. So the model,
thank you.
the environment will determine action and coaction of the organisms. You see this, like a goldfish you put in a very small tank will stay small. So let's see, I'll put you in a tank where you'll put yourself there. You'll just jump out of the small tank, jump into the massive heliocentric model tank. It's so big, there's no edge. They tell you it's an ever expanding edge. Your mind and your consciousness should be expanding at the same rate that they tell you it's expanding into nothing. There's no limit. Only your imagination would be the limit. So jump out of the flat Earth tank and get into the globe Earth tank and see if you're able to be a bigger, better faster, stronger goldfish. Because I predict you can't. You'll come back here and they say exactly the same things, exactly the same way, and not even know why you're doing it. Goldfish memory, goldfish ideas.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Okay.
I get it.
All right. So who's the guy who won that similar thing?
Me.
And while you ask, you have to be truthful. That's the only.
I will do my best. I'm more or less just curious about a couple of things because I've never talked to flat earthers before. My first question that came to mind, we talked a lot about the moon. My question about the sun would be, so if the Earth is flat, would all regions of the planet, whatever you want to call it, the plane, see the sun at the same time, or how would it make sense that some areas, some countries get some sunlight while others don't?
Well, I mean, well, there's ways you can answer it with us right now. If how could you answer that question? If the sun is big enough to be seen by everybody, there's your first choice. If not, then what do you think would happen? What do you think that would mean for the sun or the land? Something would have to change for either one, right?
Yeah, I mean, coming from the perspective of a globist, I guess if you want to call me that, whatever. I mean, that's my logical justification for it.
Yeah, the globe's stuck at big sun, 1,800,000 Earths in the sun. Yeah, and they're stuck with half of the Earth at all times, right? But then they claim refraction and light bends. So how much of the Earth would be lit up then in globe model? And how could you demonstrate that in a real live classroom setting to prove your guys' point?
I mean, you would just shine, a light fixture at a globe model, and you would get the coverage.
Well, in this room, I have a globe, and the whole globe's lit up. Basically, even the bottom. The top towards the light and the back and the side. There's no black part of the globe.
I understand that.
Even the wall behind the globe is lit up.
Sure. Yeah. But that's because
how
you
does
have
that
a lot
demonstrate
of
your
light
model?
refracting
No.
in your room.
Stop. No.
If there's no backdrop, which there wouldn't be in space, then there wouldn't be anything refracting. The only thing that would refract would be other planets in close orbit.
Backdrop?
Which is
You mean
the moon?
a black wall? So I got a black wall, same light, same globe. I still see the globe.
Sure. Yeah. Because the black wall is refracting light to the back of the globe.
No, there's no dark black part. Where is your
He'd say the 100%.
I understand that because the light is bouncing off of whatever wall you have behind the globe, and it's reflecting onto the globe.
Doesn't light reflect off the atmosphere that's all wrapped around the Earth too, the same way as a wall? Isn't that why
it passes through the atmosphere for the most part. That's why it's clear and we see the sun.
So the atmosphere acts like a lens, and it carries the light around it, right? So now
It carries it directly through it. I wouldn't say around it.
How do we have a dark spot on a globe? How do we have a half of it black?
Because there's no backdrop like you have in your room, like those walls behind the globe.
I'm asking you to demonstrate it.
I mean, I can't because I can't turn on my camera right now. But
yeah, I know. Demonstrate it to yourself.
Doves, you're hot micing. Doves.
Right?
So I could go outside right now. Like, for example, where I'm living, it's dark outside, right?
You guys, hold on. Dove, you're hot micing.
Right. So now take a globe.
Yeah.
Turn your porch light on and take a ball and put it towards the porch light to where the whole half of it's lit up. Now you can't see the back of it at all. It's black. It's dark.
Yeah, I don't think I would be able to. I can try it outside of my window right now if you want me.
The idea of globe models possible with this inference. We can't demonstrate it in reality. How is it real?
I'm pretty sure I could demonstrate it. I mean, I can try right now. I'm kind of curious, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. Remember the size of the sun? 1,800,000 Earths.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but
rock,
I know it's pretty
meaning
big.
a little piece. Okay, so the Earth's a grain of sand, 3 grains of sand away from the sun. Do you understand that? So you got a little grain of sand you're trying to show us has got a black side. right by a sun that's 1,800,000.
Well, it's due to the distance. It's super far
No, we're
away.
not
You
gonna
know,
keep
things get
making
smaller
shit
when you're
up.
further away.
No, there ain't no distance. It's third rock from it, right next to it. There's a thing called an orrery where they put the sun right the fuck there, and then the first rock, second rock, third
Okay.
rock.
Sorry, you'll have to explain that to me. I'm just not familiar. What's an orrery?
It's a model, a heliocentric model, where you can crank a wheel and it spins the planets in somewhat of a circular orbit, and it allows you to determine like where you've got certain astrological readings.
Placement. It locates placement of all your bodies. Now, it doesn't show you the attribute of light or anything like that, right? So what we're looking for is not the placement of something over flat Earth. The orrery's flat, so it's a horizontal thing and how it works.
Mm-hmm.
We're good there. What we need to know is how you can present a globe model that has a big ass super light, right? And then you
Sure.
got cold mountain tips, hot mountain bottoms. When the mountain tips closest to the big hot sun, third rock, little grain of sand, and then we got a black side, a whole half 50% black side, excluding all refraction. Demonstrate.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with what I have in my room right now, I have a Lindor chocolate and the light on my phone, and I just dried it out my window, and the half,
So which part
the
would
back
be?
half is darker. I mean,
Yeah, the back half's darker. That's cool. Is it actually half?
no, it's not exactly half. No, because
Okay.
it's way smaller compared to how
Wow.
far I'm able
You
to
need
put the light
exactly
away.
half. You need to draw a perfect line and show what the globe model shows.
Here,
Half and half.
I think he doesn't understand the size and of the scope of the sun. This is like a drawn to scale model.
Yep.
If the sun was this big, that's how far away Earth would be, and that's about how the size of Earth.
Okay.
The backside is a little bit crunched in. Okay, they moved. Okay, they should be a little bit further away than that, but the main aspect here is that's what you're looking at. Okay, this is why the Earth should never be dark in the heliocentric.
Never be dark, ever.
Look how close you are. Like the top of the sun, that light rays are would be hitting the backside.
And no winter and refraction. They're telling you mountains, buildings, boats. That they're not telling you the curve. They're not telling you the curve calculated. They're not seeing a curve. They're telling you. They're seeing stuff refract in the air up to you around shit.
Mm-hmm.
See what they do. This is what they do when they want to try to confuse you. Okay, that drove you into this weird question. This is a conceptualized drawing. They say, hey, this is what the heliocentric model looks like. This is Earth, that's the sun. Because then you're thinking, well, yeah, that makes sense. Half the Earth would always be dark. Apparently, that's not what it looks like. Okay, the sun is massive. Like it's incomprehensible.
And we're using a little light bulb. You can actually get the globe, the actual globe from school, and use your light bulb, and it is still not going to make sense because the whole room is lit by that little ass light bulb. Now, when you think of a sun in your globe has to be there. Do you understand my point now, brother?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. To go back to my original question, because that's what I'm curious about. So, how does that work from the flat Earth
Because
perspective?
Let me get this one, DMOC. Light attenuates. As it moves through a medium, it gets darker and darker. You could do this just by diving into the water. You dive down.
Sure.
The light will get darker and darker until eventually it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the sun could be right above your head, you are in pitch black.
And the atmosphere and the water are the same principle. It's just times like 700 to 800, like distance. So you'll need 800 times the distance of air that you would need of water to block the light. So after after 1 mile of water, you see no sunlight. It's pitch black in the ocean.
Sure.
So our big ass badass sun stops after a mile, after going 93 million. Don't make no sense, brother. And then all I'm trying to point out to you is the idea to be truthful to yourself. Now we can dig into flat Earth idea. Now flat Earth idea, the sun is smaller than that, and the Earth is fucking huge.
Okay.
Yeah, and now where the sun goes, the light goes out so far. The strength of the light can go out so far for where it's at, and where it's not, and where it is, and where you can see it, the air like the water Once it gets so many miles through that fucking air, that's
Okay.
night.
Yeah. That makes sense. I got you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Now we don't know what the Earth. We don't know the edge to the extent. I just tell
Yeah.
people it's endless because we've never fucking stood on an edge and looked forward and not seen dirt and water in front of us. Think about what I'm saying here.
Sure. Yeah, I
No
got you.
human can even. We can't even get in a fucking helicopter or a hot air balloon and hover at the point where they say a globe has a curve, and we can't even hover and see where the Earth's not in front of us anymore.
So
And
when we talk about like space travel and that sort of stuff, would you say that's just all like, manufactured?
yes, sir. It has to be. It has to be for the sheer idea to keep you doing stuff, because all the things about space are what they need for Earth. Free energy, superconduction, more, better, bigger, better, faster. It's not for space because the idea of space is that an idea. A vacuum chamber is man made. I'm going to blow your mind with this one. Even the sphere
Go for
idea,
it. Go for it, bro.
made triangle, cube, sphere. Those physical attributes of a fucking log, a piece of wood, or anything like that are man made shapes. You'll never go in nature and see a sphere log or a sphere rock that's perfectly sphere, like perfect. You'll never see it unless man forms it.
Yeah,
The
I
only
mean, like the concepts are man-made, I would say.
the only perfect sphere you can see in nature is trapped energy. These are the shapes that men use. They formed their own shape with geometry and geometrics of cubes, pyramids, all the shit in the sphere, right? These are shapes that hold and contain energy, if that makes sense to you,
Mhm.
and emit it a certain way, right? Like a pyramid can put out a rainbow. The cube does a certain thing. The sphere does a certain thing. It has a certain attribute about itself. The only place we see a perfect sphere is energy in water, and it's clear and it's releasing and goes away and out. As soon as you put energy in water, it looks like an air bubble.
Like
It
a
releases.
ripple kind of deal.
Well, no, it'll look like a bubble of air, a sphere, a spot in the water where there's energy, or you would call it gas,
Mhm.
right? An air bubble. I
Mhm.
call them electrical continuity because sound can make. So in my mind, the air bubble is made from electricity. That's another thing they lie about. But the attribute of the sphere is what we're paying attention to. Now you can go in your freezer and you can freeze water into a sphere, right?
Sure.
Okay, a flat earther can do that. But how can a glober do that with gravity in a lab or a vacuum?
Mhm. Yeah, I
They
see where
can't.
you're coming from. Mhm.
Okay. Now, there's nothing that I've ever seen a glober ever demonstrate to us. We can put a flat model of a sandbox. We can have a tide next to still water next to a waterfall. Did you hear what I just said?
Yep.
We can have moving water in my sandbox next to water that's sitting still, next to a waterfall, next to a lake, next to a river, all working simultaneously. There's
Mhm.
no one in the human existence that can do that on a ball.
Well, I think from a glober's perspective, the point would be that, the Earth would be so big that
That's just an
it
excuse.
appears flat when you're just looking
No,
at, what we're able to
we're
look
not
at
doing that. No,
from a
no,
single
listen, you got
perspective.
to be truthful. No, listen to me. I understand what you're saying, brother. I'm not trying to cut you off, but you have to be truthful with yourself. Reality is right here where we are. Okay?
Mhm.
Reality is right here. This is where we do forensics for murders and shit, right here on Earth. You're not going to tell me anything about forensics is not true.
I
Correct?
would say it's true. Yeah, totally.
Okay, so in forensics, if you told them the murder happened because this spinning ball with water stuck to it, they'd say that's not possible. That's not a part of human reality. That's not forensically possible in a fucking lab at all. We couldn't ever test that or try to refute. You can't make it happen. You can't make a vacuum to make it happen. You can't use your hands. You can't use a fucking great machine. So if gravity somewhere called nothing, space, time, warp, bend, nothing stuff do nothing, and that's smarter than us and has the ability to do stuff and mold shit, and we can't, what does that tell you?
Probably there's a greater power.
No. Tells you that shit ain't happening. I'll repeat it again. It tells you that shit is not happening. There is no place in a vacuum anywhere where so big ball hold water. It's not happening. They sold you your own hopes and dreams of wanting to trust and believe some fucking goofballs. You know, like when you want to find a treasure at the end of a map, even when it doesn't exist. When they told you there was gold at the end of a rainbow.
Yeah, I get you, bro. I mean, that's just what I think, 99, maybe even 100. Well, yeah, definitely
Right, but what I'm
99%
saying,
of people
Doctor,
have
is
grown up with believing.
listen,
So
listen, temperatures can't be explained on a globe in a lab. You can't
why
do it.
not?
Show me how. Get me a
What?
heat lamp and show me the top of a mountain on a globe be super cold and the bottom be hot. And Death Valley's the lowest point on Earth. And Antarctica's the highest point. Not the highest elevation, but the highest point
Sure.
because of what's
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Yep.
Now, you get what I'm saying. Match the fucking temperatures. Mark, you got the lands on there. Spin it around in your heat lamp and show us which one's super cold and which one's hot. And put your little thermometers on there and prove it. You get it. You got a heat lamp. You got a ball. Go for it.
So I'm
All you
sorry.
got
I
to do
think
is
I'm
tilt it.
missing your point here. But you would agree that like Mount Everest is colder than, Death
How
Valley.
would you show that with a ball is what I'm not agreeing with. I agree on flat Earth. That's correct. You're right. 100%. On flat Earth only. Not possible on a ball is what I agree. Because you can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate the tip of the fucking mountain being colder. It's going to be the closest thing to your lamp, dude. I'll wait. Show us. Kenny Rogers Roaster's globe. Your globe's like a Kenny Rogers rotisserie chicken just baking in the fucking sun, just rotating,
Okay.
rotating.
So you're saying the
rotating.
top of Mount Everest should be hotter if
Hot as fuck. Yeah.
Okay.
Common sense, brother. Yeah. And I'm not talking about anything else. I'm not talking about the idea that water can irradiate and the sun can build or the earth can build up heat. And I'm not even talking about the earth as the sun
Sure.
itself. They didn't tell you
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Okay, now check this out. If in space gas excites and becomes the sun, hydrogen becomes helium, becomes the sun, puts off helium, puts off water. Right? That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
Now, how do you have an atmosphere of Earth that's nitrogen, mostly hydrogen, and a lot of helium, but our Earth isn't a sun, our atmosphere is not a sun? What would stop it? What would stop hydrogen from being a sun in a big old vacuum for our little bitty puny Earth?
I
Little
guess
bitty
it's
Earth.
the rest of the materials in Earth. We're not a gaseous planet.
What? What's
Like the
stopping the
surface.
gas from getting excited and turning into a sun from the vacuum
You
around
mean
it?
lighting on fire and that sort of thing?
No, I didn't say anything about fire. I said if gas in a vacuum, big extended vacuum, is making the sun do that, what would stop it from doing that to the little bitty ass Earth?
I mean, I couldn't tell you. I'm not a scientist. I guess I would assume that it's
listen,
different gases.
No, it's not. Hydrogen is the most abundant thing everywhere. There is no different gas here, brother. The Earth has abundant hydrogen. If hydrogen is our atmosphere that makes everything from protium, right? Dude, what I'm fucking trying to tell you is gas, right? Gas in space ignites sun. Our gas all around Earth, expanding past the moon. Where's the fucking sun of it? Why is it not sunning out? It should be. What would stop gas from doing that? Not our stupid imagination of puny us thinking dumb shit. In reality, what would stop gas from doing that when that's all it can do, brother?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't answer
I
that.
know. I'm telling you to take it all in. Your government told you you live on a fucking sun. Your planet is a sun. Surrounded by gas that creates a sun in a huge vacuum that's never ended, always expanding. Now, if you can go get a vacuum chamber and show me how air can be in there at all stuck to a ball, that'd be 1 point for you, which you can't do. It's another claim. And then, listen, your catchphrase is so big. Oh, it's so big. It's so big. It's so big. It's so big. They tell you the Earth's so big that the curve is too small to notice. How does that make fucking sense to you? If a building is too big, it's too little to go inside. It's too little to find the 5th floor. What they're saying makes no fucking human sense, dude. None of it when you compare it. They tell you the only way they can find the Earth curve is look that way 5, 10, 20, 30 miles.
Yeah.
When the Earth curve is supposed to be right at your feet, and 1 mile, it's supposed to be 8 inches dropped already. And they can't find it.
I remember watching a video a while ago about it was some flat earthers meeting up with some scientists, and they were going to disprove the flat earthers. And what they did was they took a ship out on, I think, a perfectly still lake with a mast on it. And the further they took it out,
Yeah,
they
you talk
took the
about
ship
the
out on the
colors,
lake,
the
it drops
red and the
down.
white and the black.
Yeah, I think so. So what would be your
They got sued for
argument
that.
there?
They're fucking liars, dude. They need to quit lying.
Okay, so you think they intentionally manipulated it?
There was land behind them. If the Earth's curve is right there where they're at, below their helicopter, how can there be a mountain behind them? Think about this, brother. How can there be land behind you if the curve of the Earth is under your helicopter going down?
Well, from the video that I saw, they filmed it from like the ground perspective. They didn't have a helicopter.
They weren't over a lake?
No. They were standing on like the edge of the lake, and they had a ship going out onto the lake, and like you said, the mast had different colors, and the further it went out, the colors started to vanish.
They had the helicopter one, and then they had the Stephen Hawking with the helicopter one. That one was fake. And now you're showing now you're talking about the other one when they did with the John Cena or the wrestler or whatever.
Bro, I have no idea. I saw this one a while ago, but I could probably find it if you were interested. But you probably have seen it. Yeah, they were.
What they failed to do is show you a side view. Who in the fuck in their right mind wants to get all their money? Listen, brother. If you go and look forward and you say, "Hey, Democ, that hill I believe looks like this," and I say, "Well, shit, you don't know because that hill could be 15 miles fucking long that way, and you could just be seeing the front portion of it." Now, how would you and I make sure from where we're standing? One of us would have to go get a fucking side view to see the topography of the back of that hill to make sure of what it does versus a horizontal reference. So now what they didn't do was go on the side like I see you, and then I see Bobby with his mast, and you imagine what you're fucking imagining. I got you. But I got a horizontal line of reference at your feet and the bottom of his boat. Now what would you say about your experiment?
I would say it would probably turn out the same.
No, but what I'm saying is if I can put a horizontal line from the bottom of your feet to the bottom of that boat, that boat's not down below a curve or that horizontal line, and neither are your feet. So you're both on a flat Earth. But now your vision, you pareidoid.
Okay. All right, I get where you're coming from.
Right. Now, if you get a side view and you have a horizontal line of reference from the observer to the object that you're claiming is below that horizontal, we'll take a look at that. Anyone would have to. That's what's missing out of all. And when you look at your horizon, can you tell me how many miles it is from left to right when you don't know how fucking far you're looking anyway?
I could not tell you.
Right. So now when the sun is supposed to be 1,800,000 Earths, and it's on your horizon, and your horizon is way bigger than it left and way bigger than it right, what would that tell you?
That it's really fucking far away. But I get what you're saying with
the Earth is bigger than the sun, and the sun is a little bitty, and it can fit on our horizon, just a portion of it.
So what
How
would
big-
be
how
above
big
us
do you
then?
think
The sun is, Prego. Like if you were to hold up a ruler right now, like look at the sun, hold up a ruler. How big is it?
I would say, man, I don't know. Maybe an inch, maybe a half an inch.
Okay, and that's lighting up half of what?
Yeah, half the planet.
Yeah, sounds crazy.
Well, yeah, it's due to how much light it puts out, how much energy it has.
A half inch of sun lights up the whole world.
We don't even know if the sun's what's putting out the light. Did you know that?
So why would scientists say that the sun is so big if this would be a point to disprove it?
Well, I mean, that's what I was asking. So, like, if it's a half inch, where if we move it, twice as close, like half the distance, is it bigger or smaller?
No, it would be bigger, and we'd probably be roasted alive.
Like 4 times bigger. Yeah.
Why does it look bigger when it gets on the horizon and not overhead? Why does it look bigger farther away on flat Earth?
Oh, you're saying on the horizon line the sun appears bigger than when it's like
Way
straight above
bigger.
us.
Yeah. And think about this. If you were on the moon and you looked at the Earth, since the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, and the moon and the sun are supposed to look exactly the same to us, the Earth would be 4 times bigger than the fucking sun from the moon. Did they ever show you that? Did they show you that view yet?
No, they did not show me that view yet.
Oh, they didn't show you a fucking huge Earth 4 times bigger than the sun?
I don't think so.
Okay, well now we're talking. Well, these fuckers would be able to prove their point and show that attribute. That'd be the first thing they'd show. The second thing they would do was put a line on the moon to prove they went there. That way all the little kids could walk out in the fucking street and look up and say, look at that big line that never existed there. Or the
Hey,
UFO.
Prego, is that the picture? The one that's in the
Yeah,
chat?
that could be. It could be. I feel like it was a mast, but like I said, it was a while ago. I can't say I recall.
No, it was. It was just like a board, big ass board thing with red, white, and black. I'm pretty sure that was the one. And they were saying if they seen this color's black. But that shit's, brother, that's not what we're looking for to be a globe. It literally isn't. You're looking for a degree of tilt. What they're telling you, you're not going to ever find. They're telling you airplanes don't drop, tilt, dip, nothing. They're telling you boats don't drop, tilt, dip. There's no angle. The plumb bob stays perfectly like it's perfect. You couldn't tell the difference nowhere. How does that make sense? How could a horizontal line everywhere in the human's fucking history of existence turn out to be a globe somewhere? It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. And water level is the thing. There's a tool called the water level. It finds horizontal. Water.
Sure.
Yeah. It doesn't find curve. It can't. Water can't find curve. Water does not curve at rest. It just doesn't. The surface doesn't. Water isn't higher than the dirt. On the
I think
globe
that's one of
model,
Newton's third laws.
and water doesn't go higher than dirt. On flat Earth, the bank is higher than the water. The land is higher than the water. The shore is higher than the water.
Sure.
On a globe, the water is higher.
Why?
Because gravity is supposed to hold it out as a big bulge to the surface of the dirt. Gravity's holding it to the outside of the dirt from up to down, or from down to up to pull it to it. So water is supposed to be able to bond to the earth by gravity from outside surface to surface. That means that water should be the outside surface on everything, over and around and rolling around everything. It should be like when they show you the picture, they don't show you all land and water hidden. They show you all water and water above the land. Like when they say there's a hill of water a mile high right there, and Bob just went down below that mile high thing of water. That mile high thing of water is higher than your house, isn't it?
I guess so. It depends on the sea level.
No. A mile high of water. If you put your house next to it, it's not a mile high, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay. So in reality, if this was a mile hill dirt, you couldn't fucking act crazy about it and say, "Oh, well, crazy what ifs." It'd be a hill of dirt. It is what it is, right? So your hill of water is supposed to have the same attribute and value. It's supposed to be the fucking thing of, so that means that on flat Earth, all the water is below dirt, held by dirt, not gravity. It's not held to the side of anything. It's not horizontally sticking to the side of a ball. It's not sticking to the bottom of Earth. It's just sticking on the top surface where you have a hole. or where it can freeze to a portion. I don't know about. Like I said, we don't know the extents of the edge of what the fuck is what. We haven't been there.
Yeah, Prego, in that video, the one where you said, yeah, it looks familiar, like with the stripes on it. Would that be the consequence of what you're saying, that where they are with the camera, if they're on the water is higher at one point and lower at another point? Would that be the consequence of what you think's happening?
Well, I don't know the depth of the ocean, but I would say the water would be equal across.
No,
It's
on
just
the
that there's
on the
a curve.
surface there, yeah, on the surface, like you're saying. Look, there.
Yeah, I would say the
bottom.
water would be flat. Yeah, because it's basically still, minus the small little ripples in the water. I would say that it's flat, but the Earth curves, so the water curves with it.
Wait, what? You just said two opposite things.
Well, from a short distance, it would be basically flat, but it's always going to have a small curve. It's hard to tell from a short distance.
In that photo, we got the guy. In that photo, you got the guy with the camera, right? And let's just say he's at the edge of the water, right? And now he's taking a picture of that flag, or it's not a flag, but just I'm calling it a flag so you can remember it, where the stripes are on it. Now the stripes are lower than the water, or they're still on top of the water.
Well, the further he goes out, the more the stripes disappear.
Because what? Because the water's flat or not flat?
Well, if we're looking at the perspective of the Earth, like it would be curved; it wouldn't be flat.
Okay, so now when water, if I had water at the top of the hill, and which way would it flow?
It would flow down.
It would. Okay, is that water at rest in that photo? Is it flowing down or up?
It's not flowing up or down. It's
okay, but you're saying it is. Yeah, okay, just wanted to see what you thought.
Kind of looks like it's at rest.
Yeah, can you pour water on the side of a cliff at rest, or a hill in your backyard at 8 inches?
Of course not.
If
It's
you
going to
can't,
roll down.
somebody's a mile away from you, though. Somebody's a mile away from you, or 10 miles away from you right now. So you should be that fucking point of contention where that thing is you're talking about right now. You are it. Now pour the water out. Prove your point. Prove that you can be below a water while it's at rest above you. A hill form. You got the hill.
No, try that again. I don't think you said that right.
Water has to stick to the side of the hill, top and side and bottom, while at rest, while you're standing at the bottom of it, not getting wet, or you're at the top, or you can stick your hand in it. Your arm doesn't get wet, but your fingers do.
I think we would both agree that doesn't make sense, right?
What doesn't? A ball of water? So now we're at flat Earth.
I'm not reaching the same conclusion as you, because from my perspective, we've talked a little bit about gravity here. It's gravity's pulling equally on all the water throughout the globe, and it's pulling towards the center of the Earth.
No, you would demonstrate that in your backyard with an 8-inch hill. You pour the fucking water on it, it would sit there. What would stop the little bitty water from holding to this big ass Earth and gravity?
Are you trying to do a gravity demonstration right now?
No. Why would gravity hold an ocean to a hill, but it just won't work for you in your backyard all of a sudden?
You believe in gravity?
It's a water demonstration. It has
I don't understand why you're saying it would hold water.
Why does gravity stop working in your hill, your 8-inch hill, but works for a 1 mile hill in the ocean?
Oh, this dude's a troll. He believes in gravity.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, he can demonstrate it right now. Pour water on the side of something, your house.
It's going to roll down, dude. I get where you're coming from.
So where can water stick horizontally to a ball? That way. Where can water do that? Send your buddy out there.
It's because it's being pulled to the center by gravity.
Have him stand at the end of it, motherfucker. And he'll stand there, and his feet will be at the bottom of it, and his head will be at the top, and he'll be dry.
This is flat Earth. We don't talk about
look. You have both in front of you there, Prego. Right? You're saying water at a higher elevation. If it's at a higher elevation along a connected surface, then that would be a slope, right? So the water that's higher, that's in the center, would be at the top, and then it would slope right down to the lower point. We say we can observe this. We can all agree that this would be the case. But then you show a photo, or somebody shared a photo that you agree with, showing that water at rest isn't isn't flowing, while
Sure.
it's at a higher elevation at one point and a lower elevation at another point.
But he
So
doesn't
which
have.
one do you have?
But he doesn't have proof of that in a lake or a pond. He doesn't have the pond where the bottom of the pond is at his feet, and the top of the pond is up in the air. That we would need to see a pool in your backyard without any walls. I mean, this isn't fucking hard, bro. We'd need to see water with no walls holding it, no dirt on either side, water held.
But
Why is
I
this
think we can
so hard,
both agree that that would never happen, though, right?
Well, yeah, we do.
Thank you for admitting it.
Exactly.
Is that
means
hard to admit? I mean,
bro.
I don't think anyone would believe that.
Then why are you saying water's doing that on the other side of some guy right there on in that picture? You said water is horizontally setting on the other side, higher than itself on another side.
Just try to keep you consistent, Prego. Like what holds all the water on the Earth?
Gravity.
Okay, now why then do we need why do we need edges to the pool? Why do we need a beach to an ocean if gravity's holding it? Why do we need a container for water?
We don't need it, but if we didn't have that, then we wouldn't have any flat land to stand on.
No, water.
Water.
Yeah. Well, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
No, you don't.
Okay. Well, look, if you didn't have edges, then it would just cover the whole Earth.
Why doesn't water just float on its own? That's what we're asking you, okay?
It's supposed to meniscus up with gravity. Do you understand meniscus? Do you know what a meniscus is? Pour water on your table.
Let's look it
Pour
up.
water on your table. You'll see a bubble of water sit there. Imagine that water's 250 miles high, two dimes. That's the same height as your ISS, that meniscus. Now on Earth, where do you see that lake do that or pond?
Well, I think it's from my minor understanding of physics. I think it has to do with the surface tension, and that's why it
But you
pulls
don't
up.
see that happen, and gravity's not doing that on the outside. Gravity's supposed to mock that flat table you just put the meniscus water on everywhere on this ball. Do you understand, dude?
Yeah.
So why do you have walls on your pool? Gravity is supposed to be that wall.
The surface tension is going to be too strong, and it's going to spill out.
Too strong for gravity?
Yes, because when you have such a large mass of water,
out in space, then?
it's going to spill out.
Why is the ocean on the fucking Earth at all then, if it's spilling out?
Where's it going to spill out to? I'm not like trying to be negligent or anything like that.
To space, dumbass. No resistance. Nothing there. No bottom. No hold. Space.
But that's where
things
gravity
just
comes
floating
into play.
away?
Why is
Because
the
of
water
gravity.
here?
I mean, do flat earthers believe in gravity,
but
right?
then you keep saying you need to put walls for shit. Gravity is not a human wall, you idiot fucker. God damn you.
I could just say, Prego,
I don't
that
know
I
why
don't
you're calling
need.
me that. I've been very
Prego, I could
respectful
just
the
say
whole
that
time.
I don't need gravity to hold my water. I just need a container. I don't. What else do I need? I just need a cup.
A globe cup. Get your hot coffee right
Well,
now.
dude, because without gravity, it's going to fucking float away.
No, you pour your hot
It's going to
coffee.
float out of the cup.
Spinning ball. No, listen. I got a spinning ball mug for you, and I deliver the hottest coffee. Are you ready to fucking get it with gravity? Gravity's going to hold this coffee right to your spinning ball. You're going to show us.
The ball would have to be pretty big.
What does that even mean, dummy? Pretty big to who?
And I've been very
To an ant?
respectful.
To a microscopic thing?
You've had a little bit of an attitude, Prego. A little bit, somewhere deep. I can hear it coming out.
I think it's some other guy who's chiming in. That
compared
seems
to him
like
calling me a dumbass, I don't think so.
I got a nanobot on a ball. Now, why is the water not sticking for him? Like it is for you, big ball guy, Earth.
I'm sorry.
Which ball is going to start sticking fucking water to it? Show us in the lab which side starts this fucking magic effect of big ball.
I mean,
Bigger one?
Every object in the universe has a certain gravitational pull.
No. Right here in reality. No, we're not talking
bigger gravitational pull than anything else on it.
Be a liar. You got to be truthful, liar. Right here on Earth, demonstratable, forensic style, motherfucker. That's how we do science. Real stuff. Which ball that you get in the lab compared to the little cue ball I got is going to act different and start holding water?
None of them, because they don't have a strong enough gravitational pull.
No, you don't have the excuse.
It's not an excuse.
Ball. No, we got a ball. You
Okay.
got water. Now we got what? Your excuse, motherfucker?
Wait, you're saying like a ball, like, I don't know, size of like
saying
a
we
tennis
got
ball or
everything
something,
you
right?
need here. Air is surrounding us. That doesn't stop gravity, right? Earth didn't stop gravity. That's good. We're good there. You can't stop time and space warping and bending, right? Little old you, motherfucker. Right?
I don't think so.
Well, now don't stop gravity. Let it do its thing and show us how water can conform to a ball. You need a vacuum chamber? We got you.
It's not going to happen. You would need a big enough surface.
What's not going to happen? Your fairy tale? Your fairy tale claim that you can't demonstrate to no one scientifically. So where did you guys get the idea that it does happen?
So to go
How
back
in
to
the
my
fuck do
question
you
previously,
get the idea? No,
do
you're
flat
going to
earthers
answer
not
it.
believe in gravity?
No,
Is
you're
that
going
the
to
thing
get a
here?
ball where
Or?
it starts happening. You're going to show us what size magic ball you need on Earth for it to start happening.
Well, you would need a size ball bigger than Earth because Earth currently has the largest magnetic pull
your
on Earth
imagination.
because, you know, it's the biggest object.
So it's only imaginary. That's fucking crazy.
So once again, do flat earthers believe in
Where
gravity?
did you get the idea water sticks to shit when you can't demonstrate it in reality?
Anything would stick to shit.
Holy motherfuck. But your water to a spinning ball. Did you know the Earth is spinning 66,600 miles an hour?
I guess. I don't know. It's going pretty quick.
Then 1,036 miles an hour at the equator. And then 400 and something thousand. And then light speed.
Yeah, I mean, the closer you get, I don't know if it would be traveling at
Also,
light
how
speed.
come light speed doesn't excite the gas in a vacuum anymore?
I don't think the Earth is spinning at light speed.
How hot does your globe get at light speed? Wouldn't it all just light up like a fucking lit up needle?
You would need some kind of friction for there to be.
The globe's not surrounded by air, which causes friction. Holy shit, bro! You're getting away from reality every fucking.
Well, it's all spinning equally because it all has the same momentum.
What's spinning?
That's why the Earth.
No, the Earth's stationary. It's not moving at all. Try again.
Okay, well, from my perspective, the Earth is spinning.
What? Show us where you see dirt moving. Where's it? Where can you show the fucking mountain jiggling?
Well, we're all moving at the same speed, so you wouldn't be able to
show
tell.
us a pile of dirt moving. What the fuck are you talking about, stupid? Show me. Get a ball. Show me that.
What did you mean from your perspective? It looks like it's moving.
Well, I'm trying to keep it equal because, you know, he's coming from a flat Earth perspective. I'm coming from a globist perspective.
No, we only want the globe. We only want proof of a globe. We've never seen that before. We're dying for that. Go ahead, brother. I'm done. Go ahead.
So I'm still curious. Do flat Earthers believe in gravity?
I'll take that one.
Hold on.
Like,
Let's go back to the
blowing
globe.
things down?
Hold on. You just tried to say something to me about jumping around. We're going to stay on the globe proof. We want to know if you or any other glober you can Google can demonstrate any of this shit in a lab. And if they can't, where did any human get the idea that it can fucking happen?
From observing our universe.
No. In a lab is the only physics we have. I'm going to tell you this again. We don't have universe fucking in our lab. We don't have your imagination in there. So we're going to cut all that dog shit out and go right to science. Provable, testable, repeatable. If your globe is not a part of science, what the fuck are you talking about? Where did you get the idea this can even scientifically happen in reality? In reality, not Narnia, motherfucker.
I mean, I can drop something and it falls down.
Where did you get the idea water is being held by a magical catchphrase word?
Because everything's being held down.
Demonstrate.
I can't jump and just keep going up.
No. Helium does that for you, motherfucker. So does
Because
hydrogen
it's
and all the gases.
because it's
that
super
don't.
light
Super light? What's light mean?
and not very heavy
Compared to what?
compared to me, compared to water.
Compared to you? Compared to water? What the fuck are you talking about?
Water molecules are heavier than, yeah, for example, oxygen.
Oh my god.
So gravity is selective? I'm not sure what you're saying here. It's getting really confusing.
Brother, I thought gravity
Oh
was
no. Gravity's definitely
every
not
mass,
selective.
no matter what mass, no matter the size. 9.8 meters a second squared, correct?
Yeah.
Where the fuck are you picking and choosing now? Show us the
How?
gravity do its thing with water on the side of a hill or on a ball in a fucking lab. Let gravity do its thing. Stop trying to stop it.
I really don't get where you're coming from because it's going to drop. It's
Put your
obviously going to
globe
drop,
really,
and we would
put
both
your
agree
globe
that.
really close to the ground, and gravity will have to pull the water through the globe to the earth, and therefore keeping it on your ball with gravity, right? Where can you throw a ball up and just watch it orbit around the earth?
You would have
Because,
to throw it high enough up that the pull of gravity isn't as
brother,
strong
you
anymore.
just said depending on the size of ball, magic shit's gonna happen. Did you not? You can go get 1,000,000
Yeah.
balls, any size you want. Show us which ones are gonna start orbiting.
It's not going to happen because the force of gravity
And
on
where
Earth
is
is
it
concentrated.
happening at? Where is it happening if it's not happening?
In George Floyd's neck, you fucking nigger. You fucking nigger.
Goes
Retarded
back.
In your
nigger. You
mind.
fucking
It's
nigger. I swear
happening
to
in your
fucking God, you're a
mind.
nigger.
You
You're
see
a
what happens
retarded
here?
nigger.
You see
A
what happens when you try
retarded
to imagine?
nigger. Nigger.
You got to imagine. This is bad, isn't it? That's your globe side. You like that, don't you?
Not really. I'd rather just have an uninterrupted conversation.
I'd rather have a demonstration of where you guys got the fucking claim you have no ball physics. You can't do ball physics. What do ball physics consist of on how you guys learned on all these ball physics and how Newton and Einstein got all the answers on how balls move and work together in synchronization and how stuff works with them and how masses stick to balls. How do you calculate that without a fucking lab with balls in it doing that?
But this is where I'm getting confused at
right?
because like we can both agree you drop something it goes
No,
down,
I'm not
right?
agreeing with shit. No.
And you light
I
fire and it
drop
goes up because
helium
it's
and it
lighter.
goes up. I drop helium, it goes up.
Yeah.
I'm laying down on the floor. I went fucking nowhere. I didn't drop at all. Try again, Dumbo. I told you you need to be honest. I'm not picking fucking nothing up. Ain't nothing moving nowhere. The dresser's fine. You fucking idiot. It's not going below itself. It's not getting crushed. It's not going to the center of gravity. You let me know when you get a fucking ball of sand making a sphere. You let me know when you can see a ball of gas hold a spherical shape, motherfucker. You
Yeah,
let
it's
me
called
know.
outer space.
No, outer mind fucking brain retard. Listen, imaginer.
Yeah, that's called imagination, bro.
You're pissing me off, imagination fuck. We're trying to demonstrate shit to kids and not be lying cunts. We're not going to be Stanley of comic books. We're not going to be NASA fucking retard liars, and we're not going to put on overcoats and lobby and get paid millions for fucking cartoons. We're stopping all that. This is called the truth-assance. You're getting democratized. It's the touch of death to all fucking lying bullshit. If you can't demonstrate it, don't make the fucking claim. Don't say it's happening somewheres, Roger Rabbit, Santa Claus. Because you'd be demonstrating Santa Claus too, wouldn't you?
Did he give the cause for gravity?
Yeah, it's the same as Santa Claus, apparently. Same thing as Santa Claus. Somewhere in the universe, Santa Claus is giving presents out. Superman's stronger than fucking steel, leaping over buildings in a tall bound.
What was his cause?
Hope.
What do you think causes gravity, bro?
No, it's hope. Hope causes gravity. He hopes it works somewhere in the universe, somewhere out there. Isn't that weird? And he thinks the word down like a catchphrase. Down means something? No, motherfucker. To the center of a fucking sphere means you need to go get a ball of jello and throw some dense stuff that you claim. I don't even know what the fuck dense means, but throw your dense stuff and it's going to go to the center of that ball of jello. We'll wait for that. Do you have that? Let me guess. No, more excuses. So nothing going to the center of anything in a fucking lab. No water sticking anything in a lab. Nowhere can we even help gravity along. We can't even give it a vacuum chamber to make it work. We can't give it a machine to make it work. We can't let magnets make it work. What the fuck is going on?
What would you say is going on?
No such thing as gravity. The earth is flat. It's not moving. And they lied to you. It's their job.
So why does stuff fall downward?
Why does helium go up?
Doesn't all.
I told you my point of view on that. I'm curious what yours is.
Well, you keep saying down. Why do air bubbles go up and not down in water? I'm looking at all the things that
I
are
told you
going
what my
up,
point of view is.
and
I'm
I
curious
see
what yours is.
up. I see everything going up, and you keep telling me about this magic downward. Where did you get down from? Put the apple in the water. Where's it
It's
going
going to
down
go up
to?
because of buoyancy.
It's not going nowhere. It's sitting there, idiot. I placed it softly on the surface and released it at its
And it
point of
stays at the top.
contention of equilibrium. It didn't go no fucking where.
Yeah,
It
because
didn't
of
go up.
buoyancy.
Dude, magic words aren't helping you.
Dude, it's not a magic
It's
word.
a
It's
magic
a word to
word.
define a
What's
concept that you can
buoyancy?
prove in
What's
reality.
buoyancy? You're saying buoyancy is gravity?
Goes on.
No.
So things floating up in water is going to the center of Earth, guys. That's proven gravity. That proves a big bang and a focal point. Yep, you got me on that one, brother.
So,
That proves
Dem,
everything
why
goes.
does certain stuff go up and other stuff go down? Do you have an
It's
explanation?
all supposed to go down. Do you have any fucking reason why it's not?
Yeah, I've explained my reasoning. I'm curious what
No,
yours is
you've
because, like
explained down.
you've said, bubbles
No,
go
you've
up
got
in water.
down.
So why does that
No,
happen?
you've only got down. You got to the center, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Can you
So
demonstrate
why
that
does
with air
stuff go
bubbles?
up in water?
No, air bubbles don't do that.
There seems
Debunk
to be a
that.
relationship between density and the density of an object and the density of the medium which surrounds it.
Okay, perfect. There you go.
There's no medium in space.
Correct.
So how's gravity doing anything?
you would agree that like some things that we observe in nature just simply, for the most part, they're just that way without necessarily having a reasonable explanation for why it's so, right?
Well, I think everything would have an explanation. Doesn't mean it's necessarily reasonable, but
You
I mean,
think
give me an
rocks
example of
flying
what
away?
you're talking about.
Do you agree that that there would be some things in nature that occur that we just don't understand fully, like why
Totally.
it's happening?
Yeah,
Right?
I would agree.
Yeah. So that's where we'd probably be at.
Okay.
To the ultimate reason why there's like a density tower, right? Or density, there's stratification, right? Like that, why the heavier things have a propensity to want to be at the bottom.
Okay.
And that's structured that way, and lighter on top, right?
Yeah.
But so that's where it comes in. Like the globers have a claim that this is a direct relationship to something which dictates that the Earth be spherical in nature, right?
Mhm.
And that's why the argument about gravity tends to come up in the conversation. And then we would challenge, well, like that. Well, the Earth would, by necessity, have to be spherical, and then it comes back to where's this measured curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not only down you're looking for, brother. You need to see stuff fall horizontal to the center. From the sun coming this way. If we're on big ball, you need to see shit show the attribute of big ball coming to the center of big ball, dropping that way, not where you're at from your fucking reference, only going down where your little guy is. Little guy, you need to see something drop diagonal or rise diagonal on a sphere. So the word fucking down doesn't cut it. I hate catchphrase words when people don't even comprehend what they've been tricked with. A horizontal plane of reference, everything is a horizontal down. That's what you're
vertical
describing.
down.
That's what you're describing. Plumb is plumb, flat earth. Now what you need to do is find an unplumbed plumb. You need to find the helium balloon you release, and it's not going vertically up or dropping vertically down. It has to go some other fucking way to prove a globe. Somewhere in your reference frame, away from you. You're the only thing that can be vertical. From your point of contention, the way they draw every human, when they draw the idea of a sphere, is they put a circle on paper and they put your ass at 12 o'clock. Your dot. You understand that? In this whole argument, every fucking human, that's how the point of reference, you're on the top of the sphere and you're 12 o'clock. Right? Now, if you release one helium balloon right there where you're at, and Bob's over there away from you, your fucking helium balloons can't release the same. They have to diverge. They have to. But they never do. Nowhere. Fuck the water. Fuck garbage. When you're dealing with the idea of gravity and a spherical attribute, these things are the things you need to demonstrate.
You have proof of an experiment that shows that?
Shows
that they,
what?
Well, that they
We
both
show
go up,
plumb.
even if
We show
you're, you know,
plumb. We show
quote, on the other side
only
of the earth.
down and up. We only have the listen. Down and up is not a reference for the globe. Down is to the center of your globe from every direction of the outside surface to the center, like a fucking arrow everywhere pointing into it. Right? Up is
Yeah.
away from the center outward.
Correct.
And you demonstrate. You're the one that's got to demonstrate that, you idiot.
Why?
All we can demonstrate in construction is plumb, you dumb fuck. We demonstrate not that. Every plumb bob is vertical and holds over a horizontal and creates a 90, an angle, an L. That's not sphere, ever. And all helium balloons go right up next to each other and go right up in the air. They don't diverge away and
Do
make
you,
a
do you have an experiment that shows that? When there's two helium balloons that have, you know, a very sizable distance apart, and you're observing from the point of view of one helium balloon the direction
Stop
that the other one goes.
Stop putting catchphrase words in your shit. Listen, go get a ball.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Yeah, you dumb fucking retard without a ball in your hand. Get a ball. Put the plumb bobs on it. Now go outside and match that, bitch.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, get a fucking ball. Put plumb
what's
bobs on it.
plumb bob?
He wants to put your hand down your pants.
No, a plumb bob is a tool.
Sounds about right.
Oh my god.
We can go a couple of ways with this, right? Because like if we're going to discuss gravity, like we can say we can go, okay, so for this to be true, right, the nature of the surface of the earth needs to be like conforming to that of a sphere, right? So we could go that way, or we could give you that, we could give you as much, right, as to make the claim about what causes gravity, and we could then proceed to ask you for validation through the scientific method for that.
Sure.
Right. But yeah, it doesn't. The merit of your explanation isn't going to rely on anything we say in regards to the nature of this surface of the Earth being planar, right? It's because we've made no claim about. Well, here's the direct relationship between why things go, have a tendency to go down, like solid objects within a specific medium, while other things go up. Blah blah. We're not making a claim about the nature of the surface of the Earth in relationship to that. But it seems like globers want to, right? But if globers want to do that, then let's have a look at that, right? Let's have a deeper look at that. So do you have a particular claim about why things go down, which has a relationship to the shape of the Earth?
Are you saying like why things would go down from like different places on Earth? I'm a little bit confused by your question.
We're just talking because the topic of the server is like flat Earth, which involves like geometry and like
sure, yeah,
the physical nature of the surface, right?
Yeah,
whether it's planar in nature or if it's curving to form a sphere, right? So, are you making a claim that gravity, right, has some sort of direct relationship with the Earth being a sphere?
Not necessarily. I mean, any shape, like I was saying, has a gravitational pull. It's just that, typically in our universe, big shapes tend to be circles because of, well, a variety of things,
So
centrifugal
that would
force.
reduce it to a non-point then. So, like, maybe we could get back to the geometry. James.
Hey, could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, well, so we're done here. We're like one topic to a full conclusion. So
Okay.
yeah, we're almost done. I think it's got to the end here where he's not sure how to connect gravity to shapes. So once he gets to that full conclusion, then we can move on to maybe like what is gravity or what is a shape.
Oh, I just had a quick question. I was just wondering if you guys could answer it for me.
Yeah, you can go.
All right, go ahead there, Tucker.
So, I asked this in the chat earlier, and I didn't get a response. So I was just asking, how would seasons work on a flat Earth compared to a globe? Because, I mean, the way I understand it is the tilt, just whichever way is tilted away is in winter, whichever way is tilted closer is in summer. So how would seasons work on a flat Earth?
Well, can you demonstrate the tilt? Maybe let's start there.
Could I demonstrate the tilt?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I
if
can
your
demonstrate it by
explanation
seasons
requires a tilt,
you know,
so let's see the tilt. How did you know the Earth is tilted?
from seasons.
Like
I mean,
tilted
in summer
on
where
a
I
plane?
live, and
So
then
the
in
solar
6
system's
months it's going to be winter.
the solar system's flat, and the Earth would be tilted to an orientation of the flat plane of the solar system.
Okay, here I'll say this. So imagine, I mean, in my reality, this is not how it is, but on a symmetrical flat plane, okay, all the planets are all lined up, and the Earth is tilted like what, 12 degrees, 13
Okay,
degrees.
let's start there. So how is the Earth
So
tilted? How do you know that?
I already said from seasons.
Okay, so seasons prove tilt and tilt proves seasons?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, you see how that's circular?
I mean, it makes sense.
It makes which sense?
The Earth is tilted because that's how seasons work.
Okay, what sense are you using? Eyes, ears, nose, mouth?
What do you mean?
You said it makes sense. So what sense are you using?
Are you
My
tasting
brain.
it?
Yeah, you're just using your brain sense?
I mean,
Okay,
isn't
let's
that what?
go,
No,
let's
okay,
think it through.
whoa. All right,
Let's think
okay.
it through. So
I
you
just
know
want to
it's
get back to my
tilted.
question.
Yeah, it's tilted because of seasons, and seasons because it's tilted. Okay, you don't see a problem there with circular logic?
Not really, because how would one not correlate with the other?
Well, you'd have to have one before you had the other. So you have to show the tilt first. Otherwise, it's just illogical. So can you show us the Earth tilting, please?
I don't think I'm in space right now, but
Okay, so
I mean,
has anybody
the only
shown you the Earth to be tilting?
So in your model,
from
you're not in
seasons.
space right now. Where are you?
Personally, I'm not in space. That's what I said.
Isn't everything space? Like it's all encompassing, like you're suspended in the flat ecliptic plane of the solar system, like
Well,
in space?
Technically, I guess, yeah.
So you're not really thinking this stuff out. You're kind of just blurting some random shit that you vaguely read on how to debunk flat earthers.
I don't know why you're getting so. What I just asked. I was curious. I asked was how it seasons
your
work on a
question
flat
boils
Earth.
down that you've got circular logic that you want someone to give you some replacement theory. I'm not going to replace your circular logic with some else circular. What I'm going to do is see if you're
logic.
if you're able to question where you got your seasons from. Where does that come from?
Summer's hot, winter's cold. I mean, that's really all I need. We experience it every year. I mean, 4 seasons: fall, summer, spring, winter. I mean,
okay, where do you get the tilt from?
because that's how seasons. It's how seasons. I mean, just are. I mean, you can't have seasons without tilt.
How do the
Correct.
seasons work from the flat Earth?
That's all. I
What
was
would be
trying
the
to say,
other
man.
option?
What's the first option?
Well, tilt is what he's
Okay,
saying.
so let's see
from
the
flat
tilt.
Earth
Okay, I was
perspective.
explaining how on a globe, how I would see it. That's how seasons would work. Okay,
Okay, show
I'm
the
just
globe.
curious about what your
show the globe then.
point.
Let's do that. Let's see the globe.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to post a picture? I can.
Whatever, yeah. However you got to globe. What got you on the globe? What was that?
Well, that's in my thinking is. I mean, that's the only way seasons would work on a globe. That's why I'm asking how would seasons work on a flat plane.
So, in your limited knowledge and affirming the consequent, which is circular logic, this is the only way that you could see it possible. So, you're just going to affirm the consequent and not actually see if the Earth is tilting and or a globe. You're not going to check and see if those two things are actually correct.
Well, first off, how would I, measure the tilt? I mean, I can't physically see it with my
Good
own
question.
eyes.
Well, who did?
But how
Right.
would? Because I mean, I've said it like 5 times now. That's how seasons would work on a globe.
That's so you affirm the consequent. So you say seasons therefore tilt, but I can't find any tilt. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of keep my circular logic.
Well, we can use the
How would
constellations
your
for reference
seasons?
that are
Okay,
kind of
here.
tilt.
How would your seasons work then?
What do you mean? How do they work? We go through
Well,
4
how would
seasons. I didn't.
exactly?
Did I claim a causal relationship for this?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, no problem.
How do
So,
seasons come up?
so
I mean,
right. So we don't have a claim here, but you do. So we're asking you about your claim, and you don't want to tell us either number one where you got the curvature, or number two where you got the tilt, because
first
neither
off, I
one of
never
those
said
can you
anything about
detect or
curvature.
measure. Okay, so this is not a globe we're on then. No globe.
But we're on a globe.
So you're on
and
a
I never
pizza
mentioned
pie in
curvature.
space. Oh, so
That's how you would see
what
it.
is it necessary? Is it necessary for curve on a globe? Like, don't you have to have curvature?
Well, how about let's
you
try
would.
this? Okay, so
It's a sphere.
your idea
Well,
of
it's
the
not
Earth
technically a
being
sphere
tilted.
because the Earth spins.
So your idea of the Earth being tilted causes seasons. Could you take that same method and apply it to the other planets and determine their seasons using the exact same step-by-step process?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the tilt of the Earth?
Well, I don't know it exactly. It's like, I think I said 13,
Holy fuck.
13, 15 degrees, something like that. Off.
23.4 degrees.
What is it?
How do the flat earthers know the model better than you do? And you're in your
Because I don't sit here and think about it all day. I mean, I live my life.
you said you did though. Like the sense you used was your brain sense. And then so you're thinking
Well, I
and
like
not
to think
thinking.
that I use my brain for, a lot more important things. But okay, all I'm trying to say is how would seasons work on a flat plane compared to a
Exactly how you
globe?
see, but you don't add in the tilt.
Seasons work fine on flat Earth. Nothing wrong with them. They're working great. Shit.
Well, I know
Right,
somebody
right.
posted a picture. I saw this, but I mean, I didn't get an explanation. It was
Do you got an image in your mind of what the flat Earth looks like, brother?
well, from this image that Callie posted.
Yeah, so
that's
Callie's a
what I was
glober,
thinking.
brother. He's not
Okay.
a flat earther.
He's not even a flat earther. That's his imagination.
Well, he used
So-
to be a
Well, would
flat
you-
earther, and now he's
Okay.
mad at flat earthers because he was only a flat earther because flat earthers lied to him. So now he's mad at flat earthers.
Okay, so if that wasn't a correct image, then would you have a correct image?
Of the Earth?
No, because he posted. Here, I'll repost it.
He posted a cartoon.
He posted this. Okay, doesn't load. He posted that, but if that's the wrong one, then would you have a picture of how it would work? That's what I'm trying to say.
What do you mean would work? It is working. I don't understand. What do you
Every
mean?
video you take is a flat Earth. Every picture you bring us back was, yep, that's flat Earth. What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Like Demock said, I mean, it's working just fine. I mean, if we use your particular logic, right, the Earth is flat because of seasons. The seasons work because of flat Earth. No problem, right?
Right. Working great.
No, because that's a lot broader.
No movement. We don't.
No, it's not broad. It's flat.
Flat as hell. We don't need no tilt. We don't need no movement. Seasons are awesome. What the fuck?
So
sudden he doesn't like his own logic to him. Flat Earth because of seasons, seasons because of flat Earth. There's no problem.
So you're saying that it works just because it works. You don't question it, so that would go into gravity.
You don't question it either, though, brother. You said it works because of tilt and the opposite, right?
But I had a reason behind it. You didn't.
What was your reason?
You have a reason. I just told you.
I
it's
just
the
said
same
it.
logic.
It's like number 7 now.
It's the same logic. Tilt, therefore seasons. Seasons, therefore tilt.
So
I said flat, therefore seasons.
Plane
seasons,
tilted?
therefore flat.
There
Is
is
the
no
whole plane
tilt.
tilted then?
We're not.
No, there is no tilt. It's your
Okay.
claim. In fact, from this point forward, I want you to go ahead and show me how that tilt was measured. I want you to present your evidence.
I mean, I could look it up real fast if you want, but
Yeah, just show me how
it would
it was
be.
determined to be tilting. Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, post it. I don't care about what you would do. You use your brain, but so far this is the only time you've ever thought about it. So just show me how they figured out that the Earth was tilted and in relationship to what plane, because that's a degree, and that degree requires a horizontal plane to be measured against.
Yeah,
Hold on, give
some
me 1
super
second.
specialist. Some super guy who's more magic than you and has got better hands and better brains and eyes, and he can walk better than you and stuff. And he's just so smart in his lab coat. Tell us who did it.
Scientists, but I know you guys don't
Yeah.
really take them seriously.
You must be a dumbass.
Well, this is okay. So I looked it up. Look, estimating the tilt of the Earth, and reason number 1 is because
Estimating.
seasons. I mean, that's the only way seasons would work. If it's tilted.
What's estimating?
What is
What's
estimating?
You sure
estimating
about
mean?
that, brother? That's the only way it would work.
Hold on a second.
Well,
What's estimating mean?
Like a
How did you
general
estimate a
guess.
tilt?
General
So you say the word
number.
estimate a tilt,
It's
and
like
that means
20,
to all
25. It's
kids.
an estimation.
So saying a word estimation is how you teach the fucking world how to find a tilt on a globe.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said. You said the word estimation is how you're showing us how someone proved the globe or demonstrated it has a 23.4 degree tilt versus what reference?
Verse. I mean the flat Earth.
What?
I mean.
What?
So if you just picked you up on an Earth and dropped you off, you would be able to determine the tilt of that planet based on the season. It would just take you 1 year of taking like temperature readings of the average temperature for the day, and you'd be able to spit out the exact tilt of each of what you're on.
Well, that's where estimation comes in. I mean, you know it's tilted, obviously, from it getting warmer in the summer and colder in the winter. I mean, you wouldn't know that if you were just dropped on a planet, but you would know that the planet would be tilted
How do they know
if there were
that?
seasons.
So if you wouldn't know that, how the fuck do you know that? We're asking, how do you know there's a 23 degree tilt, and where did you get it from compared to what?
Because, I mean, hotter in the winter, or hotter in the summer, colder in the winter.
Seasons,
I mean, I already
globe,
said it like
seasons,
16
tilt,
times.
seasons, everything. Seasons, gravity, gravity seasons too. Catchphrase.
Yeah, I'm just curious on what your point on seasons on a flat Earth is. That's
We're
really all
looking for them on a globe right now. We're looking for the tilt of a globe, and we can't really get that.
We have zero issues whatsoever with seasons functioning perfectly fine on a flat Earth because the Earth is flat and they work just fine. What is your point, dude? What are you trying to get at? What's your point? Because you're trying to make a claim, but you're proving nothing at all.
Okay, I'm actually glad somebody finally answered my
He
question.
doesn't know why seasons are working or how they work.
So I shouldn't question, my reality. You keep bringing up my
You're not
reality.
questioning your globe. You haven't even
So-
demonstrated the fucking thing yet.
Well, you're effectively claiming that seasons can't function unless everything's a ball. But that's kind of like saying that a pond can't get hot or cold unless it's a water balloon. Like,
Well,
what the hell, dude?
Seasons would work on a flat Earth. I mean,
hey Tucker,
they can work on a flat
We'll help
Earth,
you
but
out.
you would have to have.
We'll help you out.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, where would the sun
Have
be
you
in the summer,
sent you a DM?
or where would the winter be in the, or where would the sun be in the winter?
Didn't we
That's what I'm trying
start
to
this
figure out.
conversation?
Cyclone, you're kind of
Yeah.
quiet.
I'm just letting Tucker know that I've sent him a link to the server, which has resources relating to things like seasons, if he wants to have a look.
You know
So
what?
once
I'm
you're
really
all that-
glad somebody finally answered my question.
Well, it's pretty
Right,
simple.
but you didn't answer.
The sun is moving.
There's.
But you.
Well, you also
Yeah,
answered
Cyclone,
it,
you're still really. Wait, Cyclone, you're still really quiet. And I turned off my fans so I can try and hear you, bro.
Yeah, that's alright. I can't really talk anyway. I'm just letting him know to go and check out the server for the resources and seasons. The sun moves. Simple.
Yeah, let's get him. Let's give him some links. Old dude already sent you a message, but I think that you want images that explain what you're trying to talk about.
Well, images
So I'm
would
gonna
be a
go
lot
for it
easier,
myself.
but I'll look at it right now.
Sorry if I cannonballed into the pool, like I'm just going to jump into the conversation, made a big splash or whatever, but I'll get you some pictures. I'll be right back.
No, he likes cartoons. He loves pictures. That's going to help him.
I do. I really do.
But what you should be worried about is the actual physical attribute of a sphere and how you can't demonstrate your tilt or seasons with a ball in a lab and a light source. Like, this is the weirdest thing to me. Like,
I can.
the thing you
Give me a
want-
globe. Give me a flashlight.
No, I'm not going to
Be
give
that
you anything.
difficult.
I'm not going to give
just
you
tilt
anything.
it, tilt the globe, hold the flashlight. And then
Is the sun a flashlight? Is the sun a flashlight now?
In this instance, yeah.
Oh, so the sun is a flashlight. So in the globe model, the sun is a flashlight.
I said in this instance, didn't I?
So now you're just changing. So today, in this instance, in this conversation,
There
the
you go.
flashlight. Okay, so then the rays are not parallel then.
Well, if it's light, I mean, light spreads out from its original source.
Yeah. So you just torpedoed the entire globe model with that one statement. Are you aware of that?
Flashlight.
Not really. Because
Yeah, you
we're
did, dude.
on
Yeah.
a globe. On
Yeah,
a globe.
You just killed your own globe. Yep. You just killed the globe yourself.
So
Good
on
job.
a globe, okay. On a globe.
Eratosthenes wouldn't like that with his two sticks. He got to have his sun coming in a certain way on the globe. Can't be like a
Gotta be
flash.
parallel.
Exactly. Or else you just debunked your whole fucking globe. Because the only way they found out it was a globe was with two sticks.
Maybe you should
But
just
we
let
do
it
agree
sink
with you,
in
brother.
for him
Light
right
does
now that he
diffuse from the
debunked
source.
globe by claiming light is not parallel. So he should just sit there and let it sink in for a second.
Oh, it's sinking. It's not getting very far, though.
So it is parallel.
I mean, if I were to hold up my flashlight... Okay, look. I'm going to turn my flashlight on my phone, okay? Are the light beams going directly out from my flashlight, or are they spreading out?
Spreading
They're
out.
spreading out, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's what I was trying to say.
I
Not
get it, man.
parallel. Yeah,
Welcome
not
to Flat Earth,
parallel.
brother.
Yeah, good job.
But it still doesn't prove a flat
You
Earth in
can't
my
just
sense.
say, but it's still blah, blah, blah. You already debunked it. You did it
But
yourself.
I just did.
For
Yeah, I
all
just
the
said but
fellow
again.
globers in
The
here,
globe
they're very
requires
proud
them
of
to
you
be
now.
parallel.
Huh?
The globe requires them to be parallel, and if they're not parallel and they're spreading out, you have a problem there, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, ask
yeah.
Callie, your buddy. Callie,
Okay.
ask him in a message.
So, well, he's not my buddy. Just a random guy. So he posted a picture, okay, or a GIF. So what is, in this sense, what would be moving the sun?
Who
I mean, because
Nobody
it's
gives a shit.
Is this
We're not
it?
talking about what moves the
ether
sun.
grass.
I don't know why he's posting that right now.
Is that not?
And why are you
I mean, it's
reading
not
somebody
not
else's
what.
post like you're not a grown ass man?
Yo,
You
how
can't
come you're talking
conversate.
about the sun all of a sudden? Is it which one is it? Seasons, tilt, globe, flat Earth. What topic are you on?
Well, on the flat Earth, it would be the sun, correct? Well, from the picture
What would
that
be
he
the sun?
posted, I mean, the location of the sun would depict what the seasons are. I'm just going off this image that he posted.
Okay, here. This is what I think the best thing to do right here is just go to dictionary.com. They break down the whole history of the seasons. Just go read the motherfucker, okay? That way, any questions you have about their historical account for seasons, both geocentric and heliocentric, just click the contact us and send them a message. You clearly don't seem to be grasping this conversation. So maybe an educator, someone who's trained in answering questions or from the public, like they want to. They post this stuff to reach out for people to reach out to them. They're looking for someone to engage with them. So you can tell them, hey, what about the sun? What about this? What about? And just go all the way through it, and see maybe at some point they might rethink how to explain the whole human history of seasons.
Okay.
I love with his little experiment though. He just debunked the whole globe.
And why is the flashlight smaller than the globe? Every damn time I can't never get him to put a right sun in either. What the?
It's like when that picture I posted earlier, like how would a tilt even matter when you see the size of the sun compared to the size of the earth?
A tilt. That was the funniest shit to me. They said there's a tilt. I said a tilt on a sphere? How, from where to, from, how, huh? A what? A sphere is a sphere. No,
You
it's
guys
just a
take a
sphere.
gyroscope, spin it up, or turn it 23 degrees tilt from vertical. Just tilt it, pull that thing, and then try moving it in a circle pattern around your room and see which way it wants to go. It's going to fight you the whole time. Oh, go on its axis so that the plate that's spinning is even with you. Your plane will be aligned, so wherever that center point is, draw it straight out in your room so it's horizontal. Tilt that thing 20 and go around that horizontal plane with it. That gyroscope will fight you the whole time. So no tilting ball going around a sun because it would be fighting itself and it would run out of energy. The end.
Asking us what powered the sun, what powers the earth. Surely not fucking time and space. And if you guys knew what powered shit, you'd be making the most unlimited power ever forever anyway. You'd have suns everywhere. So don't give us no dog shit about what powers what, because Glovers don't know.
Nuclear fusion powers the sun.
Yeah, that's why you got 50 little suns in your pocket, little Timmy, and one in your garage, and one in your car, and one in your house.
It's a nuclear fusion.
Yeah, that's a
Go ahead and prove your fairy tale.
Make us a sun.
Nuclear
We'll take a
fusion.
sun. No,
Yeah.
a sun.
Yeah, make us a sun, just like he said, with your fairy tale.
Nothing on Earth, no matter
Here we
globe
go
or
again with
flat
fucking
Earth, has
Narnia.
that enough mass.
It's in Narnia too, right? It's all in Narnia, right? Everything's got to be in Narnia, you guys. It's got to be to Narnia and in Narnia,
How's that in Narnia?
where you can't touch it, where you can't prove it. Narnia
I
boy.
mean, nuclear fusion.
Yeah,
That's
where
what
you
powers the
can't
sun.
go.
Atoms
Go show us.
combining.
Go do some nuclear fusion right now.
Yeah,
Go
let me
do it.
build let me build one
Oh,
in my
so I thought you
garage.
could
Yeah,
do it, Narnia. Fucking liar, dude. You're a retard.
I know.
Tucker, you realize you can't just kind of like make a claim and then not support it. Like what's the deal? How come?
Fusion.
Oh,
I
that's the question that should be.
supported it. Nuclear
Okay, so
fusion.
you have no, you don't. Do you know what support means? That means prove your claim.
Yeah, let me
You
go
don't just
build.
say
Let me go.
You don't just
make
say the
nuclear
claim.
fusion in my
Okay,
garage.
so you
Let me
have
go
no
combine
evidence for
two
this. So
atoms
I'm
in my garage.
dismissing your claim out of hand because you have zero evidence for it. You can't just say something
So
and not support
say
it.
this. Let me say this. So if you don't believe or you can't comprehend how it works, is it just
So
fake?
this is a religion. This is a religion for you. This is a belief system, right?
No, this is actually the first time I've talked about it.
Okay, so someone demonstrated for you how they proved that the sun, which is 93 million miles away from the spinning ball Earth that you have no evidence for, operates by nuclear fusion. They showed you that, did they?
Well, that's the only logical way it would work, yeah.
Why is it logical since you don't have any information or evidence or experiments to back your claim? You have not one.
I could send you
He's
like
an apostle.
essays and essays on nuclear fusion. I mean, it wouldn't change your mind, but
If I say essays and essays that the sun is made of unicorn farts, does that make it true?
no, because
You're
it's
not
not
going to find
logical.
those.
I mean, it's just as
gotta be
logical as your claim.
logical.
Okay, so what's logical about the nuclear fusion then? Tell me what the sun is made of and where this nuclear fusion is occurring and how, and the reason that we have the heat and energy from this 93 million mile away ball in a vacuous space of gas giving you nuclear fusion. Go ahead.
Okay. So the sun, 93 million miles away, okay.
I don't need your
Separated
bullshit.
by a
I need you to
vacuum.
post the evidence. Son, Tucker, young man, get the evidence. I don't need your bullshit. You don't have
I can
any clue about
explain
how
it
it
to
works.
you.
You don't even. You can't explain it. Oh, you
I
can't explain
could.
nothing.
I
Give me
could
the
really.
evidence. I don't need your
Vacuum
stories.
is not
You have
water,
no
okay?
idea what
A
you're
vacuum
talking
is
about.
not water.
Okay, so I broke him.
So
He's totally busted. Now he's going to talk over me because he doesn't have a clue as to what it is that he's talking about.
You guys.
I know. So now he's ad homing, and it's just you guys get broken. You're fragile. It happens so quickly, right? It happens so quickly. You're very fragile. I ask you for evidence. You know you don't have it, and so you just start yammering through everybody. It's pathetic. I want you to post the evidence. You get it? I don't need your stories.
Oh, you unmuted me. Okay. Thought you were a little butthurt there.
Yeah. No, I just need you to stop yammering and get me the evidence. I don't need your explanations. Otherwise, you want to hear me for a half an hour tell you about how unicorn parts are the reason that the sun is so bright and gives up all the heat.
Links.
Do it! Fucking
want me to?
do it. Fucking do it.
I mean, you're not going
Give
to
me the
believe it,
citation.
obviously, but...
Okay, so then you don't have anything, right? I'm calling your bluff because you don't have anything.
Oh, yeah. I'm really bluffing
You're
right now.
busted.
I can
You're
send you a
busted.
link
You haven't posted anything. Do it.
right here.
I'll look for the experiment on how they proved it.
I'm just going all the way down. This is... Oh, you know what? Here. Actually, a nuclear fusion reactor in China. So if that doesn't exist in your reality, then it's going to be pretty hard for you.
Friend, do you realize that we're not talking about nuclear reactors? You made a claim about the sun.
It's a
I wanted to
nuclear
show
fusion
me.
reactor, dumbass.
I want you to show me how.
Dummy.
Oh, good one.
You said the sun, dude.
Yeah.
Tucker, you're getting crushed today, and everybody can hear it. So everybody's plain to see that you don't know what you're talking about. You're making claims that you can't support. Now you've shifted this over to be talking about whether or not nuclear fusion exists.
Okay, so
that's not the
it's
topic.
really far away, and it's separated by a vacuum of space.
Yeah, and I need you, instead of just going ahead and just rattling off claims. Okay, he's busted. Does anybody else want to talk to this asshole?
No, we've been doing this for a long enough. There's going to be one quick question. Oh, did I cut out?
No, well, you're here.
Oh, okay. It's good.
Now you cut out.
Testing. Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be one quick question, and we're going to move on. And look what he did. He like basically just chased his tail for like, I don't know, like a half hour or some shit. And the guy who was going to present proof of gravity got away. It allowed this other dude to escape.
I'm chilling, bro. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's go back to your. So plenty of time. So now, can you at least answer what gravity is? What is that?
It is the pull from one object to another, I guess, would be a very simple explanation.
Okay, terrific. How much pull does your refrigerator have to your kitchen table?
Well, I don't have the ability to measure that, but if I could compute the mass, I could tell you that it would be very small.
You said that there's a pull between objects. So, refrigerator to kitchen table, how do we monitor that? How do we measure it?
So, as I just said, you would need to calculate the mass of both objects, and then you could.
Oh, so you don't measure it. You just go ahead and it's in like the abstract. So it doesn't exist in reality. You just cook it up in the math.
Well, you would need to, like I said, you would need to measure the mass of the objects, and then you would use mathematics to determine.
Terrific. Can you define mass for me, please?
Yeah, but the objects are supposed to come together. We want to measure them coming closer too.
Hold on, Democ. He needs to define mass for me. Can you define mass?
Preface, obviously I'm not a scientist, but I guess I would say it's, I don't know, the density of an object. I guess density isn't even the right word there. It's
well, density is density. What is mass?
How can I say this? So if you calculate the weight of every single molecule.
Oh, weight is weight. What is mass?
It goes.
So weight is relative, so that doesn't even exist.
Weight is relative to gravity. I understand that.
Well, no, gravity. You haven't proved gravity yet. We're trying to get you to prove gravity, and you're already begging the question about it. So, what is mass? Can you define it, please?
Yeah, mass is how. Fuck, I'm not a scientist. I can look it up though if you'd like me to.
Well, why were you talking about it as if you know what it is? And then you don't know what it is?
Drill me down to very minute details that I'm just not educated on.
For you. He said there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. So are you going to still say things pull on each other?
Yeah, I am.
So Michio Kaku's a liar.
So the physicist is a liar. You're not.
The top physicist.
I thought you guys don't believe in scientists.
Oh, we're just using a hostile witness right here. So the physicist says we lied to you, and you're saying he's an asshole liar. You know better than Michio Kaku, right?
Oh, is that okay? Never mind. Let me
You
look
don't
at
know physics, but you know better than Michio Kaku. This is weird.
We lied to you. Yeah,
no,
okay.
you shouldn't believe.
Dude, I don't know who that guy is, and I don't even
you
know
shouldn't
if that's a real
believe
point,
science.
so
Science
I really don't care.
Listen, science has baked in disbelief. That's what makes it so robust and so powerful. You're constantly trying to disbelieve it and prove it wrong. If you're just going to wave a magic wand and make science about a belief system, you've turned science into a religion. It's no longer a robust system to determine cause and effect with a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. It's just a system of belief or lack of belief. Simply put, saying that you trust the science or you believe the science is the most anti-science thing you can say. You are a science denier.
Well, I don't just trust the science. I can observe it because, as we've discussed, you drop something and it falls to the ground, and you guys don't have an explanation for why that happens.
What if you don't drop it? Don't drop it. What happens?
Like, keep it in my hand. It stays in my hand.
Okay, now don't even pick it up. Don't touch it. Don't do anything. What happens?
It's going to be on the floor.
So your gravity then?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because you picked it up, you added energy to it, you let the energy go, and it returned back to where it was. If you did nothing at all, it would have done nothing at all.
Correct.
So you've defined yourself as gravity.
No, gravity is the force that's pulling on it.
Gravity.
Oh, there's a force. Once again, force. Can you show me where this force is at that you can measure? So your refrigerator and your fridge. We're back to that, right? How much gravity we measuring? Where's that at?
Well, we already kind of broke this down into mass and all that stuff.
Okay, and then mass, what's that is defined as? Yeah, how's it defined? And you don't know.
Well, let's take a look.
And so I'll tell you what. Let's take a look at your experiment here. This is not an experiment. How fast does the balloon fall to the ground when I let go of the helium balloon? How fast is that going to the ground?
I have no clue. I'm not a scientist, and I don't know how much helium. I don't
So
know what the balloon weighs.
the balloon that goes up is going to the ground?
Well, like I said, I don't know how much the balloon weighs.
So now it's about. So now gravity goes away, and so now it's about weight. What is weight?
Weight is I don't know. I would say it's probably a measure of mass under the weight of gravity. Under the
mass. You haven't defined that yet. You don't know what mass is. Remember? So
like
what's mass again?
You can do a 5-second Google search, and I'm glad to do
I'm not. Why would I be supporting your claim? You need to define for me what mass is so we can agree on terms here.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just do the Google search. We'll say it's a measurement that refers to the amount of matter that makes up an object.
Okay, the amount of matter. So the amount of matter is a cause in this scenario. How much matter is in a given area?
Depends what's in the area.
Depends on what's in the area. Okay. So why in another physics textbook does it say that mass is the resistance to acceleration? Where are you drawing your citations from, my friend?
That sounds like it's in a reference to movement.
Movement? No, it's resistance.
You said
to
resistance
acceleration.
to acceleration, which is
not
movement.
moving.
Yeah.
Not moving.
It's a reference to movement.
To not movement. You
dude.
retard.
The word acceleration is literally said there.
Resistance to it, motherfucker. You're trying
yes,
to. You're trying to
yes. That
it.
definition of mass is used when referring to acceleration.
Stupid.
Okay, we're okay. So, do you want us to go off of your definition of mass? I want to stay on topic here.
Well, I'm just curious. Why is there two definitions, and which one do you want to pick?
So, for the purpose of what we're talking about, I would say we pick mine. But I mean, we can pick yours as well. I think they're both.
Okay, so the amount of matter. So, how much matter is in the refrigerator that you're talking about, and then how does that affect the amount of gravity that we have?
Well, okay. I don't know how much matter is in my refrigerator, so that's a stupid question.
Okay.
And you know that I can't answer that.
But this was your citation. I'm asking you. You said this is mass. This is why it matters, and it happens to be the amount of matter. And so I'm asking you how the correlation is going to happen here. The amount of matter in the refrigerator versus the amount of matter in the table. And these are causal, apparently, relationships. So the amount of something has a cause in this scenario. Can you tell me how much?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a scientist.
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Is that about right?
No, that's not about right.
Oh, so you didn't even know what the definition of mass was a minute ago, and now all of a sudden you want to say that,
because
no, I'm good. I'm solid. This has nothing to do with being a scientist.
Day out.
Yeah, we do, and we know how bankrupt you are in your thinking. So maybe you should just ask questions that are reasonable instead of coming in here and talking about like things that you don't know about, just making stuff up on the fly.
I'm not making stuff up on the fly, dude.
Well, you didn't know what mass was, and you were making all kinds of causal claims as far as mass is concerned. You don't know what you're talking about.
That means I don't know what I'm talking about? That's crazy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, because I know what you're talking about, and you don't. And I'm not a scientist either.
Bro,
I'm not a scientist. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
So can you prove to me that gravity exists? Then just show it to me. Where is gravity? How can we determine
I think we've discussed
its existence
a variety of times, but like I said,
right? And you didn't know what you were talking about. Remember that part?
No, I don't, because that never happened. You said that.
Oh, so that never happened. So you do know what you're talking about. Great, terrific. Show me this gravity and how we can detect it. Where's it at?
Well, you've asked me that, I don't know, what, like 12 times at this point, and
Right, and you still haven't answered. So 12 times, and you still don't know anything about
I'll
gravity.
say it one last time. You just you fucking drop an object and it goes to the ground. Oof, gravity.
So, so the balloon that I drop going up into the sky, that's gravity.
Well, that's because the substance.
The substance, is it the mass? Is it the weight? Is it the density? Which is it?
Why are you trying to throw all these definitions around, dude?
Because you need to be very concise about what you're describing to us. The balloon that I just let go of. Tell me about how that gravity affected that balloon.
Well, someone else had brought this up earlier, and it has to do with the forces around it. So if we talk about oxygen, for example, if we have helium in the balloon, helium is lighter than the oxygen, so it's going to rise.
Lighter? That sounds like weight. So this has nothing to do with mass then.
Yeah, well, weight is based on mass.
Is it? Go ahead and get me that citation real quick.
Sure, buddy. Sure.
Okay. I'll be waiting for the citation.
You understand?
Jedi, you can go ahead and take over. I'm cooking, buddy. Go ahead.
That's fine. He said, I dropped something, boom, there's gravity. You understand that's a phenomenon that nobody disagrees with. We're looking for the cause of it.
Yeah, I guess, but he keeps asking me to prove it, and that.
Okay, so you've given the phenomena that we all agree with.
Okay.
You drop something, it goes down, boom, gravity. But we're looking for the cause, not the phenomena. You understand science, right? Cause and effect relationship. What causes a phenomena to happen? So you drop something. Okay, you have to be patronising. So the cause of your pen falling, what's that?
Like I said, gravity.
So gravity is something that I can vary and manipulate in a scientific experiment, is it?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Gravity, this word, is something that I can vary and manipulate in a scientific experiment, is it?
That you can vary and manipulate?
Yes, in science we vary and manipulate, I presume, cause in an experiment to see if it causes the phenomena or not.
Yeah, I mean, we've sent astronauts to the moon and they tested it out there.
Yeah,
and you see that stuff doesn't fall as fast.
Dude, we're doing scientific experiments, mate.
Yeah, that is a scientific experiment.
What, going to the moon?
Yes, going to the moon and dropping something and it doesn't fall as quickly.
We're going to have a problem when we're talking about things that can't happen in a place that can't exist.
I understand. Well, that's okay, where the difference is, and I think that's where we're never going to be on the same page.
Still talking.
Okay, sorry, please.
That's all right, because I only wanted to jump in when you said, I dropped something, boom, there's gravity. Nobody disagrees with the phenomena of things fall down. Not everything falls down, though, as we've tried to elaborate with things that go up, like helium, for example. We're looking for the cause. You understand that, right? We're looking for the cause. So in a scientific experiment, we're going to be varying and manipulating something, I presume cause, to see if it makes things go down or not. Okay, so have you got that?
Yeah, and I'll reference the moon again, and you're going to say that didn't happen. So that's what I was saying. I think we're at a standstill here.
Experiment. And then I'm going to bring up some more problems which you won't be able to answer, but your answer will only be gravity again. So it'll be a circular conversation when you talk about going to the moon. It'll be a circular conversation. How do you have gas
that's
pressure
where we're going to be at a dead end then.
Still haven't finished talking. So how do you have gas pressure without a container for you to invoke moon?
Sorry, gas pressure without a container to invoke the moon?
Yes, to invoke the moon that's in a vacuous space, the Earth being an open system because we've sent people and a rocket to the moon. How do you have gas pressure without a container, being as the Earth is an open system in your paradigm?
I think you know what my answer is going to be here.
Yeah, good. So have you got a scientific experiment that proves that without going to the moon?
I don't offhand, but I'm sure it exists.
You're sure it exists?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're talking about mass attracting mass, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of superseded by Einstein? General relativity and the displacement of... Sure?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so you're going to throw Einstein under the bus at this instance, yes?
Why?
Because mass attracting mass and Einstein's general relativity and space-time being warped and bent by the displacement of mass is not the same fucking thing?
I would argue that it is.
Would you? How would you do that? One's got time in it. You're saying that mass, the amount of substance in a space that you Googled earlier, is attracting the amount of substance in a space that you Googled earlier. It's not the same thing as mass sitting in a space-time fabric and bending and distorting it now, is it?
It just happens on a way smaller scale.
What? Now you're just talking bullshit, dude. Now, not the same thing. One supersedes the other. Einstein toppled Newton from the throne. This is probably just
they
on mute
built on
to
each
you.
other.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, I don't research this every day, but this seems like pretty common knowledge.
You don't research this every day, but it seems like pretty common knowledge that mass attracting mass and general relativity are the same fucking thing. Then I think that your common knowledge would be stupid because they're not. They're defined as separate things. Maybe you should Google that as well.
Like I said, Einstein built on Newton. They're not like
really. How did he do that then?
Because one scientist was, I don't know, 100, 200 years before the other.
No, I'm asking you practically, not a history lesson as to when one born and died. I'm asking you practically, how did one build upon the other? Practically, how was that done?
Well, so Newton, quote, discovered gravity. We all know the famous apple story.
Did you do that?
Well, like I said, as the story goes, the apple falls on his head, and he's like, "Oh, what's this?"
Okay, and that was mass attracting mass. The amount of substance in a space attracting another amount of substance in a space. The quote unquote magic at a distance that Newton offered no hypothesis for. You know what a hypothesis is, right?
Yes.
Good. So he didn't offer one of those, so no science there then.
I couldn't say yes or no to that. I'm not.
Well, if he offered no hypothesis, and you understand that a hypothesis is a scientific prediction into a cause and effect relationship, and he didn't want to be associated with the magic at a distance. Still going to ask you how Einstein built on that, and practical and mechanical applications.
Well, I would say that he didn't do anything to disprove what Newton said.
I would know that's exactly what he fucking did. That's why he superseded him in 1915. Toppled it from the throne. These are just quotes, by the way.
I couldn't tell you.
No, you couldn't because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not a scientist.
You don't have to be a scientist.
You're right. I don't have to be a scientist. I have to fucking drop an apple and I can see it fall, and then
okay, then I let go.
Do the same thing on the moon and it falls slower.
Dude, I let go of gas and it goes everywhere. There you go. Things don't always fall down now, do they?
No, we've discussed this.
About that, don't you? Pardon?
We've talked about this, and I've given you my explanation for why that's the case.
What? That mass attracts mass?
No, the whole gas part where it goes up versus an apple falling down.
And gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, my friend. The only reason why helium rises is usually because it's contained within a balloon, making the balloon itself rise. But we're talking about, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're still trying to die on the hill for mass attracting mass, apparently.
I'm just answering your questions as they come.
Not very well.
The conversation here.
You're not doing very well, though, are you?
I think I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, then provide me a scientific experiment that proves whatever the fuck you're talking about.
What in the terms of gravity? What's your?
In the terms of gravity,
what the fuck am I talking about from your perspective?
The very subject that we're talking about, I would now like you to provide a scientific experiment that could be tested through repeatable experiments that prove what the fuck you were talking about.
Okay.
Since we've been bouncing around so many topics, please provide me
just gravity.
What the fuck I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Do you mean gravity? Do you mean gas rising? And I'm going to bring up the moon again, and you're going to say that's not real. So I think we're at a standstill.
No, you're going to have to provide me with the hypothesis. Then we can go through it. Don't put words into my mouth. So gravity. Can you provide a scientific experiment that proves that, please?
Yeah, so you have two objects, both of large mass, large enough to produce a gravitational pull. Well, large enough to produce a significant gravitational pull.
So they're pulling now. So it is mass attracting mass. Awesome. So what's the phenomena? We'll start with the dependent variable when constructing a hypothesis. So your dependent variable is what?
The dependent variable would be the object that we're dropping.
Okay, so object falls. Awesome stuff. What's your presumed cause, your independent variable?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, why not?
Jedi.
What are they doing staring there?
So, Radwin, you're hot micing, bro. Radwin. Hot mic.
What are they going to say to you?
Oh, gosh.
Give me an
I'll have to mute him.
example.
Sorry.
Oh, hold on.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyways, he said that the dependent variable was the object, not it falling. Be very specific.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Other way around.
So your dependent, let's start again. So your dependent variable, your phenomena is what?
So the thing that doesn't change is the object that's dropping.
Okay. And your presumed cause, your independent variable is? You said gravity earlier.
You said cause or independent variable?
They're the same thing, dude.
Okay. Well, that would be the mass of the object.
The mass of the object causes it to fall.
Yeah. And then we'd be measuring the speed at which it falls.
And that's just a measurement of the phenomena again, dude.
But we're measuring it against two different mass objects with two different gravitational pulls.
So
massive objects.
So, Jedi, if I might, I don't like to interrupt you while you cook, but friend, what you are saying to us is the cause is the amount of a matter within a given space as you defined it. You're saying the abstract amount, the number. So numbers cause things. That's what you're saying.
Numbers are a way to measure things that we physically perceive.
No, not measure. You're saying that the amount is a cause.
Yeah. Correct. The amount
Okay, so seven causes me to do what?
That doesn't make any sense. Like I said,
that's what you're claiming.
No, I clarified because your point didn't make any sense. I said numbers are a way of measuring.
Yeah, measuring what? The amount?
Yeah, the amount.
Okay, so 25.7 grams causes my shoes to come on and off my feet.
That doesn't seem relevant.
That's why I'm telling you that your claim of amount is not a cause.
That I am not seeing the connection there.
I know you don't see it. I'm asking you why you're saying to me that
shoes.
Okay, so
that doesn't. We're
sure, no
talking
problem.
about gravity.
So you're great.
Mass of an object.
I want you to conduct an experiment. I want you to show me how 27 grams affects or causes gravity, or however you want to word it. But I want you to show me the number, just the abstract number, the description. You're saying the description of causes things.
Well, like I've said, it's really hard to test that on a small scale because it's just not enough mass to produce a sizable pull on an object.
Right. Anything. Just give me an idea. This is the experiment. Number causes movement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 27.5 grams causes movement.
Sure.
In which direction?
Towards the object. Well, it depends on the size of the other object because they're both pulling on each other.
So this is your experiment. Okay, show me that in the lab. Show me who determined that gravity was this thing that you're describing right now. They took a number, and then they just went ahead and they made that the cause in their experiment, their independent variable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have a experiment offhand, but you can just look it up. The first one that comes up is the Cavendish experiment, and
This is your claim, friend. I know that you got help from somewhere.
Claim.
Okay, so your claim. So prove it. There you go. That's all we need.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't have a lab at hand, so.
So is this your cop out for everything? Is this your cop out for everything? I'm not a scientist. I don't have a lab, and so I just say things, and therefore they're true. Is this your cop out?
No, I just have research.
Okay, then let's. You said no, so then go ahead and provide the research and the experiment, the scientific experiment, dependent, independent, control experiment.
Bro, you can just look this shit up. I mean, I'll post a
Bro,
Wikipedia
this is your
article anywhere if you
claim.
want me to.
Bro,
Okay,
bro,
there you
this
go.
is your claim.
There's a
Wikipedia?
Yeah, Wikipedia. You can reference the sources at the bottom.
No, what is this showing me? Okay, what's the dependent variable in Cavendish? What's the dependent variable?
Bro, I haven't researched this individual experiment.
No, well, then why in the world would you post something that you haven't researched and you don't know anything about?
Because it backs up my point that I can prove by.
How does it back it up? All we need to know is the dependent variable in the Cavendish. Dependent variable, please.
I don't know. How about let's do a quick.
You don't know.
I don't know. That's crazy, man. You mean I don't research this shit day in and day out?
Crazy. Yeah, it's crazy how you just go ahead and elephant hurl something into a chat and don't know anything about it. This backs me, no problem, right?
The weird thing is,
Bro, you're just asking for very specific things that 99% of people would not be able to have on hand.
I don't care. You're not 99% of people. You're the one that's in here, right?
Yeah, and I started off by asking a question, then you guys started grilling me.
What was your question? Yeah, because we want you to be specific about the things that you're claiming. Imagine that.
Question, what were we talking? I think, we were talking about the sun. And I was like, well, how would it only cover, half of the Earth if the Earth was flat?
What's the sun? What's the sun?
We had a long discussion on that. And then here it goes again. I ask a question, then I just get response.
Yeah, I know, because I just ask questions about things that you make claims about. Wasn't that weird how we do that in a forum where you're supposed to be bringing your A game in here and you don't know a damn thing about what you're talking about? Isn't that crazy?
Like you talk about stuff in your imagination, bro, and you think like it's real, right?
No, I just wanted to ask
all
a
your
questions
will be answered.
And you expect me to be prepared. That's so crazy.
Hey, listen, all your questions have answers. You just need to be able to define your terms so people know exactly what you're asking. Because
be answered by questions.
Because when you're asking a question, you're using your own personal definitions that don't really have an answer outside of your own personal interpretation. So when someone says to you, "Hey, the sun," or "What is the sun?" or then you should be able to tell them what your current version of the sun is. Because if you said, "Hey, what is this plastic thing I have on my desk?" you're like, "I don't know, a keyboard, a mouse, a soda bottle, a coffee container." It could be tons of different things. So you need to really boil it down. If you say the sun is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum 93 million miles away, now with that definition, how is the Earth lit up only 50% of the time? See, that's why you need to pare it down. Use a definition where your question isn't either front-loaded or people know what you're talking about. Like you start with "I don't know" instead of "you know."
Have we gotten any further in the...
What's that, Faith? Newt?
Yes.
Yeah, was that...
I didn't...
Newt, are you gonna hold on? Do you just want to freak out? Should we just clear the way for 5 minutes? Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. Don't take yourself too seriously.
I mean, is that what you want? Do you just want a platform to spaz out for a little bit?
I'm looking at optical whispering galleries. I'm not really.
Okay, we'll just continue to do that then.
Okay.
All right, so I don't know. I guess if we click on your name, it says Arrow. So Arrow or Pigzorin. Okay, so what exactly are you asking? Like, frame the question. You want to know what?
I think I already received an answer to my question after debating for like 20 minutes on the topic.
Okay.
But thank you.
Well, it's just generally for everyone too. If people come in and they say, "Hey, like, curved is flat, flat is horizontal," and they've got all these loaded concepts in, like they'll ask you what flat Earth is, and then they'll say, "Okay, well, sure," and you tell them flat, and you tell them Earth, and then they say, "What about Mars? Or what about a black hole? Or what
Because
about?"
they're wondering like how trivial they could try to stoke your cognitive facilities to think about what you're saying. They're not miffed about the Earth being, round and spherical. They're just wondering what your thinking is and why it's so weird. That's why people respond to you like that.
Yeah, if the main hang-up is weirdness, you've got weirdness in spades on the globe side. You don't need to worry about flat Earth, because apparently to you, a flat Earther is a small minority group that don't matter. You've got weird out there.
Are.
Yeah, but you've literally got weird out there that's so weird, and it's the majority. It's a majority of people who think a weird thing. Like you would say, like
everybody for
theists, like
all
Christians.
of time has been
You would
really
call
stupid,
Christians weird, so go ask them. Go to a church and just do your same methods and practices and see what results you get.
I think the term weird is all about perspective.
Yeah, it's so subjective that it's really quite interesting that you could just swat flies all day long trying to get. I just explained this too. I just got done explaining, like, if you're going to use terms, define them so people know exactly what you're talking about.
Do you ever hold yourself to the same standard? I'm just curious.
As what? As what standard?
As you hold others to in this room. You ever hold yourself to the same standard?
Which is what?
Oh, we flip the script, and you defend flat Earth like you antagonize spherical Earth. And we see if you can handle it.
Yeah, it seems quite interesting. That what is that? What is flat and what is Earth? What are you asking for?
It's the name of the room.
Yeah, it's okay, and that would be what?
That's you're the host, right? I mean, you would know, no?
Oh, so you don't know. So why don't you put yourself on mute and listen until you understand what's being
Why
talked
don't you just
about?
quickly summarize, stop beating around the bush,
Yeah,
making
just
a theater
flat.
of it.
Just use flat in Earth. Adjective noun.
Okay.
2 words. It's 2
So the
words.
geometry of the Earth is flat, I can
It's only
assume
2
from the
words.
statement.
Yeah, there's only 2 words there.
Okay.
Shouldn't be difficult to understand.
Yeah, I got it.
If you've confused yourself by adding content that isn't there, you just added a bunch of words to flat Earth to make flat Earth suddenly something else, which is something about the globe or whatever. You just threw the globe Earth in there for some reason. Then you've got to figure that out first. Why you did that? Why would you add in a bunch of content that has nothing to do with the topic? You could test this. Go into every room and just start saying some random shit that has nothing to do with the topic.
Okay, so let's stick to here.
Respond.
So flat Earth, nothing more to be added on to that. That's the nature of the room. So the trick is you guys have never claimed you've never said anything beyond just the statement
now you've
flat
confused
Earth.
yourself again.
Why don't you clarify? Go ahead and clarify for me.
It's not flat Mars or flat Moon, is it? It's flat Earth.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what else.
Can you elaborate? I didn't want to be bad and go beyond the 2 words you were trying to restrict yourself to. So it's convenient.
I'm not restricting myself to 2 words. It's an entire realm that we're talking about. There's many
idea. Right, it's no doubt an idea that exists in some human people's minds by way of the words that come out of it.
Yeah, I know you want to try and make us seem like we're stupid, but I guarantee. How many degrees do you have?
I just want to hold you to the same standard you hold others to. Isn't that fair?
How many degrees do you have?
Do you have any?
I have 2. How many do you have?
4.
No, you don't. You're lying.
I actually do.
No, you don't have 4
Do you want me to tell you what my 4 degrees are?
I want you to show me the evidence for that because no one here believes you. But regardless, do you really think that a subhuman IQ person has 2 degrees?
Well, I have 4, so no.
I never accused you of having a subhuman IQ. So why don't you take that attitude and just fuck off with it? We want to
I don't have an
discuss.
attitude. I'm just trying to have a conversation. And
But
then
you have
it begins by
described
holding you to the same standard you hold others to. Then the conversation
you have
begins.
described the people in here as having subhuman intelligence.
I didn't say that.
Do you
I
not?
didn't say nothing of the
Do you not?
sort.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
When?
You're lying again.
When did I even imply?
Everyone heard you say it. You said those words.
What? What? Okay, can we skip this part? Because I swear I didn't say that.
Did you not say the word subhuman?
No, I don't say edgy like words like that. I'm also African American. I'm not some edgy like white guy online. I don't say stuff like that.
Anyone else? Bro, you said subhuman actually twice.
That's not a term I use. I'm sorry. No.
Well, it's recorded.
I'll go find out.
Yeah, it's recorded, my guy. That's why I came in.
I don't care. I didn't say it.
Well, all right. You're lying again. That's fine.
Let's find out.
All right, that's it. So that's the flat Earth theory. Okay.
No, it's not. I'm calling you out for being A, very abusive, and B, a liar.
Can we skip to the substantive part? Sorry, the word is hard to pronounce.
Yeah, we can't get past your ego right now. So if we can get past your ego, then we can discuss the subject.
Do I have to mute so that the ego is gone?
So yeah, if we can get past your ego, then we can have a discussion. Otherwise, it's just going to be you talking down.
Did it make you feel comfortable if I muted so you didn't feel like my ego was imposing?
No, I just want you to have a discussion at the level it's being had.
Like I said, I definitely can do that. I have 4 degrees. I have my commencement paper on my desk just because I feel like I'm getting old and I need to remind myself I actually earned these degrees.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I think you're bullshit.
Huh. Let me grab it. Alright, it's about 60 pages for the whole university's graduation because it was like a really prestigious university.
Start again. No, I just didn't do this bit.
What page do you want me
I
to
just got to
flip
get
to?
back to this level. The lab. The toolbox should be down there.
Anyway. You help me consume a snack. I'm gonna go take the trash out.
Stop eating cereal, fucker.
I think he's eating crayons.
Actually, graham crackers, so yeah, pretty much crayons.
Are you the dude that used to go on the cam a little bit ago? You ever cam up? Like show your face? Pretty sure I've heard your voice before. He's debated this shit before a couple times. I think he's a dude that sometimes usually like eats cereal and turns on his camera. Are you back, Graham Cracker?
Crypto, if you're still there, buddy, the phrase was actually some human, not subhuman.
What did he say?
Some human, not subhuman.
Subhuman. I'm not hearing the difference. What?
Some, not sub.
Oh, SME.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said some
I
being
apologise. I
yeah.
apologise.
That's fine.
L. Fucking L, dude. Get
No, that,
fucked. Oh
It's
shit.
not an because I can actually admit my mistakes, unlike Globers.
Why would that mean anything? He was waiting to see. He wasn't like he said, "I'll wait to see."
Yeah. But what I find really interesting about Globers as well is that they can't wait to like rub your nose in any little mistake you make. It's like, well, I don't really care if I make mistakes. It's fine.
But it's okay for no presentation of anything for a globe, and that stands firm.
Yeah.
Nothing stands firm for them. So the attribute of their own imagination is good enough to never appear in reality, and it's stable. It's 100% for them, and they've got degrees.
That's the thing, isn't it? Like, a lot of these people are educated, but they don't actually know anything or know how to think.